Let it.
I think it's about time that we find out who is going to the playoffs and who is going home. Welcome back to the Berlin Major. I'm Dev. Mandy, we've already had 2 days of groups. It is time for the final day. We've already confirmed a couple of teams for playoffs, but there's a lot more still in the fight.
Yeah, it's not over just yet. It comes down to the final day, and oh, how fitting is that for this Berlin Major. The games have been back and forth, the points are distributed like crazy, and it all comes down to this.
We started with 16 teams. We've already eliminated a couple, but they'll still be playing today. A chance to play spoils. Let's go through each group. Group A, to kick it off, one team from each region, and here, the group of death has proved that it has delivered. This is the tightest group that we have.
For sure. XSET on the bottom at the end of day one. They start out on the bottom, but as they played their games, they proved to us the success of NA for this group. They are currently sitting on top, followed very closely behind by Rogue and Nip. And not to count anybody out, these top 3 teams are all in red hot form. They all look like they could make it to the playoffs. Yeah,
well, let's have a look at the playoff probabilities for each of these teams. Like you said, technically, every single team is still alive, even DWG KIA, that 5% dream. With the point system, you get 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for an OT win, 1 point for an OT loss, and nothing for a regulation loss. And we've also got some crazy tiebreakers going on. We won't bore you with the details, but as you can see, if XSET win their next game, they are in no matter what. NIP's also got a pretty solid chance if they win in regulation. But my question is it actually possible? Like, we know it's technically, statistically possible for DWG, but is it going to happen?
No, I feel like it's very, very difficult for DWG to make it at this point. Every single one of these teams is in their best possible form at the moment. All 3 of them. I think it's going to be very hard for DWG in this period of adversity to take it to any of them. They could try and play some spoils, but I really, really doubt it.
Well, still a shot in for all of these teams. Let's have a look at Group B as we make our way through this major. FaZe Clan looking to return to the major grand stage after missing out on Charlotte and, of course, being the Sweden major champions in November last year. 9 months has passed since then, and they have proven that they've learned from whatever went wrong in Stage 1. They are flawless so far.
And FaZe Clan being flawless will be one of those teams that we are saying might be one of the favorites to take the entire thing. They look incredible in the server at the moment. Absolutely nothing has rattled them in this group so far. We'll have to wait and see what they can achieve in the playoffs. But in that midfield battle, Sonics is unfortunately out of it completely. G2 and Sandbox, though, that's still a tight battle.
There is still a tight battle. Let's look at the playoffs chances because FaZe confirmed and Sonic's definitely out. But as you can see, G2, they essentially have the power in their hands. 100% chance of making the playoffs if they get even a single point from here on out. That means that Sandbox will be fighting tooth and nail. We said that we didn't believe in the 5% for DWG. Do we believe in the 18% for Sandbox?
I believe in it a little more because of the form that Sandbox are in. They look slightly better. They were able to take down Sonic 7-5 the last time that we watched them play, and that was a very good showing from them. But to take it to G2 and to FaZe, that's what they'd have to do if they were to make it into the playoffs, and it's just very hard to see that happening. The games might be tight, but will they make it? It's very unlikely.
It's been a really tough tournament for Korea so far, but Sandbox do technically have a chance. G2, though, they've had a resurgence in Stage 2, and they are looking to return to a major playoffs. Let's go into Group C now. And look, if you're an APAC fan, unfortunately, you'll see another APAC team which is not going to make it to the playoffs. But if you're a LATAM fan, you see yet another flawless Brazilian squad on the top. Your favorites, Mandy, it's W7M.
Of course. I love W7M. I love the way that they play and everything about it, and it's really shown up in the server as well. They're currently sitting on top. Meanwhile, though, Wolves, they've lost a few points here, 2 of them to the Gaimin Gladiators. We see the 2 overtime wins on their scoreboard, the 1-2-0-1. That 2 is 2 to Gaimin Gladiators that they've dropped the points now. If they lose to Oxygen, if the games don't go their way today, it could spell disaster for their run for the playoffs. But so far, they're looking in really great form.
So the Brazilians are confirmed for playoffs. The Indonesians are confirmed not in. Let's see the percentage chances for Wolves and Oxygen. This is the battle in the midfield for Group C. You can see that Wolves also have the power to do away with this. With a regulation win, they will lock in top 8 at this major. And a hell of a lot of 6 invitational points and prize money that comes with that. Not to mention, finally, breaking the curse. Wolves in Charlotte, they were disappointed with their performance. EU as a whole has struggled somewhat this event, and Wolves were meant to be the best hope for that region. Are they going to be able to pull through, or is there a chance that Oxygen can upset here?
Well, this is going to be a tough one still for Wolves. They finished the Gaimin Gladiators games. Those are both over and done with, and they dropped 2 points going off that. Now, to get more points, they have to beat either W7M or they have to beat Oxygen. So it really just comes down to that final game to really secure their place in the playoffs, assuming that W7M beat them in the form that they're in, which is very, very possible, and they don't get that regulation win. They still need to beat Oxygen for that final chance to make it in.
A lot of hope for NA will rest on Oxygen, as the NA teams have struggled a bit this event. Speaking of, let's look at Group D and the defending major finalists from Charlotte, Astralis, have only found a single win. This is the top-ranked team in the world right now that has attended this event. 6 invitational standings have Dark Zero, the major champions from Charlotte, in number 1, Astralis in number 2, and it looks like they might not be able to make playoffs.
Yeah, this is looking a bit scary for NA, isn't it? But M&M still in the bottom as well. Elevate being locked in now for Furia. We're going to get into this group very, very shortly, so we won't go over too much, but Furia are almost locked in. All they need is 1 regulation win, and they will make it into the playoffs. Now, they're playing the bottom. I believe they're playing Elevate today and M&M. I might have gotten that one wrong. It's possible. But they're still going to go into it having to get that regulation win. It's going to be very tough for them to hold onto that position, and if they lose it out, there's still a chance for Astralis to make it.
Well, let's have a look at the chances. We've got the percentages we can take a look at. Elevate is 100% confirmed. They've been almost flawless. They technically did drop 1 point to Astralis in an overtime win. But as you said, it's Furia, Astralis, and M&M who are still all fighting for this spot. M&M looking in bitter rough form, and it could be yet another Brazilian team to make it through in Furia if they take that into their own hands. But let's have a look at the schedule for how these matches will be going down today. We have 16 games across 2 streams. There's the A stream here on twitch.tv/Rainbow6, and of course the Rainbow 6 Bravo channel for the B stream. If you're joining us here, you can see the games on the right-hand side. We kick it off with APAC teams on both streams. Funnily enough, one is confirmed for playoffs, and Damwon almost confirmed for no playoffs. Is there any particular games today that you're really looking to place some hope on here, Mandy?
Well, I think it's definitely got to be following the storyline of Furia. They are so close to making it. But look at the 2 opponents they have to face. They have to face Elevate, who are in red-hot form. They're sitting perfect currently in the standings. Astralis is another tough team. They're starting to come up. Their form has been shaky, but it's looked a little bit better now. And Furia, if they want to secure that player's position, they've got to win one of the 2. They can't be rattled on this final play day.
Yeah, and of course, Group A is still all up in the air. XSET, NIP, and Rogue have been fighting tooth and nail. Damwon technically a chance, but for me, it's that group of death, which at the start didn't look to be a group of death, and now has gotten really, really close. That's the one that I'm really awaiting the results for. I know that they're starting as well on the B stream today, while we'll be taking Elevate and M&M as the first game on the A stream. So make sure that you stick around. Whichever stream you're watching, maybe bring them both up at the same time and follow your favorite teams. Let us know who you reckon's going to win in the Twitter polls. And don't go anywhere because the action is all about to start.
bridge. Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
honestly how close it's been. There is literally the same number of rounds throughout this whole fixture now being won by both sides. It's a 1 versus 1 Rin. It's all now. It's now or never. They see the angle. Souls holding it down. He's got to push it, but Souls finds it. He breaks APAC Hearts and FaZe step into a grand final.
That is the exact place where DWG KIA were 1 bullet away from making a major final.
Maybe get some revenge here if Rin gets the first.
Rin doing a lot of work. It's a 4 versus 1.
Great bait and play in the spray. Rin round the corner. You keep your cursor flat at head level, and you are gifted with results.
He time and time manages again to, during these playoff stages right now, but also during the groups yesterday, come in clutch. The amount of kills he manages to reel in. Absolutely insane.
Pushing on as the timer runs out, and it's 1 more kill, 2 more in. 1 more in.
계속 떠들고 있어. 우린 갈 거니까.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's time for our very first matchup of the day here on the B stream. DWG KIA versus Rogue. DWG KIA trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. Rogue looking to clinch a spot as quickly as they can. Nick, talk to me about the last 2 times these teams battled against each other.
So last time these two people met each other, these two teams rather, was on Bank. It was a very dominant victory from Rogue. It was a 2-7 scoreline, and it seemed like DWG KIA was not prepared at all for Rogue's aggression and Sport, most notably just swinging those angles. But also DWG KIA had a very slow start on day 1, a somewhat better day 2, but they really need an excellent day 3 here to have any chance of staying in it and have a chance to go to playoffs.
Now, we went over this during the pre-show, or well, we didn't, but Dev and Mandy did on the main stream. In case you didn't tune in, this is what Group A looks like, since that's what we're going to be focusing on right off the rip. XSET tops the group at the moment. They will be playing next. In the meantime, well, not next, but they will be in the next set of matches. They're not playing right now. It's Rogue versus DWG KIA. As you can see, the landscape of Group A is unsettled. It's very up for grabs. Yesterday, DWG KIA's victory over Ninjas in Pyjamas really did throw a wrench in the gears of this group, because it could have been the 2 Brazilian-dominated teams, even though XSET's North American running away with it. Rogue are in for quite the day ahead of them. But they start off with what should be the easier of the 2 matches. Nick against Dom1, as Dom1 are currently sitting at the bottom of the group.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, DWG KIA beating NIP really also makes Rogue's life so much easier, because now you see the score points is 6 for Rogue, 6 for NIP. That means that it's anyone's time to take it.
Every single team can make it out of this group still. Nobody has clinched a spot yet, which is in stark contrast to every other group. There's 1 team in Group B, C, and D who have all clinched their spots. FaZe Clan, W7M, and Elevate have all made their way to the playoffs. And the only team that's been eliminated so far is the Sonics from North America. That means that today, on this stream and over on the main stream, we're going to see 5 teams clinch their spots and 7 more teams go home. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be a long day. Yeah. So let's speed things up a little bit. You want to get to the very first match? You bet we do as well. But before we get there, you want to know where we're going to play. The camera's going to shift and stare right into my eyes in just a second as we pull up the map veto and start to whittle down where these teams are going to go. Where did the teams go back in match 1?
Oh, Bank. Different B map, because now today it's Border instead.
Of course we're going to Border.
Yes, we are.
We practiced this.
We practiced this very well. We actually didn't.
We didn't practice this
Not at all. Very clearly.
They went to Bank.
Yes.
Border is the map that's on the docket. Talk to me about a general Border map. What do you expect? DWG KIA can be a very aggressive team.
Yes.
Rogue, especially led by Spoit here at this event, have shown some teeth on their entry. Do we expect that to translate to a Border matchup?
I think Border's going to get so bloody, right? Like, the only thing that could get even crazier would be Coastline if that was still in the map pool, but it's not. But Border essentially is that new Coastline map where things get really hectic. It's all about the 1-1 gunfights and, of course, the coordination between the attacking team and whatnot. TLDR, if you're on the defensive side, you're in for a very bad time, and all those scopes that are available on the attackers and the vertical grenades. I think DWG KIA just have to get really aggressive and just do what they do best in APAC, which is play unpredictable.
That hair out of place.
It's fixed up.
Now it's fixed. And we're ready for our matchup. On Border, is somebody going to be out of place on Rogue? Is somebody going to be out of place on DWG KIA? Who knows? But let's spare no expense. Let's waste no time. Let's actually get into Border. This is your and my first time casting Border here. We haven't actually seen this map yet.
And first time on B stream.
Also our first time on B stream. Yes, we've been on the A stream for most of it, but it appears that both teams are ready. So let's get things underway.
Send it.
Let's send it. Let's start off with Border. Very first matchup of the day on this channel. I will remind you, if you are one of the few people who have landed here on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, and you do not know that the main Rainbow Six channel is also going, there are matches over there right now that you can go and tune into, should you so please. It's going to be an exciting day of Rainbow Six. Who's playing over there? It's Eminem?
Eminem's someone.
Very good.
Yeah, because I heard them talk about Eminem. I actually don't know who the opposing team is today.
The one thing that we've been trying to do is we've been trying to update you, the viewer, less than usual on the other games. I know that when you're taking in the group stages and you're watching, right? You're watching. Maybe you don't want a spoiler. Maybe you don't care about what's going on. Maybe you don't even care about those teams. Maybe that's possible. The one thing that we've been trying to do very actively over the last 3 days of groups is we have not been spoiling the matches. So a lot of times we are actually completely oblivious as to what games are going on in the other stream because we are using a laser-like focus, just like DPAC is in the bottom of your screen. A laser-like focus at the monitor. That's us with the matches that we're casting. As we start off on Border, Rogue will begin on defense. Operator bans are in. Nicholas Pickles. And a zombie ban is one thing that stands out. Nothing else really. Everything's kind of ordinary, but Nomad is not an operator that is banned all that frequently. Why, oh why, would Rogue ban out a Nomad?
Unironically, Nomad also isn't played that often on Border across the board. Now, this could be a Damwon Kia specific situation where you want to target ban this particular operator. I think in general, you know, because Rogue is starting on defense, they want to be allowed more freedom to work around the map, the flanks, etc., especially around that east stair section of the map. By removing Nomad, you're giving yourself more opportunities to get aggressive and retake ground from the attackers. One thing to note is, Daypack, like you mentioned, laser focused in the round. He is most likely the #1 player when it comes to spending time on drones and cameras. He's also, in my eyes, the #1 Echo player currently at this event. He's won multiple rounds for Rogue by using his yokai stuns at that 0-second mark as the enemy team is planting. So let's keep an eye on Daypack throughout this defensive half. If Echo goes on the board, if that information becomes available to Rogue, let's see what they can do with it. But as you mentioned earlier, it's a very gun-heavy map of Border. That's why we see the Oryx and Leon Gitz, the Alibi on Sport, and just again, across the board, 1.5x scopes. Look at this. No shotgun on Daypick has the MP5K. No shotgun on Cryan has the MPX. The only shotgun available right now is the secondary shotgun of both the Oryx and the Alibi, which enables all 5 members to take gunfights comfortably across the board with those scopes.
The one operator other than Oryx that really jumps to mind is what the Warden will do against this lineup of Damwon Kia. There's not a lot of operators that are being brought out that I really think a Warden is a good counter for. There's no smokes being brought. There's only 2 sets of flashbangs, of which they will likely be used for fodder for the magnets. There's no there's no Jaeger on the board, so Wamai is going to be your only anti-gadget that's present because there's also no Aruni. So these are some cool changes.
Some cool changes indeed.
Some cool changes, but the Warden pick, I imagine, being brought out as a precaution to deal with what might come their way. In this particular instance, while the attackers can change up to suit whatever's brought by the defense, not the same for Rogue. They are locked into these 5 picks, and they are already well off site. Kanto Raketti, are we going to see Lanto Raketti return?
Yes.
Well, there's a first kill on the Woogie Man, but Yas shuts him down. First kill goes to Kanto, but it's traded swiftly.
It's a good trade indeed, but I mean, Kanto getting a 1 kill there in that very, very dire position. It's actually not that bad for him. But Ren here, walking in towards the bottom side. The beat boop goes off, which gives away his location. He's going to dip back out because he's afraid of Rogue lashing back at him. Rogue holding on. This office wall is open. Now there's a soft wall, I believe. Either way, there is now an angle to be had for the attack inside. Actually, I think Katsang, rather, used those Hibana X Kairos to open it up. It was indeed triple reinforced. Daypick next here. Stuck in a corner, has a C4, hatch open beneath him. He can drop if he wants to, but it's also a matter of staying for as long as possible. Great timing there. The moment Damwon Kia pushes on in, that's when they pick up some survives. Sport gets found rather, so does Crine. It's a 2v4 for Rogue.
And suddenly Damwon Kia showing signs of brilliance after they surrender that very first pick. More shades of them against Ninjas in Pyjamas, leaving Leon Gids to die alone. The Korean team, desperate for those 6 points which are available today, pick up round number 1.
When Rogue played yesterday on Theme Park against XSET, they had a very hard time when they were on the defensive side of Theme Park, which is very surprising because Theme Park is a very defender-sided map. It's why G2 could come back from a 1-5 deficit, that when they went onto defense, they could win all of their rounds. Rogue needs to find success at least a couple of times on defense on border, which isn't easy by any means because it is an attacker-favored map. It's a situation where attackers normally just steamroll through it, and unless the defenders find a clutch or a huge play somewhere on the map, it can be very hard to find victory in these rounds. But most importantly for Rogue, as well as Damwon Kia, is going to be the mental aspect of these best of ones. If you're finding yourself down 0-3, 0-4, etc., they can be very tough to come back and find yourself comfortable in the server. So these opening rounds is going to set the mood for these teams, and it comes down to, can you keep those vibes high? And you said earlier, Parker, that when you walked by Rogue earlier today, high spirits.
Whoa. I said that in private.
I'm very sorry, but that is public now, okay?
You're leaking the DMs. Technically not leaked DMs, because we actually talked about this face-to-face here. Yes, I actually walked to the venue this morning with Rogue. Yes, we walked, because we live in a continent where walking is possible.
Yeah,
we don't live, I don't live in the continent. They actually do. But either way, we walked over to the venue, and their spirits were very high, I gotta say. It's very easy for a team like Rogue to get dejected, and one of the things that they've worked on an awful lot are these debriefs with their mental coaching. Yes. And that has paid huge dividends for Rogue, and I think if you've watched EUL over the last couple stages, it's one thing you're gonna pick up on very quickly on. This is not the sad boy Leon Gids, the upsetty Kanto spaghetti kind of team.
No.
The vibes are good. This is a team that can keep themselves even keel, and if they can seize on that momentum and keep themselves level-headed, they are going to be competitive in every single round. Now, competitive is one thing, because mentally you want to be in the match, but you have to physically be present, and your guns need to be a little bit better than they were in the very first round. Not a good start, as Leon Gids gets shut down by Coded on entry, and the first pick surrendered by Rogue, gained by Damwon Kia.
Yeah, it was a very deep angle from Workshop all the way into that bathroom rotate, and that's going to be the side player of Rogue off the board. That now means the roamers have to kind of come closer towards that bomb site and consolidate more, because you can't really give it up. Sport forced into an aggressive play here. It gets found out. There's 2 members holding him down, but he's so much better in that 1v1 and finds the head of Rin.
Unbelievable stuff. Katsang with Diffuser down as Rogue's attention is elsewhere, so under their very noses, the objective will go. Coda doing significant damage to Spoit, both of them walking away. A little worse for wear, but they're both wearing it well. Nitro Cell expended from Deepak as we hit the 35-second mark for that Diffuser. Woogie Man with 1. Coda traded out. Woogie Man a second. An LMG in the hands of Gridlock doing so much damage inside a lobby. 3 kills. Kanto Raketti, can you shut it down? No, how about a 4K? Damwon Kia sweeps through lobby, and they take their second round in a row.
The LMG goes rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, 4 kills in a single magazine. But not just that, the plant was great from Damwon Kia. The moment they found that kill onto Leon Gids, they recognized the one side player is off the board. That means either the roamers have to aggress somewhere else, that's what Spart was doing, pushing down that bottom main stairs, or they will have to try and make their way back towards the bomb site. But because of Woogie Man's position inside of Passport, he basically shut down that entire rotation back towards the bomb site itself. So that meant that Damwon Kia knew it was completely clear. He just jumped on in, got down that Diffuser, and well, they didn't need the post-plant because Woogie Man just popped off with 4 kills. But if it came down to it, they were in a great position to play that post-plant in that 4 versus 5. Now Rogue, nothing's really quite working out. They started Armory, they went Tellers. Now they're going back upstairs again, trying to find some success on their border defense. Same operator lineup as the first time around. 1.5 scopes across the board, secondary shotguns, and bringing out only a single shield. That's going to be on Sport on that alibi. Right now, it's Damwon Kia just doing a really good job in the first minute of the round. In the very opening round, sure, Kento got the first kill, but an instantaneous trade from Damwon Kia, even back the man count to 4 versus 4. In that second round, Damwon Kia found 2 kills rather swiftly, and it made Rogue have a very hard time finding a footing back into it.
I think for me, I'm more confused as to what Rogue was doing to allow the diffuser to get planted in the first place, Nick. There were still 4 players up. The only player that we saw that had his attention turned away from where that objective was going down was Spoit, who wasn't part of any defensive setup on the bomb site. He's going to play off. He's going to hold map control. He's going to try to slow down the entry from Damwon Kia, which seemed to be a job he was doing quite well in that engagement that he had against Coded. But where were the other 3 players on Rogue? Where was Deepak? Where was Kanto? Where was Cryan? What were they doing to try and stop that diffuser from being waltzed into the site and very gingerly laid down? That's where things really went from bad to worse. Certainly not lobby, because, as you recall, that's where Woogie Man was with those 4K, with the 4K happening. LMG in hand. This time around, round number 3. The assault will be back upstairs onto Armory. The focus on Office to start off with. Deepak, the first line of defense there for Rogue.
Yeah, but he's gone. Just like that, Cody just jumps in the window right behind and does not hear that vault from him. It's a freebie once again from Damwon Kia, and Rogue didn't really have anybody nearby to really assist Deepak in that corner, because I think they were expecting him to drop when things got too heated, but he got shut down before he could make the decision.
Rin gunned down by Leon Gids. We're back at even numbers. Spoit now taking up space inside of Office, watching the hard breach that has been created. It's Kanto inside the same spot, but he gets gunned down by Yas. Damwon Kia keeping an advantage to a certain extent. Spoit shrugging off a little bit of bullets, but look at that angle from Woogie Man. Nothing to do for that, Spoit. You're going to have to be playing a bit more proficient. Cryan will now swing. When you're at such a deficit, you've got to swing or be swung. If Leon Gids and Cryan played a little bit more conservative style defense, they would very likely be hunted down and picked off simply based on numbers. Leon Gids on Oryx can get out of there quite quickly, and he'll need to do so as now he's lost Cryan in a 1v4 that becomes an 0v4. Rogue just really struggling to get kills on the board here, and this is a quick match as Damwon Kia are up 3-0.
There is this thing when you are the opening game that is, you know, not even 11 AM right now. And for gamers, this is really, really early. And this is like a really old excuse in saying that some teams and some players just can't find their footing early on the day because they're not quite awake yet. But this really is not that simple. This is Damwon Kia playing some of their best Rainbow Six Siege at the event so far. Finding openings, good aggression, covering side with EMPs, getting good lines of sight with the breach, covering every single angle, because if you notice, Damwon Kia will open up doors and windows, sit around and wait. And half the kills they're finding are simply Rogue not really knowing exactly whereabouts the members of Damwon Kia are. Like, for example, Kento Arcade playing inside of 90, walked into break room thinking, this is a safe area, JK. On the break door, there's a member just waiting for Kento to overextend himself, and then it was a completely free kill for them, and then Rogue once again find themselves in a terrible position. So unless these gunfights go differently, I don't see how Damwon Kia is going to start losing these rounds, and Rogue, they need to start winning some rounds on the table here, because 3-0 is not a great look.
Sluggish start, but you got to keep the mental game up. You're just waiting on one player of Damwon Kia who's having some difficulties to get...
It's Rin.
It is. Rin has somehow found himself out of the lobby. I don't know exactly what's going on.
A blue screen, I believe, was set in chat by the members of Damwon Kia that said, yeah.
Well, nobody wants a sad screen.
A sad screen?
Do you think the screen's feeling kind of blue?
Feeling kind of blue?
A special kind of blue. Some days, we all get sad. Rin is back in the lobby now, insta-locking the Ash, but again, we will remind newer viewers that attacker repick exists, so the lineup that's being brought by the attack can be changed at any point in the prep phase, barring the final 5 seconds when your lineup is then solidified and locked in. Downstairs to ventilation and workshop, as this timeout from Rogue has likely imbued them with some new strategies. Meepy, the coach behind them, guiding them forward. They are very quickly losing the plot of this match. Damwon Kia have looked so formidable on their entry. Formidable through the mid-round. Formidable through the end of round. Rogue have only mustered 4 kills in the first 3 rounds. That's a huge problem for this team when you've got accomplished fraggers on this squad. All of these players on Rogue can go toe-to-toe with the best of the best on any given day. Not so far through these 3 rounds. Damwon Kia just way better
I want to say, with Rogue banning Asami, I am very curious as to why they're not playing the castle at all. Because the issues that they're having is that everything's opened up. Every door, every window, line of sight, etc. You can deny that with Asami, but you've chosen to ban her out. Fair enough, that's your choice because you think that Damwon KIA are going to use that to great effect when they get on their defense. But Castle is still open. You have no reason not to use it because Damwon KIA, if they want to, they can as well. But let's see what Rogue can do. They have a different train of thought in mind. They're playing this aggressive style, which so far was shut down really well by Damwon KIA. The first 45 seconds, Damwon KIA go very slowly towards the building. They're avoiding spawn peaks and falling early on. Then, once they start applying this pressure, once they get that first wall opened up, ever since that happens, that's usually when they're in full control.
Give me your thoughts on this Warden pick, because this has been a staple of Rogue's border defense, but if you look at the lineups that Damwon KIA have brought time and time again, doesn't really necessitate a Warden as a response to any of it. And unless they just have simply done some counter-stratting on border that we are unaware of, the Warden seems almost suboptimal for what is being brought from the attackers.
The way I see Warden being played mostly right now in Siege is that it's more of like a prevention pick. By picking up the Warden, you might prevent the Ying from coming into play, the smoke grenades, etc. Gaimin has played Gridlock most of these rounds. He does have 2 smoke grenades. The Warden being picked just makes that even, well, less valuable, if you will. It might be a case of that. Of course, you get the 1.5x on the MPX, you get a shield or a C4. So on secondary utility, Warden is actually quite valuable as well.
Don't know how good the smokes have been.
No, they haven't.
How powerful the smokes have been.
Haven't needed them.
They really haven't, no.
Them.
I mean, if you're gunning down your opponents...
They misdroned the Fountain member, by the way. Kryan is hiding successfully in this corner. They have no idea.
Learning from Nip. If you saw Spoit's tweet saying that Nip were a bunch of rats, inciting the entirety of the Brazilian fan base. First kill goes to Leon, by the way. He could have a second, but he just misses out on the head of Cat saying the soft wall. Leon could have gotten a bullet pen kill, but the opportunity evades him. Still trapped inside a bathroom. He's got a way out if he decides to go through the back of Workshop. Katsang will be the one to drone in. Their attention is on Leon, which gives even more power to the offsite players. Kryan has not been droned upstairs. Rin is so close, but look at this. Oh no, Kanto turns around, pivots onto Rin. Down goes Damwon KIA. The timeout for Rogue seemingly working with 30 seconds left.
So far, so good. Got the man advantage, but still things can go south really quickly because Damwon KIA just needed 1 or 2 kills to get the openings, and it will happen for the first one, but it's messy.
I don't know what Spoit is doing there. In the same hallway, but takes a confrontation, loses it a second kill for Leon. Still inside a bathroom. Woogieman could be next in line. Wouldn't it be nice to have a Warden to see through that smoke right now, but Spoit is as good as gone. Banshee opens up as Woogieman inches his way towards the bomb site, a long-range angle from Leon, but it's Kryan for the kill, and Kryan will get it. Yas survives, but the round goes in favor of Rogue, and they're finally on the board.
That they are 1-3 currently. Now, you can tie it back to or up to a 3-3 equal situation here for the first half, which is great if you're defending on border. Going forward too, again, if you're looking at it statistically, not the end of the world. So we just have to keep track of whether Damwon KIA keeps showing up on their early entries because that's where they find their success. On that last previous round on ventilation, nothing really happened for the first minute and 15 seconds. And all of a sudden, well, Leon got that kill through the wall, and then things just kind of fell apart from there. Damwon KIA did not really find their footing, did not get comfortable on ninja points. And most importantly, they didn't clear the top floor of Armory Archives, which is where we are currently, which you kind of need on a ventilation attack typically because all that verticality, the hatches being opened up, etc., it makes the bomb site so hard to attack directly. And as a result, well, they lost the round. Round 5, Rogue's 3rd time on Armory. Let's see if this one is the lucky one.
5 seconds remaining.
It was a huge boon for Rogue. Down below, you see the probability. 73% for Rogue if they win in regulation. Still only a 4% shot for Damwon KIA.
That's tough.
That is very tough.
But it is possible.
So you're saying
there's a chance.
4% is about the longest of odds that you can possibly get before hitting 0.
Yes.
There's 3 numbers, obviously, that are smaller than that. But 3 numbers that are smaller than that. But it's pretty close, too. Damwon KIA can effectively play spoiler, though, and that, I think, is something that is more likely. A 4% chance of making it to playoffs for Damwon Kia is terribly small, and I don't think fans of the team are really coming into today thinking it will happen. Obviously, they're going to be hoping it will happen, but not necessarily thinking so. However, that 4% means that while Damwon can't make it, beating Rogue opens the door for NiP to start racking up points and making it. Or Damwon losing to Rogue and then winning their next matchup could potentially throw this entire group into chaos. Obviously, the focus for the Korean team as they started today's matches, make it to the playoffs, as unlikely as it is. They've got a good start. Rogue picked up that one round after a timeout. Oh,
that's so awkward.
No. Kanto Raketti drops through the hatch after it blows open from Yas. And it's Kanto in quick pursuit. Another grenade pulled out. And Kanto will swing. Yes, you should have won that. How do you misplay that?
Oh, my.
The damage done to the hatch and the damage done to Kanto is so small. Rin could have been there for backup, but no, too far away. Kanto's still in the same position, and there you go. Rin was prepared. Rin was ready. Kanto takes one down before he gets vanquished. Kanto has almost the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined.
Looked like Kanto was chasing his own tail. He was going around that box a couple of times. You're like, what exactly is going on right now? And the grenade, I thought was going to take him out just right then and there, but must have missed the mark.
Kanto is very puppy-like.
He is very puppy-like.
He is very puppy-like. Oh, nice shot from Cryan all the way from the top floor down to East Stairs. Say goodbye to the big bad Woogie Man. Rin down below with soft destruction in spades, shooting away at the feet of the Legion. There goes one of the goo mines to give information, but there also goes Cryan, so the culprit of those mines no more. Another goo mine goes off with 30 seconds left. These become increasingly more powerful. It slows you down. You can't plant. You can't sprint. Katsang has access to the diffuser. Coded and Rin will need to cover. The entry will come over from Armory Wall. You see plenty of soft walls as Rin split pushes effectively, but gives his position away inside of Office. And he's boxing shadows right now. Spoit with the DMR in hand does some substantial damage. Leon gets a kill of his own. Everybody getting in on this, and Leon collects a second to end the round. And suddenly it's Rogue streaking as they've won 2 in a row.
Rogue also getting very loud when they're winning these rounds. I think they recognize that 0-3 start, that was hard and mental. So when they are finding these moments of victory, they are really embracing those and bringing up the vibes too. And I was watching their game last night when they were playing against XSET on Theme Park, and when Rogue were losing rounds, they were fist bumping, very passionate. And I was like, oh, they won. And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, they didn't win the round. But it's very important for them as a unit, as a team, as a collective, to make sure that everyone is feeling good inside the server throughout the entire game. And if you want to look at this stat board right down the right-hand side of your screen, Dapek, for example, is 0-3. He is a quote-unquote support player for the team. He normally does a lot of drone work, assistance, etc. But when you're having a less than perfect game, or not really finding your kills on the board, it can be very enjoyable when your teammates are really bringing you up, is keeping the spirits high in those trying times. Whereas on Damwon Kia's side, every single member has successfully gotten their first kill, successfully gotten on the scoreboard. But we'll get a quick rehost for you. Should only take about 1 minute and 35.5 seconds before we get back into the server, because these players have been rather swift at these rehosts at this event so far. And I think both Damwon Kia and Rogue, they have no intention of taking a quote-unquote timeout here and taking a slow turn, because they both want to get back into the server and find this final round on the first half.
Yeah, big ups to our observers, by the way, for all the action that they've been catching. As tireless as the hours that you think the players and the talent put in, our jobs are significantly easier than the people you don't see on the broadcast. The production team in particular, as well as the observers, are burning the midnight oil more often than not. And I think they've put on an excellent show for you. So as much as we are the voices that you hear, and as much as the players are the visual that you see, it's impossible for all of this to happen. It's impossible for Nick and I to speak, and it's impossible for these teams to compete against each other if it wasn't for the unsung heroes who are not on screen.
Yeah, I want to say that observers is like the actual GOATs, 100%. It's for the casting experience, it's for the viewing experience, and for everything else included. And it's a very hard job, and thankless job as well at that. So thank you, Mr. Observers, all 3 of you here, and for any observer out there who does this job.
Well, 2, because the joke yesterday that we said was every single time I walked out of the casting booth, Medics was just lounging. And I said, are you even working? Do you even work here? And it turns out that he's been spectating the games on the other stream when we've been casting, and I looked like a fool.
When we saw him yesterday, when he was actually working, he made sure to make a whole thing. He's like, hey guys, I'm working. Look, over here, right now, working.
He whispered sultry things in our ears, too. At one point, he just whispered, Arukaze. When we were casting the sandbox game, it was like sweet syrup poured into our ears, wasn't it?
It was wonderful.
We'll get back into the lobby now. The sad thing with the rehost is that we lose access to all of the stats that the players had. Kanto Raketti was actually top frag on the team prior to the rehost. So it's Lanto Raketti back in fine form. Spoit having an uncharacteristically slow start to this match. He has been towards the bottom of his team with Deepak. Leon Gids putting in a good effort. Cryan getting a couple very impactful kills, but Kanto has really been the star of the show. On Damwon Kia's side of things, Woogie Man, the absolute standout performer, as has been the case through a couple lands now. The rest of Damwon Kia putting in an even, I would say, bit of contributions, but none carrying as much weight as Woogie Man was.
It's the Woogie Man!
Oh, you just hear Ace say it, isn't it?
Yeah. Look at the stats real quick coming into today. Kanto was doing pretty good in that KD plus-minus board, but...
Actually, Nick, he was doing well. To say he do good, or does good, is to say that he makes kind gestures or does things that are morally virtuous. Whereas to say he does well, Nick, is to say that he's doing his job proficiently.
All right, he is doing fantastic.
That's a good one. I like that one right there. Let's go with that.
I'll give you a fist bump.
That's a little fist bump right there.
He is plus-minus 13 before this game started. He is +3 on the injury. He's no longer in that top 5 contention, really, but he is, of course, finding himself in a great position statistically, which a player like Kanto Raketti needs. He's an emotional player, emotional guy, as you said, like a puppy like. And Kanto can get in his own head when he's not doing great, which most players can, of course, but I think everyone is having a great time watching the old Lanto being back, and in his opening game with Rogue, he was playing Ashe. And it's one of those like Kanto on Ashe at the LAN event, finding like 10+ kills in a single map. There's something about it brings me back to like 2019, 2020 era that really brings joy to my heart. Maybe biased because he was my teammate, but either way, happy to see it. Cody with his grenade in hand, gonna go flying across the board. Does not get the shield. Doesn't find Kanto Raketti either, who's on that alibi 1.5x. It's his turn to have fun with that operator. Rogue still the aggressive lineup on the defensive side. Damwon Kia haven't really flexed around too much. It's mostly been Katsing playing either Hibana or Ace, and then Rin playing Sophia or Ashe. Other operators are staying the same. Koda and Sledge, Yas on the Iana, and the Woogie Man on the Gridlock, which I imagine is because the Nomad is banned out. That is typically the substitute operator for that scenario.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility on this pick. I mean, Woogie Man doesn't need to play a dedicated anti-flank operator, right? Nomad is not a requirement on border. Gridlock is not a requirement on border. Zero is also an anti-flank operator in a lot of instances too, in a very different manner though.
Yeah.
The only downside to an operator like Zero is that it's not a passive gadget. If you're Gridlock and you throw down the track stingers, you don't need to babysit them. If you are Nomad and you shoot out an air jab, you don't need to babysit it. Those Argus cams, you got to watch them. Yes. So you need somebody actively sitting on flank watch, in which case, a lot of people would argue, let's just keep somebody on flank watch. Let's maybe get a Yana in and then move them to flank watch. Ashe used to be a flank watch operator. Hold on a second. This round has flown by. First kill coming out from Yas.
And
Diffuser planted and suddenly coated with 2 kills as Rogue tries to get towards the bomb site, leaving Kanto and Cryan to twist and turn. But right now, the twisting and the turning is working quite well. 2 kills for them. Rogue keeping the numbers close, but the timer is the biggest foe. Yas up top. He sees the alibi. Down goes Kanto Raketti. Cryan will need to clutch out. An impactless kill potentially from Cryan unless he can get 2 more. He's got 13 seconds before he hits the point of no return on the diffuser. Woogie Man guarding inside of lobby. Cryan knows or thinks he knows that somebody's in there, misses an opportunity, and he goes for broke before Yas, the first player in the server to get a kill, also the last player in the server to get a kill. Damwon Kia won the first 3 rounds in a row. Rogue called a timeout, and guess what? They started streaking. That streak is now broken as the first half is in the books, and it's DWG up 4-2.
That it is. 4-2 in defense, not the end of the world. Both teams have a very good shot at winning this matchup on border. We spoke about Ying earlier and Warden being played out, and Daypick is showing us currently the Ying in play, or rather, in the drone phase. It's a possibility of a play. You can, of course, get a Tekker repick off it. So, Yes, this is typically why you want to bring the Warden on the defense, so that if you drone out the defending operation, you see a Warden, go, maybe we shouldn't play in the circumstance. Might not be an issue because DWG is considering other options, of course. And yes, Damwon Kia in their opening round first defense on Bathroom Tellers are choosing to bring the castle. This right here, in my opinion, is a really green flag, if you will. It's a very positive sign, because with Asami being banned out, as mentioned earlier, you're going to have some sort of utility, some way to leverage these angles that are going to be opened up because of it. Castle has 4 barricades now. That was a buff that happened about 8 months ago, if not a little bit longer than that. And you can now castle over regular barricades and windows to speed up your barricading process as well. And it's going to help you compartmentalize the map and choose which half you care about, which half you do not, and what lines of sight the attackers can use. Cryan doing his best impression of a sneaky snake creeping around from archives very quickly.
And close to the first encounter, but he gets spotted by Woogie Man. The DMR is too much to handle. Cryan wanted to fly under the radar. Turns out, flew too close to the sun. Wrong target. First kill goes to Damwon Kia. 30 seconds into the round, they've already got a small opening. The assault from Rogue will continue onto this armory wall. Drones going out, hard destruction going out, as well as the very distinct sounds of the Selma go off as they drop. Much of this focus from Rogue will be on clearing out the top floor before they pivot towards that bathroom bomb site down below. Leon Gids, next one in line of sight for Rogue. As this damage done from Damwon Kia, but not enough to secure a kill. Leon Gids loses about 30% to 40% of his HP. Spoit now falls as well. Damwon Kia suddenly motivated to a level that we haven't seen before, putting on a clinic against Rogue. No damage done to a single player on DK at this point.
It needed it did. Got those T-Bird stations that can heal you back up. The Kona stations.
K-Kona.
K-Kona. Gets used one of those because he's taking a bit of damage earlier from that wall bank from Rin into the break room wall. Kento having a hard time cleaning the top floor here. The Jammers denying the information. The Cat saying finding a third member of Rogue means that Kento and DWG are 2 versus 5. They got time to work with, but that's about all they have. Limited drone, limited information, limited guns.
Kanto spending a lot of time apparently in the shooting range as he lights up the wall and then finally secures onto Rin. That's the first kill for Rogue, but you don't have a lot of time left to work with. Precious little, 1 minute to go. Rogue outnumbered by a large margin. Diffuser picked up. Their setup being done down in the site. Kanto has an idea as to where Cat Sang lays, but cannot get any confirmation. And sets a drop down to lobby. No time to drone, and in fact, no drones available. Only 2 sit in the pockets of Rogue members, and all those Rogue players with drones are dead. So instead, it will be dry peek after dry peek as Kanto is the first one to walk in. D-Back's position given away by a goo mine. Wait for the castle of Cat Sang to pop up. He's a rat. There you go. Doesn't even need to move a muscle. Still prone. Laying down, taking it easy. That's Kanto Raketti, the unfortunate beneficiary of that aggression. D-Pack losing some HP as he takes down Yas, but 3 more players from Damwon Kia to be found. Inside events, nice kill, but these are impactless at the moment. He can take as many down as he wants, but can he find 3 in the final second? No, he can't. Woogie Man finds him, and it's the same gun on either side, but it's Woogie Man to come out ahead. Damwon Kia stretch their lead. They're closing in on match point, denying Rogue 3 very crucial points as an outside run towards the playoffs for Damwon Kia looks likely to begin.
This is a very similar story of one we've seen a couple of times before. The opening kill tells a very heavy favor of a story. So far, if Damwon Kia finds success early on, they typically get the round. If Rogue finds early success and gets those early kills, they find the round. Because Border and how it works, it's very momentum-based. It's a very big map. You're stretched quite thin as a defending team usually. So either you're going to have 2 members near each other. Likely if one dies, the other one is completely screwed as you're fighting 1 versus 3. Or you're spread very thin, which means that if you were to get into a gunfight, it's all up to you to win that. If you don't, no one's going to trade you back. So usually, once something starts happening in the round, it's going to sway heavily in one side or the other. in that previous round, the first Damwon Kia defense, was the opening kill onto Cryan, who was walking through archives, started off that ball, that snowball, if you will. A C4 then from below found the second member of Rogue, and then Rogue could never find a proper way back into the round because they couldn't find any isolated members, and then they just ended up losing their individual gunfights, and therefore that advantage got bigger and bigger against them, and as we all saw, they lost the round. 5-2 as round 8 is underway. It's gonna be similar approach for Rogue, but this time Daypick is on the Ying, so it's more execution based of an operator.
Spoit's having a really rough game. He's had, I think, only 2 kills so far through the entirety of the game. 3 maybe was my count prior to the server being reset. Something worth talking about is, after we mentioned the Nomad ban, how the Finka ban might be affecting Rogue as well. But Finka bans are becoming a bit more common, especially in international play. It's exposing Lamicki Finka mains.
No, not again.
We're on Fraud Watch. Is Spoit Lamicki fraudster? Is he?
I want to say no, because Rogue actually is one of the few teams in the EVO that bans Finka almost every single match themselves, and then Sport will just play operators like Iana usually. So they are quite well prepared for this.
It's almost like I asked about the Finka ban.
But
to bring that up?
In this case, maybe Sport needs the Finka against Damwon Kia in particular, because they are very formidable in those 1v1 gunfights. They're very accurate and very precise in their gunplay.
It's a tale as old as time, by the way, as a nitro cell goes off. A caster will ask a clarifying question to get their partner to say something, and then people turn around and be like, actually, they always ban Finka in Terrell. What are you saying? And it's like, it's almost like I set Nick up to talk about that. How crazy is that? First bit of contact could have occurred, but Yas is adept enough to dodge it right now, playing by that half wall inside of Armory, blinded out by a Candela, but there's a nade to go in. It does not do enough damage. A second one will follow up. There it goes. Kanto secures and then finds a second for his trouble. This is Lanto Richetti. 2 kills, very quick succession. Another blinded from Damwon Kia. That's the Mira of Coded, unable to see, blinded by the light. More flashbangs getting tossed in. There's some smokes from the Twitch.
Oh my God.
And suddenly, diffuser being planted in the hands of Leon Giggs. Woogieman doing some damage? No, can't try as best as he wants. Rogue 2 kills Woogieman in a 1v5 that becomes a 1v4. We've seen a 1v5 clutch here so far in Berlin. Can we see another unfold in front of our eyes? Is Woogieman the player to do it? To the top of main stairs. No, the answer is he cannot do it. Cryan shuts him down. Woogieman just simply had a little bit too much on his plates. And that's Rogue keeping themselves alive in this matchup, denying Damwon Kia match point.
Kanto doing a great job there. Recognized that the first nade probably didn't get the injure, although I thought it would get that or the kill. Toss out a second grenade. That one hit the mark.
That's the second nade that has not done the damage that you would think. The first one was actually on Kanto Richetti. When he was sitting on the hatch as Thorn, you would have assumed that that nade would have killed him. Instead it did, what, 20 damage, 30 damage?
None.
And he dropped. That nade onto Yas only did about 30 damage as well. Who's putting dummy nades in the game? Who's doing this? I demand answers.
Demand answers all you want, Parker. You're not going to get them, because we don't know these things.
I demand answers. Why you deprive me of the things I asked for?
You're just a caster, Parker. You're not integral to this, okay? Anyone can talk about the game. Yeah?
Oh boy, that's a loaded phrase. Anybody can talk about the game.
Yeah, they can. Technically, that's not wrong.
Don't say that. The Redditors, they'll go wild.
They already do. You know it.
5 seconds remaining.
Lamicki casters.
The Mickey casters.
That brief period of time as the prep phase ends, and we go into live action here in round number 9. That brief period of time after Demo started saying Lamicki region and stuff like that, the subreddit was unreadable because it was just nonstop Lamicki this, Lamicki that. Why don't you Lamicki some grass, okay? Why don't you go outside and do that? We'll touch it.
Okay.
We'll touch the grass.
I'll let you know that there ain't a lot of grass in Vegas, Parker, so I need help. I think
it's dry sand.
Yeah,
there's some
sand and rocks.
Yeah, red rocks.
Yeah, Red Rock Mountain is the thing.
That's correct. Nook coming back out yet again, this time in the hands of a different player. Spoit engaging the hell as you see the timer begin to run down. And what is Spoit up to? He's already breached his way on the balcony. And I think he might have seen one of the silhouettes over by Office that went into Fountain. Spoit will be hunting for that. Rogue droning out that portion of the map. This is Events Workshop defense. So you need to take control of that top floor if you want to pull off a successful execute. That is Rogue's focus right now. You can see that they've assembled to do just that. Stacked up outside on top of Vehicle Customs. You've got Kanto Ricchetti on the outside stairs, and now you got Spoit encroaching upon the defense. And he find a loophole here to exploit. A hole in the defense. Coda goes down to Kanto Ricchetti. That was not the first person that we thought would be involved in any type of gunfight. Cryan breaks open some of Armory Wall. Damwon Kia had a player up top, but they seem to have vacated the premises. That was the mute that had died. So now Damwon Kia have a loose hold on the top floor. Instead, they will have the pulse of Woogieman down below calling for them, giving information, and he spots, who is that? Is it the ace of Leon Gids? A Nitro cell could go out. Wrong target.
Yeah. The thing is, Rogue right now is that Leon Gids using 2 breaching charge inside of security is not really the greatest thing because that's the only vertical destruction that Rogue has, really. So they can use some grenades, maybe some Sophia if there's any left, but there's going to be very limited amounts of verticality onto the bomb site itself. But if they keep finding these kills, that's not going to matter much. Spoit finds Katsang inside the open area. And the post no longer has a C4. Kento is firing on all cylinders right now. Was top gunning before the rehost and doing it so right now as well with 6 kills to his name. Woogieman and Yas has to find 5 members of Rogue with 30 seconds to go. Rogue can take all the time they need because they're in a comfortable position to get down that diffuser.
Oh, Woogieman killed from behind. He turns his back to Deepak. And could it be a flawless round? No. Spoit taken out by Yas. So much more to be done. There's been an abundance of 1v4s in this matchup. I don't know what is going on today. Leon gets the halfway point with the diffuser in hand. Yes, box out of the bomb site. It's a huge round from Deepak as Rogue are streaking yet again. 2 in a row. They've been unable to win more than 2 consecutive rounds. They're going to need to keep up that momentum if they want to force overtime. Damwon Kia, in response to those 2 rounds being lost, will throw up a timeout. And they'll discuss what went wrong and what they can do to salvage 2 of the remaining 3 rounds. Because if Damwon Kia do not win in regulation, they are done.
Yeah, then they're going to be going home. No longer going to playoffs. No chance anymore if that were to be the case. And Kento Ricchetti in particular right now, finding all those opening kills, really setting Rogue up for success. If he's not finding them, no one else seems to be. So if Damwon Kia can shut down Kento Ricchetti, or at the very least, stay up for a bit longer, get a trade going, that could be one of the ways that they can find more momentum. You see Rogue on your screen, fist bumps going out, maybe a chance to talk, because when one team calls for a timeout, both coaches and both teams can talk to one another all throughout that duration. They're both going to be well prepared going into this round, or these upcoming rounds, rather.
Remind everybody how timeouts work in this game. The coaches on both teams are permitted to speak to the players while the timeout is going on. The coaches cannot talk between rounds. They cannot talk in the prep phase. They cannot talk during downtimes. The only moments in a game that the coach is permitted to speak to the players would be during the timeouts. That's it. If neither team calls a timeout, coaches don't get to talk. It's that simple. I mean, the coaches can talk, but nobody's going to pick it up. No mic is going to hear you. You are locally muted by the admins, and then you'll see.
Locally.
Yeah, locally muted.
Nice. So
internationally muted.
I know there was a talk because in other games there's been discussions about like should coaches not like be behind the players, can they touch them, etc. Because some people are fearing like hand signals, like a tap on the right shoulder would indicate like a certain strat or something like that. In Rainbow Six Siege, thankfully, we are not super limited on what we can do. Like, coaches can fist bump, they can celebrate, they can even like be like, woo, in the background and stuff. But they don't have that direct microphone access outside of tactical timeout. So, no direct communication can be had. But thankfully, coaches can still celebrate with their players throughout these rounds. Rogue, once again, trying to find a couple of openings in towards the building, open up doors and windows, and applying a bit of pressure wherever they can. That jail wall right-hand side of the screen is double reinforced, not getting opened up by Rogue as of yet because we're approaching the CCTV area of the map instead. Cryan, afraid of getting shot through that window, is going to prone below it, but these jammers are going to stop us dead in our tracks. It's going to buy even more time for Damwon Kia, and we see now as the pressure starts to get applied, Rin is going to fall back room by room, shooting drone after drone. 3 shots so far. It's a nice way of playing it, where you're kind of leapfrogging around the map, trying to get as much value as possible with the ground that you have to work with. Jail wall getting opened up. That's going to give Rogue another point of entry if they were to want to use it. Right now, it's a big priority here on the top floor on security CCTV.
Jammer denying the drones. Good drone work from Rogue, as they've got 7 of their drones in action. No more in their pocket. So no reserves to draw from. They've used up as much as they can. 6 now as they continue to lose stock of that good intel gathering device. One of the best gadgets in the entire game. When you start with 2 of them, you should use them. I don't care what level, what skill you play at. Your drones are crucial. Please, I beg you to use them. Rogue doing so well. Kanto, again, the standout performer for Rogue. By my count, he's broken double digits at this point after the rehost. He's picked up 6 kills. Before that, I had 4 or 5.
I believe he had 5, so I too have him at 11 in my head currently, so I agree with that sentiment, that statement. Spoit finds C4 on the ceiling. That's always nice to see. Plus 10 points in your pocket on the scoreboard, but also you might save a teammate later in the round. Wookieman with a nice deep angle from above. Finds Spoit instead, though. That's going to put a thorn in Rogue's side.
Cryan breaking in, making his own way through, but he finds a castle barricade right in front of the soft wall he just opened up. That's a bit of misfortune. 1 kill from Rin, but he gets naded out, or well, Katsang actually gets naded out. Funny thing, isn't it? Rogue lose 2. That's the first kill against Damwon Kia, as after their timeout, they want to keep this close and then move to match point. Leon Gids makes numbers even, and then the diffuser's being planted as well. Yeah, that's hard support Leon Gids, by the way, baby. Down goes Cryan. Kanto will need to cover, and there he is. Good enough for 1. And now in the post plant, not good enough for more than 1. It's match point for Damwon Kia as they sit atop the diffuser and will successfully shut it down. Rogue on the ropes in this match.
Yeah. What could have been Cancer or Keddy in a 1v2 for the post plant ended up being nobody from Rogue against Damwon Kia as they found all the kills and also got the defuser towards the end. 6-4 match point, and this is for everything Rogue. 2 more rounds taken to OT, then win 2 of the following 3. Damwon Kia themselves, as spoken of earlier by you, Parker, they need a regulation win. They need to win before overtime, otherwise it won't matter for them. They can still beat Rogue in OT, sure, but they're still gonna go home, so they need this or the following round to go in their way. It'll be over for them.
Do or die for Rogue, not in the literal sense, but in this matchup in particular, it's especially do or die for Damwon Kia.
Yeah.
They have at least secured overtime, which would on paper seem like a good idea, but in fact is or a good thing, but is actually not. Damwon Kia need to win in regulation. They need all 3 points. If they walk away with a victory in overtime, not good enough. They still go home.
10 seconds to go.
We've only said goodbye to 1 team so far. It's a similar colored logo to the Damwon Kia logo.
Yeah, actually.
Sonics. We said goodbye. That teal, aquamarine,
turquoise,
whatever you want to call it. What did you just say?
So turquoise and turquoise. What do you call it in English?
Turquoise.
Okay, so it's turquoise in Danish.
I don't think it is.
That's my bad.
I think you're just making stuff up.
No, I swear. Turquoise.
Yeah, and in Canada, cats are dogs.
Okay, it's not like that. It's not that bad.
Either way. Damwon Kia must win in regulation if they're 4% odds, the longest of long shots. In fact, they might actually have the longest shot of all of the teams. I'd love to go back and see which team actually has the lowest likelihood of making the playoffs, because hard pressed to imagine a team that would be in worse odds than Damwon Kia. Either way, they must win in regulation. If Rogue can force them to overtime, that is a huge loss for Damwon Kia. Rogue as well want all 3 points because they're in a tough fight for second place right now. They came into the day tied with Ninjas in Pyjamas. XSET the favorites in the group at the moment, but again, it's anybody's game, including Damwon Kia. It's the only group where nobody's locked in and nobody's been sent home.
Yeah. Slow, quiet round as the pressure kind of builds up here. Damwon Kia not exposing themselves to too many gunfights right now. They're making Rogue fight for these opening kills. And of course, the first couple of engagement points here have been had A little bit of damage done on both sides, nothing too major. But this opening kill comes in for Cryin onto Katsang. Cryin, of course, very low on HP himself, has to be cautious with his gunfight options. Damwon Kia, it's coded instead of Fountain, holding on to a crucial part of the map, that centerpiece with that rotation and mirror behind him means that he can now cover 2 angles from his one position. So Rogue not really having the easiest of times dealing with him. Yaz is down below, has an impact, can go for a run out or a bit of vertical damage, but the execute seems to be coming out from Rogue, perhaps with those Candelas.
And there's another Candela to go off as well. On the sandwich, Rappel tossed on in. First kill goes to Spoit. He's had a very sluggish game so far. On this execute, more will add to it. Spoit leading the way on the entry after the first kill had already come in Rogue's favor, and he does a bit more damage, but the final kill seems to go to Kanto Raketti. We got ourselves a ball game. Round 12 on the docket, as Rogue again want to push this to overtime, and then one of their adversaries will be removed from potentially making it to the playoffs.
Yep. Let's see what the bomb side choice is, because right now they're hovering Armory again, which statistically, Armory Lockers is not a great, or Armory Arcas rather, isn't a great bomb site in any region really for the defenders. But even more so is that Damwon Kia has gone here twice already, both of which they lost significantly. It was a flawless 5 versus 0, and the first time was a 4 versus 0. So it really has been a bit of a landslide of a round both times, and Damwon Kia, regardless of that, are saying, let's do it a third on the day. Now the question comes, Rogue, do you do the same attack on Security Armory that you've been twice already with that Ying on the Sandwich Window Rappel? Or do you change things up now and go for a different approach? Try and keep Damwon Kia away from predicting what you're going to be doing. That's usually what's going to go through the players' heads right now from both sides. So let's see, Leon gets the IGL of Rogue. What is he going to call for? It looks like it's an east-south spot. Nope, there's no one east. There is not a single attack on the east-hand side. I take that back. Either way, Easters will get droned out, but it looks to be a west side take regardless. Same similar situation for Rogue. They're going to say 2 times the work. Let's make it 3. They pick on the Ying. Same exact operator lineup from last round.
Warden has been a staple of this match so far. More so than most, but I did want to point it out. Yes, playing a little bit too fast, a little bit too loose, and is the unfortunate victim of a bullet bend. Look at Rogue suddenly racking things up. Rin goes down next. Right. Rogue with 2 kills in very quick succession to start things off. Deepak tosses out a Candela and then goes on to drone. Again, we very rarely see Deepak thriving on the scoreboard because of how support-oriented he is as a player. But he's been mighty fine so far today. And I dare say that with the first half not being present because of the rehost, that Deepak might actually be out fragging Spoit today.
You'd think that.
You would think that. Woogieman next in line for damage. Coded with the run out, gives his position away. That's very valuable information for Rogue. They know that one hopped out on a ventilation. Woogieman finished off by Leon Gids, but it's in fact the nade that drops him and confirms from Cryin. All the work being done by multiple players. Katsang dancing around a nade that drops over towards Sandwich. First kill for Damwon. Comes to Deepak as Coded gets the pick. Katsang destroyed, a single kill. Coded, the last man standing for Damwon Kia, watching as their hopes, their dreams of making it to the playoffs go up in smoke. Oh, he's got a good read on it, but he's jumped on by Kanto Raketti. Rogue secures overtime, and that does it for the Koreans. Damwon Kia knocked out of the groups. Rogue will still fight for 2 points in overtime.
That they will. Oh my days. And then all of a sudden, it's just Rogue finding so many kills. Kenzo had a couple of rounds. Dapik had a round. Sport had a round. But Cryin, in that final round to bring us to OT, found 3 kills, essentially, almost back to back to back, and really opened up the round. And it looks like that the Armory choice was wrong for Damwon Kia. They had faith in it. They thought they could figure out a way to take Rogue off that attack, but they really couldn't. And now they're forced into a very unfortunate position of having to fight for OT despite having been sent home with this exact outcome. Damwon Kia needed a regulation win to have any chance of staying in this tournament and making it to playoffs. So the scoreline being 6-6 means they are no longer able to go there. They are going home. But of course, they will play out this match, and they have one more later today. Will also have to play out. They can't just literally fly home as they lost. Doesn't work like that.
I mean, didn't Rogue do that at SI?
Attackers are moving out to
Hey, stay and sign some things for all your fans. No.
Calm down there, Parky. Come on now.
Oh. Anywho.
Different event this time around.
Oh,
okay?
totally different event. Completely different roster. I actually don't think anybody from that roster is still on this Rogue team. I don't think so.
No, is it? I think it was...
That was the old, mostly German roster.
What was Cryan? I don't think so. No.
I don't think he was on
that. No,
that,
he
no.
wasn't on that, no.
It was like Rips, Corey, Aces.
I was going to say, Cryan was on a different German roster with some of those players, but not that particular roster.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're right.
In terms of the matchups today, by the way, on this stream, at the conclusion of this matchup, a devastated Damwon Kia will play next against XSET. They will be going in with their heads not exactly at the height they had hoped for. Things will go from bad to worse for them as they drop those last 2 rounds in a row and they forfeit the very first pick.
Yep, and that seems to be the story right now for Damwon Kia is that they're losing the opening kill quite frequently and finding themselves in a position that's less favorable for them. That's not where they want to be, but at this point, I mean, I'm sure they know too the reality of the situation is that they are in a really bad position right now. I'm sure that's hard on the mental game as well, but they still gotta fight it out. If anything, have some say in who gets to go to that top 4 position because the 9 Rogue, the 2 points, only granting 1 could do just that.
I mean, they've already been a bit of a spoiler to Rogue,
They
right?
have.
A victory in overtime for Rogue gives them 2 of the 3 points, but this is the final day. You're going to be fighting for every single point you can get, and Rogue have dropped the ball on that one. And I said that if Damwon Kia are not able to make it themselves, they can be that spoiler.
But they can. We'll see just how badly they can do it. 1 minute left on the clock, 5 versus 3. Leon gets planning down that diffuser right now, but no one from Damwon Kia nearby to do anything about it. That seems to be how Taylor's plays out for both teams right now.
And Coded swings back as the diffuser gets planted, so the objective play for Rogue is good. Happens into the noses of Damwon Kia. Low HP for Coded, Woogieman at full. Spoit the only one dead for Rogue, and the remainder of Coded is finished off. All eyes on Woogieman. What can he accomplish? Diffuser continuing to go. Rogue looking for the lead. All they need is a single pick to do it. Woogieman with 1. He knows that there's a second nearby, but he's running out of time, and Cryan sends him away. Would you believe it? Rogue have their first lead of the entire match, and it comes with them in overtime on match point now.
That it does. Now, for the first time in a while, Damwon Kia gets to go back to their attack where they were finding a lot more success than they did on the defense because the first half was 4 rounds to 2 in favor of Damwon Kia because they started on that attacking side. Since Damwon Kia went onto the defense, they only ended up winning 2 rounds. They are far spread apart. So Damwon Kia in a great spot to bring it to 7-7. Then they gotta go back to that unfortunate defending situation that they're met by. Rogue will opt for a ventilation defense, which last time, well, they ended up winning that bomb site. So let's see if they can do it once more, or if Damwon Kia will prevail this time around. Also, I believe, doing some thinking in my head, Parker, Daypeg had 0 kills, I believe, before the rehost, which means Spoit is actually on top, but barely.
10 seconds remaining.
Apologies.
No, you're good.
I'm actually just trying to piss off all of the Spoit fans
I think
so
you
that
are,
I can drive up my impressions on Twitter.
But
That's
then-
really just what it comes down
But
to.
I'm going to
here.
defend them so that my impressions get driven up because they're like, oh, Pingu's here for us.
And then they have to choose a side.
No, they'll do both. They'll give
They'll
you
do-
hate and be like, thank you, Pingu, for correcting
And
Parker.
then we both
benefit. Exactly.
Our impressions.
Stonks.
Our impressions. Yes. Absolutely. Crazy to think that Rogue has not led at all in this actual matchup.
Till now. Yeah.
And it comes at a good time. But again, I would be broken. My spirit would be broken. And I always hesitate to lay into the body language that we see from these teams, but the looks on Damwon Kia's faces when overtime popped up, you could tell they knew that was it.
Yeah.
Their chances of going to the playoffs evaporated They're done. They'll get a single point here at minimum. Maybe 2 if they win the next 2 rounds. But that's not good enough to catch up to Rogue. That's not good enough to catch up to Nip. It's certainly not good enough to catch up to XSET. They actually couldn't have even caught up to XSET today based on the points that were available. So
that's true. Very big disparity between top and bottom in this group. And you're right, I mean, when your entire goal gets ripped away from you in the middle of the game as OT begins, it can be very hard to find your spirit. Crying once again, doing some ratting in a corner. Sport finds a kill on to Cat Sang. It's Rogue continuing this trend of finding opening kills back to back to back here.
And I like that you point that out because DWG KIA got 3 opening picks in the first half and then 2 in the second half. But since round 8, DWG KIA have a single opening pick. That is it. Everything else has been Rogue cracking open this round, eliminating a very crucial member of DWG KIA's artillery, and then using that to their advantage. And here, hard-pressed to look at the lineup of DWG KIA and think that there's somebody more valuable than a Hibana. Cat Sang just not getting it done. Rin walks in, and they're just going to throw everything at the window, everything at the wall. You know how the song goes. Boogeyman doing some damage, but what can he accomplish? Everybody from Rogue is still upright, still with a pulse. Boogeyman and Yas as the last 2 members of DWG KIA. That is it. Rogue waiting, biding time. This is Thunderbird in play, by the way, so these injured members of Rogue can get themselves back up. Down goes Yas, and it's Boogeyman in a 1v5. Will Rogue get this done? Yes, flawlessly. 2 points for Rogue as they silence DWG KIA in overtime. What an impressive comeback for the European team. They're looking to keep their playoff hopes alive after they end the hopes of DWG KIA.
Yep, and Rogue, they find success later in the day because the beginning of it was a little bit rough from their side. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Parker, we gotta send home DWG KIA. They still have a game to play, of course, against XSET, but this will be it for their dreams of playoffs.
Well, DWG KIA will be in action against XSET next, but they're not really going to be playing for much there. At this point, it's really just going to be XSET trying to extend their point total forward because XSET haven't clinched yet an actual spot. We know DWG KIA is going home, but XSET are not necessarily guaranteed to go through. XSET will be in action later today as well against Ninjas in Pyjamas. As for Rogue, they've got a bit of a break. They're off for about 4 hours until they go up against Ninjas in Pyjamas for what will be potentially an incredibly important match.
Yes.
That could send one of those 2 teams into the playoffs. We know the second team that's going home. It's DWG KIA. Unfortunate for them and unfortunate for APAC fans. As for us, while we admire the legs of Deepak, we have a break ready for you. We'll toss it up and we'll come back to talk about that matchup. Well, there's only so many spots when we look at the playoffs and we look at the teams that have to go home. We know that entering today, there were 5 spots remaining after W7M phase, and Elevate clinched their spots yesterday. Yep. After the results of this morning's matches, on the other stream and on our stream, no team has clinched their spot in either of those groups, but we do know that one team is going home. We say goodbye to Damwon Kia, and here's the match summary for you, just in case you were curious as to what exactly transpired. Rogue coming out on top in a hard-fought 8-6 battle.
Look at that, 17-7 on Cancer Arcade, 93% cost, 4-0 on entry. Lanto Raketti is back.
Lanto's back, baby. Deepak 6-7, Spoit 9-9. You were technically correct. Spoit did ultimately get more kills than Deepak. So congratulations, Nick. You were correct. No real strong performances on the side of Damwon Kia. Woogie Man had a very good game to start off with. If you recall, at one point, I think he was 5-1 at the beginning, but he fell off. And the rest of the team, Katsang and Rin, their stats very underwater. Those are the performances you don't want to see when your hopes of going to the playoffs are on the line.
So you're right. You need more than that. I think we got groups here as well. The standings, yep, on your screen right now. 9, 8, 6, and 4. So it looks relatively close across the board, right? And you would not be wrong to say that, except Damwon Kia, they're grayed out. They cannot make it to playoffs. They can still take points off XSET, for example, in the next game to come. But right now it's between NIP, Rogue, and XSET on who's going to finish top 2. And those 2 teams go to playoffs. That last 3rd team, they're also going home.
XSET playing up against Damwon Kia next on this stream right here in just a matter of minutes. Could be enough to propel XSET into the playoffs. If they win, that might be enough because Rogue wouldn't be able to catch them. And while NIP might be able to, that's all that matters because Damwon are out of the running. So that's when math starts to become more of an important factor here. Rogue will be playing Ninjas in Pyjamas later today, and that will be a crucial matchup where it's almost certain that a spot for the playoffs will be on the line between those 2 teams. It's a sad day, frankly. It's always a sad day when we have to say goodbye to teams. We've lost 2 of the 16 so far. There's only so many spots. We're going to be saying goodbye to a couple more teams, not just in this group, but across the entirety of this broadcast over the next 8 or so hours until the remaining 7 matches are all done. So we hope you enjoyed the first match. I did.
It was fun.
It was exciting. You and I seem to always get these long matches. We never really get one-sided matches. So that's if you like close siege, you just got to watch him and I cast. That's it. That's simple.
We're in B stream today for the entirety of the day, so that's where we're at.
We got another match for you in just a couple minutes, though. XSET and Damwon Kia will do battle. A crucial match for XSET where they could clinch a spot into the playoffs. Not much on the line for DWG Kia, frankly. So are they going to show up? How are they going to play after a demoralizing loss? Let's find out when we get ready for our next matchup. But of course, a break before we get there. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
honestly how close it's been. There is literally the same number of rounds throughout this whole fiction now being won by both sides. It's a 1 versus 1 Rin. It's all now. It's now or never. They see the angle. Souls holding it down. He's got to push it, but Souls fights it. They break APAC Hearts and FaZe step into a grand final.
That is the exact place where DWG KIA were 1 bullet away from making a major final.
Maybe get some revenge here if Rin gets the first.
Rin doing a lot of work. It's a 4 versus 1.
Great bait and play in the spray. Rin round the corner. You keep your cursor flat at head level, and you are gifted with results.
He time and time manages again to during these playoff stages right now, but also during the groups yesterday. Common clutch. The amount of kills he manages to reel in. Absolutely insane.
Pushing on as the timer runs out, and it's 1 more kill, 2 more Rin. 1 more Rin.
계속 떠들고 있어. 우린 갈 거니까.
Well, the hopes of APAC might have been dashed in that wonderful bit of casting that Dez did back when it was FaZe versus DWG KIA in Yavla. Damwon Kia's hopes were dashed in the previous matchup. It's a very different landscape between these two teams than what could have been based on Damwon's performance. XSET are still looking to punch their ticket into the playoffs. Damwon Kia eliminated from making it to the playoffs in the previous matchup. Nick, they are not going to be playing for all that much outside of maybe bragging rights and to be a spoiler. Maybe they don't like XSET and they want to deny them an opportunity to go into the playoffs.
I don't know. I can see the team chat right now on my screen. They're saying, hey, hello, how you guys doing? So they seem to like one another to a decent degree, I would say. Also, those team photos, fire, by the way. I'm a big fan.
All the team photos have been really good so far.
Okay, fine. All of them, but those in particular, really good.
All of them.
Big fan.
Have been good.
Okay.
You're not that big. You actually look so slim in this getup. Look at this. Look at this drip.
Look at this drip. You can't even see my pants. I bought new pants. You can't even see the pants. I can like show you like my knee.
Just take them off.
I can't take them.
Just take them off.
They wouldn't know.
You could be casting naked from the waist down. Nobody would know on here.
They wouldn't. Actually, so day one I was casting in shorts. And so were you, actually.
I wore shorts. No, I wore pants on day one. I wore shorts on day two. But it has actually gotten progressively cooler in here as it's gone on to the point where it's actually really quite nice in here today. I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, pants, and it's actually very, very comfortable. That said, we know you want to watch the matchups and not hear us ramble on. So let's bring up the map vetoes so you know where we are and are not going to play. We're going to go to Oregon between these teams. Anything stand out to you about an Oregon matchup between XSET and Damwon Kia?
XSET on Oregon, it's like an NAL map Oregon, that is pretty much. All the teams played quite formidably, and XSET, very aggressive team. I think Damwon Kia, on a good day, could definitely match XSET, but given the situation that we saw on their player cams when they got into OT against Rogue and their dreams of playoffs were gone, I feel like it's going to be a one-sided game, but I'm open to a surprise.
The only thing that would make me think maybe it's going to be a one-sided game is the fact that Damwon Kia aren't playing for anything at this point, right? They are going home no matter what. Yeah, there's a possibility that they could finish third in their group, but ultimately, that's just for what? That's
bragging
rights, maybe SI points. Who knows?
Actually, are there SI points or third? Because I actually don't know this.
That is the good question. Yeah. I'm not certain how SI points break down in regards to 16th through 13th and 12th through 9th, but that's something that smarter people will have answers to, and I'm sure you will have that information at your fingertips. Let's waste no time. Let's get into Oregon for our second matchup of the day. The Korean Damwon Kia going up against the quote-unquote North American XSET.
North American. They are North American, Parker. Stop saying North American. They are an NA team.
Their coach,
despite
their technically former coach, maybe again coach in a year's time, and 3 of their players are Brazilian. NA saw LATAM doing well and said if we can't beat them, import them.
Import. It's worked so far. X has done quite well for themselves, to be fair. So, can't blame him too much for it.
Things getting underway here on Oregon. Damwon Kia starting on defense. They'll get the first ban and the last ban as well. Who will be removed from play? A targeted ban. There goes Nook. Oh, no.
Nook off the board. Damwon Kia did just play Rogue on Border where Nook was quite present from Rogue, and they did struggle against it.
Quite a lot.
Might be one of those situations, XSET banning out the Ying, something that what Rogue did against Damwon was just playing Warden almost every single round. XSET says, we don't want to play the Warden necessarily, and we definitely don't want to play against the Ying. First defender ban coming out. Let's see if Asami stays alive this game or not. Wamai off the table first, but Damwon Kia can still choose if they want Asami open or closed.
That's the question, isn't it? Do we see the Japanese operator? Yes, we will. We will see her in action as it's a Mira ban. Oregon is a very favorable map for Mira. Every single bomb site can work with those black mirrors that come from the Spanish operator and completely changes up the bottom floor in particular because not only can you put Mira windows in the basement, but you can also do so on the main floor or the top floor if you're going to be playing off-site. Damwon Kia rocking the Pride background, by the way. That came in the OSA bundle, which Ubisoft announced something like almost $300,000 has been raised for that, with a great deal of the proceeds going towards LGBTQ initiatives. Always good to support those types of endeavors. And I also will...
Wait.
Wait. It's, nope. Oh, nope.
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 It's not there.
Nope.
Wait.
Wait.
There it is. Nice. You're right. It's a good course. Good amount of wealth there. Good amount of monies. And we saw Wolves play with Oregon earlier in our first day of groups. That is 2 days ago.
We've actually seen a fair amount of Oregon.
We actually have. But Wolves in particular, I think, one of the most like roam-heavy teams on basement. Damwon Kia currently got jammers up above, got members, rotates hatches, and even got the first kill and the depth to follow it up. Okay.
Rin decides to go for a pick, gets it, gets shut down immediately. But Rin has now removed Gomez's Finca from play.
Not bad.
That's a very high priority target.
It's Kaid who's dead, who's already put down the kite claws. We can assume that it's Gomez with active gadgetry, active grenades, and secondary explosive that is gone. Of course, the LMG as well is a huge factor in these rounds. Sure, Damwon Kia might have lost C4, but not a big loss for this one. Katsang looking to get cheeky maybe as well, swinging this 5 yellow ping onto Spirits, who is the Jackal who's supposed to clear out the roamers, and he's gonna try and do just that. Walks in, but walks back out, says, I don't want to risk this in case I lose the gunfight. That will put my team in a bad position. He's gonna walk back out, and so will Katsang walk back down towards the bomb site itself. Wookieman still roaming on this armory staircase. Yaz hiding inside a server, and XSET doing a fair amount of droning right now. With that logic bomb coming out, they should know the whereabouts of these Damwon Kia members, most likely.
You have to react to that logic bomb so swiftly in order to get maximum value, but they don't. Maybe they get baited into Wookieman, who runs riot over top of them and then has a way back to Garage as he drops through the hatch.
Does. XSET really spread apart right now. Very isolated members here. And again, Spirits are alone with no one nearby to help him. Wookieman finds the second of the round. Next XSET, they're scrambling right now.
Wookieman inside of main lobby. He's got the case. He's got the reinforced hatch. Electrified hatch to boot. Excellently reads the play up towards Split, but just misses his opportunity. Either way, the rest of Damwon Kia in on the fun. Diaz in a 1v3. Down goes Coded. He's baiting them out. He's got Diffuser in hand. Yeah, still playing this pixel angle. It's well done. There goes the logic bomb. Diaz hoping to gain some information off of it.
It's a nasty one-way, actually. There's no way you can win that as an attacker. There's just no chance.
That is brutal.
Diaz has no explosives. Has to just face this head on, and I don't think he's gonna be successful, no.
No, not at all.
Damwon Kia gets the first round in a rather convincing fashion in that early stage with those opening kills. And XSET, they don't look entirely awake at how they're approaching the map right now.
It's early.
It is early.
It's very early. It is 3:20 a.m. Las Vegas time.
Okay, yeah, because they're still
3:20 a.m. Las Vegas time.
If they're still operating on Vegas time, they messed up because that was like 5 days ago at this point. Also, Astralis has done significantly worse than XSET statistically, like numbers-wise. And they've been bootcamping in Denmark for like a week, I think. So that is really a terrible excuse, Parker, to use in these
oh my goodness.
NA bias, caster teams bias, whatever situation we got there. I will say. Upstairs we go instead. From down to up, Jammer on the ground, drone hole and wall, both covered. Diaz thought about playing Kali for a moment, but will go to the Maverick instead with that attack or repick, as he can freely choose. Damwon Kia staying with a very similar operator lineup. Rin is on the Mossy. Yeah, still has the Asami. Double SMG in hands between Coded and the Wookieman. See if XSET can get a more convincing entry on the round. Note, there are 2, 4, 6, 8 frag grenades on the side of XSET.
Good lord.
That is a lot of explosives.
That's a lot.
That's a ton.
Depth charges, as we call it, but then we got called out on the subreddit. I don't know if you saw that. People were like, why do you call them depth charges? Depth charges are actually things where either you get hit from below, but then it's...
Oh, again, from Rin.
That's one set of nades down for the second round in a row. Rin decides to go for a spawn peek. It works out. No trade from XSET to be found. So the advantage for Damwon Kia will not be short-lived at all. We'll walk on in a 5v4. 30 seconds off of the clock. XSET quick to try and take the peripheries of the bomb site. Gomez already inside of bedroom armory control as well for XSET. They want to get in, get their clutches onto the bomb site as quickly as possible. Rin still loitering downstairs. Look at that setup. To go undetected with 2 separate Mozzie pests. Rin for the jump out, though, and gets punished by Diaz. This is Damwon Kia playing a very loose style, and I do wonder if the results of the previous match are the culprit.
Possibly. We said NA, we call them depth charges, but you call them up nades.
Up nades.
Up nades, because they're coming from below, going up to the floor and doing a ton of damage. Different callouts to different regions. Either way, we have our own. One Hibana pellet can go off, the other one is jammed right below it, as a jammer on the wall would stop you from getting any point of entry. But again, with all these grenades available to the attackers, you can start spending those on the jammers if you want to get those walls opened up. But perhaps you want to set them for some kills, because Yogg finds some with a nade and Keto finds a kill with a gun.
Coated with coverage on towards that closet. Katsang not too far back, but both players from Damwon KIA are in roughly the same location. Coated's gotten this wrap position, and there you go. Both Katsang and Coated will seek shelter deeper into the bomb site, not playing off of that white stairs spot. Coated's got eyes on Attic and look towards those openings that have been created towards Trophy, but you're gonna have to have a good set of eyes if you want to see them. Coated unsure of exactly where to go, has a deployable shield by the dorm's doorway, so there's opportunities here for Damwon KIA on this defense. This bomb site in particular, quite strong if you hold control with limited time left. Damwon KIA need to buy some more of it. Down goes the shield, so some coverage from Damwon KIA no longer available. Yaga picks off Coated, and there goes Katsang. Yogg Dog with 2 kills. Well played from him. XSET, oh my goodness, what's going on over there as they are screaming and shouting. XSET answers back. They're looking to pick up 3 points with a win in regulation. And to match the aggressive shouting, a little bit of positivity from old Kino himself.
It's the intimidation game, perhaps, because players can not necessarily hear each other very clearly, but you can definitely tell when things get loud or heated, or there's a certain like mood in the air, etc. So one of those angles where XSET is like, you know what, let's make them hear us, make them feel us. While your friends inside the server chat before the game, once the game begins, it's normally all business, as both teams, of course, are here to win, and nobody wants to be the loser. Set up now from Damwon KIA on this meeting kitchen bomb site. Barbed wire going out to cover lobby, reinforcing walls to big tower, and a single wall to dining as well from Yas. Rotates, of course, to allow people to move around the map efficiently. Hatches being opened up. And, of course, a door barricade and freeze the stairs, because you never know who might be coming up that staircase. Well, it won't be a Nuke, because it's banned off, but any operator could take that role if you were to want to take that opportunity.
Oh my.
I don't know what that is.
I just hear, an explosion of noise.
Yeah. The setup I have here is quite cool, because I can see on my right, there's a curtain, but I can move it, and you see like 4 different floors with 4 different teams playing, and it looks amazing. I'll take a photo for social media for that. Very nice. I do like that setup.
I never got my impressions from the Spoit folks, by the way. I'm
really?
Very upset about that one.
Oh, wow. I got like 7 new followers after that game. So
Did you actually?
I did. Yeah. It
what?
Worked out. Yeah. Gotta be nice.
You're nice to Spoit. Spoit's fans are there. It'd be nice if either of these teams could win an engagement. Woogieman sustaining a ton of damage right now, playing inside of Dining Hall. This is a meeting defense. Damwon KIA dropping the top floor, not wanting to go right back, so they go to the traditional tertiary bomb site. That's Furia, by the way.
Yep, that is Furia.
The loudest teams at any event are always the LATAM teams. You can feel it and you can hear it when they win. There's an explosion of noise.
They're throwing their arms in the air right now, celebrating, or something at least is happening down there. But either way, XSET making a very slow progress on this attack. Opting for a dining angle here. Gonna toss this nade off the bounce. Gonna get the jammer. No, it explodes too fast and clears off all the pellets on this. Actually, I think there might have been an impact grenade from the defender of Yas that got the pellets. The nade gonna got the jammer afterwards. So it was in fact not a mistake, but rather an outplay from Damwon KIA.
Well played on their end. 2 players from Damwon KIA holding inside of security, not too far off of Yas. Woogieman can rotate in and out depending on where they want to go, and there's been a laneway that's created as well from meeting into kitchen using the soft wall that connects the two. Woogieman on low HP cannot really risk getting into too many engagements. The weaponry that Azami brings is relatively reliable, but not exactly the flashiest or most formidable of guns. Decent rate of fire, low recoil, but against these high fire rate guns that we see on attack and the damage that they do. And the HP that Woogieman's at,
yeah,
it'll be a sheltered set of minutes now for Woogieman in the final 40 seconds.
Right, it's gonna get explosive and bloody because there's so many members alive right now, but the Finger Boost comes through and so will Spirits on the entry. Tuxbay comes out, shuts you down right now, but there we go, into the bomb site we are.
So he has to drop Kino. Very first pick. And Damwon Kia feasting on them, but Gomez seems to have found a spot that wasn't being covered. Inside of security, Gomez is next up to take out Rin as well. Look at this, and Diaz, too, to get a kill. Yaga walking on in. Down goes Gomez. A triple kill comes in. Yeah, still looking for more. Still hunting for more. With 5 seconds left, they will take the engagement. Diaz needs to get the diffuser down. They're out of time, though. The Nitro Cell tossed out by Coded. Does not connect. Spam pings. Coded so close. Doesn't see him. Yaga there, the coverage. And XSET takes their second round in a row.
Explosive was, messy it was, but clutch is the name here. Yaz found 3 kills, couldn't find the 4th. XSET comes out on top. Instead, more members hitting their shots than a single player in that scenario. 2-1 now as XSET takes the lead for the first time. But again, it's the 3rd round, so really isn't that big of a deal.
Now halfway through that first round, we've already seen the full rotation in effect. Back downstairs to another laundry defense. This is the only bomb site that Damwon Kia have triumphed on. And a lot of it was how aggressive they were going to be. Ooh. This is the playoff probability in front of your very eyes. XSET are in excellent position to make it into the playoffs, irrespective of their results. Even a regulation loss, which to a lot of teams would be soul-crushing, gives XSET an 81% chance of making it. A win in either fashion, regulation or overtime, is enough for XSET to get to the next step, which is on Friday. That will be played here in the theater with thousands of fans in attendance. It's already been cool. People are already on their way to Berlin. I've seen photos of flights, of trains, of folks wanting to come and take in the festivities. I'm a little bummed that I won't be there, Nick, but you will be. And like I said, thousands of people will be as well to take in the sights. And I can tell you that we've been watching the stage get constructed. It's been exciting to see it take shape. Damwon Kia doing what they've done best so far through these 4 rounds, and that's get the opening pick. Technically, there was a trade in the first round, even though Damwon got the first pick. Outside of that, they are perfect on first bloods, continually putting XSET on a back foot. This time, it's Yaga on Maverick. Will be sitting on the bench for over 2 minutes.
It's a pretty big deal because Rin is on the kite right now, which means 2 hatches are electrified. With Maverick no longer being in play, you can't necessarily open up those hatches. Maybe Gomez has a different thought in mind. He just swings down the freezer stairs, but he's smart about it. He walks back up into safety, evens back the man count, doesn't overstay his welcome, and that's going to give XSET a bit of a higher chance of winning this round successfully. Woogieman still on the roam up above. That could be a problem, but most notably, as I said earlier, Yogg on the Maverick being gone from the round means that these hatches will not be opened up, as Kino on the Hibana can't do much about those kite claws. We do have some grenades, 4 in fact in this round. You can try and get a grenade near the hatch and perhaps get the kite claw off it, but other than that, you got no other options. So you just walk down a staircase and try and find those gunfights. Rin understands that the bomb site is a very safe position, doesn't stay inside a big tower, falls back as well. It's Woogieman alone, roaming, looking for a flank, looking for the hunt. A couple of drones in the XSET, but they're mostly on the freezer side of things. I'm curious if the flank is being watched. Kino is rotating, might try and get the lobby hatch, might just die for it. It's free. Woogieman gets out live.
Oh, a slog that will continue to go on and on and on, as now Diaz is the next in pursuit up Armory Stairs. There will be a shotgun aimed right at him. He somehow manages to win the duel, only taking a tiny bit of damage in the process. Diaz 6 kills to his name, and an E1D is burned as well, as the LMG of Gomez dispenses an absolute incredible torrent of bullets. There's a nade to go as Spirits will go on to Gemini and drone on in. Gomez has been down, will need to be retrieved, so there goes the Gemini. Spirits will likely come in for the cover / assist, or maybe just wait out an Adrenal Surge. Gomez will be able to last long enough for an Adrenal Surge to get him back up, and there you go. Gone 6 will clear out some utility as more caliber-based destruction goes. There's a ping on in onto the Azami, but suddenly a Kiba barrier emerges. Nice shot from Gomez for kills. Diaz another on Rin. Spirits drops. Damwon Kia's sole hope rests squarely on the shoulders of Kat Sang. If he can isolate these players, he can do some damage, but misses an opportunity on the Gomez. Diaz holding the diffuser. It'll go down. Katsang might be able to get there in time, but Diaz pivots. Diaz, what a standout performance so far for XSET. As the North American team, their lead now by 2 rounds. They're up 3-1.
Same with Gomez. I mean, you got the injury onto Finka, and you feel like that's a great position to be in, but then they wait it out. Adrenal Surge comes through, and then Gomez gets back on his feet, gets that kill onto Asami. A huge one at that as it shuts down the laundry rotate area for Damwon Kia and allows XSET to push to the bomb side and get aggressive. And Diaz was allowed to get down that diffuser as well later on because of just that. Damwon called for a tactical timeout. Both teams can talk to their coach and with one another and figure out what the issues exactly are. Damwon, of course, don't have anything to play for in terms of making it to playoffs because they are confirmed going home. But I am very, very certain that they want a good showcasing here in their final game. And they had a great couple of beginnings to their rounds because opening kills are going their way. But the rounds, they're not getting them. 3-1 in favor of XSET.
I'm just...
what was that?
Just taking in some of the expressions and the differences. Again, lots of long faces over on Damwon Kia. I don't see them talking a lot. I don't see them communicating much. It just... There's obviously frustration that sets in, right? Damwon Kia looked like world beaters all the way back at the 6th Invitational. They were a single kill away from the grand finals in Gävle at the Sweden Major last fall, where they would have gone up against Ninjas in Pyjamas FaZe Clan. The team that bested them in that single 1v1 on this map, on Oregon, ended up winning the whole thing. Since then, it's been a steady decline for DK.
I mean, it's still close rounds. I mean, last round comes out to 2v2 into 2v1. Round before that was in a 1v2. So while the rounds are slipping away from Damwon Kia, they are extremely close most of the time. And for a majority of the time, they're actually in the lead because they find that opening kill, and they are playing with a man advantage, playing that 5 versus 4. The next set, spreading out quite a lot this time around, trying to get entries across the board. Spirits going towards that big window, 2 members main door, and Diaz going towards the garage. Not a bad start.
No early pick for Damwon Kia, breaking the trend through these 4 rounds. Will the timeout be enough for them to get on track?
Hopefully.
Rin's over on small tower, by the way. And look at how close Spirits is. But Rin will decide to barricade it. Go elsewhere. Instead of actually taking the engagement, Damwon Kia have played a bit more restrained, which I do find quite fascinating. Because DK have gotten the opening pick in every single round thus far. Their issue has not been on the early round. It's been through the mid and especially the late round.
Yes.
The final 40 seconds is what's caused Damwon Kia so much heartburn.
Oh, it is.
Opening round has always been so good. Not this time. We're about halfway through the round. The first pick goes in favor of XSET.
That is true. Finally, they find themselves an opening kill. They could use more of those. That's for certain. Nate comes out, could do a ton of damage into smoke, but no, he's tucked up in the corner. Shield, however, goes down. C4 goes out as well, but Gomez playing it smart. Deep inside the master bedroom, doesn't even take a single point of damage. He stays alive.
Rin will try to back away from the nade, but it's the gunfire that ultimately subdues him as he'd been down, bleeding out on the floor. Katsang is in the exact same spot. So infrequently do we see teams expect to follow up this quickly. Wookieeman dies off screen, so it's Katsang encoded. This timeout not working out in their favor. XSET has not even suffered a single point of damage, and Katsang in that same position suffers the fate that Rin does too. Coded drops, and the timeout leads to a flawless round victory for XSET.
Yeah, Damwon's timeout leads to a flawless round for XSET. That is a tough position to be in. Your parachute's gone, you're down in rounds, got a bit of a long face in the player camps at times, which is understandable given their situation. But XSET, they are looking very confident in these last couple of rounds. Yes, it was close, 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. But XSET also playing from a man disadvantage every single time, and yet still finding ground to work with. Meeting is next, as Damwon Kia just going through the motions right now, trying to find something that will work in their favor. haven't shown us the small tower bomb site and dining as of yet. This is the final defense for them unless they go to OT, so this will be the final one, potentially, for Damwon Kia on the defensive half, where they started.
Well, final defense going over to meeting. We did not get to see a dining defense on this first half. Will it be brought out from XSET? That is the real question. Happening over on the other stream, by the way. I know that I said that I didn't want to intersperse this casting.
But now you are?
But now I'm about to do that. So spoilers inbound.
Close your ears.
Close your ears for about 10 seconds or so. Furia prevailed over Elevate 7-1. Elevate has just not been playing at all today, but because Furia wins, that means that Astralis and Eminem will fail to make it.
Oh.
2 more teams that are going to go home. Unlucky for them. Unlucky for Astralis in particular. The team that finished runners-up at Charlotte that most of the spectators had in the playoffs, maybe even towards the finals, will not make it out of groups. First kill, by the way, goes to XSET in this round. That's what they need.
This was Kino on the Hibana that got that opening this time around. It's Rin who consistently plays very aggressive. This is a little bit more like the earlier stage of Damwon Kia in Sweden, etc., where Rin would be like a +1 that would just spawn peek and go crazy and play really, really, arguably overly aggressive. That's been how Rin has been performing in this matchup so far. Just trying to throw himself at his opponents and to get something done. And he does have 2 kills to his name. Both of those are spawn peeks in round number 1 and round number 2. But ever since then, Rin is being shut down successfully by XSET, basically being a freebie in some of these rounds. Code, of course, still looking for his first kill, 0 and 5 to his name right now. Not ideal given that they want to try and get this one last game performance in before they are going to be going home. Code alone upstairs, has no help nearby, nobody white stairs, and XSET, they know his whereabouts. They're gonna walk on in, take this gunfight, and get the wall bang from Kino. It's too easy right now for XSET.
XSET hunting together, traveling in pairs. Now it's Yaz to take some damage, but there's some return fire from Damwon Kia onto Yaga. And Yaga will get a bit of a top-up from the Adrenal Surge. The first one burned out now by XSET. Katsang playing the reverse angle undeployable shield inside a meeting will try to slow down any push that could come from security. Yas well off site, and a flank is there for Attic. For him through Attic, should he want. Impacts for the Valkyrie allow for that offsite play to be a bit more fluid. Down goes Woogieman, and Yas gets spotted as well. It's a quad kill from Kino. He's got all of them to his name. Finding the 5th onto Katsang would be a great deal. Will Kino be able to do it? Strong individual performances from XSET so far. Down goes Gomez. They know where Katsang is inside of security. And it's Yaga to deprive Kino of the ace. Long-term teammates. And I guess Yaga might be apologizing, but XSET don't care. All that matters is they get the glory. It doesn't matter who's the one to accomplish it. The first round went to DK. It looked like they were in fine form, but since then, it's been XSET all the way down. A 5-1 first half, despite surrendering most of the opening picks to Damwon Kia as well. That's impressive stuff from XSET.
It certainly is. And when you're starting basement defense as well, it's like the statistical strongest bomb site to defend on. It's very hard for the attacking side to really get an easy way in towards the bomb side. And let's look at the lineup right now. From the side of XSET, they are bringing only, well, actually, I say only, they're bringing 2 shields, as Walton has a C4. They're not bringing the Goyo or anything else of that caliber that can, like, stop them dead in their tracks. Of course, you have the smoke with the Toxic Babes. So this could be either an aggressive roam basement, it could also be a passive turtle basement. The Arbiter lineup doesn't really tell us the clear story of either side, but with DS up above and putting down jammers, it's probably going to be at the very least a soft roam, similar to what Damwon Kia were doing earlier themselves. So Damwon can talk about between each other what operators do they think is best for this. No jungle being brought, so the roam clear is going to be a little bit more difficult. 4 members spawning main lobby. Are we going to see a lobby down the staircase rush? I wonder. That is actually an APAC special, but with them repelling up towards the building, it seems like no. They will roam clear from master bedroom, from big window, etc., and try and take top floor and perhaps get a kill or 2 on the roamers of XSET. So now, time is the big question mark, because Damwon Kia are playing against the clock. When you roam as a defending team on Oregon Basement, you have 2 things you can achieve. Either get kills and then fall back towards the bomb site successfully, or just stick around for long enough where the attackers have no more time left on the clock to get the hatches and the walls opened up and to find a comfortable way in towards the bomb site. So XSET can just sit back and relax and wait for DWG KIA to approach.
Talked about good individual performances that we've seen so far. Diaz started off really strong. Yaga had a couple good performances, then Kino was the star of the previous round. XSET has a ton of depth. Spirits, while he might have some slow games here or there, has proven in previous events that he can hang as well. And then you've got Gomez as the X factor, so to speak, of that lineup. It's something that we used to praise DWG KIA about, is that there was a force in every single player, and look at that. Rin gets a bit too aggressive. Yaga, what a shot on the Woogie Man.
Good night.
That is an incredible display of skill and good reflexes from Yaga. Go to the next one in. 0 and 6, searching for kill number 1. A top up and will re-engage, but cannot handle the smoke of Gomez. XSET pulling apart this DWG KIA entry. It's 5v2.
And it is. And Gomez looking for more. Got the yellow ping formation. Knows the whereabouts of Yas. Was waiting for Gomez to make the first move. Katzeng could be looking for a flanker, but no. We'll go down the freezer stairs instead. Not playing the 2v1, but giving the people the 1 versus 1 instead. And Gomez is in a favorable position because he can swing when he wants to, but Yas finds the kill instead.
Tough spot for Gomez to be in. Kino will join him in the afterlife. Katzeng and Yas is the duo for DWG KIA. XSET 2 kills away from match point. All this action has been occurring on the main floor. DK need to now retool and go for the push down below. The issue is that on attack, as Katzeng gets the diffuser down, Yas will have to be the one to cover. Will Katzeng even get into the position to get the diffuser down? That is the real question. DWG KIA have repositioned themselves over towards blue, and they'll drone in. They have precious little time to work with, so Diaz will take the fight to them. Yas bursts on in. That's the real deal. Diaz unloading. 9 kills to his name. Down goes Spirits as Katzeng's march forward continues apace. Both players from XSET so low. A clutch here from Katzeng. Possible, but not going to happen, as it's Yaga to end any chance of heroics. And XSET move to match point. By doing so, they have secured overtime. They have not yet gotten enough points to confirm themselves. All they need to do is win either an OT or regulation.
Yep. And
they go to the playoffs.
All they need is technically 1 more round. And 1 more round they will have in terms of time. Many more to come as well. Kids Defense is next for XSET, and they're changing up their operator lineup quite a bit. Both the Oryx, the Aruni, and the Asami, as well as the Warden, I suppose, like he was played earlier, are all being brought. Now, the Warden is quote-unquote interesting because XSET both opted to ban out the Ying.
Interesting. Okay, here we go.
Because they banned out the Ying themselves, XSET, and they're still bringing Warden for majority. Well, every single. This is our second defense. They brought out every single defense so far. Yes, Warden gets both the shield and or C4, get a shotgun and all the MPX. So value-wise, really strong operator that can be played on most bomb sites. And DWG KIA on border against Rogue just, less than an hour ago, they were bringing 1 set of smokes every single attack. Not the case so far. Not a single smoke inside. It's all grenades and flashbangs.
This could be the last round that we see of DWG KIA at this event.
Yeah.
This is their final match for the day. How much longer will they be able to hang in here against a very formidable XSET team that we see? They did an interview with Siege GG earlier where they said their intention is to keep going and not lose a single game. That was a quote from Kino.
Okay.
We'll see how deep they can go. They might be the only North American team to make it out of the groups.
That's very possible, actually.
As 2 North American teams have already been sent home. Sonics and Astralis will not be making it out of the group stages in the direction that they want. Gomez will now run out.
The timing.
Looks the wrong way. Woogie Man was prepared for that and had the read on it. Easily shut down and handled quite effectively. XSET surrendering the first pick, but this is familiar territory for them. They have been in a losing position for most of the first half, and guess what? They still won the lion's share of rounds.
They did. Damage being traded back and forth right now. Keep a barrier, keeping Dia safe inside of this trophy area, but Jans finds Kino instead. Under heavy fire by the LMG, it's hard to fight this, but Diaz, he comes out on top and gets traded straight back by Cat, saying, well done, Damwon Kia.
Suddenly, DK have found this lethality that they need now on Repel. Yaga will have to deal with one player through the wall, takes down Katsang. Grenade goes in, it moves him out of his position. Down goes the Ash. Yaga, simply unbeatable in this position. No way Yaga's gonna pull this off. He's got a fraction of his health, but all it takes is a single bullet. Woogieman versus Yaga in a 1v1. This is where the mind games set in. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Woogieman trying to draw him out. They know where he's coming from. Yaga for the win. A slow push from Woogieman. Now towards Attic. The read on it. Damage being done. Yaga looking for lucky number 13. Pulls trigger a bit too early and then drops. Sledge in hot pursuit. Diffuser will need to be picked back up and will be done so. No explosives for Yaga whatsoever. In a safe spot. The only way back to the bomb site from the top floor is through that Kiba barrier. And they'll need to be stabbed away at. Woogieman will be able to get the diffuser down in time. He knows exactly where Yaga's going to come from. This is a tense standoff between the two. A pre-fire from Yaga in multiple different directions. He won't be able to make his way through that bedroom. Instead, he'll look towards Attic, where the bullets will whiz right by his head. 30 seconds to go! What the hell was that? How does Yaga pull that off? And with that, he will send XSET to the playoffs.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Can't believe it.
Good lord!
Mission successful.
There is no way Yogg should be allowed to win that, right? He comes up the armory stairs, there's one way in, one doorway. He's 1 HP. You said it, Parker. One bullet is all you need to win that gunfight in that 1 versus 1 scenario. And Damwon Kia, they are running towards him, and they said, we're going to challenge you on this one, buddy. But Yogg, he succeeded.
Well, that's another team heading to the playoffs. North America will have representation with XSET there. APAC represented by Elevate, W7M, Furia, and FaZe Clan all in there as well. Europe, the only region yet to have a team clinch their spot. What a performance from XSET. 7-1 is an absolute drubbing, but let's be frank, Damwon Kia didn't have much to play for as their hopes of advancing were dealt a fatal blow by Rogue in the previous matchup. That's it for DK versus XSET. We're going to toss to a quick break and then come back to talk about it. Fans of North America, rejoice because XSET have clinched a spot in the playoffs. Congratulations to XSET. They will be moving on as they had a 100% win rate in their matches today so far and a 100% likelihood of making it. They've only lost once. That was it. DWG KIA, only a single victory in regulation. They pick up 4 points, but that is it. They are done for the day.
They're done in general.
They're done in general.
Yeah, that they are.
Can't go anywhere. Pretty pitiful round differential, though, for DWG KIA. -20.
Yes.
Not exactly the performance that you wanted from the APAC North former gods and the former kings of APAC North. And as was stated during the matchup, they were a single round away from making the grand finals in Yavla. They put on a good performance, but then ultimately got knocked out early on in the playoffs of SI. And since then, it's just been a precipitous fall.
That it has. I mean, APAC North might be having a hard time, but APAC South, as we've spoken of before, are having a mighty fine time at this event in particular. So there is still going to be APAC representation across the board, just not from DWG KIA.
The star of the show for XSET was Yaga.
Yes.
But how did everybody else do? Let's take a look at both of these teams. Obviously, a lot of negatives for DWG KIA.
Oh, that's Kento Raketi again.
These are the stats from the Rogue matchup against XSET. That's okay. We will hopefully have some information for you. Kento Raketi and co do not actually play for XSET.
Don't.
I was going to say, I can't remember what was going on with DWG's star players, but either way, they didn't have very good stats.
No.
I don't know if they'll get updated or not for you, but Yaga finished with 13 kills, and he had the 4K clutch to win it out for his team and secure that spot. The actual scoreline, by the way, for those curious, was 7-1.
That it was. I mean, Kino as well almost had that ace himself, so a couple of things really going well for XSET in that game in particular. They really found the openings. Well, actually, they didn't find the openings because it was DWG KIA who got the opening kill most of the round, but XSET would still win those rounds regardless of that.
Yes. XSET, obviously, just a better team on both attack and on defense. They were often at a disadvantage. It didn't matter. Their mid to late rounds were so good. And I got to say, I know that DWG KIA were coming into this matchup likely playing like they didn't care, right? They had nothing to play for. Why not? And you could see that they just were not mentally there for most of the matchup. XSET, obviously the better team, but when you're not playing for any real stakes, it's kind of hard to keep yourself motivated. Still, I liked the fluid style that we saw from DWG KIA at the beginning. Taking those chances, going for spawn peaks, going for early engagements, winning them.
Yes.
But then just not being able to do anything with that. It's like, what's that adage? The Joker says, you know, I always chase cars. I don't know what to do if I'd actually get one. That's kind of what DWG KIA did. So
I actually like that. That's pretty accurate.
Either way, that's it for this matchup. You and I are going to go get some food.
Yes, we are.
Because lunch is ready. And then we're going to have our replacements come on in. I think Hap and Fluke are going to be replacing us.
I think so.
Either way, you're in good hands regardless. Nick and I will be back for 2 matches in a couple hours. Until then, sit tight. We got another match for you in just a moment.
welcome back to the Berlin Major here on the B stream. We're going into our third game of the day, and we're heading over to Group D. It's Gaimin Gladiators coming up against W7M. David versus Goliath, with W7M being 4-0 so far. Already qualified for the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators still looking for their first win, Tim.
I'm really looking forward to this game. It's two teams that we've never cast before, which is actually pretty rare for us.
True.
We've been around that long that we've generally have cast and seen most of the teams, but this is going to be a nice opportunity for us to see these two play for the first time for us. You know, looking at the game that we've had previously coming out of W7M, they've really been bringing it to the server. I am looking at these as a potential winner, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them.
What I will give to Gaimin Gladiators, they've had 2 overtime losses as well, so they have come close, but just not quite over the finish line. By the way, Tim, I like the specs.
I do. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before.
You're rubbing up on me a little bit. The thing is, I like you so much, and I wanted to be so much like you, that I thought, how could I get this close? However, this was only half of what I had planned. I did have a bald cap. Lufthansa have my luggage still after 4 days.
And he just wasn't dedicated enough to shave his head, is what he's saying.
I'm absolutely not shaving my head for Tim. I love
the
this
intros
man.
are just not important enough to him.
They're not, but I got the bald cap. That's it. It might be here soon.
I believe you have been growing in a ponytail, though.
I have, and it looks almost as long as yours now. Yeah.
Luscious, ready for the major. It's got to be ready for the...
Bloody hell. Is that how much it hurts?
It is.
Ow.
Going to be ready for the playoffs, though.
Fair enough. Ow. Let's take a look at our pick and ban then and see what map we're going to in this series.
There's a game going on as well,
There is
by
as
the way.
well. We promise. We promise. We're going to Chalet for this first match with the day, Tim. You know me.
I'm looking forward to Chalet for this.
I love a bit of Chalet.
Absolutely.
It's one of my favourite maps to watch. It's very aggressive. We've cast a lot of theme park. We're seeing the defensive nature of that map, which is kind of fun to watch in itself. Are you trying to hide away?
I'm teasing the ponytail behind the pick and ban.
Go on then, do it again.
It's a bit... It's a bit risky, though.
They want to slide it away at any time, Tim.
The thing is, because of perspective, obviously the distance I am from the cam, a little movement on my side is a lot on screen, so it was a little bit risky, was that. I was really nearly revealing.
He was really going for it. But Chalet, the map we're going into, I hear our teams are ready, so we will jump in any second now. As we said, Chalet, a map I'm very excited to see. Seeing the results both of these teams have had over the last couple of days. As said, we haven't yet cast this group.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see how strong are W7M looking, because I have maybe W7M Astralis down as one of the potential finals here at this event. Astralis, as we now know, are not going to be in the playoffs. That's a crazy storyline in itself, but W7M are keeping true to that storyline of maybe being the team that get through to that final.
I've been a bit disappointed this morning. I'm not. All the teams that are going through are fantastic, but I keep bouncing from one team to the next with these like trails.
You're a curse, you are,
I am.
honestly.
I'm like, right, DWG KIA can do it if this happens, and then that failed, and I was like, right, but M&M can do it if this happens. Astralis can, and it's just one after another. I just want that fairy tale story. And do you know what, Des?
What?
For Gaimin Gladiators, it's mathematically possible. They've got to win both games, though.
Are you going to send the fourth team home today?
No. This is my next bandwagon. I'm ready for Gaimin Gladiators to get on the comeback trail.
They're a point behind where M&M were. Like, in an identical situation as a team on 7 points. M&M are on 3. Gaimin are on 2.
It can happen.
Tim, stop.
Don't bring logic to me.
Just don't get excited about Wolves later.
It can happen.
Please.
Wolves, let's go.
Okay, whatever. We will get into game right about now. Time for our fly-through of Chalet as we head over to the cold mountains, a place that we'd all love to be given the heat that we have here in Berlin. Tim can't hack having his glasses on during the cast, but I'm keeping mine on because, well, these new kids on the block with these glasses, Tim, we can manage this kind of stuff.
Well, I was saying this, Des earlier in the green room, he had his little glasses cloth out, and anybody who wears glasses is going to know what I was saying next. I was like, Des, that's going to last for about a month. You'll be wiping it on your jumper before you know it. And he refuses for the time being, but as a hardened glasses wearer, I'll tell you that's what it ends up coming down. I too, once upon a day, always had a little cleaning cloth with me, Des, and now I just wear a cleaning cloth.
I haven't got the solution either because that was also in my suitcase.
Solution?
Yeah. It's so good though. You spray it and it's like...
I know. It's fantastic.
It's brilliant.
You just get bored of carrying it around. I mean, you know, obviously anybody out there using it, make sure you keep on top of it. It keeps your glasses in tip-top condition, which mine are not. But
You'll see mine are only a few weeks old, so we'll carry on for now and see how we can do. Let's see how we do then with our bans. Finka, Nook and Mira all being taken away. W7M removing that Finka from the board. A go-to operator for many teams, many entry players these days. So I'm not surprised to see that being the first off the board. And Nook has been an incredibly popular operator here at the Major, both in ban presence and in pick, alongside Azami when it comes to being banned or picked too. Mainly because she enables such transformation of so many different sites in the game. We think on this map about library holds, for example. She can make that doubly annoying for an attacking team to deal with. And when you pair it with things like a castle that is no stranger to the map of Chalet, it just makes things really irritating for attackers who have to then start bringing multiple Gone 6s, Ashe, Zofia, any kind of range destruction they can think of just to get through the utility that gets set up.
In we go then. It's going to be round number 1. It's going to be Bar and Gaimin. And as I said, I am looking forward to this one. Gaimin Gladiators versus W7M. Two teams with very different timelines ahead of them beyond this game. W7M, unbeaten so far, looking absolutely electric, to be fair to them. You know, I'll hold my hands up. I was one. I didn't question whether they could do it or not. The ability is absolutely there. The only asterisk I had next to W7M was we haven't seen them online yet. And we know that that can have a big impact on teams, but boy, have they stepped up. So W7M already qualified for Friday and beyond, potentially, should they win any more games in the playoffs. GG, Gaimin Gladiators at the complete opposite end of the spectrum. If they lose this one, they're done. They're out. It's over. They need to be winning both remaining games, really with the full 3 points to give them any opportunity to go through into the playoffs. So it is, like I say, two very different stories here. But the question mark now is this: what are we going to see out of W7M here on Chalet? Are they capable of winning without showing too much? Because as we've already seen, the teams who qualify like to try and start keeping things under wraps because, of course, they want to give themselves the best opportunity they can in the playoffs. And that could be W7M. It could be an opportunity for Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, I mean, that's... Sorry. I mean, for Tolji, that's a matter of awareness. Like, you haven't seen Volps even jump out the window there. He just ran up and punched it and had a wonderful angle onto a player sat there who looked like he was ready to get on drones. Protero drones, no less, as well. That Flores was a big key to getting rid of things like shields. Sure, they've still got 4 frag grenades to play with and 3 flashes to burn through the ADSs and the magnets. But we know 3 ADSs and a lot of magnets are not going to be enough. Ape almost finding a man below and almost losing his life in response. It's an explosive start to the round, the one that W7M is still feeling in full control of.
Volks just giving the little jiggle peek onto the door there, but more importantly, W7M still in control of mezzanine and library stairs. KZ up there just looking to hold on behind that shield. He's got the ward and he's got all the gadgets. He's got the nitro, and no! Ape managed to just take it out in the nick of time. I don't know if it was him or Joe who got the final shot onto the nitro, but they keep themselves fighting for at least a few more minutes.
Oh,
but
look at that!
KZ says no thank you, steps up, nice kill onto Ape, and that's W7M really taking control.
I really thought he'd get himself out of dodge there as well when he saw that red indicator, thought he could keep on walking past it, but no, just catches him on the back end, already chipped down. But I love the aggression. 3 frag grenades come in, you're getting flashed out. What do? Do you run down library stairs or do you press for kills? He goes for kills, and sure, he only finds the 1, but you burn through all the utility on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They have got nothing left in back pocket. They've got impacts and they've definitely got guns. JV finding 1 as Joe gets another. It's 3v2.
That's unfortunately timed, but, well, it depends which side of the coin you're on. JV, beautifully timed trade. Joe getting that kill, bringing it to 3v3. Really looked like there could be an opportunity for Gaimin Gladiators, but now they're in a tough spot. They're 2 versus 3. They've yet to get themselves onto site, and W7M are just starting to bunker down here because they know that the job is largely done. With only 29 seconds left to go, this is going to be a tough task. We've got Rix opening up that hatch to just give another vertical angle, another option into sight, but as you can see from W7M, they've got one man, JV, just way away from sight, playing out in dining, looking for that flank. Volps it is actually who gets the kill onto Joe, and that is pretty much going to be the round unless Rix can do something really special. Here he goes for 1, does not get 2. JV shuts him down inside of sight, and that's going to be an opener for W7M, but it wasn't all the Brazilians' way.
It wasn't. I'll give it to Gaimin Gladiators. Not a bad first round. You know, the coalescing of the team around the top of library stairs to burn through the shield and try and get rid of the Warden player, all really good stuff. But it was like trying to contain an unleashed cat that's just dying for food, Timmy. They were charging around. They were busy around the map. They could do nothing to really pin them down. You felt like maybe you were getting some kind of semblance of control from Gaimin Gladiators, and then W7M would drop through a hatch. They'd spring up a stairway. They'd rotate and run straight towards grenades, for example. They're making it really hard for Gaimin Gladiators to get that semblance of control. So for Gaimin Gladiators, it's not as simple as saying just find your kills and therefore you'll get control as a result. No, this could be a pretty difficult game, especially knowing that attackers should do pretty well on Chalet.
W7M then move us into round number 2. It's going to be a top floor defense this time, Master and Office. So likely to be a little bit of attention out towards Library again. W7M won't try to hold on to that area quite as tightly, I wouldn't expect. They're going to be playing it more from that piano doorway. We can see they've got the deployable shield in position already. They're going to be looking to give themselves an opportunity to peek out there and just cause a little bit of a nuisance on the flank. KZ's an interesting one on Aruni all the way downstairs at the minute. I'm not sure if he's applying laser gates or just trying to disappear off into the map, but it's something that Gaimin Gladiators need to be very careful of. They need to be making sure that they're droning him out, finding him. They should be able to shut him down. If you've got one player off in the map like that, solo, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to pinch and kill.
Easier said than done though, right, Tim? As we all know, it can be a real battle. We're seeing that castle being brought along by JV as well. I referenced this back at the start of the game. His army being banned away, when normally that's paired up with the castle, it can be so oppressive. So at least here, there's a little bit of that being taken away, but it was W7M's ban. I do want to touch back on yesterday as well, because W7M played this map against Wolves. They won 7-3. On the defensive side, they went 5-1, Tim. I don't think I've seen a team with a good defensive performance like that on Chalet in probably forever, actually, since the map came into the pool. So we'll keep an eye on how this half progresses, but W7M could be the team to buck the trend and say, you know what, we don't mind being the only team that can defend really well on Chalet if that's what it means. Joe already being pressured a little bit here inside the basement. And the thing is, Tim, this is up on the top floor of the site, yet KZ is trying to push down on the very basement itself to get rid of Joe and might well find his man. Misses his shots, though, and Joe takes the freebie. That's the problem with that DMR. You've got to land those 2 shots in rapid succession, else you won't be finding your kill.
KZ got to be finding that one, really. Keeps himself off the radar, but just unsuccessful in getting the benefits from it. Volps, however, does manage to get the kill. He's roaming around on the Oryx. We've got Hoven down outside as well. This is not looking good for Gaimin Gladiators because W7M, they're just roaming around the map at will at this point. The fact that they haven't got the Oryx locked down, that's going to be a serious danger, because if now they'll look to push into Library at all, they don't know where Volps is going to appear. They're also struggling to get themselves any sort of headway through Solarium windows. Hoven's trying to work from the holes created by Joe underneath, but he's unlikely to find himself anything onto GDN, I don't think.
No, Herd's here as well to give a little bit of cover, so even when it feels like there's some pressure coming in, there's always a second man ready to assist. Almost like Gaimin Gladiators have realised again that it's super hard to pin down these hypermobile players at W7M. Great shot from Tolji, though, will break things open on the top side. JV, the last left alive with a UMP to his name against 3 players. 2 of them up on these windows, and they know exactly where he is.
Big problem now, he manages to get one. They can't let him get all 3.
Oh.
He has to turn his back there. Hoven with the final shots. He's got to go and reload, unfortunately, with the UMP. There was a timeline there where I saw the castle just keep shooting through all 3 of them. Something Gaimin Gladiators need to be careful of there. They were stacking up, they were lining up, they were giving him the opportunity to do that, but it doesn't matter. It's past. Gaimin Gladiator get the round. It's 1-1, and they pick up an important attack that's going to get them rolling here on Chalet, hopefully.
It looked really dicey for the longest time as well. The key play really was Tolji coming up the solar stairs and unseating Herds, who've been holding there for so long as well. You're in a spot there where they can't play in through the windows. They can't really play the windows at all out of fear of things like C4s or smoke canisters being lobbed at those windows. So with how things are setting up, really good play from Tolji that really broke things open.
There we go, we've got a playoff probability down at the bottom. W7M 100% because they are already confirmed. But as you can see, the numbers looking pretty slim for Gaimin Gladiators. They are going to be down to no chance should they not win this one. We're just going to nip out for a quick technical pause, a little rehost here as we obviously have a little bit of an issue. But yeah, so Gaimin Gladiators, as I said at the beginning, they have to take a win out of this game realistically if they want any chance of going through. And even then, they are heavily reliant on other things going their way as well.
It's like you say, if they want any chance of it, it is now that you've got to start getting the big rounds on the board. They've already found the one-on-one, and I'll give them that's already probably better than, well, it at least matches what Wolves achieved yesterday in terms of finding their one round. And although I haven't had a lot of chance to watch Gaming Gladiators, I've been casting other games. There's always tons of Siege to try and watch you, and you can't watch 16 games a day when we're only casting 4. But from what I've seen of them, the actual aggression they can show and the quality of the team is really good. And I remember speaking to a bunch of people from the APAC region before we came here, and they were saying, you know, no one really expects them to be the team that made it here. It felt a little bit strange. Like, Elevate, sure, were fantastic, very consistent, but Gaimin had less hype about them. At least from what I've seen here, you know, they can step up and tango with the best. Maybe not get the result, but we are seeing good performances out of them still.
Well, the Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be hoping to come in to round 3 with a second attacking win, I'm sure. The thing is, we're on Chalet. It is the attack. Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, I'm going to say, Des, to be generous based on the performances we've seen out of W7M so far. I am taking that into account here. Gaimin Gladiators need at least a 3-3-1/2. And normally I would say 4-2 there, but I'm factoring in that they're against one of the best teams that we've seen so far in the tournament in W7M. So they have to be getting at least another couple of rounds. If they can get one here in round number 3, we're going to be loading back in any second. If we can get one here in round 3, that's at least going to be a big step forward for them, because they then, A, get themselves in the lead, and B, they've done half of the work that, you know, ideally they're going to want to do here on the attack. But it's not going to be easy. We've seen that W7M, they bring in a bit of aggression. They're happy to get mobile around the map. We saw Volps. We saw KZ last time just getting out there and making life difficult. If KZ gets that opening kill onto Joe, that round is very different potentially for W7M then.
It was nice because Volps did go down for the immediate trade, which he did fine, but having those 2 players left to help control West Main Trophy could have been real different. And I think them playing around that spot was, you know, well set up. They wanted to really stop them on the solar side, and Gaimin Gladiators played into their hands like anything, just all attacking from the same direction up towards that top side of the map. But those few kills that went against them in the mid-round, really what saw it go in W7M's way. Here we go, though, into Kitchen and Dining. You're going to see a big setup on the top floor here. Reason being, and you'll see this across most sites in Siege, if you are playing on the first floor and the site is up on the second, especially when there is soft flooring, attackers want to get control of that. Smash a bunch of holes through, stop the defenders moving around on site. You can play for a good cover on the plant itself when it's already down, which is why you're seeing reinforcements, castle barricades, ADSs, shields, everything going up here on the second floor. The actual site itself might be quite light, and now really, Gaimin Gladiators have 2 choices. They can go in lobby and open up the main wall, or they can try and fight into this top floor and hopefully dodge their way around those on the top. The more likelihood that you're going to see is them starting out on the top floor, clearing out office, then opening the main wall on the ground floor and planting just inside there behind the cover of things like smokes or utility, or even just holding the angles with guns.
Ape racing in behind 3 drones there that were ahead of him, just giving him all the information that he needs to safely enter. Volps is going to try to take out the Rotero. Fortunately, that Rotero is actually not going to take out any utility. What it does is it moves Volps along. The sledge comes in, takes out the castle barricade as well. So now Volps has been forced back behind that shield. It may give the second Rotero drone an opportunity to clear that out, exactly where it's going. Will find its mark, will clear the shield. So you can see here, Gaimin Gladiators are doing good work there. They're just inching their way forward. They send in the Rotero, they clear out a bit of utility, they take that ground. They send in another Rotero, clear out the next piece, they take that ground. And this is what they need to do, just shuffle themselves forward and just, you know, push and move until they've got W7M completely cleared out. It's now just up to Herds up there on the top floor, so they're doing a good job so far.
I think the actual pace from Gaimin has been excellent too.
Yep.
60 seconds in the round, you've got 3 drones racing
What's
around
Volps
Piano.
doing?
Overwhelming Volps a little bit. You've got Roteros raining on through removing shields. I've seen teams in Europe take 2 minutes to get to the point of clearing out the top floor, yet it feels like Gaimin have done so just that little bit quicker. As you say, there's 1 man left, and they haven't droned him out there, sadly, even with 5 still left on the board. Ape was running ahead. KZ goes down elsewhere, and Hertz finds his second of the round. He is the demon of the top floor. He's held down 2 before finally he gets put on his backside.
Hertz has done a great job up there, but the bigger problem right now is Volps. I picked him up 30 seconds ago, and he was moving up on the flank. Casey as well. Gaimin Gladiators have focused so much on that top floor push. They haven't thought about the basement or the flank. They had a drone there, but it hasn't been enough to prevent Volps coming in and getting that kill. Casey's looking for a bit of action from downstairs as well. If he can get himself onto the staircases, he can join this. But now, in a 3v2, they've got a situation where Gaimin Gladiators, although they've got the top floor control, have got a big difficulty when it comes to getting into sight. They might just not have the manpower to do this against 3, to get some somebody in there with the diffuser, have a chance of putting it down, and be able to cover them. There we go. That's the important kill from JV coming out. If he detonates that Nitro, job done. And that is pretty much the round for W7M. Just waiting for that final kill. Rix pushes in. He's going to have to try this 1v3. He might just be able to do it. He knows there's a man behind the table, but no, GDN manages to find that final kill. W7M locking it out. And for me, just nicely identifying the hole in that attack from Gaimin Gladiators, which was that rear side.
I really want to see a Nomad get brought along this round now. We've had 3 rounds go through, and I really feel Gaimin are relying on Claymores, where they've only really bring in 1 or 2 in the back pocket of the Zofia. They've been stung round after round by this movement coming out from W7M. I say round after round, it's only been 2 that they've won. But a lot of it has been based on the freedom of movement that has been allowed to W7M. So I think something like either more Claymores, a Gridlock, a Nomad, whatever it might be, you've shown that you can't rely solely on drones, so now might be a time to say, okay then, what can we afford to drop away from here? What don't we absolutely need? What can we make work that gives us a Nomad on side to better control those would-be roamers?
Going to be down to the basement then for round number 4, and this is going to be the biggest test yet for Gaimin Gladiators in terms of that roam game, Des. I would expect to see W7M heavily invest in the rest of the map here. They're, doing the normal reinforcements down on basement. They get in the rear side, they get in trench wall. They're going to be looking to hold Gaimin Gladiators out of that area, but in order to do so, they're likely to try and stretch them by playing out and around the map. Gaimin Gladiators need to quickly identify where those roamers are, and they need to move in and kill them clinically, so they've got enough time to deal with sight.
Hit electronics from above as well. Does mean you have to have some kind of presence inside a lobby. I think the magnet wasn't a bad idea, having it being able to catch any nades coming in from the lobby front door, but the problem with that position is if they are playing a Kaid here, for example, that magnet catches a grenade, destroys all your utility, and I kind of feel like they've read that there where the argument might have been from hers. No, I do want to get a magnet up there. Can you put the Kaid electrical on the downstairs? There's no shock drones, for example, so we are relatively okay in just going for a normal Kaid electrical here.
Volps up on the top floor, as suggested. W7M having that presence. KZ and Volps, the duo that are always out there making a nuisance of themselves. Right now, it's going to be up to Tolji and Hoven to try and deal with that. They've got the Jackal, they've got the track coming in, so that's important. That's going to make their life a little bit easier, and it might just force these players back. But if I know these W7M players, I don't think they're going anywhere. There's Volps with a beautiful shot onto Hoven through the soft wall there as he tries to put the breach in charge on, and that leaves Tolji all alone. RP looks like he might be coming to join and bolster this roam clearance, but if they don't get the kills onto those 2 players, they are not going to win this round.
And this is the thing is, the droning we've really commended a couple of times now for Gaimin Gladiators. They've had 2 or 3 always leading inside 60 seconds. They're in the building and good to go. But from there, the droning has fell off. They kind of feel, okay, we're in the building now, we're in a good position. Great, let's get moving. Whereas really what you want then is 2 or 3 players to stay on those drones, let the entries clear out that entire top floor for you, and then worry about the ground floor. Because all that's happened there is Hoven has wrongly assumed that actually that top floor is clear, probably either on a non-call from the rest of the team that it is clear, and he's just assumed, and has therefore paid with it with his life. Those are the small sort of errors and mistakes that teams like W7M will pick you up on and will punish you for.
Interestingly now, Gaimin Gladiator is being pushed to go into blue corridor here, but JDN is watching that on the tight angle with a shotgun. They're going to get the trick onto the main breach. That will not be open now, and Gaimin Gladiators, they're coming up against a serious roadblock here. They still haven't dealt with KZ up on the top floor. They just really haven't made any progress. Nade goes in. Will it clear off the claw? Yes, it will. There's going to be an opportunity for that main breach to be open.
Oh, beautiful.
Not today, as Herds has the second impact, manages to take the exothermic off, and with 30 seconds left to go, they're left with gaining blue corridor. That's about it for Gaimin Gladiators right now.
So you've got your Ace doing roam clear on the top floor, and the Thermite being Kaid getting electric claw tricked and then impacted off. It was beautiful stuff by W7M, who keep that wall closed. But now Gaimin Gladiators forcing their way down the main stairs. All 3 players in one direction. Herds to one side, Volts to another, and Herds is going to play this one and wait it out. No, he's not. Tolji finds one. Herds, can he find the third? No, he can't. Joe finds round 4 for the Gladiators.
Gaimin Gladiators, I'll be honest, very little right to win that round, as it all came down to 3 players down the main stairs, and even then the diffuser was put on the ground. W7M, I won't say gifting them one there. Gaimin Gladiators won an important and a good couple of gunfights from those main stairs that allowed them to continue that push, but they need to They need to realise that was a last gasp effort. They failed in the roam clearance. They failed in the blue stairs push. They didn't get anything open at the rear of site. They didn't get the main breach open. In 99 out of 100 rounds, I would go as far as saying they would normally have lost that.
I agree, and this is what I've said this probably ever since I first started casting Siege. One of the beauties of this game is there's two halves to it. There's two sides of the coin. There's the strategy side, and there is the gun side. The FPS side, the reason many of us play this game. Now, the real beauty in it, I thought, was that W7M them had GG's number where it came to the strategy side. Well, really, it was more GG making errors, to be fair. The Gladiators missed drone top floor. They didn't get the wall opened up there. They didn't commit a couple of nades to ensure there was no trick electro core being placed on the wall itself. W7M did everything right, but the Gladiators then sent 3 down main and picked up the gunfights they needed to get the round over the finish line, even without understanding where those two players were. You saw Hertz get a freebie onto the man who was going in for the plant, and it was like, okay, this one should be done and dusted. But that's the beauty of the game. You can play it absolutely perfectly when it comes to strategy and still lose on the gun side of things, and that is what makes the game so thrilling to watch.
It's what gives it its variety. You know,
I agree.
It has the gunplay, it has the gunfights that every FPS has, but then it has these other elements of the strategy and the lines of sight, the destructibility, you know, everything that comes along with it. And that is why we love Siege. So, Gaimin Gladiators right now trying to pressure their way into Library. It is a Barton Gaming attack this time. We saw them undertake this attack back in round 1. W7M was successful on the defence. To be honest, Gaimin Gladiators didn't really get anywhere near. They weren't able to clear out the top of Library stairs. They lost players early in the round, and it really came down to a 2 versus 3 push at the end where they had to be dropping down into sight and just hoping to find pickups. And right now JV's looking for a pickup himself. He knows that the Maverick is there. The opportunity comes, but he can't quite find the shot.
He's been droned through the drone hole. Yep, well pointed out. I'm not sure who's actually doing our observe in this game. Easy or Medics or Red Light, actually. I don't think it's Medics for this one. Of course it is. Dream Team. Ape now going to come for the swing out as JV to find the kill and get out of dodge with just about 5 HP to his name. So again, nice and close to death, but still a kill on the opening onto the members of Gaimin Gladiators.
4-1 on the entry for W7M here, and that just plays right into the hands of the style that they're playing here, that mobile, loose, aggressive style, getting up to the windows, getting up to the points of entry. It reminds me of sort of, I'll call it classic Doki. If you remember, back in the day, he'd hear a barricade break, and it's not his role really for G2 now. He doesn't play in quite the same way. G2 don't play that way, but he'd hear a barricade break, and he'd just be sprinting full force at it. How quickly can I get there for the challenge? And that's what W7M feel like at the minute. You know, everywhere that Gaimin Gladiators come into this map, they're being immediately challenged. Volps and KZ are absolutely decimating them at the minute.
It's a really good read there onto the push as well. He kills told you before the grenade can be let go, so the box stays safe, enabling his rest of his team to step forwards, and it's a flawless round for W7M. Much more composed there, and the first time that I felt W7M looks a lot more confident playing with the bottleneck as well, because 3 rounds now, I'd wager, we've seen the Gladiators push into a bottleneck, whether that's through their own fault of leaving a wall closed up, or I don't want to say being pig-headed, but trying to force their way through a spot that W7M are very clearly defending incredibly hard. Either way you look at it, W7M, that's the first time I feel they've done well holding onto a bottleneck. They now go into their last defensive round, again reminding you that against Wolves yesterday, it was a 5-1 defensive half for W7M. They can't quite match that today, but a 4-2 would go a long way towards saying and showing just how good they are at defending this map. And truthfully, I think a lot of that is because, Tim, they play it far more mobile than any other team I've seen do.
Well, it's interesting because for the longest time, it's only really sort of recently, in the last month or two, that we've seen, and I'm going to use Winestock and Snowmobile as an example here, but we saw for the longest time teams try to hold on to that site. I might, along the way, have had a little bit of frustration about trying to hold on to it with the hatch shut, Des. You know, there was a big question about the hatch open, the hatch closed, and teams, when the hatch was closed, thank you very much, Medics. I know this is not the site that we're playing on here, but the example rings true because of what we're seeing on Chalet. About a month ago, 6 weeks ago, we started seeing teams say, actually, that hatch, it's too critical in a way. We put in every everything. We're putting all our eggs in the hatch basket and trying to keep hold of dining and try and keep ourselves safe from there. So what a few teams started doing, G2 being one of the first, and I think the LATAM teams as well, was getting themselves out into the map instead, actually opening up some of those rear walls downstairs, but sending 2 players up to the top floor just to try and waste as much time. And since that has happened, we've just seemed to have, for me, seen the mobility increase here on Chalet, Master and Office that we're seeing defended now. We're going to see players off in the map, you know, looking to challenge from downstairs, down in the basement, looking to get around, looking to challenge across all 3 floors. And that just seems to be played perfectly into the style of W7M.
Ironically, this time around, they are ever so slightly more static. You might have 1 or 2 players being downstairs. In fact, I think there is 1 inside Snowmobile right now, but the other 4 are all playing around site itself. You're really looking in for that flank to come through, but as these drones keep on getting picked away, and there he is, KZ downstairs, rotating himself around, just looking to be the backstab that his team sorely need as we get towards the last 60 seconds or so. For now, at least, the other 4 members holding Gaimin Gladiators back, with pretty much every single player looking to push in on the South Mez side.
They can get the breach open here. They've got the exothermic charge in place. No mute jammer to hold it off, so it's just a question of when. Rix is going to pull the button there, so that is access into a plant spot. This isn't too bad from Gaimin Gladiators. They just need to be cautious of those flanks that they've been hit on previously, but W7M, you know, coming into this round, we spoke about their mobility and how they've been able to hassle Gaimin Gladiators all around the map, not really bringing that to the table this time. KZ is the one to watch underneath, though. He's got Nitro in hand with the Mozzie. Herds is going to find Tolji, but the diffuser does go down, and I'm not sure that W7M were aware that that was happening, Des.
Not 100% either. A lot of chaos going on now. Casey's got to go, crap, I've got to make something happen here. Here he comes on the backstab, but there's Joe holding close, and he's not even looking at him. Great kill from Joe, and this could be another round for Gaimin Gladiators here. That 3-3 split that you were asking for, Tim, could be on the way. Volt's going to start the disable here, but has he got the cover? There is a man coming up through main, but can they find the kill? Yes, they can. Down to a 2v2. 1 inside the piano's got to go down, but Ape finds both. Gaimin Gladiators get the 3-3 split. Game on.
It was the minimum for what they needed, and they have achieved it, so that is at least a reasonable start for Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to find themselves under a lot of pressure here on the attack, though, I've got the feeling. W7M, by converse, I would expect them to come in and actually deal with roamers really well. That's something at home for you to watch. You know, keep an eye on that. It's going to be an important part of this game. So, Gaimin Gladiators have got 2 choices here. They either turtle up on site and hope that they can hold off W7M for 3 minutes, which is going to be difficult with the level of mechanical skill that we're seeing coming out of W7M. They're likely to get picks as the round goes along. They're going to be very good at forcing you to move inside of the site. Alternatively, Gaimin Gladiators can basically try to out W7M. They can get players mobile, get them out in the map, and try to pick up a couple of kills. That could be, if they choose to go that method, a critical battle to keep an eye on, because W7M, they're going to be in behind the drones. They're going to be finding those roamers. If they can go in there, pinch them, kill them better than Gaimin Gladiators were able to do, it could be decisive in this game.
Makes me feel a bit nervous now for Gaimin, knowing that we're onto the attacking side of W7M. This team have been terrifying to watch. Watching back some of their games from the Copa Elite 6, just seeing the aggression with which they play, the pace at which they move, and as a team, most importantly, has been unlike anything I've seen. I watched back the Bank game, I think it was against FaZe, and I was just like, whoa, these boys are quick. Now, at least, ironically, to start with, things aren't super, aligned right now. They are a little bit split around the map, but once the boys get rolling, there is no slowing down the W7M train. Ape already learning that lesson.
It's left the station, Des. Ape has just been run over on the tracks as W7M start to steamroll their way towards a potential victory. It is a great start for them. Oh, you need to be careful, and that just shows the risk sometimes with the laser gates. You've got to remember all these gadgets, as much as they do help the defenders, they can be a little bit of a headache as well. The laser gates particularly telling an attacker when a defender is going to peek around a doorway or barricade, because it will drop, and they nearly lost a life to it. There we go. That's the stairs dealt with there. Herds managing to dump a grenade into Joe, but there was a whole hail of utility coming his way, so that's going to be 5 versus 3. Tolji being taking heavy damage now as he rotates. There's been too much freedom playing around that piano window. They've been unaware of Volp's position there, and he's going to hold this down for the majority of the round and just prevent them being able to use that area.
The nade play into solo has beautiful as well. One came in from trophy. Whoa, good night. But one came in from below off trophy window that stopped the man rotating down the stairs, whilst the grenade was also dunked into the top side that he couldn't move through, else he was being cut by the player on the window. So a great bit of team play again on the timing from W7M. Volps, as you say, has been sat at this window now for, well, really since the start of the round. But KZ's on the march through. Finds Hoven looking for the second. But Volps, again, the threat that he's putting in is just stopping this Jaeger from being able to move around. And Tolji gets brought down by KZ. Herds finally drop, but it's a 1v3. KZ makes it a 3k in the round. A comfortable closeout for W7M.
I love that from W7M. Basically, with Volps and with other, it's not just down to Volps. You know, there was somebody on the double window repel, somebody on Solarium repel. But what they've done is they've used those windows to just carve up site into 4 pieces. And anybody who tried to rotate around was killed. We saw that, or took heavy damage from Volps. And then KZ just goes in and picks them off one at a time. Because it's easy. Because he knows where they are. Because guess what? They can't move. Because if they'd moved, Volps would have killed him. Or your man on Solarium would have killed him. Or your man on double window would have killed him. So it just makes it easy for KZ to know, yep, there's somebody in this area. There's somebody in this area. And there's somebody in that area. And that's why he's just walked through and got himself a 3k. Easy as that, and well played from W7M.
Alrighty, let's see how the next round goes. Dining and kitchen as a defense. It's going to be once again a very similar hold upon this top floor. We spoke about it earlier on. When you're defending kitchen and dining, you need to be holding the ground above it because everything is soft and you give the attackers far too much freedom to restrict your movement, force you off site if you concede the top floor. So Gaimin Gladiators up here now, looking to get a full setup on the go. Castle barricades, shields, bulletproof cameras, banshees, magnets, you name it. They're really coming armed to the teeth to hold down this top floor. So for W7M, the question will come, what are you going to do about it? And one thing I want to give a nod towards Tim, Herds on the Nomad. I was calling for Gaimin Gladiators to play that the entirety of the first half. We saw Tolji getting a little bit, I don't want to say roam heavy, but he was trying to get out around the map and cause some bother.
5 versus 5 still, as Gaimin Gladiators do manage to escape, though Tolji keeps his life up here. Very lucky to keep his, as Herds is just ready. And this is the thing for W7M, Des. They just seem to always be ready for the fight. JV going to send in the first of those Dokkaebi calls. RP position will be given away. I think they're already pretty aware of that. They're not going to be looking to rush in and try and take this kill. Herds is playing it pretty cautiously. JV's the one at the minute working from underneath. KZ is working from above, so they've got that duo pushing across, just trying to force Gaimin Gladiators back onto the dining kitchen side of the map to begin with, and once they've got them there, then they will work in and try and get those kills on the top floor, I'd imagine.
Well, at least for now, by the looks of it, KZ wants to try and get underneath with a nade over the top, start softening up the site itself already. Like trying to remove players here from below. Yeah, if the bouncer come through and connects onto John half wall, beautiful. At least gets a little bit of chip down, but nowhere enough to actually finish the player off. And I think he doesn't want to try that one a second time, but I like the creativity being shown.
That would have been absolutely disgusting. Vertical nades, you know, they take a skill in themselves, but to shoot out the top of a wall to get the angle into the floor that you want would have been absolute madness. KZ back on that top floor clearance once again. Going to get the first onto Joe. Can't get the second onto RP, though, who manages to get the kill, and Herds was just a little bit late on the cover there. Does manage to get the trade, so it's not all lost. It's not the end of the world for W7M. That gets them to the top floor. As I said, force everybody back to site and then get the top floor, but they don't know about Tolji, who pops out and gives them a surprise. But again, the trade is there immediately, Des.
All from Herds as well, who came into bathroom, found one on south, moved towards the north and found another, and just found a third in the round. So it feels like even when Gaimin Gladiators feel great, we've got a kill, Herds is there to find the response. Plant going down in the 1 versus 3 inside the kitchen. He's got 2 players to get through to even try and deny this away from GDN. This looks to be another W7M round, and they are looking ferocious on this attack.
Corbin doing everything he can here. He's dancing the dance, but it's unlikely that he's going to be showing us his best moves as he tries to get the kill. Not happening. Volp steps out with the F2, cuts him down, and that's going to be the end of the retake attempt from Gaimin Gladiators. 5-3 now for W7M. And as expected, when they've got themselves onto the attack, they're just taking it up a gear.
And this is what they were so good at playing in the Copa Elite 6 as well, is the pace at which they move, but as a team is arguably the most important part of it. You can see lots of teams that play hyper-aggressive and move fast, and we call them hero play teams, right? Dare I say, GT remind me of that sometimes as well. I actually think in their game yesterday, they were very team-aligned, so maybe less so recently, but in the stage, it's about the individual aggression, it's about the pace they can bring as individuals. But look in that round there for W7M. They lost 2 players, and when both of them went down, Herds was there half a second later to get the trade whilst the player that had got the kill was reloading or repositioning. Just small bits of team play like that is what guarantees you basically a free kill in response. So every time it felt like Gaimin Gladiators got anything in that round, W7M were getting exactly the same back in response and then finding even more with the next play they made.
W7M have just looked clinical, to be honest. You know, you could mention any part of the game for me, and I'm going to give W7M a tick. The one thing that they haven't really shown us too much of, and this isn't a criticism, it's just that there hasn't really been a requirement, they haven't shown us too much vertical play. We saw a little bit of an attempt from KZ there to get the nade underneath, and I'm not just talking about vertical nades, I'm talking about, you know, getting up, opening floors up with the sledge, with the butt, using those vertical angles. They just haven't really had a need to. Do I think they can do it? Do I think they could bring that to their game? Absolutely, the way we're looking at them at the minute. But everything else, you know, roam clear. Map control. I don't think we're going to make him play it a 1v4 there.
Very good. Back into it in just a moment then, so we can get things back underway. But I think with how it's our PC that kind of shut down there, which is unfortunate. But we'll get it sorted out again in just a moment, as said. For Gaimin Gladiators here, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, Tim, because I know we've only seen a couple of rounds here from W7M on the attack, but I can see why many were hyping them up so much coming into the competition. I thought maybe it was W7M against Astralis for our grand final. I'm still hedging all my bets on W7M maybe being one of the teams there, because although we haven't cast every single team, from what I've seen from them, at least in this game, and I know it's against one of the weaker opponents here, but the 4-0 record backs it up. They have been the most convincing team, I think, that I've seen throughout groups.
Yes, I would agree with that. My next question mark, my next asterisk against W7M, and I'm not being the naysayer of W7M throughout. What I want to see each time, and the reason that I ask these questions is because I want to see how good this team are, because I don't want to get carried away, but I think talent-wise, ability-wise, this could be one of the best teams that we've seen in a long time. You know, there's growth that needs to be done along the way, obviously. My next question mark for them is the best of threes. It is a step up. It is a difference in front of a crowd. Everything else.
Corporate Elite 6, though.
Corporate Elite 6, they did okay. They didn't win it. It was FaZe that came through and got the win. So I'm not saying that, you know, best of threes, they're just going to lose in the quarters. What I'm saying is they've shown that they're beatable there. I talk about growth required for them, and obviously best of threes is part of that. So my question there is, you know, have they gone away from that Corporate Elite 6 loss to FaZe, and have they learnt from it? Have they developed from that? And, you know, yeah, of course, anybody can lose against FaZe. That's absolutely fine, just like anybody can probably lose against this W7M side. But the next one for me, if they are striving for greatness, is show us you can do it best of threes over the weekend.
I think I agree with you to some level. And of course, you had to try and one-up me, didn't you? I was saying, oh, you know, they could win the whole thing. And then you come in and say, they could be one of the best teams we've seen in recent history.
In a reasonable amount of time. I've not been this excited. Honestly.
Tim, you came in saying DWG KIA we're going to win it all.
Well, that's a different matter. That's heart. This is head speaking.
This is all brain.
This is brain speaking now. This is the first time I've cast this W7M side. Of course, it's absolutely not the first time I've watched them. I've watched plenty of them. But having... just casting them now and experiencing in real time the thought process and their ability to carve a map up and make it difficult for players to even move around it. Like I say, I'm not getting carried away yet. I'm not saying that they are the best team. You know, I'm saying that there is a real opportunity for this team here. If they stick together, keep the work, keep the growth, they could genuinely be one of the best teams that we've seen in the recent past.
Well, look at the last 6 months, right? I know Charlotte, they couldn't make it due to visa issues, but they were topping it in Stage 1. Many had questions, can they do the same in Stage 2? Yes was the answer. Sure, they fell just short in Copper Elite 6 and finishing second, but for how long has it been since we've seen a team that finishes first in literally everything they play in, right? It just doesn't happen. But We'll see how things go, because they might yet find themselves with a very interesting opponent coming into playoffs. We'll find out what that team will be, I'd imagine, towards the end of the day, when we understand what those 4 quarterfinals will be on Friday. And we'll also have our live crowd here in Berlin as well for the playoffs. Can't wait for that to all kick off and see everyone coming together for some European Siege. Well, European-based Siege rather than European Siege. There's not.
Oh, it's international Siege.
It's international Siege in Europe, so European international.
I tell you what, I think Europe are going to have a few more teams than expected in those playoffs, though.
What do you mean? Europe?
Yeah. I think a lot of people, before things kicked off, in honesty, I think people were expecting Europe to maybe have 1 team in there at the best.
Well, Lycan, if you're listening, predicted us to have 9. He thought 4
exactly. This is what I mean. We could be having a real switcheroo going on here.
Look at the title. Look, that's
much better.
This is a great example of what Gaimin Gladiators did wrong, right?
Yep.
They had the exothermic on there, ready to go off, and then they brought. Oh my God, Brix's HP. That's literally 1 HP. Yeah, a little bit. Look at the pace they're going with, Tim. Shield's already down. We're 45 seconds in the round, and they're going in for a plant. I think there's still 2 impacts in the back pocket of Ape. Not being thrown out here. Can they stop it? Yes, they can. A spray in through the smoke will find the kill, and quite possibly, Gaimin Gladiators have held on.
Beautiful aggression coming in from Gaimin Gladiators there. They knew something drastic was needed, and they were able to deliver. JV gets an important kill onto Joe, clearing him out from behind the shield and giving an opportunity to potentially go in and collect that diffuser, but there's going to be another kill needs to come first, and it's going to be that man there. Herds gets in from behind, gets the kill onto Hoven, and that gives an opportunity now to get in and get that diffuser recovered, which JV does. Is he going to take the chance to put it down? That's the question. There could be a little bit of space. Yes, relocates. This is beautiful. This is a masterclass from W7M.
But you've got to be careful now. Herds is watching the wrong spot. Right, watching the right door. 1 more coming through. Told you can't quite find the man. And Herds wins it out. Of course he does. Wow, it's crazy. When can you see a team completely mess up an assault, change over to the other side, and still stick the plan? Beautiful from W7M.
I'm going to ask W7M for the next set of winning lottery numbers because they've got the answer to everything right now, Des. They have got the answer to everything. Absolutely beautiful from W7M. I like the initial attempt. Let's not worry about the roam clear. Let's not worry about the rear-sided push. There's something that I really, really like about that round. So they've gone in for the initial rush. They've thrown everything at that main door. Almost everything. But they've got an insurance policy, Des. And that insurance policy is Herds coming in from that rear side. Because guess what? Gaimin Gladiators at that point had completely switched off from that trench door, from that entire area. And Herds comes in with a super important kill. It was the one that I picked up. I was just about to say JV needs to kill the man to his left on main stairs before he can do anything here. And Herds beats him to the punch. And then the relocate. They know that there's somebody up above. They know that they can't do anything about a wide side plant. Just fantastic play from W7M. Love to see it.
It's interesting because G2 on this map yesterday did something very similar when you had Doki. In fact, it was day 1. When Doki was dropping in through the connector hatch, you had Alim out on the DKV, same as Herds, come pushing in from trench side and get a couple of kills on the way through. So a very similar style, bit of team play that we've seen coming out from both teams there. But for me, again, that change between planting at the far south side of one site, rotating through off a bit of a distraction from the last KB call that was still in back pocket. Just really smart, intelligent play. And I know we keep on bigging them up. It's for fair reason. They're about 5-0 in their group.
They're very good. That's why we're bigging them up, because they're very good.
Alrighty. Told you here on the downstairs he's about to get hit by 2 drones, and now they know exactly where he is and what's going on. Run, Forrest, run, because they're spraying through every soft wall you can imagine, looking to try and take his life. He gets a couple of drones. W7 overall are down 5 drones, and Tolji does manage to make it away.
Does scurry away with his life and needed to, effectively. They really couldn't be losing somebody down there. As I've said, W7M have absolutely dominated the entry game so far today, and the last thing they need is that continuing. KZ's going to clear out the barbed wire on blue stairs, so as the Iana, he could look to make a push up there. I think at the minute it's more about having the threat of that utility being gone, but here we go. Instead, it's going to be a little push towards main stairs. They're looking to open up the connector wall with the Maverick, basically. They'll get that done. There we go. They're looking to see if they can get the kill immediately through, but Gaimin Gladiators are alert to that danger, and they've moved the man out of there. Hoven's not going to get any joy. They're not going to expose themselves to the top there. Herds does manage to find Tolji, shut down the roamer, and already it's advantage W7M, and inside the first half of the round, they've done a lot of work.
They have. Joe finds one back at least onto Herds, who has been an absolute killer the last couple of rounds as well, even 4 across the last 2, which is pretty unbelievable when you look at it that way. Halfway steps out and finds the second. This time it's Volts who's going down. Another player who's really shone throughout the game itself. And that's the last phone call that's going to ring out in this round with the DKB being down. Rick's down to a slither of HP. Still a 4v3.
Rick's just missing his shots there on the double window. Was an opportunity, but it was a very 50-50 gunfight. Not the end of the world. JV is looking to get aggressive. Hoven's going to take the challenge on into Library. And this is looking pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators right now. W7M have been restricted to 2 men inside a Library. Everything else that they've tried has been shut down. Hoven, smart move over the balcony, gets himself out of dodge there and will live to fight another day. JV just very cautious of the fact that there could be a blue stairs rotation. If you have a look at the drone counter, they've only got 2 left here, W7M does. So in a position where it could be a real sort of blind spot going into sight. Not really much of an idea what's going on, just having to face check everything.
Hoven's just holding here, waiting for this push to come down the library stairs, possibly. Joe being flashed out, and Hoven strikes. JV not quite aware of the man that was at the back end of 90. And now GDN left in a 1 versus 4, 15 seconds to go. Doesn't even get the chance to step down. Gaimin Gladiators hold on for at least 1 more round, and potentially, Tim, start pulling us towards that overtime point. But the issue is for them, I think at the point where W7M are now sat at 7, Gaimin Gladiators are done. They had to have an overtime win or a regulation win. Of course, now they can get neither. And in fact, that's a lie, so they can still get 1. They're not out yet.
They're not quite out yet.
But it's looking all but guaranteed.
Yeah, even with the 2 points, you start looking at tiebreaker situations. It's mental. Yeah, basically, I think we can say at this point that
Eminem tweeted it earlier as one of the players. He said, oh, you know, it's if you get into a point where you're relying on other teams' results for you to get through, you probably don't deserve it.
No. Gaimin Gladiators will continue fighting, I'm certain. 2 more rounds they're going to be looking for. We are in round number 11 here, 4-6, and they keep clinging on, but you just feel at this point, Des, like... For me, this is a one-horse race. This is just, it's not a matter of whether W7M win this, it's a matter of when. If you remember, the last attack onto this top floor, Gaimin Gladiators weren't even close to holding on to it. W7M had a beautiful attack onto this top floor. I think we're probably going to see similar. I'd be surprised if we don't have Volts off the piano window, somebody on the Solarium rappel, and they will just dice the site up again and send KZ in to get them kills.
Just like attacking 101, isn't it, really? They'll be doing the same thing as before. Why change up what you've done previously when it already worked so well the first time? JV once again on that Nomad here. Probably looking to get up on the window. I'm actually looking towards who has got breaching charges. Nobody does. And there's no Zofia either. So, probably want KZ to be the one that gets up on the window here because they'll need that Gun 6 to blast through the singular castle barricade that actually sits, I believe it is, on the single doorway upstairs. On the march through we go here, West Main being droned out first and foremost. Maybe some vertical play coming in, Tim. So that he said, you know, we've seen a bit of vertical nades, but not really vertical play. Here you might see a little bit coming in from below.
Going to spot Tolji underneath there, and he sort of struggled last time. After being spotted out, he did manage to escape, but it was only 30 seconds to a minute later that he lost his life. Urge just blasted. And that's something else that I've seen throughout this game. A couple of times there's from W7M that they do fantastically well. They see somebody, and they keep fighting with them in potential locations. They'll blast through the soft wall where they predict that they may be going to run to. And they've had a couple of kills by doing it as well. Their ability to continue those fights, to have that focus, to keep going with them, rather than just, you know, right, he's moved away and it's not there for me, you know, and dip out of the fight is fantastic. Volps, he's going to have to be chased away there. He's taken a lot of damage on the Twitch, and he's going to be looking to go down there as JV and Herds get taken out. Volps now on low health, not looking good here. 4 versus 3 for Gaimin Gladiators. They might just hold on for another one.
Casey at the very least finds a trade with that nade after his teammate went down, so half a second later maybe, and that man doesn't go down. Instead we're in a 4 versus 4. But yep, it's looking a little bit dicey here with Volps also down on about 5 HP. It's one of them ones that you're thinking, can Gaimin drag it back in towards overtime? It doesn't really have any effect on the group itself, as we've said. W7M already qualified. Gaimin, I think in overtime it's not really going to be enough to give them a solid chance at being able to fight their way back in. But it does them to show that gods can believe that they can get anything from this round.
Well, that's the thing. It's sending a message, isn't it, at this point, potentially, that W7M are beatable. But you just do have the feeling that there's maybe something that they can find yet. They're the sort of team that makes you believe that it's always possible. KZ's going to be looking to go in and get get those kills. Not it's going to happen though as Ape shuts him down. Hove and Joe get in on the action, and that is now 5-6 as we're going all the way to 12 in what is looking like a surprising turnaround from Gaimin Gladiators here. Really starting to step up, and I'm surprised that W7M, I said coming into that I expected to see a similar attack. It wasn't at all. They tried to mix it up. Maybe they're just looking at, towards the playoffs and let's try these different attacks against good opposition. Let's see how they work. But I would have gone for the rinse and repeat myself. It worked fantastically well, and I think may have got the job done, but we're all talking about if some buts at that point. Round number 12, it's going to be the defense of Dining and Kitchen. W7M were able to win the attack here in the last attempt as well. So will this be the one that they can close it out 7-5?
It's a bit I touched on in the round as well. There wasn't really any breach charges or Zofia, for example, to help them move away the castle barricades. And I won't be surprised if Volts, when he got up on the rappel, for example, on the double window, saw the castle barricade like, oh, guys, there's a double barricade here. That's kind of one of the things that I'm surprised W7M didn't account for when droning is, okay, someone's got to get rid of that so we can cut down towards the piano hall. So I don't want to say it's like they've suddenly dropped off here in the last round or two, but there are more mistakes starting to appear in their gameplay that we haven't really seen in the rounds prior.
Chanka being brought along by Rix. Interestingly, we've got the smoke as well. So we've got sort of double denial there. We don't have the smoke, so we've got single denial as KC is going to take down Hoven immediately. I don't know how that has come about. I can't imagine for a second that Hoven was spawn peeking on the smoke. That would very much surprise me. So I think that might just be W7M taking a spray at a barricade, and sometimes you just catch somebody stood behind it.
Absolutely that, yeah. Looking here for some
No, it might have been an attempt at a peek. I think it was. What are you doing on the smoke, Hoven?
Maybe he had
I know they've got the Tachanka for the denial. He's likely been playing as a roaming smoke, but even still.
A few teams have done this, actually. I'll give a shout out to Chaos X as well. I think Sir Chaos X, his tag is on Twitter. He was talking about this, where he was saying it's KAOS, if you want to go and look. He was saying a number of LATAM teams have been spawn peeking with his army, which he doesn't understand. You've got things like Jaeger and Malusi. The normal two roamers that you see in this game are those two. They're the ones that will be out in the map because their gadgets are place and forget. Put down your ADSs, put down your Banshees, drop your barb, your bulletproof cameras, whatever, and then you are literally just a gun. You don't bring much else into the round at that point. It's your gadgets which persist after death. So they're the two that you want doing spawn peaks. A smoke, for example, is one of the best and most impactful late round gadgets. Is not the operator that you want to be spawn peeking. Herd's almost paying for that cheeky little peek with his life, but keeping himself alive at least for now.
I think the way to really sort of contextualise the peak on the smoke is let's see how successful the Chanka is at denying a plant later in the round, if necessary.
He's not.
And that will be the answer to the question. Would Smoke have been able to deny that area, that lane, that plant, where Tachanka may struggle? It may not get to that point. We may not get that sort of direct comparison, but just keep it in your mind if that does come along and those canisters start being unsuccessful at finding the spot where the plant's going down or where they need to be, and you might just get a good idea of what I'm saying there at that point. Now then, we're going to have this open off this. Told you he is going to stay there. He's going to get aggressive. He's only going to find himself a clone, and he's going to find himself dead as they try to push through. And it was the Tachanka canister, I think, burning under his feet as well. And this is kind of what I'm talking about.
Chanka's really good for like areas and all, but he does not really stop plants going down. We've seen teams just run through two of his smoke canisters before, his fire canisters, sorry, and just shrug it off. Ape finds two back, though, keeping Gaming in the game in what looked to be a very dominant round for W7M.
Ape's had a fantastic couple of rounds. He's 6-1, but he's going to get shut down as GDM manages to find the kill. The Tachanka's going to get peeked out if he's not careful. The big LMG managing to do some damage onto GDN, but he goes in. He knows the opportunity's there. That's the denial gone as well, and you don't have that smoke. You lost him on the peak, so you don't have the secondary option. Joe, he's looking to take a fight with the man in trophy. Nade comes through, forces him out of position. It's a 3v1. It's Volps, it's W7M, it's 7-5 on Chalet, and the unbeaten run of the LATAM team continues.
Still maybe a bit closer than they would have liked, but for Gaimin, I think there were some really good promising signs. But we've hyped up W7M a lot in that game, and they still remain undefeated in regulation throughout the group stage. But for Gaimin, again, some sharp players on there, some good rounds coming out. I think on the attacking side, a few things missing, that missteps or things they weren't really considering fully, and I'll give that to them. However, W7M get those 3 points very securely now, doubly lock themselves in the top of the group. What's not to love about these boys? We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, more on that game.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Berlin Major, where we have just witnessed W7M. I don't want to say dismantling Gaming Gladiators.
No, not at all.
Outside of the sort of late game rally from Gaimin, it was dominance by W7M.
I think the key there is, I don't think 7-5 is really an indicative scoreline.
You don't know this problem, do you,
It
Tim?
always felt that... I'm not aware
Strands
of
of
that.
hair are just like, woo! And I'm like, okay, please stop.
We've really stood the wrong way around. We should have had the fan pointed in this direction. It would have had absolutely zero impact. I think, ultimately, it always felt like W7M were going to win. And that's why I say 7-5 scoreline probably doesn't really tell that story. But W7M, yeah, absolute quality. Gaming Gladiator, got to give them the due as well. They had some great play. RP in the last few rounds, like you say, really driving that resurgence that they had. It was just unfortunate they couldn't get something more out of it.
Well, let's take a look at the match summary as well, so you guys can see what the ending leaderboards were for both teams. So who are the real stars of this show? Herds, an absolute demon from start to finish, it felt like as well. Every single time getting into a power position and working magic. Volps always playing well. And Casey on the roam as well, I thought had a few really impactful rounds too on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't ignore that 92% cost for Herds, can you?
Nope.
So many times, right place, right
entry
time.
though as well, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I said this. I said this going through, didn't I? I kept picking up on the entry going through, and it was time after time. I'm writing down Volps, KZ, Herds, Volps, KZ, Herds. Just picking up those entries. It was fantastic play from W7M. I'm sure we could stand here and wax lyrical about them all day, but they really are one of the teams that are now, I would say, top 2 or 3 to be winning this thing.
Yeah, and of course, worth stressing that Gaming Gladiators are now out. They cannot make it through. We'll take a look at the group standings just to illustrate that point a little bit further. It is indeed Group C that we are in here. W7M now completely undefeated. Absolute dominance in this group at 5-0. Gaming Gladiators down on 2 points now. I don't feel with 1 game left are able to even get anywhere near catching up to Wolves. The max they can get is 5, so they are sadly out. Oxygen do still have a chance, though, of course, as do Wolves, so there's going to be a real tussle there between those two teams, especially, Tim, as that is the very last game of the day between those two. This group could stay open right up until the final minute.
I was just thinking exactly the same thing, Des. Obviously, we are going to be closing the day out on that Wolves versus Oxygen game, and I, for one, cannot wait for it. If the results go in Oxygen's favour, we've got them coming up next against Gaming Gladiators. If they win that game, it's going to put them on 6 points, 1 point in between the two of them. Obviously, Wolves have got another game to come as well, but that's against W7M. So let's arguably say W7M remain unbeaten. You got Wolves on 7, Oxg on 6, coming into the last game of the day for who gets the spot. EU versus NA.
I can't wait to see what the timeline will be like after that game. It'll be absolutely unreal. So plenty still to look forward to, I'm sure. W7M have already stressed it as well. I'm looking forward to seeing them against Wolves later. I know they played in this map yesterday on Chalet. It was 7-3 to W7M. I'd like to see a rematch there because although we saw Mowgli playing well, there's probably a little bit more left in the tank there for Wolves to bring out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. We know how good Wolves can be. I'm not sure they've really shown us their best so far. They've had some reasonable performances, but believe me, there is another gear for Wolves.
Still plenty more to come here today as well. We've got Gaming Gladiators coming up against OXG next. OXG win that game. They're still in with a chance to take it away from Wolves later on today. Lose, though, and our top 2 teams may well be locked in. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, that game will be ready and waiting for you, so don't go anywhere.
Bridge. Bridge. Down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
One shot onto easy peasy, dropping him through the smoke grenade. And a wall bang, another one from Fox. He's just on fire today. He's gonna go for it. He gets the headshot onto Zilch. He moves on forward. Gets a wall bang on the
Beautiful play from Foxa.
Foxe saw him clearly, just missed the shots.
Me too. There you have it. They'll repeat. Back to the CSM send Oxygen home. They proceed to the next round.
Oh, and the Laxing, but no, I got it all, shut it all down. Let's throw it further and closer to the score.
Stuck away from him as Foxe will take away at least the cause for an ace, and it'll be a double kill for him. A flawless round for Oxygen.
Fox, oh my god, let's go! The damage has already been done.
3 huge points as OXG get back on top.
Well, welcome back to the Berlin Major. We're about to get underway with game number 4 of the day. It's Gaimin Gladiators coming up against Oxygen. If you missed our last game, GG lost out to W7M. W7M now, Tim, 15 points, 5 straight wins in regulation. Gaimin Gladiators now do not have a way of being able to get through to the playoffs. But for Oxygen, the dream is still alive, Tim. They've got 3 points. Wolves are above them in 7. So getting 3 points from this game is absolutely crucial if they want to be able to make it through to Friday's playoffs.
Absolutely. Like you say, they can't do it if they don't get the win here. There's going to be too many points. There's 4 is the gap at the minute, so they have to close that, and then they have to rely on W7M. But it is still possible for OXG to go to the playoffs. However, Gaimin Gladiator, they've just lost their spot. They're done. They've fallen off the cliff face, Des. The question is, are they going to grab a hold of OXG as they go and just take them with them? You know,
drag them down
just drag them down with them. Because Gaimin Gladiators didn't look bad against W7M. There was a couple of mistakes on the attack, but they look capable. If they come in here and get a result against OXG, poof, they spoil their pie.
Against the shaky OXG as well, who haven't really been themselves. Let's take a look at our pick and ban, though, because I hear the players are ready to go, so we can get into this one nice and quick. It's going to be Clubhouse, Dubhouse here, Tim. Now, in terms of how that shapes up for these two teams, a bit of structure, I think is going to play into Gaimin's favour.
I think it's going to help them. I think I would have said the same thing had this been Oregon or Clubhouse. It's a default map. Yeah. Everybody's got to be able to play it. If you can't play these, you ain't get into international tournaments. So for me, yep, it suits Gaimin Gladiators, but equally, that point works both ways. You know, it's much like those famous angles. It works both ways. OXG, they are going to come in here. They're going to be solid. They're going to be prepared. They're going to know what they're doing. It's Clubhouse. Like, they've got to be able to come in and put a good performance down. So for me, I still edge it for OXG because they got more to fight for, but every game is, you know, an opportunity to spoil somebody else's party, so why not go for it?
Tim, what do birds do?
Fly.
Production. That's so smooth. Smooth. I love it. Clubhouse, here we go. Let's see who can walk away with the lion's share of the points here. Oxygen, again, are in with a chance of keeping themselves in the conversation for playoffs. If Gaimin Gladiators can settle into Clubhouse, though, they can rip that chance away from the NA team. And NA's woes only deepen here in Berlin, Tim.
Exactly that. I mean, at the minute, let's speculate. This is not what's happening for anybody tuning in. This is not what is happening just yet, but it is a big possibility that at the end of today, when we have our confirmed 8 teams, Des, we could have potentially 3 from LATAM, a hugely unexpected 3 from EU, 1 NA and 1 APAC. That's how we could be looking at the end of the day.
Fun.
There is the chance that might change. OXG could knock Wolves out, for example. So if Rogue go through, we could have 2 EU, 2 NA, 1 APAC, 3 LATAM. There is a world where there could be 4 LATAM. We could have NIP go through, Rogue don't make it. The EU gloating stops right there.
Have already made it. W7M have made it. Fury have
made it. So they could have all 4 LATAM. But, EU, there's been a little bit of gloating from us. We've done better than expected so far at this tournament. We could have 3. We could end up with 1.
I mean, could we end up with 0? No, but the sandbox result earlier, I'm pretty sure G2
pretty much
guaranteed it.
They're pretty
it's mad to think that it's G2 that are already guaranteed.
Can you imagine if G2 are the only one that go through from EU? EU's sole hope, at that point, they're pretty much destined to win it. Anyway, we've got a game on here. We've got Gaimin Gladiators versus Oxygen on Clubhouse. We've had our bans, Knock, Thatcher, Mira, Kaid. Nothing unexpected there, really. The Knock ban rate has gone through the roof, to be fair. We've been seeing more of it in the stage play, but it's gone through the roof here in Berlin. Going to be going again. No surprise. Nades, decent gun, great ability. Just an absolute nuisance. So off the map she goes. Like I say, Kaid for the Hatchers. Obviously, it makes it so that they can't be defended too easily now. Yeah, exactly that. You don't want a Thatcher ban and not a Kaid ban, because then it gets very difficult to start opening up those Hatchers. You've got to rely on the Maverick. Mirror is Mirror. Always very powerful.
Mirror on the wall.
Who's the toughest of them all? Not her, because she's banned.
Brilliant. Really bad comedy skit line that is, I'm sure. Gaimin Gladiators start out on the defensive side. We are in the basement, as you guys may well have clocked. And just like in their last game, the Valkyrie is left open. They did play this in a good few of their rounds against W7M on Chalet. Not at all surprised to see them also bringing it along here on their defenses of Clubhouse. Alongside that, you're looking towards things like the Malusi with the bulletproof cam for a little bit of extra information around the map. And one thing I'm quite excited to see is the Thunderbird sim. And I say excited like it's going to be some big grand revelation. No. But these days what we're seeing, and a few people have been speaking about it in the scene, Finka keeps on juicing attackers up. Defenders take a lot of chip damage and get slowly worn down. With the Thunderbird, at least you can heal that back up. Thing is, she can't revive a dead man. In this case, Ape down and out already on the Valkyrie. Good early clear by Oxygen.
Yeah, that's a good start for them. Vertical managing to get that opening kill. It's something that W7M did very well against Gaimin Gladiators in the last game. And I think if OXG can take a leaf out of their book and start winning and continue winning those entry battles, it's going to give them a really good advantage in this game, because it is something that Gaimin Gladiators struggled to fight back from. 10-2 it was overall for W7M, and they were able to win a majority of those rounds. So, OXG, good start.
Absolutely. It's now about finding on the rest, though, because it's all good getting the entry, but you've got to start turning that into a win. And there were a couple of rounds for both W7M and GG in the last game that it came down to having the opening kill, even the opening 2, yet still the round would be lost. So I want to make sure that we see Oxygen building on that small advantage they've got. Here's Hoven working his way up, who I think may well have escaped a drone on his way up through Lounge. Could do some damage here onto Fox Aves inside of blue, and Nua's also waiting. Oh, but Hoven misses his chance. That could have been a massive first kill.
Hoven needs to get down these stairs into oil pit, or he's going to find himself dead more than likely here. A double challenge. How does he do it? He manages to take Nua's down a stream. It's just a little bit too late. And Hoven, he's the one dreaming as he managed to get an unexpected kill up in the garage, leaving us now 4 versus 3. If he could have escaped with his life there, what a snatch and grab that would have been. But OXG, they're alive, they're alert, and they were ready for the trade, and they still have the advantage. 1 minute left to go, and still quite a bit of work to do here on the actual site itself to get ready for an execute.
Pinching in from 3 directions there as well, right? Garage door, you had the wall coming into garage as well, you had Lounge, everything just working against Hoven there. He was screwed no matter which way you look at it, but good that at least he got something out on the exit after whiffing the first couple of shots, and a great operator to bring down. OXG putting a lot of focus here onto Kitchen, making sure they now got those 2 salmons coming through to open up that hatch, and it's going to force Gaimin to start working themselves away from that location. You saw the nades come raining in. I spoke about that chip damage. Rix running over 2 of those the Kona stations as well, get himself healed back up.
Rix is going to be onto his third life if he carries on like that. He's taken
So, no, honestly.
He's avoided gunfire, he's avoided grenades, he's got himself juiced back up, and he's back in the fight and ready to go. And there comes the kill, the importance of the Thunderbird really being seen there as he manages to take down Dream. Joe manages to get vertical, and this OXG attack, it starts to fall apart, but maybe not. 4 seconds left to go, 1v1. I don't think Fox can find his man, it's Rix! Rix manages to survive with all that extra juice coming in from the salvation stations and manages to secure the first round for Gaimin Gladiators.
So ridiculously close there as well. Wow. For a moment, I really thought they'd be losing that one out, but no, just about holding on. Rix, we spoke about being healed up. We didn't see him taken down to about 5 HP to evidence that those Thunderbirds won the round for them, but that's where you're seeing the value shine. I'm almost sad to see it not being brought here in this next defensive lineup. Gym and bedroom we go into, in what is becoming, not that it ever wasn't a popular site, Tim, but it was always kind of the third choice site. You'd see the basement, you see Cash CC, and then you see gym and bedroom as third in the rotation. Some teams are even now starting the map with gym and bedroom as their first site, and here, obviously, you're seeing Gaimin playing it as their second.
What a great example of the value of Thunderbird there. Rick's obviously not finishing the round on full health, telling us that they were the difference in that case that enabled him to keep fighting into those final seconds. Foxy unlucky as well not to manage to just get that angle. He was doing everything he could, clambering up onto boxes, trying to get some height, trying to get anything he could just to get a peep of the last man, but it just wasn't going to happen. Round 2 then, we head up. GG continue their defence in gym and bedroom. It looks like CCTV and Cash is going to be their third choice this time around. Arpe, he's looking for a peek here, Des. Gaimin Gladiators are throwing caution to the wind, and they can. They don't have much to play for. They can just get risky. I don't know. He doesn't seem to be looking in this direction. There you go, Arpe. He manages to get himself a freebie. And OXG, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. If you want to go through here, you got to be doing the basics like checking blue window.
And normally that's why you have drones positioned outside around the building at the start of the round as well. Not quite sure what the game plan was for Oxygen there. I know they have most in back pocket, to be fair. Only 1 or 2 out in the field, as we've seen. The second one only really being thrown down by Nuas just a second ago. So one of those you're looking at and thinking, all right, boys, it's good being able to recover the drones and use them again inside the building, but you need that early round protection to get you safely to the building first.
Hoven going to be playing up in the kitchen at the minute, opens the hatch to give himself the rotation out of there. So this is something that we saw from Hoven in round 1. Round 2, he's bringing it again, just trying to be slippery, getting in and around the map. Nuas is currently playing inside a bar, and he's going to need to be careful. The reason that he's in there is because he's got the nades. He's looking to get kills through that destructible floor into sight, but he could find himself getting challenged by Hoven potentially, although I think Hoven, nope, he's actually back up on the top floor. Tolji, however, is not.
Still holding down Nuas, almost being sprayed through the soft wall as well. They had the right idea and knew where he was, but this is Finka. She'll juice herself back up. It's no big concern. Great nade from below. Should have caught out Arpe there, but slightly off towards the left. Doesn't quite finish him off.
Just not cooking that one quite long enough. It's one of the questions that often gets asked. Hoven manages to get a kill onto vertical there. One of the questions that often gets asked is how long do you cook those nades for on the vertical? And last fire, one of the people in the community, he put it a great way. You hold it until you're scared of it, and then you let go. Just not quite scared of it enough there, Nuas, unfortunately. And Gaimin Gladiators giving him something to be scared of. Des, that's going to be a flawless round, and it's 2-0. OXG, if you want to go through to the playoffs and not go home on Thursday, you better be waking up soon.
I'm really curious about what's going on with OXG. I mean, look, I'll just say it now. There have been rumours that after this event, Laxin is stepping down. That's what we've heard, what we've maybe seen on Twitter. It doesn't guarantee it's going to happen, but if that is true, you may well find the rest of the team here are kind of in a, well, there are changes coming. They're not quite as driven to succeed as maybe they would have been previously. Because OXG, for me, have been a team that have consistently been around the top 4 conversation. Have always been putting up numbers, always had good, strong performances. I once called them the most European North American team that exists because they were very fluid, very flexible, very aggressive in their play style, whereas a lot of other NA teams for a long time were playing things very, dare I say, normally in a way. And here, we'll see how things shape up. It is going to be bar and stage coming through. I've just realised the pattern that come on those castle. I've never seen them before. The textures on the castle barricades, Tim. It's an elite one, apparently.
Okay. We will move then. We move. We'll skirt past that one. We will continue on. It's quite clearly there. Doing my best. We're going to be down in Church and Arsenal. Sorry, no, we're in the bar. Bar and stage for this one. I've written down the wrong thing. I will adjust that. we're going to be holding on to top floor. I'm going to be focused back in now. You threw me for a curveball there.
It threw me as well. I was like, texture bug, question mark?
We're going to be heading down onto to bar and stage. It's an unusual one. So Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be wanting to hold on to the top floor, construction particularly, and that is at the minute the focus. They've got Told You out on the OXG, what are you doing?
The early round has just been scary.
You can't just run past garage door. You know that they're going to be defending up on the top floor.
And grenades
you
are being
can't
missed.
expose yourself like that.
Told You chucking out a C4, not finding the man, but they've committed so many nades up here as well, and Told You's not done. And he steps back down and goes to the next gunfight. That's the third nade now sent skywards. They've committed basically all their utility here to make sure he goes down. And I like in a way that OXG have said, look, we don't want to bring Nomad, but we will have 4 Claymores in back pocket. We want to make sure we can play windows. We want to make sure there are no runouts coming against us. So far, none of those have been placed down. They've got no flashes to burn through what would have been Jaeger and Wamais, for example. Thank God there aren't any being brought along. But it's been a really scrappy start for OXG. Fortunate to get the kill. Told You doing a good job of wasting some time, in my opinion.
Certainly, you're wasting time and utility. Fox is going to be pushing up the red stairs behind that Usa shield, but there's still work to be done here at the halfway mark. They've not got themselves into construction yet, and Hoven looks like he's going absolutely nowhere for the time being. Joey's just trying to support as well, as he's looking to fire through from logistics potentially, and that leaves us in a 4 versus 5. But if Gaimin Gladiators can nick a kill or two here, they might just be able to keep themselves active up on the top floor, because at that point you've got Nuas and Dream pushing. If they lose the support that they need to continue going in there, this could be dangerous for OXG. They have to find these kills.
Oh, well, Hoven's trying to get himself in and keep things busy around here. He's got the right idea as well. Swings onto Nuas for free. No flank watch coming through. No drone watch coming in. Hoven finding the Dream Man as well. Nuas, who I've referenced before, who seems a bit off kilter today. 0 and 3 in these first few rounds.
Certainly not ideal. Like I say, losing a man up on the top level was always going to be a problem, because what it's doing is forcing OXG to just push directly towards site. As you can see, Dream is down there now. They don't have control of construction, and if they're going to try to plant on the stage, that's going to be a problem, because Gaimin Gladiators can just hold it down from the hatch. They're going in behind the Ossa shield. They've still got somebody trying to play in and around Cash, but as you say, Ape's on the flank, and this could be huge in the last 20 seconds.
Do they even know? You got Vert sat watching drones at this point as well. He's got to make a call. If they miss this one, and there's no one there to make it. He nearly finds a second, but Dream gets the response. He's charging forward to try and make this plant work, but there's still Evil Eyes around. OXG only finishing off half a job here. It feels like they could pull them out to bite them as Hoven gets above. Finds one on the vertical, finds a second. GG take round 3.
Great play from Ape there. Unfortunate not to get himself 2 kills, but ultimately it comes down to that top floor that I spoke about. Hoven playing in construction, never moved, managed to get himself a kill. Never taken away from top floor. The fact that OXG felt that they could just dip themselves away, push into stage, and just leave somebody in CCTV to maybe, I don't know, do what? Prevent a threat from above. It didn't secure the angles that they needed, and Hoven able to get himself a very important kill, very important pressure from above, and win the round out for Gaimin Gladiators. What a round from them. Loving this defense so far, and as I said, I had a feeling they'd be coming in here looking to spoil a party, and well, it looks like they might just. 3-0 it starts off on defense.
Walls have got to be licking their lips right now watching this game too. It takes all the pressure away from you to have to perform across your next 2 games if you see an Oxygen down this bad right now. The one thing I got to see from Oxygen after this little conversation is getting the basics right. You know, the drone work has been, frankly, awful. They've been flanked twice in one round where Hoven's come through construction, got a freebie onto Nuas. Then they've been hit behind, again, from Blue, this time by Ape, who got a kill onto Foxer, I think it was. Thankfully, Dream got a response back, but then when they do move through in towards site, having dealt with the craziness of the roams and the flanks and all the rest of it, they realise there's critical utility still up that can stop them getting off the plant. And Hoven's still upstairs, by the way, getting a 2K from above after opening up the floor. Oxygen is forgetting all the basics here, trying to take the minimal amount of ground possible and thinking it's enough. It's absolutely not. There was no control of gym and bedroom, for example, and that's why Hoven was so free to do whatever he wanted all round long.
Church and Arsenal we go back to again in round number 4 then. What happened last time, you asked? Well, OXG managed to get themselves a good entry kill. They cleared out the top 2 floors. They worked pretty well going through there, getting control.
That's unreal. It's on the other side of the ladder, so it couldn't catch him. That's unbelievable.
Just get spotted out. But as you say, couldn't be captured.
Yeah, because the pest are just like that. It's just pure.
And then couldn't grab it back.
Unlucky.
But there we go. As we can see, Foxy paying a bit more attention to the blue window this time after losing his life to Ape there previously. But as I say, OXG very good on the roam clearance to top floor last time. Got the kill, got in there, got it done. They were a little bit lackluster on the flank watch. Hoven was able to get himself back into garage. It was a little bit of lucky timing. He managed to slip in between two drones being in there and just managed to hit them from the back, and that really caused a lot of confusion. Ape is going to take a lot of damage there inside of sight, and once again OXG are starting this attack out well. It came down to a 1v1 last time around. Rix did a great job down in the basement. OXG just need to make sure they've got a bit more time this time around. Foxy didn't have enough seconds on the clock to be able to chase the last man down.
Also clocked onto the damage being done by the Valkyrie cameras, the information that it's been feeding around. Now IQ going to help out here with Laxi being able to hunt those down and take them out. A few have already been pinged through as well. So at the very least you should see Oxygen aware of where they are. It doesn't mean they can get rid of them, but at least they know where they are for when the push does come through.
Tolji and Joe going to be forced back down to site for the time being. So at the halfway mark, that is pretty much the map locked down for OXG now, so they can start thinking about hatches, start thinking about vertical. So I said time was going to be a big win factor for them here compared to last time. Foxy just spotting out Valkyrie cam there, just denying that information. I love this angle from Laxing. It's one I've spoken about before. You hold it all the way down onto the main stairs, and that to me is fantastic because it shows, again, there was two things that I picked up on. More attention to the flanks, more attention to the clock. They've done one, and they're starting to open up and doing work onto site. This is going well so far in terms of time, and then the other was watching the flanks, and that's exactly what Laxing's doing, preventing that push up main stairs to challenge onto kitchen corridor and to make their lives a nightmare there. So OXG can play with confidence at this point. They just need to make sure that they keep themselves moving.
They're so keen to hunt this down as well. If it isn't the Maestro, it's the Mute stepping back across, just wanting to try and find these players upstairs. Vert actually taking a bit of chip damage there as well, but Dream finds the angle in response. Down goes the Maestro. Tolji still alive though, and has also rotated himself completely away. Here comes the third player in the round to try and challenge these angles. This time around, it's Ape, and he gets the kill onto Vert.
Beautiful play from him. Neuer's looking to push himself down into blue tunnel. Needs to just try and find his... He's got a bit of an idea that there's somebody through the soft wall here, and it's easy for us with the silhouettes. If he takes a spray through, he might just get a little bit of joy. Foxy aware, and I'm sure the call will come out. Foxy doing damage, but Neuers is actually going to get taken down by Tolji. That's a big kill. The Mozzie's able to escape to blue. 3v3 as Dream farms up in. Drops himself into sight now. He's able to start thinking about a potential plant. He is going to go for it. Foxy on the cover, taken down though. This could be dangerous. Gaimin Gladiators 2v2. Plant is stuck. 2v1. 1v1 again on Church and Arsenal.
At this point, Tolji's got to go and push him as well. He's going to have to come up main stairs, and I feel like Laxin knows about this too. They've got claymores, they've got drones, they've got everything. Does Laxin hold the angle? Does he want this fight, or does he just run? I think at this point he wants to hold it. There's another claymore present as well. Does Tolji know? Yes, he does. Looks one way, sees Laxin, but Laxin hits the shot. OXG finally on the board.
Much better. Well, I won't say much better, but at least better in terms of the outcome for OXG. Like I said, they had half of the round there, and they were still a little bit late pushing into sight. Maybe didn't quite take their opportunities to pick up kills, and just there was far too much challenge coming in from underneath. Gaimin Gladiators really did make their lives a misery inside a kitchen, made it very, very difficult for them, and something that OXG need to really plan to deal with. Maybe getting somebody down to the bottom of Church Wall, for example. If you've got Mortar hatch open, nobody should be able to push into Mortar at that point. Get somebody down alongside that triple wall where Church is. You can play through the soft wall, you can spray down, you can prevent a lot of action underneath that kitchen hatch. So OXG maybe just needing to find a solution to that. But either way, they got the round. It's 1-3 and they get rolling. That is...
a rehost.
A rehost. Initially, I was going to say unfortunate.
Hoven's just having fun. I mean, it is unfortunate, but not for the reason that you originally thought.
So we'll get everybody out. We'll get everybody back in as soon as we can do. So yes, OXG, fourth round, take their first attack. On Clubhouse, I think at this point, if they can come away with a 3-3, I don't think they'll mind that too much. They'll be happy enough going in on the defence. They'll be confident, I'm sure, that they can lock down 2 of the sites, which would give them, on 2 rotations, 4 rounds, which would be what they would need to win potentially. But Gaimin Gladiators is going to have something to say about that, because you can see the problem is Gaimin Gladiators, they're done. You know, they're out of the tournament now. It's all jokes. It's all laughing around the team. And when teams just play for fun, that is when they can get really dangerous.
We've seen it several times, right? I mean,
we have.
Equally a danger to themselves. I think many of us will probably recall G2 yesterday with Doki picking Clash, the 5v1 that was almost thrown away by G2, all these little wild moments like that. So there's an element of also let's not keep on, trolling our way through. But I wouldn't go as far as saying Gaimin are doing that. They are just playing with confidence, right? The spawn peaks they're going for, the crazy rotations that many wouldn't. In that last round, I shouted it out partway through. 3 players stepped back across under the kitchen hatch to challenge in towards kitchen. Normally, once you lose control of kitchen vertical because others are above you, because they're starting to get the hatch open, you back away towards mannequins, you rotate back through towards church and watch the angle from a distance. But one player would back out, another one would take his place. He then backs away, another one takes his place. And they keep on going through that same rotation until Ape eventually does find a kill and give GG a bit of hope in that round. However, OXG, as we saw, laxing in the 1v1, bringing out the big clutch.
That's it. It's not often that you'll see teams with that sort of lack of caution underneath kitchen. But as we've said, the danger here is that Gaimin Gladiators don't really have anything to play for or anything to lose. So they're quite happy to take those risks. OXG, just as a reminder for you, they really need the 3 points here. They are 4 points behind Wolves as it stands at the minute. And they have 2 games, including this one. So they have a potential of 6 points in total. But one of those games is against Wolves later on. Wolves also due to play W7M. But if OXG don't win here, don't get any points, they need overtime as a minimum. But even then, they're reliant on other results. So if they don't get a win, they stay 4 points behind. If they get a regulation loss, they stay 4 points behind Wolves, which would mean obviously even a direct win against Wolves would not be enough to overtake them. So that would be it, done and over. If OXG take us to overtime, for example, they will claw themselves back a couple of points, and then it'll all be down to that last game, and a little bit down to the W7M result, which it is anyway. If Wolves manage to get a win against W7M, it will take them too far away from OXG, so that will be job done. But as we know, given that W7M are currently 5-0, that is no mean feat. It's not going to be easy for Wolves. So OXG definitely. The thing is, if OXG get the result here as well, that W7M game becomes even harder for Wolves, because you start looking at a situation whereby you've got OXG breathing down your neck as well.
Absolutely. Now, the Azami being brought along here by Joe. I think sort of once earlier on in this game as well. I was going to say, employing this out towards the hole where we had the players playing previously, there's a catwalk war that took place where Oxygen were dying to get control of it. I feel the Azami can really help with that. As we've seen several teams use her, she can block up the gaps in the railings that sit between the catwalk areas, give a little bit of security over towards the player that's sat inside of there. Told you, who doesn't yet have that support. So whether Joe has changed track midway through and has now gone back towards site, which he has, thought maybe we'd see 1 or 2 committed towards the roam out there, but no, they're going to leave him high and dry alone on catwalk. So poor Tolji, if he gets pushed, won't be long for this world.
We're going to open the logistics hatch, looking to get himself at least a little bit of pressure. We see Hoven moving away, so that is exactly the outcome that they wanted, really. Told you, as you say, last time was able to hold on to this catwalk pretty well. OXG just needing to have a bit better focus this time. We saw, hit points being given away as Nuas ran across the door. Just, it's small things, and it might sound really critical of me, but at this level of play, it's those things that add up, that cost you rounds ultimately. And so that's what OXG just need to make sure that they are avoiding. For the time being, Tolji remains in place at the halfway mark. Not a lot of pressure coming onto him. All they've got is laxing on the breach. It just looks like they're not really too interested this time, OXG, in taking over that side of the map.
At the end of the day, if he stays there, it's no real bother to OXG. They can just have Laxing sat on the rappel out on his balcony and then watch. Told you was looking for get a bit cheeky there. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. And Laxing knows it might have been coming as well. But that means there are 2 players committed on this east side of the map. The rest of Oxygen could say, right, let's go for it. Let's just hit site now whilst we're in a 4 versus 3. So Laxing is drawing the attention of 2 of these defenders. That's exactly what you want. At least for now, OXG still trying to find a way through the bathroom wall.
It makes the first couple of kills on site particularly important. There you go. Effectively 4v2 on site, 5v4 in the round. Vertical, he's looking for more. Foxy manages to find up here. Vertical sees the man in the bathroom. This is too easy for OXG. This is better, Des. Where have they been in the first 3 rounds? Told you manages to find Vertical, but cut down by Foxy in a trade. OXG, much better attack. Masterclass of Gym and Bedroom.
Well, just like we said, Tim, there's 2 players playing off site on the defensive side. You know you've got the numbers advantage on site itself. You realize things are being held up a little bit. Those two defenders might rotate back if you take too much time. Forget the bathroom wall. Just drone in, spot out a couple of players, and go for it. And that's exactly what Vert did. I don't think a single member outside of the one in construction there from the Gladiators actually knew that he was coming, because outside of that, it was a freebie. Two of them, in fact, in the round. So really good decision-making on Oxygen's side, identifying a gap and exploiting it entirely.
Yeah, it was miles better from XG. Absolutely love that round. That's one that I'll be watching back afterwards, like you say. And this is why I gave the different count as they were going in, because the focus there was the 4v3 on site. So like you say, as soon as Vertical gets that kill, it's 4v2. You can't have told you it's going to take him a while to move back because of laxing. It just left them in a really tough situation. Well played from OXG. And what I like there, Des, is OXG, for me, there have taken a breath. They've taken a backward step and they've said, are we just overcomplicating this? Are we just banging our heads against a wall that we don't need to bang our heads against? You know, let's just go to the other wall. Let's just go over there. You know, we don't need to keep trying to crack this nut. Let's not give them what they're asking for. Let's not play into them. And that was much better from them. So we're going to see the site move on. It's going to be back down to Church and Arsenal this time for Gaimin Gladiators. And once again, OXG managed to get the win there in the last round. They're going to be pretty confident, I think. 2v3 on the scoreboard. And a good start. Much better. Vertical getting in there, quickly tracking down Hoven, getting him cut out of things. There's Joe left to go, but this is rapid from OXG.
Vert straight back outside as well to get back on the ground. He's like a good boy as well, rather than trying to press it and looking for his second, his third, his fourth. Just takes time to play back behind the team, because again, when you get that entry kill, you're in a 5 versus 4. The other team have lost 20% of their gun power. You have a lot of capability then just to say, right boys, numbers advantage, sit and play for trades, and there's literally no way we can lose this round. So I think it's good that they now kind of keep reconvened a little bit here. Gaimin might be a little more drawn back towards site rather than trying to play too aggressively out on the roam, as Nuas steps up into a second here on the top floor.
Just going to continue that push across the top floor now with Joe gone as well. That is pretty much the map cleared out. OXG are going to realise that very quickly as the drones continue to race around, so they're going to once again have plenty of time. But will they pick up on Ape? They have fallen foul of these flanks a couple of times, with Gaimin Gladiators being able to just slide in between those drones. I'm not sure that Dream was aware that Ape was upstairs there. Nope, Nuas, he goes blind into that fight, loses his life. Rix takes Laxing down on the ground floor, in the basement, sorry, and that is now a great passage of 10 seconds for Gaimin Gladiators. Another flank hitting OXG.
2 big kills. Yeah, they're now starting to kind of brace down for any potential additional flanks that are coming in. Dream chucking down that Claymore onto the oil ladder, just in case someone does try and work their way through. Vert's got himself inside the dirt here as well, after sitting outside on drones for much of the round. He's now trying to find a way to get that second angle coming in for the team. Because by the looks of it, it's setting up to be Kitchen. But look, Ape has got himself above, and now once again can look to challenge here inside a Kitchen. That means Oxygen have got to retake this top floor ground, and they've let him get up there without any kind of shots coming his way, any kind of disruption. Admittedly, clearing Nuas has really helped on that thing, but here comes Oxygen again. Let's hit the site if they're not here.
This is it. It's just, you know, counter-strat after counter-strat inside of these rounds, but it's just not working for OXG this time, as Vertical gets taken down by Rix, but then Foxy and Dream managing to get a couple of quick kills in succession, and that leaves us now in a 1v2. It's all up to Tolji. The diffuser was going down for a second, but Dream's going to pull off and focus instead on this fight. It's 1v1 as Tolji manages to get the kill onto Foxy. Dream's going to stick this. He knows he's got the cover, but Tolji knows where he is. Surely it's the win. He takes the battle, but doesn't quite find the shots. It's now all up to this duel across Arsenal. Dream managing to land damage. They're both low health. They're both playing this tentatively.
Trying to see what he can find here. Pistol in hand as well. Coming it out. It's coming down to bare basics here, Tim. Can you hit your shots? Yes or no? It's Tolji to hit it first. Finishes it off with a headshot. Gaimin Gladiators will take it 4-2.
A little bit of passion there. As told you can just see those heated moments. 1v1, ring around the roses, bouncing back and forward. Manages to get that kill, and that's going to mean a lot. Smiles all round for Gaimin Gladiators, and what a round it was for them to pick up. That gives them the 4-2 half that, to be honest, I feel like they deserve their Des. They've played well. OXG, next time that you're on attack, please watch the flanks. They've been hit a couple of times. They've had Hoven, they've had Ape, both able to just slip through the net and do them critical damage. The only reason that they rushed in through dirt then was because Ape was above in logistics, and they had absolutely no time to go and clear him.
And the 2 attacks they won, let's not forget, came down to a 1v1 from Laxing, and the other one, I'll give him full credit, was a really good identification of there's a gap in this defense, let's go and hit site.
So that's the only time they've looked convincing in that first half, but hopefully going on to defense where things are less reliant on the sort of timing as a team. It's more about you as individuals out and about around the map looking to get on the road. Hopefully here we can see the gunplay start to shine, especially from players like Nuas, who, as I said, have been really quiet so far today. And I think maybe some of that comes down to motivation as well, where I think he was the, do I want to say the highest rated player across every region coming into this tournament? Or was that was KZ actually, I think it was. But Nuas has been up there in a couple of the stats in the top 5 around the entire world in stage 2. And to quote a tweet he once said, he achieved that not in the Farmers League. So for in his view, he should be one of the top performers that we have here at the Major. In this game so far, like we've kind of seen out of Spoit from Rogue, to be fair, just not quite delivering the goods today. All yesterday, really.
This is it, though, when you function at that high level, and that's what separates great players from what I would call exceptional players. And that is, it's all well and good functioning at that high level for most of the time. The question is, can you do it all of the time? And that's what differentiates the top 1 or 2 when we start talking about absolute best in the world. And as you say, maybe a little bit of growth to be found. Ape is going to be taken down by Vertical. And that is a good end trait for OXG. They're just taking the fight back to Gaimin Gladiators now. They're down in the basement, but the big difference here, Laxi managing to find Hoven, Nuas onto Rix as well. This is way better from OXG. OXG on the attack were able to go in and clear that top floor out very well, and by contrast, Gaimin Gladiators just haven't been able to do the same. Laxin's going to continue taking this fight until he drops himself away on the hatch, but this one is going to be a big ask, a tall order for Gaimin Gladiators now.
A bit of a kicker, yeah, because they've lost 3 separate 1v1s here as well, and that was kind of my concern that we saw back against W7M in their last game. It's just at points it didn't really feel like they were playing as a team. And even when they did play as a team, the mobility that was being afforded to W7M just meant they were running riot all over the side of Gaimin Gladiators. You thought you cleared one part of the map? No, W7M retook it away from you. So here is the exact opposite, arguably, actually, where you're seeing it's more about the individual gunplay, and they're simply not winning their ones.
Told you, just trying to rotate around, trying to get anything going, basically. Let's have a look in through the hatch, see if we can catch anybody in blue. Joe's going to head down there, so this looks like it's going to be the sort of thrust of the spear down through blue at this point in time. Told you going to just try and pressure an alternative angle in the same location, but he's likely to find himself cut down. He sees the man. You've got to react quicker than that. Nuas manages to get himself a little bit of a freebie there, and that is now a 1 versus 5 for Joey's half health, and he's just hoping he can find something. There is a man behind there, but he's not going to take the shot. It's a little bit too late, and then the challenge continues to come in, but he's not going to be able to find the fight. As Nuas once again through the soft wall picks up the kill. Flawless round OXG, and we might just have the turnaround they need now that they're on defense.
Well, as you say, 3 big kills for Nuas in the round 2. The sort of stuff you're looking to see. But for me, for Gaimin, it's about not getting picked off as you work your way around the map. And sure enough, I think they've also identified the same thing themselves here. Quick tactical timeout coming in to have that conversation of, come on, boys, we're better than this now. It feels weird to have that timeout after 1 round, but if the coach has seen enough, or if the boys have decided, no, it's time for a quick conversation, this is the time to have it.
Exactly that. Just try and turn things around. Propel them. But the problem is now, I look at this and I think, yes, the first half was good for Gaimin Gladiators, but that attack has just absolutely fallen apart. They've lost every single fight where they've tried to get inside of the map. They weren't able to clear the top floor, and that is a big difference compared to the rounds that OXG were losing. They were still going in and getting those clearances. They were, it was a tough fight down on site, and Gaimin Gladiators were kind of able to hold on. But going into Site 2 versus 5 against OXG, I don't think that's likely to really provide, many dividends in terms of a return for Gaimin Gladiators, and so they need to be performing better in the early round, in those roam clearances. OXG, for me, just keep doing the same as you've been doing. Get a few people out in the map, loosey-goosey, let them do what they want to do and take those gunfights.
Sure, let's see how they play things out on gym and bedroom. Pretty standard setup so far with the rotations coming in between sites. Bert going out to reinforce these ECC walls. In case you're curious as to why that is, it's because generally the attackers want to try and get control of the south balcony. To get control of the south balcony, you need control of CC out towards the right-hand side. So obviously the defenders want to try and control this window so they can shoot you if you are playing on that south balc, which means if you as defenders want to play in this area, you've got to be able to hold it down. It's very common these days to see teams play 2 or 3 players out here on an extended hold and then pull back when the heat gets a bit too high. basically take control of that balcony for as long as you can and see if you can really starve the attackers out on the clock.
Round number 8 gets underway then. We're going to have Azame sticking inside of construction more than likely. Keeper barricade's going to be positioned there, and that's going to allow Fox here to hold on for as long as possible. Vertical is over on the Cash CCTV side. I think he may be alone at the minute. I'm not sure if there's a second man out with him there or not. We will undoubtedly see as the round continues. No, it's Fox here who's going to be in support, but otherwise Vertical on his own, actually dipping back. So they're quite happy at this point in OXG to actually give over Cash and CCTV. A little bit of a problem there is that it allows Gaimin Gladiators access to more than that area of the map. As you can see nicely off to the left of your screen there, it gives them access to the whole run of windows along sides as well. They don't need to be scared about anybody challenging them from CCTV at that point. So I would expect to see Gaimin Gladiators getting somebody on those windows fairly soon to apply that pressure directly into sight. As Hoven looks like he's on his way. Not too much of a surprise.
Not at all, no. And here he is, and as well, bouncing through the window. I thought for a second he might get away with it. There was a magnet waiting though, so I think even if it had got through the window, Vert still wouldn't have died. So a good bit of utility cover there from OXG themselves. With the single wall now being opened up though, suddenly it becomes quite precarious to play inside of construction. And I like how it sort of slices the map in half here. If there were anyone still playing out towards the east side there on the extension, there'd be a lot of bother because that Thermite has opened up that single wall. Now gives a wonderful cut the whole way through.
Nitro are going to go. All it's going to do is take out the Mute Jammer, and Hoven is going to step up and take out Newers. So not ideal utility usage there. 5 versus 4 now for Gaimin Gladiators, as access to those windows that I discussed does start to tell. OXG maybe a little bit of a mistake in giving up Cash and CCTV quite so freely at the beginning of the round, because that is where that entry kill has come from. 1 minute 15 left to go. Tolji's going to join Hoven on the windows and just continue to double down on that position that they've been granted by OXG. We're going to have the jacuzzi wall getting opened as well. Pressure will mount on Dream here on the smoke as the soft wall is open to his side through into bathroom, so utility could potentially come in through there. There's likely magnets, etc., to stop that happening quite so freely, but the challenge is still possible.
Oh, the neighbour would have come through there at such a beautiful time as well, if not for the magnet catching it out.
Here comes Laxing.
Has ratted himself up the backside. Didn't see the lights on that drone here, and I don't think anyone on Gaimin Gladiators has clocked that he's coming.
I think he might be too late though, Des, as Hoven manages to get vertical. Laxing does get his first, but then they're away. Misses his shot, sorry to call it, but the spray was wild onto Joe. Hoven with the final kill, and Gaimin Gladiators with a much better attack there, but I can't help but feel OXG handed them a little bit of that by giving up that east side quite so easily.
I think to some level as well, even with the flank coming out of Laxing, if he gets the south window control, that wasn't really where the fighting was happening. It was the 3 players that were actually on site itself.
It was too late.
So even if you got the 2K still sat in a 1v3, I don't put too much pressure on him for missing that 1 kill, but it should have been a freebie coming in out of that window. Goes back to what we were saying at the start of the round about defenders want control of that window for that exact purpose. And now we'll see how things fare off on that side of the map as we go into Cash CC for our 3rd defensive round for Oxygen.
Just to put this into, context, I'm sure everybody at home is aware, but 2 more rounds and OXG will be eliminated from the Berlin Major.
Crazy,
they will be going home. That will be it. Job done. They'll have 1 more game to play as a swan song at the end of the day against Wolves, but it will be meaningless by that point because they are 4 points behind at the minute, and they need something here to mean that they can continue competing at the end of the day. It's going to be CCTV and Cash for them. I think it's the first time actually that we've seen this site defended today. We didn't see Gaimin Gladiators go there. It is one that has dropped off in popularity a little bit. I mean, it tells you how much it's dropped off in popularity when we've had 2-bar stock defences, 2-bar stage defences, sorry, but no CCTV Cash.
I think it's because it feels a bit direct to site 101, right? If you're trying to force a gym and bedroom defense, often attackers will have to clear the entire east side of the map. When you're attacking in towards Cash CC, all you've got to do really is get the east bridge opened up, then pick your poison. Do you want to attack in through construction, or do you want to get garage? You only need 2, compass directions, dare I call them, for you to make an attack work. So at least at this point here, they're going to start getting this wall opened up on the right-hand side. That's your 1 direction done. Then where they choose to work on next will be the big one, but what you've got is Tolji watching on towards the west window, so no one can try and play too cheeky around that spot as well.
Foxy looking to potentially use the Maverick calls against them should they go for that hard breach, which Rix is now working towards. He's going to try and impact nade underneath. It looks like one has already gone off there. So there's plenty more to go at, so that's not the end of the world. They're going to lose that first one. No, it doesn't. Oh, so close. The first one doesn't catch it, but the second one does. But as you say, Des, they are out, so this breach gets opened up. Interesting bandit placement as well. We don't see it too often, but a bandit just placed on the catwalk wall as well. Quite often we'll get thrown hard breach coming in from the ace to open that up. So that's been done to prevent the Selma charge, making it difficult for Foxy. It's not a 200 IQ play, but it's just not something that we see done very often. But I like that from OXG.
I've seen a couple of teams like electrify every single wall down there before, and it's always felt a bit excessive. I can think of the days with like KIA Electro Claws, where you put them on catwalk itself above the two walls in the middle, and it will electrify them from above, meaning the defenders can't get in comfortably without first clearing you away from the catwalk itself. Of course, then they'll bring nades to try and get rid of the operator and the two Electro Claws. Then you've got the battle of magnets coming along. Oh, you must be joking.
That's not ideal.
Unfortunate, Hoven, I guess.
Nade's going to be raining into sight from RP here, just looking to clear off the electricity, I think, from behind that wall, but he missed, and that is going to mean that it remains close for the time being. He can try the Gon 6, he's thinking about it, but I don't think the radius is actually going to be sufficient, RP. If you want to do that, you need to head underneath, and you need to take the shot from down there. That will clear the bandit battery out, but instead, Joe's going to head in that direction. He'll throw the nade up. It's pretty default nade from stock door, straight underneath that wall, clear out the bandit battery. Thank you very much, and that will be the wall getting open, but only 30 seconds left to go.
That's my nervousness. It's taking like 15-20 seconds for him to rotate away, and they're already last 60 seconds. They can get the wall open up. They're not even bothered at this point. They're just walking in. Look, it's a little bit late, but they're on their march through. Rix is in, looking to go for a plant here against the soft wallers. Dream steps out, finds one, but can he see the man himself? They're not quite sure where he's planting here. Ape's got to hold on. One more goes down. Plant is here, and Rix gets blasted to high heavens. It's 4 left alive for the side of OXG. They'll get this disable and find their first defensive round.
Better from OXG there. Good work to just really make it difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to get access into sight. Leave Rix with no option other than to just dive on in and throw the diffuser down wherever he finds himself stood. So well played from them, and that just gives them an opportunity to keep fighting their way back into this one. 4-5 still behind. Basically, they need to be winning this without any further mistakes. As I've said, they're looking for a full 3 points here. I won't get into the specifics, but there are still opportunities if they get an overtime win, for example. It is still possible. It puts them within range of Wolves. It just then depends on the W7M result in that way to match up. But OXG, they don't want to be worrying about that. They just want to do everything they can here and now to get themselves as close as they can, put that pressure on Wolves, as I said earlier. Church and Arsenal is going to be the next site for them, and they basically need, for me, 2 back-to-back here. They need to get themselves the 6-5, and then they can hopefully just push on for that final little bit.
Say every point counts at this point, and that means every single round itself contributes in as well. Laxing back up on the top floor, we did see I don't say a super heavy, but quite a relatively decent drone presence from OXG on their last defense of this site. But this time around reinforcing off the east side walls. Normally on this 3-floor roam, you'll have those east 2 walls reinforced. You'll have the 2 jacuzzi walls reinforced. Let's imagine where Vert might be heading off to now, since they've got 2 still left in back pocket. Everything else will be focused on site itself, with hatches being opened up, which is kind of where you take the reinforcements from. Maybe here is realised, actually, even though we've got the 2 reinforcements left, we haven't got time to be reinforcing walls. If you're still reinforcing walls 10-15 seconds into the round, someone is absolutely blasting you sky high.
Vertical, look how aggressive he is here. We've seen this once or twice before where the breach gets opened up and the defenders are just there right in front of it waiting to make the challenge. He's maybe lucky that Rix wasn't paying attention, but he's going to find Ape, and that is exactly the start that OXG wanted here. Vertical really powering them forward, having a good game so far. 6-3 right now, and with another important entry.
Joe just silently working his way in through dirt here. Now, last time Vert was the one who was dancing around. If you recall, he charged inside of Kitchen, got himself a freebie in the hallway, then back outside, back on drones before eventually working his way in through dirt. This time around, they sent Joe to go and do that, maybe because the walls have been reinforced up. But he'll be in a pretty key location there where he can give some good information over to the rest of his team when he comes pushing through. But it's about timing that up with the rest of the boys as well.
The keeper barricade just filling the gap on the hatch there, making it a little bit safer to stay inside of blue, covering everything that was needed. Laxing roaming around this top floor, and we saw the damage that Laxing was able to do from up there last time. He will likely have the bailiff in hand, I would have thought. That is certainly not ideal. Losing 2 Selmas leaves them without the ability to get the hatch open with those. They're going to have to bring in alternative utility, the Hibana or the Maverick. They've got plenty to go at, but it just leaves them in a more dangerous spot. And let's not forget, Laxing up on the top floor. If he's got the bailiff in hand and could get himself into logistics, he could potentially open up holes and rain down fire from above.
All these little things, just like the time wasting with the impact tricks onto the Selmas, it just runs that clock further and further down. So Gaimin Gladiators get more pressure building on them, less room for errors, more pace that you have to add to your attack, more urgency, dare I say. Laxing, I think he's just waiting and expecting Joe to come back out of playing through.
No!
Oh, the timing! The timing is ludicrous.
Laxing, that's disgusting. The alibi decoy has been there for the entire round, so the likelihood is that Gaimin Gladiators have seen that and thought, yeah, it's not too much of a threat, it's just a decoy on that window, absolutely fine. I'm not sure I've seen that in pro play before, where the alibi goes and stands on top of the decoy and gets a kill. Beautiful.
And here comes Fox finding one back, but it's 2 coming back the other way for Gaimin Gladiators, down to 1 man left alive, but Hoven from above at least brings one back on the other side. I don't know if he gets Joe here in time. He's kind of sat very precariously inside of site. One gets finished off, doesn't know about the man inside of Moto. OXG get that round to bring things square.
OXG really seeming to sharpen up in the last couple of rounds. Gaimin Gladiators, I don't know where the top floor clearance was from them. There was just no real attempt to deal with Laxing at all. He was completely free for the round. They tried to just push in and just get the hatches and push directly towards site, and it just really didn't pay off for them. OXG taking full advantage of that, and a cheeky little play that, you know, sometimes those things will just give you everything you need. Laxing, nice kill onto Rix, but that leaves us now 5-5 on the scoreboard. OXG getting themselves moving, 2 more rounds to go, and they keep on fighting here in Berlin.
I think with the whole Rix thing then as well, it's just a real smart amount of game knowledge. I mean, Lax has played this game forever, since the Xbox days. He knows that when that Hibana's open up that kitchen hatch, she's likely going to rotate off towards dirt. And even if you can't guarantee it, she might be trying to drop the hatch with the plant, for example, there's always the off chance that they will go towards dirt. So it's just a smart read, situational awareness coming out from Laxing that netted them a freebie. 0 complaints on that side, and then wasted even more time because they were charging around trying to catch him, throwing nades at him, for example. I spoke about it about the 2-minute mark, but it is just running down every single second to the point that Gaimin Gladiators have to panic in terms of their final push.
Absolutely that. And the decoy was just a nice little cherry on top, essentially. You know, Rix may not have checked that window anyway. Laxing, you know, may have got away with that, but there is a good chance there that it's been seen earlier in the round, so I don't need to check it because that's in the way. We know that it's not being peaked, but it was. Round number 11 then, it is 5-5 on the scoreboard. Gaimin Gladiators, I've got to say, you know, we know that they've just been eliminated in the last round, but I tell you what, they've not given anybody an easy game, have they? There's been no easy points at the hands of Gaimin Gladiators.
There's been constant challenge, I think, is the best part. I mean, I spoke about it, how they haven't really had any big wins, but they haven't had any wins at all, but they took Wolves to overtime twice. They've really made the European team sweat to get to where they are right now, and that place where they are right now is under threat from OXG if they can win this game. Newest thing, and he had time there to get himself towards Jim, but realising, nope, that's opening up pretty damn rapid. So instead it's Laxing sat in here alone with Newers holding down inside of Logi.
Newers last time lost his life inside of Jim when the challenge came in from the window. This time interesting to see slightly harder hold of Cash and CCTV. Fox here still over there, being supported by Vertical as well. Joe taking the long angle there, not nearly actually getting himself a kill into Jamie. Wouldn't have known that, but the angle was there nonetheless. But yeah, this time OXG, I think, learning the lesson from the last round. They don't want to give up those windows quite so easily, so they are making Gaimin Gladiators work for this a little bit more, making them go in and take control before they dip themselves away. They've still got Laxing and Foxy over on that side, and that is much better from them. Vertical gonna lose his life to a vertical nade though.
Ironic.
I was gonna make a joke about Astralis then.
Why?
Because iconic plays for Astralis. I couldn't think of the link.
I also don't understand where Astralis come into this.
Well, just on the ironic, I was going to say no, he plays for Astralis. But no.
Right, yeah, that was terrible. Told you then finds the second in the round. It's a bit of a stretch. Nua's going down here as well, which means for Gaimin, maybe they can pull ahead to 6 and 5, which will be that sort of spot that we spoke about earlier. OXG are desperate to avoid dropping any points here. Otherwise, that game against Wolves later, it needs to become a regulation win, if they even get anywhere near that. But Hoven cementing this round for Gaimin Gladiators as they get into a 5 versus 2. Laxing finds 1, finds 2, and found 3, almost gets a third. But Tolji shuts him down before the Madman can find one more. It's Foxy to clutch up against 2.
Diffuser going down here. Tolji's going to try and stick this. Foxy needs to win this fight. It's as simple as that. He does win the first. Can he win the second? This would be a huge 1v2 for OXG. Tolji is out of there. If Foxy is quick here, he might just be able to stick this. Tolji's getting himself up on the rappel, but no, Foxy, he's going to come away and he's going to look for the challenge here, but this is not going to be easy. Tolji climbs up on and manages to get the kill, and that could be a real hammer blow to the hopes of NA for OXG to make it through to the playoffs. It's not impossible, but it just got a lot more difficult.
Well, to give you context now, the most Oxygen can get is 2 points from this game, which would put them on 5. Wolves are sat on 7. When they play later, assuming Wolves lose in regulation to W7M in their next game of the day, it will come down to Oxygen needing to win in regulation. They get to overtime at all, and it's pretty much guaranteed that you're going to see Wolves being the ones walking through. And that's assuming, of course, that we don't see Gaimin go on to win this game now. If they do that, there is still a chance they can still tie things up at 7 points each, but it's a real
You're then
stretch.
relying on Wolves not getting anything against W7M.
Exactly.
W7M are already 5-0 up. You know, they're not going to be coming out and showing absolutely everything on the map they play. They're going to be focused on the playoffs. You know, whereas Wolves are going to be fighting tooth and nail every inch to try and get a point out of it. So it starts getting very, very dicey now for OXG. Like you say, this is the moment. You got to win this. There's no two ways about it. You got to win this, and you got to win 2 of the next 3. They need 2 points out of this.
Now or never, boys. Now or never. It's going to be a cash CC defense as well. One that's the only one they found success on, at least in the first few rounds in the third quarter of the game. And a lot of that came down to Rick still being on site and getting the plant down. It just sort of fell apart from there, as it was a bit of a hastened together attack by Gaimin Gladiators. They were held outside of construction for the longest time and eventually forced their way through smoke, through barbed wire, charging in towards site, and that's a wonderful start. The sledge going down, Nua's finding a cheeky kill on the outside.
Big opener there, exactly what OXG needed. They just did not really done that well playing from behind when they've had the man disadvantage. They haven't come out on top of most of those situations. Foxy was very close last time around in the 1v2, but it was just too much to ask for that last gunfight. He was low health and obviously difficult. Ricks
trying again.
He's going to be getting the wall open. It sounds like they've managed to get 1 exothermic. Have they got any more impact nades left? They've got 1 more. They could well get this second one. He needs to be very cautious with his placement. He puts it right out to the side. Will that be sufficient? Noyes sends it out. Yes, it will be sufficient to get the exothermic charge. Gone. Nade from underneath from RP. Not going to do any damage, really. Dream taking a tickle, I think. But other than that, it is going to be still OXG 5-4. And they are looking to hold on. Still half of the round to go. And pressure mountain inside the site.
It's 2 rounds in a row now where OXG, well, not back-to-back, but on this side where they've had 4 impacts in their back pocket, and they haven't managed to keep that wall closed despite being given a golden chance by Joe to keep on tricking the wall out. It's balmy, to be honest with you, and even Nua's then had so much time to line up that impact nade, but just couldn't get it outside to destroy the exothermic. Unfortunate, but now this means there's a massive advantage for Gaimin Gladiators. They've got to get this one blast wall opened up, and then the real attack can begin.
Big as that kill comes in to level things up at 4-4. Vertical being taken down on the Azami, which of course means no replacement of those keeper barricades either. Laxing's underneath, does not have Nitro in hand. Interesting to note that he's taken barbed wire as the choice, so he's not going to be able to impact on a plant that goes down from underneath other than spraying through the floor, but he is going to look for a flank here. He's going to need to get moving. 54 seconds left to go. He needs to get all the way up main stairs and through master bedroom and hope that Gaimin Gladiator have been sloppy on that flank watch once again, as they have done previously. There is a Claymore there, but what a one-tap from Laxing. Sit down, Ricks.
At this point, though, they can still keep going because they found a couple of kills back as well. However, Foxer starts to net things up. Only 2 remaining. It's exactly the same as last time, but there were 4 available for the boys of OXG. They find 1, they find 2. There's no way they end the hopes like this as well. Told you going in for the plant and Laxing. It all comes down to him. He's got to go big here. Finds 1. Can he find the last? It's out to the right, it's out to the left. He can't find the man. Yes, he can. Laxing keeps it going, and we're going through to overtime.
What have I just seen? Laxing able to flip to the pistol and really rescue OXG's hopes in those final seconds. A true ring around the roses,
Ludicrous.
back and forward around the servers, but he comes away with the only shot that matters, and that is a shot in the arm of OXG, hopefully of adrenaline to pep them up and get them back into this fight in overtime.
Absolutely ludicrous that he's pulled that off. I thought for sure once they had control of site and ignored Laxing back on main stairs, they'd be able to get the plan down and play the 2v1 post, but no. Laxing somehow pulls it out the bag and keeps Oxygen's dreams alive. Gym and bedroom, where Gaming Gladiators are going to start off on their defensive side of overtime. They get 2 defenses. 1 here in round 13, 1 in round 15, with Oxygen having round 14 to take their defense as well. I love this cheeky frost map, by the way. The one that's down here just inside of Logi. Someone drops into that hatch later on in the round. It gets somewhat concealed by the debris that drops in from the hatch itself. And if someone then drops in without droning properly, they're dead.
It's not an easy one to clear out as well. You can get the angle from above the hatch, but like you say, that debris just covers it up. You've got, if nades are going in, they're going deeper than that, and it can be one that's easily missed because of the fear of playing around the hatch and the potential for things like nitros coming up out of there. None on the side of the defenders. No, 1 down at the bottom. Torgy's got 1, so yeah, it's something that they definitely need to be cautious of. OXG 5 versus 5 then, as we head into our first round of overtime, round 13, and a round that OXG desperately need. We've had 3-3 in both halves, so or was it 4-2? Sorry, no, it's been 4-2 in both halves, so the advantage, you'd have to say, sitting with the defenders a little bit here, and Gaming Gladiator is able to snag that all-important first defense.
There's been some really interesting clutch rounds coming out there. Think about, for example, Dreams 1v1 in the basement. Laxing in that last round as well. Although the scoreline suggests, yep, defenders, you can be pretty safe in the bets that they will win it. You can't guarantee anything. Ape being deleted by the Finca LMG that we all love so much.
Just able to continue pre-firing around the corner there, manages to get the kill newers and sets his team up fantastically. Rick's going to take a lot of damage as well, and OXG very quickly find themselves effectively in a 5 versus 3 almost here, as Rick's is seriously low health and not in a position to be taking any gunfights. He's going to have to play very, very passively as the round goes on, but other players throughout this tournament have shown us what is possible when on low health. Now then, Rick's, he's going to do a lot of damage there to Dream. That's the hard breach as well. They definitely need to make sure that is not lost before Dream's job is done. We're going to get a little Finca boost coming in. Dream will have the opportunity now to use those Selmas just to open up the rest of that wall. And from here on in, OXG, they just need to start finding kills.
Just find kills.
Just find some kills.
Just find some kills. It's easy. 1, 2, 3. Click on the head. Lol. Whatever. 5v4 though. Last 60 seconds we're getting into at this stage, and there's still a bit of focus out towards the east here. I don't think anyone from Gaming Gladiators is trying a late flank this time around. The 4 that remain are all playing around site. Rick's just about holding on by a thread with 2 HP to his name. Foxy got a nice cheeky angle through under the barricade here as well. As soon as Rick steps up from there, he's dead.
You would expect so. Hoven, he's holding an important angle here, just shutting down the gym window so nobody can push in through there, and then also just trying to keep an angle out towards bathroom and gym itself. Foxy just taking the shots through the wall. That's going to signal to Hoven maybe that there's an opportunity for him to push in. First nade is going to go, second nade goes elsewhere, and here comes the push. We saw this exact same from Vertical last time. Hoven, he's going to take a little bit of damage from the nade, but not enough. Foxy manages to find the rest though with a headshot, taking him down. 5 versus 3, Rick still low health, could be an important position, but no, easily shut down by a Dream. Nitro goes out, going to have to be successful. It is not. It's a 1 versus 5. Dream's getting the diffuser down. 2 kills for Told You, but surely that's all. Yes, Foxy in the right position, shuts it down, and the Dream is still alive for OXG.
Quite literally, yet well on their way towards those 2 points. The lion's share from this game. They'll be 2 behind Wolves in their matchup later, assuming Wolves don't beat W7M, so they still have the opportunity. Here, though, we get to see what Ape and Co can do on the attacking side. Oxygen moving over onto the defense down into Church and Arsenal. Now, we've seen them play really heavy on their own so far when defending this site, and their lineup suggests exactly that. Mute and Mozzie very good for blocking away the information on the top floor. Latsingers love roaming around on the alibi, and you've also got that Malusi. So much to work with here.
Gaimin Gladiators have to pay more attention to that top floor here. There's absolutely no two ways about it. They haven't gone up there. They completely just overlooked it last time, and they paid the price for doing so. So super important that they get that done and make sure, as you say, Laxing particularly, that they're clearing out. It looks like we've got a bit of a rehost coming in. So we'll get that done. Not ideal timing probably for OXG. They would have wanted to just carry on with that momentum that they'd got, but we are where we are, and we'll get back in as soon as we can.
It is what it is. Just a small bug there for us to get over, and then we can get back into the game. We always love it when our last day of groups is nice and spicy. And this
I can't get enough of it.
This is the group that's shaping up to be quite spicy, because a lot of the other ones have already kind of settled now. You know,
yeah, pretty much.
But
I think we've got, what have we got, 4 teams now? I think
we're at 4.
We've got W7M, we've got Elevate, we've got FaZe, and we've got, I want to say, there's somebody else. I'm forgetting somebody. It's very difficult when we're trying to keep on top of 16 teams across 4 groups.
So who did you have? Sorry,
W7M, Elevate, FaZe.
Who went through from Group A?
Nobody yet.
Nobody yet. So we've got 3. XSET, sorry.
XSET, yes. XSET confirmed from here, yes. So, yeah, those are the 4 that we've got. So we've got, we've got like half of the games. This is game 4 out of 8 today. So we've got half of the games left to go. And we've still got in that final half a day. So we've got 3 days. It's a 6th of the games overall. And we've got half of the teams yet to qualify.
We've got 3, sorry. We've got 5 that are qualified. Furia and Elevate.
Oh, Furia, of course,
from
yes.
the same group.
Yes,
So
Furia, of course.
Group D is already locked up, essentially. But Group C, Group B, Group A.
All to play for.
Still all to play for in those
all to play
spots.
for.
Admittedly, Group B is maybe not as close as it might look. Sandbox versus G2, for example. Sandbox, interestingly, did beat Sonics 8-6. And G2 and Sandbox are currently playing right now. I think what I'll tell you now will be slightly delayed. But it's currently 4-2 to G2, where they're playing on Theme Park. I believe G2 would have been on the defensive side. Yep, they were. So if G2 win that game, that group is then done.
No guarantees there. If Sandbox are moving on to the defensive Theme Park, they could certainly fight their way back into that.
The thing is for Sandbox, it's their last game. That's the spot they're in now. They have to get enough points here to jump over G2, which means winning in regulation and seeing G2 get stomped by FaZe later.
All I will say is there's a lot of shouting going on.
There is.
I've just heard a lot of shouting over the way. We're also back into the game, Des. We've done a little catch-up, a little round-up of the tournament as it stands at the minute there, and it's past the time nicely for us to get back into things. It's going to be a Church and Arsenal defence. I'm not, I'm certainly not a biased caster. What I am going to say is that I would like OXG to pick the win up here.
It keeps it entertaining later.
Simply because it just puts the pressure on Wolves, and like you say, it just takes us right up to the end of the day. As much as I would like to see Gaimin Gladiator for the performances and entertainment that they've given us, I would like to see them get a win here and not go away sort of completely empty-handed from Berlin, but ultimately it doesn't really impact too much on that possibility of the sort of last-minute excitement later on in the day. So for me, OXG, get it locked up here, get yourselves those 2 points, keep fighting. It puts them then onto 6 points. No, they're on 3. So it puts them on to 5 points, and it leaves them just 2 behind, and it gives them a little bit more wiggle room depending if Wolves get themselves to overtime against W7M, for example. So, OXG, the time is now.
And we'll see if this time can be done in the next 2 minutes 30. They close it up either 8-6, or they take it all the way through to 15 to see how this epic tale concludes for them and their journey here at Berlin. Over starting things off, and the rest of the boys, of course, out towards kitchen side of things. 3 of them currently spread up on this side of the map. Imagine you'll see 1 or 2 rotate away, 1 try and push their way in through the basement, or in through dirt, I suppose I should say. Just keep a very close eye, of course, on that window. Yep, Hoven knows to check that one out after Ritz got blasted by Laxin from there last time. But this time around, it has been left fully closed. Laxin choosing to employ a different idea and use case for that alibi, rather than copying the same as last time around.
Drone not going to be spotted out, not going to be taken out of dirt. And that could be a bit of a miss there, as Newer's position is going to be known and the challenge can come in from dirt tunnel, although we just see Hoven just scurrying away there, going to get back onto the drone himself, not wanting to be too aggressive here at the halfway mark. And once again, just a little bit concerning here that Gaimin Gladiators have not dealt with the roamers around the map. I picked up on it last time and it cost them last time. It will do the same if they don't clear them out.
says here, it's about the drone work coming through, right? We're down to half of those at the halfway mark in the round. Perfect consumption so far, it feels like. Down to even 4. They will start to get starved of that information as we go down to now even 3. Foxy starting out on the opener as well. A dream start for Oxygen so far.
Exactly as I said, not dealing with Foxy has lost them the man, and it's the Hibana. It doesn't get much better than that for opening picks. Foxy will have been quite happy to trade his life for that, but Vertical gives his up for nothing. RP managing to find the headshot. Dream looking to take the challenge,
Simon.
but no, he's been pinched from both sides. Joe works that absolutely beautifully. Drives deep into sight after it. Laxing could be the hero once again as he manages to get a kill along with Nuyers. They manage to bring themselves back into it here. Nuyers is just trying to hold off Dirt Tunnel, but they know, Des, they know that's where the remainders are, so now they can just focus in that one direction. Toji gets one home and the other. Newers and Laxing can do nothing, and we're going all the way
to 15.
We are.
Normally you'd say that. You didn't finish.
I know, we're not in the playoffs, I've got to save something.
I guess so. It's one of those now where, for Oxygen, this is a real high-pressure round. You've got to do something on the attacking side. We've seen both teams pick up their attacking round so far. A total flip to what we've seen being the main storyline throughout regulation. Church and Arsenal, where Gaimin are going to set themselves up. What chaos can they cause downstairs here? What damage can they do out on the roam to shut Oxygen down early? In the early parts of the game, back in regulation, we said it as much then, they are really making Oxygen work for everything. They force a lot of 1v1s around the map, for example, and it would just starve the clock downwards as they get more and more distracted, hit by flanks. You remember Hogan, for example, on the Legion, coming up through Oil Ladder. Just little things like that all start to stack together, and I have no doubt Gaimin are going to go hell for leather here in this last round.
Oh, they want the win. You know, they don't want to be going back to Apex South empty-handed. As I said, they've worked extremely hard here. They've run, as we've said, teams so close. You know, W7M 7-5, Wolves, they took them to overtime both times. Overtime now against OXG. They don't want to go back empty-handed. They want some bragging rights. They want to say that they, you know, came to Berlin and at least came away with some positive points by getting a win. This is their opportunity. It's 7-7. It's the last round. You know, winner takes, not all at this point, but the winner takes 2 points, loser takes 1, and that for OXG is pretty catastrophic in terms of the event, you know, as a whole. It's going to make it extremely difficult then for them to go through. So they're going to start working on the east side to begin with. They take out the Pyjamas, the Selma will open, and they're looking for that top floor clearance. We've seen OXG do this top floor clearance so well so far, Des, getting at least 1 or 2 kills both times.
Oh boy.
What's going on here, Des?
Direct to site, 101. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. The boys want to collect much more than that. They want their 2 points, Tim. If they can get in the backside here as well before Gaimin have any idea it's coming, this could be catastrophic. They've got Valkyrie cams set up, but I don't think they'll have one down, for example, inside of Dirt to catch this. Laxin looking to move his way down main stairs. They could just coalesce on site here and say, forget about those on the roam. We just want to go for the win here and now.
They need to use the... I'd have thought they'd be using the Gon 6 on this barricade.
No.
So they've given up. They've given up. They've seen something they don't like. To be fair, there's a Banshee and there is one of the Thorn Razor Blooms on the back of that door as well. It is, even if you use the Gon 6, which is the point I was coming to, don't hit the barricade. It'll tell the defenders you come in. Just Gon 6 straight through it, you know, and try and get in there and get those couple of surprise kills. Even if they do that, the Banshee, the Razor Bloom, everything else is just going to make it too difficult to go in with the aggression that they needed. So I think that was the right decision, to be honest, from OXG there, to just back themselves off. And it may be that they don't know about Nuas in there now, because the barricade's been shot out from Hatch. They may well presume that that's all it is. There you go. They had no idea. No idea. Well played, OXG.
A good bait, but maybe not quite the respect being shown by Gaimin there to the fact that someone could have been left behind. You've heard it being shot out, for example. You know the jammer was gone. You've maybe seen a drone coming through from that direction as well. You should have the read that someone wants to follow through on that as well. Foxy creeping his way down. He's got Joe off towards his left and a man straight through across towards Moto as well. It looks to be a kitchen and blue push. Nuas is already inside though.
Nuas is down though. Foxy manages to find himself dead as well as he drops down through the hatch. Gaimin Gladiators have collapsed here, Des. It's Rick. It's Joe finding kills as they do, and it's all up to Laxing. 2 goo mines in his leg that he's going to have to take out, but he backs up into the throwing contraption up here with the final kill, and Gaimin Gladiators will go away with a win to their name.
And that leaves all the work for Oxygen to do. They have to get a regulation win against Wolves, assume that Wolves get nothing against W7M, and they have to beat them in round. If I haven't even checked to see if that's mathematically possible, but that just shows how tall an order it is. But for Gaimin Gladiators, I'm so happy they found themselves a win at their first major.
It's been brilliant to see. Like I say, out of all of our teams that have gone home at this point, for me, Gaimin Gladiators have been a little bit of a revelation.
Massively so. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a lot to say about this game.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
Crossfire gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh, are you kidding me? The 1v4.
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again.
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pyjamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and that's just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yable.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Gaimin Gladiators handing Oxygen a defeat they sorely did not need in their battle to still stay in the playoffs conversation. 3 points now needed by the North American side against Wolves later to still be in with a chance. And even then, Tim, it's not guaranteed.
It's only a chance, and that depends on Wolves not taking anything from W7M. So many moving parts have just come into play for OXG when at the beginning of this game it was really simple. 3 points in regulation and you should have a chance in that last match. Now, not so certain.
We've got a match summary to take a look at as well, so you guys can see what went down in that game. I know we had a couple of rehosts, so you can see the total standings once we come on to that in just a moment as well. But for me, for Gaimin Gladiators, if nothing else, as you said, I'm just happy they've walked away with a win, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like I said, they were a little bit of a revelation at this tournament. They've come in, they've made life so difficult for everybody. We've had some fantastic performances. Ape stand out there, you know, but we've said that a couple of times across the time, and just really, really good from Gaimin Gladiators. You know, I think we'll see them back at future events as well, and this win is going to give them the appetite for that.
Obviously, that was the prior game, just went so well. We were that keen to show you guys it anyway. But again, here is how things sit. Gaimin Gladiators, at least for now, jumping ahead of Oxygen. And I want to say one thing as well. Laxton said to me before the game, obviously it still matters how we do in this game big time because, one, we have a chance to get through, but two, even if we don't, there are SI points on the line. I believe you get 50 points if you finish 4th, 105 if you finish 3rd, double the points for finishing one place higher in groups. So literally every game, every round does count. And Oxygen, no more than any others, will be more than aware than that of ever than they were before. So they've got to get something out of that game later, even an overtime win. But like I said, for me, they've got to now get from -10 to over +2. So Wolves need to get slammed in the next game, and Oxygen need to beat Wolves really convincingly in that following game. I'm talking like 7-2, 7-1 in both games, and I don't see that happening.
Well, this is the beauty of the year-long system that we've got, like you say. You know, you look at it, and a failure to qualify for SI could ultimately come down to looking back and thinking there was one game there where we didn't pick up enough points, didn't find 3rd place, and we haven't made... Like, that's the beauty. It keeps so much meaning on every single game. Whether you're already out, whether you're already through, it doesn't matter. You need as many points as possible.
And still in this group, like we mentioned, there are a couple more games still to come. We've got Wolves playing off against W7M next, before Wolves play OXG in the very last game of the day. The very last game of the group stage, Tim. It's gone lightning quick over the last 3 days.
I mean, it always does, doesn't it? You know, we wake up on day one, super excited, ready to go, and then it just rattles by so quickly. We're watching match after match on both streams, keeping on top of everything and what's going on, and then blink of an eye, we found ourselves towards the end of day 3, and here we are.
And here's the actual scoreboard you were looking for earlier on as well. So really, I got to give it to Hoven. He was an absolute monster out on the roam as well, just constantly coming off on the flanks, giving a real upset stomach over towards OXG. And on their side, Laxim, we spoke about it. There were some rumours circling about whether or not he'll stay on this team after this major. He wanted to make sure he put up a big performance. A couple of clutch rounds, 15 and 10 overall as well. A real solid performance from a veteran of the game.
29 kills between him and Foxy, really stepping up for the team. But just the thing is, it was such a close game. You know, we can't even really point to either side and say, well, you know, maybe that player cost a bit, that player cost. They just didn't. Everybody played their parts in what was, to be honest, a great game of Siege. Really enjoyed watching that one.
I did as well, and I'm sure we'll see some more entertaining games as the day progresses. As mentioned, you can still see OXG play in the last game of the day, but for Gaimin Gladiators, that does end their run at the major. That was their very last game. And again, for a team that's had their first time at a major, I've enjoyed seeing them smiling all around the venue, for example. They barely ever looked downtrodden despite getting, you know, up to this point, trounced. They didn't have a win, for example. They lost in overtime twice. That's not super fun, let's be real.
No, not at all. They've been a great team to have around. You're absolutely right. Like you say, a pleasure to be around, and hopefully we'll see them back in future events as well.
Absolutely. Well, we've got 2 more games to go before we get back into this group and see the epic conclusion of this tale between OXG and Wolves. For now, we'll go to a quick break. The other casters will step in, give you a little bit of fun, and we'll catch up with you guys again later on today.
down but not out.
It's a very critical matchup happening in front of us with a spot in the playoffs on the line. Ninjas in Pyjamas going up against Rogue.
Yes.
Almost every team has clinched their spot at this point in the playoffs. In fact, I think we might actually have 7 teams. I think this might be the last playoff spot, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but...
T2 just qualified. I think we're definitely at the end. Absolutely at the end.
I believe we are. We've arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Ninjas in Pyjamas and Rogue going head-to-head. And what does their group look like? That is the real question. I can bring it up for you and go through it. XSET qualified just a little bit earlier with their victory over DWG KIA.
Yep.
That leaves Rogue and Nip to fight for that second spot. Rogue only have 1 game left. It's do or die for them. Nip still have 2. If they lose this matchup, it's over. Rogue qualify. Nip will then play a not insignificant match, but pretty insignificant match against XSET up next. And by the way, here you are. Let me walk you through this. Nick, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I wish it was like a weather person.
Well,
and I could gesture towards it.
Okay.
This is what needs to happen. So if Nip win this match in regulation, in order for them to qualify, they must defeat XSET 7-0 or 7-1. Nip need to win. If XSET wins 8-7, Nip still qualify. Or if XSET wins, they qualify too. If Nip wins this matchup 8-6, and XSET wins the next matchup, then Rogue qualifies. If Nip win 8-7, then 7-0 or 7-1 against XSET, which means that they basically cannot draw more than 1 round against XSET. Or Nip wins entirely. Then they go out into it. Rogue starts to win if Rogue win in regulation or if Rogue wins in overtime. If Rogue wins 8-7, the only way that Nip is capable of doing it is if in their next matchup against XSET, they get 1 or 0 rounds against them. That's it. I know it is confusing. The graphic will look better at the tail end of this matchup, I promise you.
You promise us?
I promise you.
Thank you.
But
so, to put it short, if we don't go OT, this is very straightforward.
Yes.
If we enter OT, it gets messy.
If we enter OT and Rogue wins, it gets significantly less messy, though.
Okay.
But we're going to keep that graphic up just so you can digest it. Because basically, if Rogue wins this matchup, Rogue is done for the entire week. Their groups are finished. And then they go on to the playoffs, and all of our 8 playoff teams are set. If Rogue loses, that's when things start to get a little messy. Because Rogue could still, even if Nip wins, Rogue could still technically make it.
Yeah.
It just depends how. Okay. So, however, if Nip wins in regulation, they make it through. So that's where we're at.
That's where we're at.
There we're at.
That is the lay of the land, if you will. And we also got a map to go over at some point, actually. Right?
We
Because
do
we
have a
haven't
map to
really,
go to.
we
Yeah,
haven't discovered where we're
this is
going
the
just yet.
salient details that people need, though. That's what you're looking for here. Is you want to know who's going to qualify, when are they going to qualify, and how are they going to qualify.
Exactly.
So we provide it to you on your screen so you can see it for yourself.
See if it works.
That's why the graphic was up for like 2 minutes.
Wait, I got.
There we go. There you go.
There it is.
Hold on a second. Let's leave it up for 1 more second. Just so
One more
people can
second.
Are you digesting?
Reading
you
the
digesting?
numbers, the letters. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the map vetoes then so you know where we're going to go, just because you want to get into the actual matchup. I know that you're excited. I know you're very excited. I'm excited for this matchup. The thing is that depending on what happens here, the next match, which is Ninjas in Pyjamas versus XSET, which you and I are going to be casting on this channel, could become an incredibly important match, or it could ultimately be largely, if not all, meaningless.
Yes.
We're going to Villa.
We are.
That's where we're going to be starting off. When you look at these two teams,
oh boy,
what comes to mind? I thrust you onto the spot
We're
all
thrusting
the time.
it. Okay, so
we are thrusting.
To put it very simply, both teams play this map. They're both excellent at playing it, and I think
Which
it
map?
favors Villa. This map, aka Villa. I think it's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be like a 7-5, if not overtime. So I don't think it's gonna be any easy task for either side. Of course, Rogue earlier had a bit of a struggle in the first couple of rounds and a very slow beginning to their success against DWG KIA. But once they found their footing, it looked a lot better for them. But the one thing to note here is Rogue's defensive side has really been their weakness in recent history, and they're starting on Villa on the defense. Now, Villa as a map, you can argue that starting on defense is quite good, and I would say, yeah, I agree with that. You can at least get 3 rounds, maybe 4 if you're good. However, if you happen to be a team that is just struggling on that side of the map, it might not matter in the end. Either way, the sides have been chosen, and those we cannot change once the map starts. First operator ban is coming out from Rogue. It's a Twitch ban to target NIP, and then NIP themselves do a very basic default Thatcher ban that's going to make all the walls more difficult to breach, which means Kite is strong, Mute is strong. Now, Asami, Mira, and Valkyrie, I think, are the 3 big villains to look at right now for Villa. All very good at the map. Valkyrie goes off the table. Information now is limited. Verticality is less efficient. And then, of course, you gotta see Mira. Asami could be something else, but no. Ultimately, it will be the Asami off the board here. That's going to mean that Rogue will not have that on their first 6 rounds. But then when the side swap comes through, NIP themselves cannot, quote-unquote, abuse or utilize this specific operator that is Asami, because it makes the defensive half so much easier, as you can just change up the angles and do a lot of protective duties with that for both grenades, etc., etc., etc. So first round is underway. Very aggressive start already from NIP. Dokeabi, the Nook, the Finka. Then you get like the Kamikaze playing Zero. He's like complete opposite aspect here, but of course that can give you that quote-unquote flank watch duty with getting a bunch of information on the map, knife things to the floor, kill ADSs, etc. Rogue themselves also quite the aggressive lineup, bringing Thunderbird here in round number 1. That's going to help you if you take any chip damage, and help heal you back up. It's almost like a really good counter, what am I trying to say here? It's a good way to kind of fight against the Finka on the attacking side, because if they can
counter
heal,
to Finka.
Yeah, counter to Finka, there it is. Because if the attackers can heal and you can't, you're always playing at a, you know, the downside. So by bringing the T-Bird, both sides can heal, chip damage won't matter as much. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Healing on both sides of the equation, one with Finka. Obviously, then the Thunderbird, as you pointed out, for Spoit. Spoit came alive in the matchup for Rogue earlier today towards the tail end of their DWG KIA game. But it took a while for Rogue to start to look comfortable outside of Kanto Raketti, who, by the way, went and got a haircut between matches. I don't know if you've noticed that, but Kanto Raketti, a.k.a. Lanto Raketti, decided, I've got some time to kill, 3 hours between matches. I'm going to go to the barber, and he looks kind of nice.
He does look kind of nice.
He looks kind of nice, if I'm
I don't
being
think
frank.
I've ever seen that happen between games on the same day before, actually. That's a first.
Former player on Ninjas in Pyjamas, Julio, is the coach of Furia. Furia qualifying for playoffs not too long ago. His replacement, Wizard, showing up in the way that the team needs. Very first casualty is Cryan, a match that is of critical importance for both of these teams. To lose Cryan early after what he did earlier today, unideal. Those big burly arms will not be very effective for the next 2 minutes.
They will not. Because Kanto and Cryan is the 2 main villains for Rogue against DWG KIA, both having so much success. This grenade, however, didn't do any damage because he's on the table. Boosted up and elevated, good trip from Kamikaze Puja on through, but doesn't stop there. He's going to go further.
Kamikaze walking into the bomb site, but there's a good cross being held. He's been downed. Is he retrievable? That's the question. Pino and Muzi and Spoit and Deepak are the 2 on either side, as Kamikaze will continue to bleed out unless they can secure. Deepak looks the wrong way. A 3rd kill for Pino. Spoit now to clutch out. Can we see Heroics? No. Muzi's waiting behind 90. That's 1 round. Nib absolutely need this. They get round number 1. They start off strong.
Mind you that Latin teams in general, what we call warm-blooded people, they also thrive off momentum because they're so passionate. We can hear it already now. 1 round on the board. NIP, they're screaming, they're clapping, they're celebrating because every single round is so important to them. They understand that you got to embrace the moment.
There are not every single team, or not every single playoff team has been decided yet, because we're still looking at the group with Wolves as well to be decided.
That's right.
Wolves, OXG, and Gaimin Gladiators are all in a group. OXG being, I believe, eliminated from the option of making it to live?
Actually, I believe they can still make it if Wolves lose.
Really?
I believe Laxing told me that. Although, actually, no, that must be wrong.
I don't know if they've been eliminated or not.
I'm going to double check, because I actually don't know if they can anymore. I feel like they went to OT, maybe that's why. They did go OT against Gaimin Gladiators.
The matchup ended. Gaimin Gladiators might be able to still qualify, by the way. The matchup ended, and then we immediately came over here to start prep for this, so we weren't able to do the mathematics.
I'm checking.
You are indeed checking. An unsuccessful defense of Trophy or an unsuccessful defense of Aviator moves them over to Trophy and Statuary for Rogue's second attempt. Not uncommon to see quite heavy play down underneath the bomb site. That's where DPAC is setting up. Reinforcements being used and Mute Jammers going in to try and deny intel. Whether he'll be assisted by another teammate is anybody's guess. Pino taking a bit of damage from the sounds of an MP5. I'm assuming that's Kanto Ricchetti. I could be wrong. Maybe it was DPAC engaged in that first engagement. Not sure. That's something that a little adrenal surge won't fix. You get Pino back up to tip-top shape. They're using their drones on the top floor right now. Do you have anything to add?
So as far as I understand, I think if Wolves lose like 7-0 and actually like win 7-0, I think they can still make it. And they're not like redded out on Wikipedia either, so I think there's still a chance. Because of the round date for GG, I don't think they can make it. That's my understanding.
Gaming Gladiators are indeed out of the running. Yep. OXG.
They're in, right?
Could potentially still make it, yeah.
But
absolutely.
highly unlikely. They would need Wolves to get slaughtered.
Smarter people. As long as OXG win and then win dominantly with that round differential, there is a possibility that they can still make it. But Gaming Gladiators, we said goodbye to. And yes, because OXG made it into overtime, even though they lost, still putting up some valuable points. Rotero drones going in to clear out some of these pesky gadgets that have been set down by the defenders. One was a bulletproof camera that we saw. Kamikaze piloting one yet again. 3 of the 4 have been used. The initial attempt from Nip is upstairs, and there it goes. Say goodbye. Excellently pinged by Pino. That coordination from Nip, so strong. Rogue lost the initial matchup on Bank to Ninjas in Pyjamas, which is what prompted that Spoit tweet calling Nip rats, saying they were playing like rats, angering the Brazilian fan base. Nice shot from Kanto Ricchetti. It seems like he's still in fine form, benefiting from that haircut buff right now. Got to get the hair out of your eyes to see clearly, right?
That's a good point, I suppose. Moosey playing the nuke downstairs, creeping around, might find a member of Rogue, as there's a member inside of that memo room below. That's going to be a vertical player of either Sport or David, I believe, that outline as well. But Pino, with these grenades, trying to find for the second member. That right there is not going to find much, but Sport finds Wizard instead.
2 nades go out. Spoit a big kill. T-Pet cannot follow up onto Musi, so answered back. These teams trading blows with one another, nobody gaining a significant advantage. A common spot next to the trophy. Statue, whichever you'd like to call it. It's no longer there. So Nip's push will come from over towards Astro. Looks like the bomb site is not mostly clear, but Kanto holding a rat angle of his own. He gets pre-fired by Psycho. No crossfire potential. Spoit's second kill. Could he go for a third? No, it's not there. Pino guns him down. Suddenly it's a 1v1. Cryan with 11 bullets versus Pino on the LMG. 41 still there. Who'll swing first? He's waiting out the time. Cryan playing this quite adeptly, and Pino has no information. Rogue ties the game.
Well done for Cryan there, playing time. He understood that he doesn't have to take the gunfight, and even if you try to stick that diffuser, Cryan did have a C4 he could rip and toss out, and that is likely going to prop NIP off the case. Well done. You don't really want to take any fights that you don't need to against a team like NIP, because they are some of the straightest shooting players in Rainbow Six Siege. It's why they've had such a dominant run that has 2.5 years in the space, and why they're always a team that is going to threat those playoff spots and, of course, making the majors. NIP themselves didn't have the greatest year domestically in LATAM in the beginning, but once they get to best of 3s in the CES qualifier, that's typically where NIP they show up every single time. It's how they find themselves qualifying for the major international events. So I am curious to see if NIP were to make our groups. Is there going to be a significant change from the performance from best of 1s to best of 3s? Because that's a big question we have for pretty much all the teams here, is that some teams will just happen to play better in a certain given environment than the other.
10 seconds to go.
Something that we can find out in just a few days. Of course, today's the final day of groups. Tomorrow is a day off. We do some interviews and content. We rest. Then Friday, the action begins for real for the 8 teams that qualify. And the people that are actually going to be here, Parker, which you will not.
I will not be here, that is correct.
You will not be here.
Sadly, I will be departing.
Yes, you will be going back home to Canada. We'll miss you dearly. We'll think about you. And we'll maybe make some tweets about you, too.
It's really nice of you to say that, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Either way. Whether I'm here or not, the show will go on.
That's true.
and that is more than okay. Teams going back and forth, trophy statuary, the bomb site that just was played on. It was a victory for the defense. Aviator Games remains open, and that's where, for the second attempt, Rogue will hope for better fortunes. First logic bomb goes off. Cryin, Herd sitting on top of the Malusi Banshee, but nobody's going to provoke him. Nobody's going to push him. Good patience. 1 minute burned off of the clock. Kanto Raketti in a rat corner of his own, but he'll lose some of the protection and fire back to Wizard through that now open window. Cryin taking damage from a grenade tossed on in, but the Mozzie will scoot away. That seems to be it for the first incursion.
These drones, man, IP is finding so much value. I mean, Rogue, it must feel like they always know where they are, because every time somebody from Rogue stands still, a grenade gets tossed out. This time, Cryin stays alive, thankfully for him, and with the T-Bird being up, he can get back to full HP back on site. Now, Daypek, even though being on the pool table, will still take a chunk of damage from that second grenade. That one was fired blindly from Pino, perhaps based off sound. No yellow ping was had, but still, NIP's drones right now are lethal, if you will. 6 drones still to go, so more than half. Half now, there's only 5 are left. And Pino looking for that second grenade toss. Just trying to figure out exactly where to toss it. Musi made his way to 90, it's in a great position. Psycho finds Sport with that nade again. Once again, these grenades doing so much damage.
There's a flash on the Kanto Raketti. He's blinded out. You can see it in his face cam, and he's as good as dead. Finished up by Wizard. That's 2 kills to start things off by Ninjas in Pyjamas. So far, perfect on their entry, getting first blood in all 3 rounds. Cryin healed back up thanks to the Kona stations that were there after surviving that first onslaught, which saw a grenade dropped on his lap. Another grenade tossed in, but the intended target miles away. A crouch now as Deepak sees the head, but for a second cannot nail the shot. But Leon Gids and Cryin are good for it. Before Leon Gids returning to the bomb site is cut down to size by Musi. That allows Deepak to rotate over towards Vault. Cryin slaughtered at the top of the stairs. Suddenly Deepak will have to clutch out in a 1v3. Nip don't usually let you live long in this situation. Deepak seems to be surviving, but they have a good idea as to where he is. They'll take the gunfight to him. 1 kill, but Musi immediately trades it. That Nook split push works out quite effectively, and Nip regain the lead.
That they do. Regain it, but it's in a short burst because no one's gaining any significant lead yet, as it's a back-to-back, or rather each team getting around at one at a time. Rogue, again, on the defensive side, not finding too much success, just like they didn't earlier. The real question is really going to be the second half of Villa for both of these teams, because that is going to be the defining last couple of rounds, but also NIP defending on Villa can really also go in 2 different ways, because sometimes NIP will find themselves a little bit too eager, a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too far forward, and that's when they start losing those man advantages. So far for NIP, their attacks have been really well coordinated, clearing out Kanto on the red stairs with 2 to 3 flashbangs, 1 person below, 1 person above, completely isolating Kanto Raketti and getting a freebie on the round. That's great. Then the information game with the drones combined with the grenades from below, that's finding them a ton of value as well. And while we're going to be discussing the value of the rounds, we're also taking a quick rehost to ensure that everybody can use their drones during the drone phase. But we have learned the art of rehost. The players have been super quick at leaving and then rejoining. We're typically back within a minute and a half, which is almost like record speed. Whereas sometimes some players will go for a walk, they'll go to the bathroom, and then all of a sudden it takes 10 minutes to get a rehost going. But Rogue already here, and IP is joining swiftly as well. We'll be back in no time.
Well, it's just a bit of a brief pause.
Yes.
Keep in mind that the players cannot talk to their coaches during these rehosts.
That is true.
There's always some confusion based on who is watching as to whether or not can you talk to them when there's a break in action. No, is the answer. The coach can only speak with the team when a timeout is called. The team is free to talk with each other, but that's as far as it goes. A formidable start by Ninjas in Pyjamas, by the way. All 3 opening picks breaking in their favor, as was spoken about. Close rounds, somewhat. Round number 1, round number 2. Round number 2 as well, Rogue's win was a game of keep away for those that have been following along. If you're just tuning in right now, the stakes very high for these squads. The winner basically guarantees themselves a spot in the playoffs. If Rogue win, they go through. Ninjas in Pyjamas are looking to be the 4th of 4 LATAM teams to play in the playoffs. Ooh. Have we ever had an event where of the 8 finalists, 4 of them have been from Latin America? Because my memory, which is my quick memory, which could be wrong, I don't recall.
I can count 3. I cannot count 4. We've had 3 before, right?
We definitely had 3.
Definitely. I don't think we've had 4 ever, no.
I don't know if SI counts as well, because there's 5 teams from each region there. Or well, at one point, LATAM had 6 teams at SI 2021, right?
Oh yeah, because it's like they won. It's because like they won the major, get a spot extra, or whatever. Is that how it happened? There was like some sort of rule, I believe, where. Either way, round 4 underway. Also, just want to point out that we spoke about the sport tweet about NIP hiding in corners, playing like rats or whichever. And then we had Kanto in that previous round doing that exact same thing in the master bedroom closet, saying, if I don't get droned here, it's a freebie. But the thing is, again, NIP's drone work has been phenomenal so far, and it's a very important step on Villa. So many corners, so many nadeable positions, and just having information to work with to then make your decisions based off of rather than going in blind is obviously a massive deal breaker at this level of play in Rainbow Six Siege. That's why Kamikaze is also playing 0 half of these rounds, because that's going to give you more information. But information Musi did not have. He was creeping in the basement all alone, and Cryan this time comes out the victor, where in the very opening round of Villa, it was the other way around. Musi's in the grave, Nurks off the board, that's 2 grenades gone that NIP can no longer use from down below. And that seems to be where the focus is, because Psycho's droned it out. Pino currently is also droning it. They're going to try and get downstairs, throw out some grenades, fish for a kill, and try and work their way up the main stairs and work on office itself. So an opposite attack from the previous, looking good so far.
Logic bomb comes out. Grenade goes in. It's a simple equation. Doesn't connect, though. Leon Gid's far enough away as well. That grenade would have hit the Aruni gate, the Surya gate, and been taken away. Aruni obviously functioning as she gets downed by a grenade as a sort of object denial, and they will continue to just rain on in all of these nades trying to hit their marks. D-back could be recoverable depending on where in the bomb site the rest of the team are. And there you go. He's back up to snuff thanks to Cryan.
Yep. Thank you for helping a fellow teammate. But the thing is, Boyd this time has been Capcan, not the Thunderbird, so no healing is available. Daypick will be stuck on 20 HP. Sport is in a gunfight, but there's support there from Cryan. The duo, they get the kill. It's now a 5v3 lead for Rogue.
Damage being done. A second kill from Cryan. Leon Gids means that, well, Cryan's not going to get more than 4 as Leon Gids is shut down. 3v2 favoring Rogue right now with Kanto Raketti sitting on the bench. A drone is in. Kamikaze trying to gain some information off of it. Is he capable of doing so? He's got Psycho there for backup. Both players from NIP currently inside of study. No real pressure outside of that. Waiting as ever patient as they can be. Drone that was located in the corner by Model's been repositioned. It spots the Capcan of Spoit. That's some information. Could be gone, though, in seconds. You have 5 seconds or so to act upon that. NIP, right now, just standing pat. Very slowly juggling their way in, trying to peek back and forth. Deepak takes down Kamikaze. Psycho's last one in there. Spoit decides to swing. It's a bit anticlimactic. Took a while for NIP to find their footing, but Rogue equalizes. Both teams very vocal when they win, trying to fire themselves up and keep themselves in it mentally. Took 3 attempts, but finally Aviator goes into the win column of Rogue. That bomb site will be locked for the remainder of this half. And just like that, Rogue will run back to the other bomb site that they won previously, Trophy Statuary.
There's a great crossfire from Rogue as well, because NIP did a really good job at trying to bait out someone to swing on the top red side. That was Sport sitting there. So playing one person top red, one person vault, and then Daypick on that bar gaming desk essentially is establishing a triple-way crossfire. And Rogue understood they didn't have to move a muscle. They had to let NIP walk deep into the bomb site, maybe try and plant the diffuser, then swing when there's only one gun watching them. It's good reading of the situation. NIP tried to bait it out likewise, but Rogue came out on top. We're tied back in the series. Trophy bomb site. Last time, of course, we did see Rogue finding success. was crying in the 1v1 clutch. 1 on time. So NIP were doing a little bit slow progression throughout the map. As Daypick fell downstairs below. Could not win his gunfight against the Nook. Only one C4 left as Spot went for a C4 spawn peek on the fountain. Which, I don't know if you saw the tweet, Parker, from Jazzman.
Okay.
But he made a tweet from that was Breaking Bad about, like, Jesse, don't spawn fountain because you get C4'd or whatever. And did you see it?
It did not.
Oh my god, it got like 6,000 likes. It was like, it popped off. It was really funny. Essentially, it was a reference to the fact that if you spawn fountain where NIP just spawn with 3 members, it's a very high likelihood that you're just going to get a C4 tossed in your face the moment you step out of spawn. It's why NIP stood still for the first 5 to 7 seconds to wait for that C4. Once it popped, that's when they moved forward.
Thank you for informing me.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it a lot.
I'll show you it later. It's very nice.
Part of that trophy wall has been left open. It's the statuary wall, trophy statuary. I have a bad habit of calling a bomb site by its first name. So trophy statuary, everything is trophy.
I feel like that's pretty common, actually.
Laundry supply, everything is laundry supply.
Yeah.
Dorms? Dorms, because I don't want to say the word kids' dorms because we've been through this a billion times.
Yeah,
I don't need to defend it any longer. Sounds inappropriate.
Yep.
Certain things being said after it. Leon Kidd's the leadoff pick. Rogue had surrendered first blood, first 3 rounds. They have found something to get themselves back on the board. And my goodness, imagine the first pick being against a Kali.
Yep. Thing is, wall's already opened up. Clear out the jammer. Muzi gets crime. It really is a Muzi versus crime in these 1v1 scenarios.
Muzi fat-fingered, by the way, when he's trying to take out the goo mine in his foot. Leon Gidds picks up a second kill onto Pino. Rogue in good shape. Muzi low HP as well. Kanto Raketti in a rat spot of his own. How do you beat Nip? Well, you play them at their own game and then you beat them. Lots of rat angles from Rogue. I can just feel the salt of the fans. If Rogue wins based off of rat plays, I can feel the salty replies on social media already.
And that's a true statement. Wizard makes his way in through with that stun. Sport has actually got misdroned in his corner, so again, ratting around seems to be the gameplay right now. But, well, the one person who's not standing still, he gets shut down. That was day pick from Wizard.
But they gain valuable information from that. They know that Wizard is over towards Astro. They don't know exactly where Muzi is. But if you recall, Muzi really likes to go with the path less traveled. Oh, he's on the hunt with Kanto Raketti. Kanto's looking the wrong way. No! The Nook just in good shape. A grenade gets tossed out. Leon Kiddz will need to move. Baited perfectly into Kamikaze. Nip's mid-round has been flawless. That leaves the Phenom to try and toy with it. Spoit missing out on the head as the plant is going down. Can he reposition in time? Yes, he can. He's just got Muzi left. A name that hasn't been on our lips, on the tip of our tongue for very long, but now here he is to prove why he's one of the best players in the world. A huge clutch from Spoit to give Rogue the round.
Eyes in his veins, saw the plant came down, figured I can just sneak up on this balcony right now and get that one tap and shut down the plant because there's no cover from NIP. A huge 1v3 for Sport. That's going to gain some confidence in this matchup.
Wow. Just as we were complimenting Ninjas in Pyjamas through their mid-round, it gets completely flipped on its head with Rogue making a surge. These individual performances from Rogue. Earlier today, we saw Cryan put in a couple good clutches. We saw the same from Leon Gidds. We saw Kanto Raketti pull off 1 or 2, and Deepak had a big moment as well. Spoit was consistent, but nothing really flashy. That might not have been the flashiest of plays, but by God, was it entertaining. Congratulations to Spoit and friends on that wonderful round victory. Spoit is yet to die since the rehost. He's the only player in the server who can say that. Not too bad, even though it's only been 2 rounds, mind you. Rogue have at least tied the first half of Villa. Where does that put us for the side swap?
Honestly, if you get 4 rounds in defense, I think you're off for a great position here. 3-3 is what I said earlier on, like the expected outcome, if you will, and I think both teams can walk away happy with that. The big question mark here comes that if Rogue goes up 4-2, the mental game is in their favor. They just clutched that round. If they win this one as well, NIP is not only at a disadvantage in rounds, but also they lost a round they should have never lost, which is a mental chalk for sure. And NIP, as I said, passionate team. And sure, they have experience, but as far as we understand from them, they can sometimes get inside their own head when they're finding these frustrating things inside the game and inside these rounds. Already see it here, Muzi fighting for his life, does no damage but takes a bit, forces out that first adrenal surge.
to deal with the chip damage that is accomplished by Afinka or anybody else. And in order to match Afinka, yet again a Thunderbird will come in, a staple of Rogue's defense so far, and an operator favored by Spoit 2. The clutch happened with that spear. A bit ironic, by the way, that the operator on defense rocks the same gun that Finka has access to, but you're hard-pressed to see a spear be used here. Kanto Raketti in the exact same spot against Musi. This is a mirror match, except Musi's on a different operator. No Nook this time around. Musi seems to think somebody might be in that corner, and he decides to engage, but he's fighting shadows at this point. That means that Cryan will have to find some safe passage down below. He drops...
Oh, these rat plays.
No, another rat play. Spoit almost losing out on it, by the way. He fears a follow-up, and he's right to think that. Musi hot on his trails, and Nitro Cell goes off. Does that grab the attention of Ninjas in Pyjamas? That's the real question.
Kanto and Cryan inside of 90 tried to make a bait play as well, but Kanto got a little bit too far front and forward and got shut down instead and tried to run for the hills. Leon finds Psycho, and now Cryan and Spot are gathered up once more as the duo, trying to get back onto the bomb site, because we understand now in a 4v3 with only a minute to go, the site is relatively safe. Sludge does not have that much time to break open the floor, and IP don't have that great of a position on this map to the advance forward either.
Sledge is the only soft destruction that's left, given that the first two casualties for Nip were both an Ashe and a Zofia. So, well, you've got those 40 seconds, as you said, to try to do as much damage as you can and maybe flush out the defenders from the common spots down in and around that kitchen bomb site. Can he get comfortable? That is the real question. Final Adrenal Surge goes out. It gives Musi a little bit more HP, still far from full. Kona stations surrounding the bomb site, or maybe even in the bomb site, will give Rogue a little bit more staying power themselves. Leon Gids finds a pick on Napino. Suddenly it's Kamikaze and Musi. That soft destruction is totally gone from the board for Nip. So Musi will need to take matters into his own hands. Kamikaze with Diffuser. No hope whatsoever. Leon Gids a triple before Spoit closes the first half. Rogue up 4-2.
That's the best Rogue could have hoped for. 4-2 scoreline, a clutch on the table. They win their final defensive side, and they're actually looking really good in defense in the later half once they've woken up. I think it's a matter of reading out your opponents. Now, NIP got to do that same job. Play your first defensive round, feel out Rogue and how they're going to be playing, then adjust yourself round by round to counteract what the opponent is doing. Now, it all comes down to operators first and foremost. What kind of operator lineup is Rogue going to bring? Is it going to be 6 grenades from below? Is it going to be a lot of Heart Breach? It's going to be a lot of looking for roamers like a Jackal or Dokeapi? That's what NP has to figure out first and deal with that situation. Right now, Rogue is showing a single Heart Breach of Ace, then 6 grenades and a Dokeapi to gain information if you get a kill, hack the cameras, etc. NIP setting up a one-way hold right now on the top red stair, so a big priority, expecting Rogue to come from the master bedroom side, investing both 2 ADSs, a piece of barber on the red stairs, and a shield above that as well. If Rogue sees this, they could just go on the study side, on the south-hand side of the map, and just completely circumvent that entire setup, because there's only one shield available for the side of NIP. Rogue's got a decision to make, and Psycho got a spawn peek to seek out. It looks like it could be successful, but no, he falls off. Not want to risk it any further, as 9 seconds have gone by. Rogue, they stay alive because it took a second to chill in spawn, not just sprinting into the arms of Ninjas in Pyjamas. Cryan did change his operator around onto the Amaru, and Dapek went onto a soft breach of Sophia instead of the Dokeabi. Bit of a change up. Latsam themselves do play a ton of Amaru on Villa. Jump in that 90 window, mid-execute, cause a distraction, maybe get a kill, and create that chaos effect.
And Cryan's been having a pretty good day so far.
Yes.
So he's feeling it. Why not go for the hop-in? Spoit the first to fall for Nip. That must feel like they just killed a giant with the way that he's played, and that's actually his first death in the last 3 rounds. The first since the rehost came in. Musi was pushed out of his position over by Art Studio and now has a pathway to get around the map relatively quickly due to the rotations that were caused by impacts. He's got backup down below. Looked like Wizard wasn't too far off of the beat. Rogue will need to flush these 2 players out before they can get control of that first floor. Cryan instead will just hop on in over towards living room. A bit unorthodox to use an Aruni or an Amaru in that fashion. Usually you want to Amaru towards 90, as you said, but that is not the case.
Gotta seek out the roamers right now, but Musi has a 6th feeling right now, and Psycho doing some vertical damage as well to the floor. Means that Cryan 2 thinks that they know where he is. Default Chimera could spot him out, but no one's on it.
Instead, Pino's ready for both of them. How do you not flush that out? Kanto Raketti and Leon Gids just walk right into their bullets. That's the super special, baby. Nip in a 5v2, looking in a commanding position with over a minute to go. A very quick round. Rogue obviously wanted to set a pace that would be hard to match. Cryan, the next one involved on that shot. He lands it on a Pino. Good recoil control. That leaves 2 players from Nip down below. It means that Rogue and Cryan, if they do head upstairs, would be in a glorified 2v2, but the Malusi still roams. They can't seem to find him. Wizard there is the backup. Down he goes. Deepak inside of Study, waiting for the rest of the team to find their footing, but they have slipped and they have plummeted off the face of the cliff. Musi cleans things up. Nip wins their very first defense, and they get 1 round away from tying it.
That right there is essentially just a super aggressive hold from NIP. The 3 roamers down below shut down over 6 drones in the first minute, got the opening kill, and Rogue could not find any foothold on the first floor of the map. They were forced to run up the red stairs and gamble the 50-50 gunfight twice. And both times they lost it, because Pino found both members that walked up the staircase, and that shut down the entire push from Rogue. And Cryan couldn't really get much done with the Amaru. Went in on the first floor to try and get a flank going. Musi read it out, called for Psycho for vertical support. He made those holes with the Aruni on the defensive side, and that forced Cryan off the position as well. One shield being brought out once again inside the master bedroom, and a second shield on the bomb site itself. So NIP again giving a strong hold on one side with utility, and then likely rotating a bunch of physical utility, aka bodies, on the opposite side of the map. So I'm expecting them to do exactly what we're seeing right now on site, then putting 2 or 3 members likely on the office side later on the round, or perhaps even playing inside the master bedroom closet. 2 jammers spent, a cancel barricade, as well as a rotate. This could be a heavy master bedroom hold. The great thing is, if Rogue sees this, and then choose not to go here because that's where the full setup is like they did last round, well, you're going to have master bedroom control the entire of the round for NIP, because even if Rogue were to rotate there later in the round, there is so much utility you got to deal with. You can't just have 1 or 2 members there. You would need a ton of utility, a ton of backup, at least 3 members. Deepak, fast in 90, gets spotted out, takes a bit of damage, but stays alive.
Zamaru again using that hook shot to get up as quickly as you can. And yes, I'm going to keep calling it a hook shot because I was raised on The Legend of Zelda, baby, so to me it's always a hook shot. Always has been. Grappling hook, I suppose, is what most normal human beings will call it. The Amaru experiment is not really working out for these 2 rounds. I think it's been a resounding failure, and that's a vital piece of utility that Rogue does not have. Instead, the go for the throat style of play in which they forego a hard breacher entirely does not prove to be at the level of success that they want.
I will say, I feel like against NIP, you gotta play together, right? You don't want to go 1v1 against the likes of Musi, Kamikaze, Psycho, etc. You want to get 2 guns against one, and then if anything, you trade out 1 for 1, because every single member of NIP is so capable in these 1v1s. And sure, Rogue is known as an aggressive and heavy, gun-heavy team in the EUL, but EUL compared to LATAM is a different kind of story in this department. So again, Rogue, gotta bundle up. Get a duo at your 6, swing together, and try and leverage the numbers in your favor, because right now you're losing your 1s.
Just past the halfway mark right now. Spoit assessing what options he has. A nade goes in. Down goes Psycho. A lot of quiet. Rogue is finding that one of the bomb sites is completely empty, and Kanto Raketti toys with the castle. He's had a bad stretch here over the last couple rounds and is still searching for his first kill since the rehost came in. Not, I think, the result that Rogue wants from their high-flying performer. Spoit gets taken down by Nitrocell from Pino. It could be a complete brawl, but look at Cryan. He's flying under the radar. Down below, Adrenal Surge gives Rogue a little bit more health than they had before. 30 seconds to go, and Kanto Raketti will work forward. Oh. Nice shot on the Wizard. There's his kill. A second could be found, but a smoke will cut off the line of sight. Now Nip will scramble to get into the bomb site with very limited visuals. Cryan down below, spotted by Musi. That's a beautiful shot. It's Kanto Raketti in a 1v3 as Leon Gids bleeds out on the floor, and Pino slams the door on a Rogue's hopes. 4-4 tie game.
Beautiful swing from NIP. The synergy and coordination right there. 3 members alive, swinging one by one, forcing Kanto to flick between 2 different angles at only 21 bullets in that ARX essentially means no shot you're going to win. Rogue now calls a tactical timeout because they got some things to discuss. This is again the second half. These are the final couple of rounds. Rogue can only go back on defense if we were to enter OT. But of course, they want to win in regulation.
Milos just showed up, by the way. Everybody please say hello to Milos.
Hello, Milos. Nice
Milos,
to see you.
what German words are you going to use to say to the audience, by the way?
Hallo, wie geht's dir?
Maybe some Ich liebe dich?
Ich liebe Kartoffelsalat.
Oh.
Who doesn't like Kartoffelsalat, huh? You know what?
You smell like fresh fruit.
Thank you.
You smell really nice.
Well, I won't say what you wrote on your tablet for me, but...
Please don't.
I said something nice.
There's an urgent message.
It was a compliment.
It smells like feet in here. What's going on?
Oh, that's weird.
No, don't even start with me. It's hot out. Half of us were casting in shorts and flip-flops. What do you want? Goodbye, Milos.
Goodbye, Milos.
Ian Chambers was here earlier today. It's nice to see the actual crew start to roll in. I think this is when the FOMO for me kicks in, by the way.
Yeah. Fear of missing out.
That is what FOMO means.
Yes.
That is correct.
In case anybody was curious what FOMO meant. Yeah.
Yes, it means fear of missing out. I know we're on like a 3, 4, 5 minute delay, something along those lines, but if you don't flood the chat with hello, Milos, I'm going to be very disappointed in all of you. That is correct. You will not get tucked into bed tonight, I promise you.
Oh.
I will turn out the light and I will not check for monsters under your bed.
That is so messed up.
That's a promise. If you don't say hello to Milos. Ninjas in Pyjamas on their third defense. Successful on Aviator, successful on Trophy. So where do they go? Down to Kitchen. The same 3 bomb sites being brought out by these teams. We don't see a living room library just yet. I don't know if we will, frankly.
Not sure either. I think it's one of those that if we go the distance, you gotta bring out something spicy, you know, to swap things up, because once you're familiar with the setup that the enemy is doing, it becomes a lot easier the second time around, unless they change everything themselves. So I think in that kind of scenario where somebody wants to throw the chaos effect into play, we could maybe see a living library, but it is a very low pick rate, also low success rate of a bomb site on Villa. Rogue doing the best to drone out the first floor horizontal attack so far, droning out Memo. But the vertical angle opened up right there. Just means trouble is on the horizon because we need vertical control now for Rogue to get access to the first floor. First minute burned. Rogue are not inside the building, not really. Cryan just entered across the map and he's going to be fishing for a kill, but every other member of Rogue is so far away and again, all outside. So Leon gets to call the troops over. Kai Claw stops the breach. No can do. Ken's going to bounce an 8 off this desk, most likely trying to fish that Kai Claw. The thing is, Kai Claw could be in multiple spots. On the wall, behind the wall, inside the closet it looks to be, so these grenades are not going to do anything. Leon gets this wall. You cannot open it, my friend.
Kamikaze will stop Spoit in his tracks with that toxic canister thrown out as we hit the halfway point of the round. Things all tied up. Pino, nice shot onto Leon Gids. Will the timeout work? That is the real question. So far, the answer is no. You were talking about how he couldn't open it up because the single hard breach was being thwarted by the electricity of the Electric Claw and the setup that we saw from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Well, now you don't have one body, and a second will join Spoit after that incredible performance. He's been awfully quiet.
It's true. Pino almost takes the head off Kento Rakedi, who's having, as you also mentioned, a tougher second half so far. 1-5 to his name. Hit a nice shot earlier. Finds another one onto Pino now. We need a lot more than this. Doors being barricaded. NIP comfortable in these corners and with the flank as well. Wizards finds Cryan. It's desperate times for Rogue.
Only 3 kills between Kanto and Deepak left, but in bikes, Kanto Rakedi under fire. Wait, walks right in with Deepak and takes down Psycho. Rogue storming the gates here. They have control of the bomb site. And with Deepak holding on to the diffuser, Nip will need to retake. But these are desperate times for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Deepak gets the plant off and can immediately pivot with Kanto standing by his side. It's the defenders now on the side of the attack, but Wizard casting a spell onto Rogue. Kanto Rakedi succumbs to it, and Musi takes down Deepak. Look at his face. Look at his face in the bottom right. Pino doesn't even break a sweat. A little bit of a prayer. Ninjas in Pyjamas take the lead.
That right there is exactly how NIP felt when they lost the round they should have won earlier. Now Rogue, they get to struggle with this themselves. A round that they shouldn't have won became so winnable off the end of Daypack and Kanto. Most notably, Kanto on the initial entry. Last bullet gets the kill in the chamber. Then Daypack found the second. Bomb goes down. It looked really possible for Rogue to win the round. The duo of NIP. They made it happen, they made it work, they found both kills. Wizard and Moosey, I believe. Good bait for one another, shooting out bullets, covering the sound, and then peeking together in that 2 versus 1. Daypick had the DMR. It's a tough spot to be in. Now Rogue, they're fighting both the round count. They're also fighting the disadvantageous side as defenders seem to have the upper hand right now on Villa in this particular matchup. But they're also fighting the mental. They need this victory against NIP, and they want to do it in regulation to make things better for themselves. We just spoke about how when you attack a bomb site once, you see the setup, and if nothing changes, you should have a really clear idea of what to do. This setup from NIP is the exact same as before. 1 shield top red, 2 ADSs, Barber on the staircase. No shield top main, but 3 roamers down below with a bunch of rotation holes. Wizard and Moosey. And they have Psycho above with vertical assistance on the Aruni that can do those punches. Rogue last time attacked straight on first floor. This time, complete opposite story. They're gonna challenge Master Bedroom, Trophy, Statue. Then they're gonna try and clear that shield top red and fight Pino on that staircase. Pino, right now in the bathroom, looking for a easy picking, but a good drone from Rogue finds his whereabouts and he's forced back towards the bomb set to safety. He does not want to overstay his welcome and end up getting taken out early because NIP, they're playing for numbers, they're playing for time. Pino back into safety.
Well, the key to success for Rogue almost always seems to be Deepak on these drones. And
yeah. If you miss a member of NIP in the corner, that's it. You're going to lose 1 or 2 members just like that.
Yeah. Oftentimes, you give the spotlight to players like Leon Gids, like Kanto Raketti, like Spoit, on the other side of things, Musi and Pino. But it's the support players that really do deserve a ton of praise, and they're the unsung heroes a lot of these rounds. Kanto Raketti, I don't know if he was droned in or not, but obviously not successful. Psycho with the very first kill. Again, Ninjas in Pyjamas with the opening pick. Of these 10 rounds of action, 8 of them have Psycho and co. getting the very first kill. That is not a great statistic for Rogue, to say the least. They have only had an advantage in 2 rounds to start with. Despite that, they've been able to overcome it, but it doesn't set you up for success, that's for sure.
No, it does not, and I mean, sure, we've gotten top red control. Pino's back towards the bomb side. We have 90 in control as well. But now we gotta start working our angles. This vault wall has to get opened up. That's step 1 done from Leon Gids. That's gonna give you an aggressive angle and entry point in towards vault. What it also does is that it forces the defenders out of that particular room, and a plan can be established. But Pino holding down his angle could be lethal. He sees a pixel of a member of Rogue, forced to walk backwards with Leon Gids with an aggressive entry here. Pino has to fight 1 and 2 members at once, but Leon Gids will come out on top.
Oh, there goes bullets being flown into the bomb site. Rogue getting soft enough time and time again. Look at how close Deepak is to death. He's a shadow of himself. Claymore goes out, but Rogue has turned the tides out of nowhere. Kamikaze now to be the one who could be on a suicide mission against these 3 players of Rogue. Leon Gids with diffuser in hand, getting it down. Kamikaze outside of the bomb site. Rogue had boxed him out, but then over towards Vault. Spoit his gun down. Deepak on low HP. Leon Gids sitting on top of the diffuser. But the time will run against Kamikaze. What can he accomplish? He's only mere feet away. On diffuser, no smokes. He'll jiggle around the corner, but Leon Gids is swift enough. What a comeback from Rogue. Things looked dire until they didn't. And suddenly, we've got a tie game yet again.
That is one of those rounds that are just a coin flip, right? Leon Gids wins the gunfight on the entry, success. A member of NIP flanks the red stairs, finds a Claymore, success for Rogue again. Any of those 2 things go differently, that entire round changes because red flank would have been vulnerable for Rogue. Leon Gids would have died, who had diffuser to Pino, and then Pino could use the shotgun and second member of Daypack. So many tiny details here, really swaying the favor. And NIP now taking their tactical timeout on 5-5 scoreline, saying, guys, we gotta change something up. maybe talk about that living library bomb side, maybe try and figure out what your approach is. Play super aggressive, maybe that works better, because when Rogue's allowed to just play that basic execute where they clean out the areas like normal, that's when they just found success. Whereas when you're forced into chaos for Rogue, into those weird gunfights by being challenged by an IP, that's where they seem to fall against them. Timeout ends. 7 seconds to the bomb site. Trophy right now being hovered by an IP. Bring out the castle again. Probably going to signify that same master bedroom setup.
Well, not opting to go back to the same place twice in a row for Nip. Keep Rogue on their toes. Why not? It's a perfectly viable strategy to do just that. Rogue will have the opportunity to carve up this defense based on what they want when they go to attacker repick, so there's flexibility there on their end. Things are locked in for the defenders, and this will be a utility soak style of setup. You got mute jammers to steal some utility away in terms of drones and information. You've got the castle barricades to steal utility along with the magnets. Got deployable shields on the board, 2 of them, and a bulletproof camera as well. I wonder if a Flores could potentially be seen to deal with this, as explosives will be a requirement for Rogue, but instead they're going with a very similar lineup with Cryin on this Nook and Deepak on the Dokkaebi. So explosives still being brought because Nook has access to 2 frag grenades. I mean, there's 6 grenades in total on the board for Rogue, so there are explosives there, but just not the way that you would usually think. And grenades are not always used to clear utility. You prefer to kill from below or directly, maybe flush them out, as we saw Nip do a couple times masterfully when they were on attack. Toss a grenade in. It's not going to get the kill, but it's going to force the defender into a position that is unsavory, and then you, the attacker, can pick them off.
You also can circumvent ADSs and Magnus, of course, by going below, because they can't reach, and Injure comes out to sport, but they fall back straight away. Pino's going to say, I'll take that trade, but when you're up against the Finka and you don't have a Thunderbird on the table, we spoke about this earlier, chip damage. Well, Sport can get back to above half HP. Pino is stuck on 20. So when you do a trade like that, arguably for the defenders, not worth it unless you got the Thunderbird or a Dock on the board. But seeing as neither is here, Sport can play it slow, use the Adrenal Searches, get back to a somewhat healthy level, and then Pino will just stay where he is. Pino does have a C4, could go below and play it smart and safe and just kind of play for himself downstairs. But Cryin, see his silhouette, he's looking for that exact thing. Droning out Dining Kitchen, droning out the China Stairs, looking for where this roamer is of Wizard. He's going to go downstairs to the basement, and now, at this point, you're just going to say, have fun, buddy. We're not going to look for you downstairs out of Jackal. That is too much to track, too much ground to cover. Nate comes out, Psycho takes a bit of damage. NIP under fire from all angles, but Moosey might have the advantage here.
Depends on whether or not they've droned him out. He catches Kanto Raketti, and it only takes a single bullet to remove the head of your opponent. Ninjas in Pyjamas. Once again, another first blood. Rogue struggling mighty in this department, and it doesn't get any better in round number 11. Deployable shield will prevent Leon Gids from being able to see through that portion of the master bedroom, but doesn't stop him from fragging out, as Pino is his intended target, and it's a success from the 10-5 Leon Gids. It's about time we brought back that copy pasta, but let's see how he fares over the next 2 rounds.
It's an important round for Rogue to pressure match point, but it's equally so for NIP, and Leon gets now solo on this master bedroom hold, has to make a miracle happen as he pushes on through.
This is look at the stack up from Rogue, not working out so well. Another kill from Leon. Cryin missing an opportunity as Spoit guns down Psycho. Diffuser in the hands of Deepak goes down well. Kamikaze again boxed out. He found himself in this exact same set of circumstances when he was defending on Aviator. Will there be a different outcome? Kamikaze with one on the Leon. Gates Wizard on the comeback. Suddenly Nip have made this eminently more winnable, especially with Spoit being on low HP. He and Deepak are watching the same angle. Kamikaze swings, but Spoit is better, and Deepak pushes Rogue to match point.
We might just have overtime on our hands. We are so close. This is 1 round for a regulation Rogue victory, or 1 round NIP forces overtime. Regulation makes the outcome very simple and straightforward. If we go into overtime, that's where every single round is going to be a massive defining factor in the outcome for both of these teams. Rogue are getting loud. They're bringing the energy. They're saying we're going to take this round as well. When you're in this situation as a professional player, being on the attack can be so mentally difficult. Because when you're attacking in Rainbow Six Siege, you gotta do all the moves. You gotta get inside the building with confidence, take the confrontations with confidence, look for solutions to the issues at hand, problem solve, communicate, etc. When you're in defense, you could practically sit in a corner and wait for something to happen, and if nothing happens, well, clock runs out. You win on time. Happy daisy. Just like that. So Rogue really has a lot to prove right now. Last time they attacked this bombs out of kitchen dining, they were struggling with problem solving. They could not get through the first floor because of verticality. They did not take the top floor successfully. They were forced with a desperate push from Daypeg and Kanto in towards the bomb site doors alone, and somehow made it work. They got the plant down. It's a 2v2. It's Wizard and Moosey became victorious in that round with a successful retake.
I have an urgent update before we get into the action.
Update.
Should NIP beat Rogue, it indeed would be all 4 LATAM teams making it out of groups for the first time ever at a major.
Okay.
So we were correct. I do think the technicality might be SI when there's 5 to 6 LATAM teams present. There were 5 LATAM teams present in 2022, 6 LATAM teams in 2021, if memory serves me correctly.
Okay.
I would argue that SI 2021 was the most impressive showing that we've ever seen from Brazilian teams.
Yes. I would agree. I guess you can say the most amount of teams qualified at a major or like major event ever compared to how many teams there is present at the event, so to speak. Right? It's all 4 teams essentially.
Right. It would be the first time that every team from the region does it. Hey, look what Rogue has managed to do! An opening pick.
It's been a
while.
while.
Down goes Musey.
It's been a hot minute since we've seen that from Rogue.
Musey's the top fragger on NIP as well and has been instrumental on attack. On defense, the rest of the team has been, I would say, far more evenly balanced, but still, that's a massive blow. Spoit involved in his own fight, but he'll heal himself back up with an adrenal surge. If Rogue wins this matchup, they're on to the playoffs. That's it. NIP's chances are gone. Nil, done, zilch, nada, zip. So for Ninjas in Pyjamas, you got to hope you go to overtime, and then that's where that fun graphic comes back up, where we talk about what happens for NIP here and what happens in their matchup against XSET. For Rogue, their final match of the day, will they be the team from Europe to clinch their spot and make it into the playoffs? Wolves could also clinch a spot, but we'll see. Rogue working through Memorial Nick with 1 minute to go. Utility going out, Cryan taking damage. He's already got a kill to his name. Down goes Psycho to Deepak. Deepak putting in a lot of work in terms of his gadgetry, in terms of his utility and objective play. Kanto Raketti a kill. Leon Kidd's getting Diffuser down. Wizard from above doing damage, but no! Kanto slaughters him for the playoffs. Pino will need to stop Rogue, or else the European team will move forward and play on the stage. There's 2 from Pino, dislodged from a grenade. Still inside a pantry, but he's trapped. He needs to get out of there, because right now, he's just stuck in the cage. Spoit punches the tickets. Rogue go to the playoffs. They'll be on stage on Friday.
With only a couple of changes to this roster, notably Spoit joining along, the lads have done it. They're going to playoffs. They've achieved what was their dream for this stage.
Well, every region represented on the stage now. 1 playoff spot remains. We say goodbye to Ninjas in Pyjamas, the only Latin American team to not make it out of the groups. I mean, if you're a NIP fan, you're going to be upset.
Yeah.
But if you're a fan of LATAM and you are a sophisticated LATAM enjoyer, you will be very happy, because 3 of those teams will go on, and if they get eliminated, hey, you can always cheer for XSET. They got 3 Brazilians on the roster. Are they technically in there? Ooh. Deepak with a nice butt slap onto Leon. That is the type of camaraderie we like to see. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary folks, we are going to throw to a break and then come back and talk about the newest addition to the playoffs, Rogue.
We were right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Vinka, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now! Go, 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 go!
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.
Well, this group has been settled, Nicholas.
Yeah.
Rogue with a 7-5 victory over Ninjas in Pyjamas send the only Brazilian team home from the groups. The other three teams, their region mates, have all made it onto the big stage. Nip will be watching from the stands. Rogue, representing Europe, will be playing on stage here in Berlin on Friday. Guaranteed at least one best of three, but for fans from here, they're going to be hoping for so much more. They join G2. Who had already qualified to represent Europe. So EU will have two teams and could potentially have a third as well to match LATAM. Here's what the group looks like in case you're curious.
Bada bing, bada boom. XSET leading the ranks with 12 points right now. They've still got one more game to play in not too long from now. Next game, that is. Rogue and Lemon, they are done and dusted. That's it. And NIP, of course, in DWG KIA, they're stuck on, well, they're not stuck on 6 and 4. NIP is stuck, so to speak, but DWG KIA is stuck with that. NIP can still get some points, but it won't matter.
You so little faith in Nip that you think they're stuck at 6 points already, even though they have a whole other match to play.
I was more meaning that they won't matter if they get more points because they're still behind, but they can they can get 9 points.
Biased caster.
Also, worth noting, Parker, before you call me biased caster for a fourth time, don't say that. No, don't say that. He doesn't like I'm a LATAM enjoyer, okay? I predicted FaZe to do well, they did. XSET to do well, they did, because XSET's half Portuguese, right? Half Brazilian. And also, even for seeding, it won't matter, because XSET's locked in first place, Rogue's locked in second, so the next match is all for bragging rights, if you will.
Correct.
Yeah.
There will be no movement here whatsoever.
That's it.
DWG KIA cannot escape dead last in the group with 4 points. Rogue cannot escape second in the group with 11. XSET can go from 12 to 15 points, but it's not going to change the numbers that you saw on your screen. Even a resounding victory for Ninjas in Pyjamas here. A 7-0 means absolutely nothing. So bragging rights is correct. No movement, no change in SI points, no change in pay as well, because you get awarded a bigger cut of the prize pool based on where you finish. Nothing. These two teams are literally just playing for funsies. So we're going to get to that match in just a moment. We have a break ready for you, and then we'll come back with XSET versus Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Enjoy. That's the classic French celebration, I guess. I mean.
C'est beau, c'est l'image, c'est magnifique. Monstrueux qu'il vient de faire.
And Vitality go down to Challenger League.
L'équipe commence à s'écrouler en fait. Je pense que l'équipe ne fonctionnait juste plus.
Vitality reclaim their rightful position amongst the top teams in Europe.
Let's go, Bastien!
Oh là 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 là, il est trop fort!
Bibu manages to get the final kill.
10 for Bibu. Bibu coming in so clutch for Wolves.
Bibu in the 1 versus 1.
Bibu peut-être, il va y arriver, le 1v1. Oh mon Dieu!
Trop facile pour Bibu.
To talk about names and stats, we answer as a Wolfpack.
Welcome, everybody, to XSET versus Ninjas in Pyjamas, a match that could have had a lot on the line, but due to the previous matchup, not quite as significant as it once was. XSET win the group entirely.
Yep.
NIP will finish third. The results of this match will not change a single thing.
Nope. Not standings, not prize pool, not SI points, nothing. It is just a matter of having fun, really.
It won't change my love for all of you listening and watching.
How big is your love for the people?
Isn't that a song? How
Quantify
big
it.
is your love?
How big is your love?
Isn't that a song?
That is a song.
Is that a song?
Yep.
That's a song. I don't know. I don't know these things. I don't listen to pop
Quantify it.
culture. Anyway, the match that just preceded this, Rogue versus NIP. Rogue and XSET will go forward from the group stages
Banger
and from
game.
this group, Group A, into the playoffs. Rogue, the second European team to qualify just after G2. Here's the group,
There it
just so
is.
you can see it. Ranking from Group A, XSET at 12, Rogue at 11. Rogue are done for the day. The reason why we said there's going to be no change here is because Ninjas in Pyjamas, even if they pick up all 3 points, they're going to finish with 9. That's still 2 back of Rogue. It's not going to make a difference. If XSET wins, it's not going to change anything because they're going to finish with 15 points. Everything is solidified, locked in.
Yep. Locked and loaded. It's just numbers and numbers and numbers.
Lock it in. You lock it in.
Lock it up.
This is my last cast of the Berlin Major.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is also. It's actually my final cast as well. Now I will be on the analyst desk with Fresh.
Correct.
You will be in.
Has that been announced? Are you just leaking this on the stream? I don't think it's been announced.
Don't tell anybody.
Don't
Okay?
snitch.
Don't snitch.
Don't snitch.
I'll find you otherwise.
And what will you do to them when you find them?
I will pet
Sounds like
them
you're threatening
on the
the
back
viewers.
and give them a glass of milk and be like, "Hey, buddy."
It sounds
what
like
up?"
he's threatening the
I would
viewers,
never
doesn't it?
do such a thing ever because that would be incriminating myself. That would be bad. I'm sorry.
For this matchup, where are we going to go?
Bang. I don't know. There. It was Bank. You see it right there? A heist, if you will, of a match. Stealing some pocket change, perhaps.
Do you think we're going to see a meme game? Do you think we're going to see that? Do you think the teams, do you think they're going to go all out here knowing that there's absolutely nothing on the line? Do you suspect that the teams will get
I
sweaty
think it's
and ready?
going to get a ranked style. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to be running around and just be aggressive. I think it's going to be over rather swiftly as well. I think it's going to be just like having fun.
Maybe a quick one.
Yeah, also because like
Maybe a quick one.
there is some camaraderie between XSET and NIP because the whole like Brazil, Latin, right? So
Or they're Brazilians on XSET. I didn't know that. You didn't keep referencing that.
you sir keep referencing it. They might have some fun with it.
Let's go to Bank.
So we can fly in.
Let's go back to Los Angeles, where you and I cast out of. LA, which is where Bank is actually located.
Is it now?
It is actually.
I did not know that.
Yeah, well, you learn something every day. Don't you?
Vote, actually. I didn't see it, but it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, XSET got the community vote result in.
That makes sense.
Let's get ready for a matchup with no stakes on the line. It will not change anything about the groups. This is just good practice for both of these teams. How much will they sweat it out?
I do feel for NIP playing basically 15 to 20 minutes after just losing must suck, I will say. But that is the life of a Siege professional player. You gotta play when you sign up, you gotta play when you qualify, and that's what we're gonna be doing here. Osa actually getting banned out. I guess there is one thing that is for certain, which is that XSET are not going to show off anything special. At the very least, it would be weird if they did. Granted the situation that this match doesn't matter for standings for either of these teams or for anything in the group. Thatcher follows up, very basic indeed. We can expect the Valkyrie, the Mira, or the assignments with the last two bans most likely, unless we get a bit funky, but no. NIP, they're going to deny the information game of Valkyrie and take that off the table. XSET, I would assume, would opt for an assignment ban given NIP's history that operated how LATAM in general can play with it, but let's see if they agree or if they are going to... Yeah, they agree. Boom. Done and dusted. You know, we got it all figured out.
You gotta stop saying done and dusted.
Done and dusted.
Done and dusted.
It's today's word. Tomorrow will be a new word. And then the day after that, another one. It's how, I think it's how the foreign brain works in a foreign language, that you kind of latch on to certain catchphrases and things to say. Because I've found that is indeed a thing, for sure. You wake up and it's like 3 words that are like this, this, and that, and it's like that's the keywords today. They always change. They always stay the same. Kino playing Ella shotgun. Spirits playing Jaeger shotgun. And Gomez might be playing Gordon shotgun. It looks like a lot of shotguns on the table, Parker, which means Oh, wait, so fun fact.
Yes.
If we go way back in time to like year 1, season 2, season 3, we did have a meta on bank where you played 4 shotguns on defense. And you just played server stairs and main stairs. And because you didn't have like a balance to breach the hatches, you are forced to walk down the staircases and just die to shotguns. I think XSET are going to take us back in time here with these operator weapons. Gomez does have the MPX, didn't have the shotgun. NIP, however, bringing a more stable lineup, no shotguns on their side. Bug, Zero, Finka, Twitch, and Ying. Actually, a very competitive lineup, if you will. Also, similar to that they played against Rogue on Villa.
M870 on defense. Hell yeah, let's go.
Playing Super Stairs makes sense. Super, actually, himself played on that staircase with Sonics in the NAL, although with the 416 carbine. Pino, a bit of a toss with the drone as he pick it back up off the rappel. And then throw it in once more. Aggressive roam here from XSET in the open area side of things. But they're going to be peeling off rather swiftly as they don't want to get too aggressive here. Long angles always favors the attackers with the damage done and fire rate as well as the zoom scopes. And Wizard, he says yes indeed it does. Gets the early pick onto Yogg. He's off the board. As Goyo gone for the round.
Very first pick coming in for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They were very good in that Rogue matchup. And, well, continuing that trend right now. Fascinated to see the way that Spirits plays this M870 shotgun and how close he can get. Jaeger isn't quite the 3-speed nimble lad that he used to be, so the M870 cannot wreak as much havoc as you would imagine.
Yes. One could imagine the damage done here. Not seeing it yet, though. What was that? Oh.
Are you okay?
No, I just... I caught, like, your hand out of the corner of my eye. I was like, what was that?
Was my hand moving?
Yeah, I just couldn't know what he was doing.
Well, easily surprised. Wow. You're either too caffeinated or under caffeinated.
I think I'm both at this point. I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, it is. It's like it fluctuates. Kind of like your blood sugar, Parker. Kind of like that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Just draw attention to it here, why don't you?
I'm sorry. Can't avoid it. It's the reality that we live in.
This is a little strange thing to see Wizard on that Zero with the MP7 in hand. The shoddy Bugatti of Kino. Taking engagements, the FO12 in the hands of Ella on the main stairs. Yuzi will heal himself back up. A fall off from Ninjas in Pyjamas is now they're going to head over towards blue. Look at who's there, Spirits. Long range, just continue to chip away. And he doesn't have the down. Now he does. Confirmed. An M870 kill on blue stairs. Not as unorthodox as you would think. 20 seconds to go. Almost an unfortunate team kill it looked like was about to be occurring in front of our eyes. 3v3 with Pino dropping right in the midst of the Viper's nest. Kino. Pistol out. Kino, can you do it? Yes, he can. Wizard in a 1v2. Gomez and Diaz, the 2 Brazilian duo on XSET. Last 3 players for XSET standing were all Brazilians, actually. Diffuser getting planted. This should be stopped here by Gomez. Wizard pops up. Excuse me. There you go. Diaz will shut him down. Doesn't know that he's got the down. Now he does. Well secured.
He's trying to get the C4.
Yeah, all right. Just hear some laughter break out.
Okay.
Wait
for it. Yo! That's not what I expected at all.
I saw the E and I was like,
was it EU?
Where is this? Where is this going?
Nice DS.
Nip doesn't seem to find it as funny as XSET does, that's for sure.
Understandably so. I mean, you can shake your head at that one and be like, oh my god.
Oh, they don't seem to find the same humor in it. How strange.
I mean, you just get sent home 20 minutes ago and then opening round this happens. That's gotta feel a little bit bad, you know what I mean? And then...
they don't have any time whatsoever to prepare.
No. Kevera being brought by Kino now, from Ella Shotgun to Kevera, Vigil, and Oryx. I mean,
they just
having fun.
They don't care.
No,
man.
they're sending it. I like that. I think this is exactly how you should approach it if you're XSET. Have some fun. Play a little best of one here. Maybe even get some pocket strats that they end up working out. You know what I'm saying? You never know these days. Both the Ella Shotgun and Jaeger Shotgun was successful in the first round. Let's see if Kino can get something going with the Kevera. Maybe an interrogation here. Could really put a tilting fashion onto NIP. As that is one of the worst ways to go out. For sure. Kevera and Bank has quite a significant reference of the past. Those Junas during the Paris Major getting the first big interrogation at a major event against EG, where he flanked the main stairs past 2 Claymores. And Gomez just jumps out the window.
Okay, and he's going to go for more. Can he get away?
Is he out?
Can he get away? No! So close. Pino is undoing. No traditional hard breach being brought for Nip, by the way. Secondary hard breach in the hands of the Buck of Pino.
I was saying about the Kevera stuff that Junas flanked the main stairs past 2 Claymores because he is colorblind. He basically didn't see the Claymore and then walked past it.
I remember that.
Fabian then goes, can I flank with you? And Junas goes, yeah, it's clear. Fabian walks up the staircase, boom, Claymore. After the round ends, Fabian goes, Junas, you didn't tell me about the Claymore. And he goes, what Claymore? And then we go, oh wait, he's colorblind. He literally cannot see the red laser on the ground. Doki's the same actually from G2. So we've had 3, and Shatsi is also colorblind, I believe. So we have 3 different colorblind players in different times in the G2 roster, essentially.
Thinking Nade, also colorblind.
Oh.
And the same things befall him on the team.
Unfortunate. We got a stun come out. Kino is forced back to a retreat. Still looking for his interrogation or a kill of his accord for this round. Got 2 in the previous.
I want one.
You want a kill as well? Get in the server, Parker.
No, I want interrogation.
Oh, you want interrogation. That is a kill, though. Because you
Spirit's
confirm it.
another kill for XSET, Nicholas, as we hit the halfway point here in the matchup.
Slow progression from NIP. Not really finding much footing here. Pino does have the second hybrid gadget, but can't quite use it just yet because of those mute jammers on the wall. Staring down an angle in towards the mom side, but no one from XSET is quite moving right now. They're just waiting around.
Of course, the most useful place for a Kevera, sitting in the middle of the bomb site.
No, not really.
It was a joke.
Okay.
On the hunt, on the hunt, on the hunt, on the hunt.
Do it.
No! Kino, you coward!
Oh! Ooh. Montage.
All of a sudden, FaZe Pino has showed up in the server. Diaz off screen, he gets the kill. XSET are up 2-0.
2-0.
Playing with their food?
A little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
And it's probably going to continue this trend, especially given how well it's working so far. Let's see what's up next. We got Doc and Rook. Oh my god, have we seen a single Doc or Rook? We have not, I don't believe, seen a single Doc or Rook at this event. From our casts. Of course, other groups might have.
I'm trying to remember.
I went through my...
we saw a Rook once.
Oh, there's been a Rook. Yeah, there has been a Rook. You are correct.
Thank you.
A single round. Doc, however, it's gotta be a first, because when you got Thunderbird in the operator rotation, there's no real reason to play Doc ever over Thunderbird. Both the weapon, the gadget, the utility, etc.
You've been very outspoken about this one.
Yeah, I mean, think
Talked
about
it before.
Think about it. Doc has 3 stims. They heal for not a lot. And his gun is kind of mid. Thunderbird has 3 stations that can heal infinite amounts, and what you can do with Thunderbird is that when you put down the gadget, it takes about 5 seconds to charge up. Once you activate it, it has like a 25, 30, I don't know, long cooldown. But if you pick it back up and put it back down, it resets to 5 seconds. So you can essentially be an actual hospital. You put all 3 down, pick all 3 up, put all 3, or like back to back to back to back. You can heal people every like 4 to 5 seconds and just really power through those health bars. Doc can't do that. You got 3 stims, that's it. Then it's over. So T-Bird, pretty strong, pretty viable.
First kill goes to an actual mobile target. The Claymore as a jump out from Kino is not successful. Another will follow onto Yaga. We still have the Doc and the Rook.
Speaking of Claymores, Kino walked into one just now.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you just said it.
That's what I said.
And I just said it too.
Thank you for underscoring the significance of that Claymore that was placed down. That was.
I don't know how he did it. That's like, how do you walk into Claymore in the first 30 seconds? That's what I wonder. I mean, he probably jumped out, I guess, or did he actually?
No, of course he jumped out.
He jumped out. I was just curious if that's what happened because I didn't see it.
No, they threw the Claymore into the building at him.
They could have like rushed into the lobby, put it down, walked out. Kino walks into ATMs, gets a Claymore. That's possible.
Very likely story. Ooh, the MP5's coming alive. Spirits with a kill on the Doc. Not quite a Thunderbird. Still has healing potential. Focus on the CEO take from Ninjas in Pyjamas. But XSET are there to stop them in their tracks.
Always playing with the camera. Realize that no one's watching, so you can just creep up the main stairs. The Spirits, of course, promoted to Doc, as that 92 Dream Team meme was once upon a time.
Correct.
I like that meme.
I'm glad you did.
Spirits, not liking it very much, gets found out and taken out. No stims used, no stims in play anymore. Gomez next to follow up, leaving Diaz in a 1 versus 4 with an MP5 2.0 scope. Can try and find a clutch for his team, but no! Wizard, he gets it. NMP, they take it. And they are now looking a little more alive than in the previous rounds.
Not going to be found at all, so best of luck to you. First round on the board for Nip.
Yep. Need a few more to go, of course. It is still early days. Anything can happen in XSET. They could start playing different operators if they wanted to and put more effort in, you can suppose, if they start losing. It really comes down to how much energy and time do these 2 teams right here want to spend and invest into this server. But it looks like XSET opting for a more standard lineup, fewer memes on the board. Oryx is a pretty legitimate pick on Bank because you can go up the hatches you see here, flank around lobby, you're super fast, get a good weapon of course at that 1.5x scope, and you get beep boops, which will detect any enemies that will walk near them on, for example, staircases on the server or main stairs, or inside a stock, for example. Rogue 2 used that beep boop when Spot plays in that hallway. Saw that earlier in the group stage against DWG KIA, way back in the beginning of the first playday. And last second, Kamikaze attacker repicks onto the Ying. Just like last time, they're facing the basement attack. Same lineup. Wizard playing the 0 to great effect. 4 kills to his name so far. Top gunning for his team with Pino on 5 as well. The second top gunning for his team.
30 seconds into this round. Nip playing for posterity. XSET playing for fun to a certain extent, though this is actually the most sensible composition I think we've seen out of XSET so far in this matchup. Nick? Didn't hit anything.
Nope.
Not at all.
Probably the wall, if anything, but yeah, nothing of value. Not quite.
I forgot about that OXG skin.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about it.
I mean,
nope.
No comment.
It's a nice skin.
It's a nice skin.
It's a nice skin. Spirits is the fastest operator in the game. I don't know if you know that.
I do know that.
Storms into staff area.
Runs around quite a bit. Can also knock over a Monty, for example. That's kind of where Oryx used to get played the most, but Monty's not quite in play these days. Moosey doing his best Spider-Man impression down the main lobby skylight, but it's not going to matter too much because, well, gotta get in the building. Still roamers from XSET around the map as well, and NIP they're looking to storm the main stairs, and Yawk, he is stuck inside this elevator. He got a nade or flashing out because that's, oh, not stuck at all because hatch is open. Oh, I thought it was closed. Yawk gets out live. No flashbangs on the side of Buck because he got brought in that heartbeat gadget. In fact, no projectiles from the side besides those grenades, and those are gone too now.
Ooh, Yaga trades away a lot of HP for a kill onto Newsy, but Pino has the refrag. He's on a second there as he goes back up the stairs. An engagement could have been had as there was a member of XSET who wanted to fight. Instead, it's Diaz still in this position. Inside a cubicle, he's working hard. XSET slaughtering ninjas in pajamas. It leaves Wizard in a 1v3. Wizard in a very similar spot on this bomb site before, managed to get the diffuser down. Can he repeat that same success? That is the question. He's got a kill on the Spirits, 2 more to go. Kino and Gomez can just wait this one out. There's still a toxic canister for Kino that can get thrown down as well. Buy some time, do some damage. The sound of Wizard walking into the smoke will be heard by all. Yet another kick go off as well, and there you go, well timed. Wizard still in the same position on the stairs. Now towards the hatches. Shotgun in range. Wizard doesn't know exactly where to go. 6 kills, pretty good for 3 rounds. The smoke, and Kino will lean in and down he goes. Good job, Kino. Doesn't seem to care. Wasn't even moving. And oh, there you go. Neck crack. 3-1 in favor of XSET.
Kino is one of the best shotgun players, at least in North America, but also even internationally. That guy's shotgun does more damage than any other person's shotgun I've ever witnessed in my life. It's absolutely absurd. Back in my day, sound like an old broken record, when I played Smoke Mute, my shotgun wouldn't do anything ever. Which is why I opted for the SMG-11, which is a bit of a coin flip weapon with the recall and the fire rate and only having 17 bullets. Let's just say I'm very happy that I'm no longer an active player because I would have a terrible, terrible time given those operators. Which is why nowadays I just play Alibi like any other ranked player and I have a lot of fun because you can literally just run around like Gomez has been doing so far in this matchup and just shoot people with that 1.5x zoom scope. Gadget, slap it down, good value. Shield, slap it down, instantaneous value as well. Don't gotta worry about over contesting or dying early because you're good. You're vibing.
5 seconds to insertion.
Vibes at an all-time high for XSET. They look very relaxed, very calm. Cool.
Cool as a cucumber.
And collected.
And collected. Like a paycheck. They get collected every month. Yoink. Same Claymore from Pino, in case Kino wants to jump out the window. Last time, didn't go so well for him. NIP are respecting, if you will, the aggression from XSET in those early rounds where the spawn peaks were an issue for them. Haven't been spawn peaked in the last 2 rounds, which is good for them. Still gonna work on those injury points. Wizard actually off the 0 now onto a more solo-based operator of the Nuke. You try and sneak into lobby if he finds the right opening. Pop the gadget, walk on in. You're invisible for about 15 or so seconds, and that's gonna be your opportunity to strike. But Banshee, spread out on the red stairs in lobby, is going to cause a problem, and so is Spirits with this 1.5x long-range weapon scope onto Kamikaze.
He's on the fastest operator in the game. Oh, 2 members from NIP fall very, very quickly. A 3rd one could have gone down as well. Newsy damaged. Not mortally wounded, though. Now he will be. On Repel, Pino could have joined the rest of his teams in the grave. XSET defending this bomb site down in staff area and open area quite effectively. They'll hunt as the Nook of Wizard runs through garage, and Gomez is there to greet him. Do you validate, he says. Yes, we do. In the afterlife. Ah! Kills him.
Oh my god.
It's word for word. That's me doing play-by-play.
Nice. Word for word.
Pino 7 kills, 3 deaths. Up there with Wizard, who is also doing very well. The rest of the team, to a bad start. Pino with diffuser in hand down the main stairs. What does he see? Nothing.
Nothing yet. Oh, that's clean.
Well, now he knows that. Someone's been playing Aim Lab. Gomez takes down Pino. It's 4-1 for XSET as NIP just flat out are not playing their game, not talking. This is just a formality for them. The laughter from Kamikaze is a good sign.
So satisfying to see like one taps or drone flicks, etc. It really is a thing of beauty.
It's not even like there's no bearing on the game. It's just you look and you're like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. It's the same as like the fact that a lot of FPS games have like a dink sound when you headshot is like, oh, that's satisfying. Or like the red cross in Siege when you get like a one tap. It's like it just adds to that immersive experience, if you will. And the dopamine levels go crazy when you get it. Absolutely. But yeah, that's how Kino feels when he uses shotgun. He's like, when he gets like a nice one pump from like way far away, he's like, oh, that felt good, you know? But when it doesn't work out, it's like, damn, did that feel bad? I should have won those.
10 seconds to go.
Final round of the defense for XSET, looking to go 5-1 and just continue their streak.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
XSET have suffered a loss, by the way, so they're not undefeated. That would have been nice to see if they could have gotten all 18 points. Instead, 15 points are on the board. This LAN has been dominated by Brazilians, and we will reference it time and time again, even though they are a North American team. One Canadian, one American. The entirety of the coaching staff. And 3 of the active players on the roster identify as Brazilian. I say that because I believe 2 of the players were born in America but spent time living in Brazil. Oh, that's one of them, by the way. Diaz gunned down by Musi as Nip start things off. Pino takes some damage. More will be done. Musi's just in, by the way. Finds Yaga. XSET incapable of understanding that somebody's over by stock. Jump out. You won't do it. Psycho on an unorthodox repel, though we don't see all that often. Spirits is down to the count. It could be a flawless round. We're 1 minute in. It's Gomez in a 1v5. Inside a conference room. A conference call. Okay, everybody get in here.
There
Flawlessly done by Kamikaze. Nip ends the first half with 2 rounds. Very oddly paced. In a match that, frankly, neither team seems to be trying their hardest at. In my
you sounded so serious.
In my professional opinion.
Very cool. Like, that's one of the fastest rounds we've seen so far at the Major, though. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter, but like a minute is a very quick round on Bang, especially. NIP had the angles on lockdown. XSET, they swung them. They got taken out. Sides will comes in. Basement's where we start. NIP on the defense. XSET is going to have to rip apart the attack. With no Osa at their disposal, they can't quite just go for a direct sword attack as easily as they would like to, as they were before. But of course, they still got other options. Kamikaze, bring out the Echo. Not a lot of teams at the Berlin Major is actually playing Echo. Rogue, I believe, has the highest pick rate so far because Daypeg really likes playing the operator. But other than that, it really takes like an Echo player to play Echo these days because it can be quite boring, if you will, to like sit on side just using drones. Also like unrewarding because like you don't get much from it, but your teammates do. But also being on cameras the entirety of the round isn't super valuable because right now with the current meta game, meta meaning like how you play the game strategically, it's very aggressive, very gun heavy. So unless you really love Echo's gun, most people would stay away from him and rather pick up a bulletproof camera on a quote-unquote better fit operator.
I was wondering if we'd see the TCSG on the Goyle, but no, a Vector instead. The more reasonable weapon. Give me a Finka with the sausage. The shotgun?
The T-shirt cannon is what it's called.
Or the pillow gun.
Oh, the pillow gun.
Whichever you'd like. Psycho gets traded out. Gomez falls. Might be, I would consider that a major win for the defense. They've taken the Maverick away. Yag will make his own pathway upstairs very quickly as he gets droned in and knows that there's safety up top. The yokai drone is now at the top of the stairs. Yaga might spot that. The drones no longer are cloaked, so it's much easier to see those 2 yokais that have been thrown out of the pocket of Kamikaze. They'll fetch their drones and go back onto it. So, if you're XSET, what's your next step? You don't have a Maverick. All you want, I mean, you still have 2 more hard breachers, but how much the detriment of your team is losing the Maverick.
It's not a huge deal here. Server walls are soft. There's no kite on the board. You got, Hibana and Thermite. You really are in a fine position. The only thing is you lose half your grenades, half your explosives, and you lose a gun, of course. You trade it back on the cycle, so you're 4v4 effectively. XSET has a lot of choices to make here. Where do they attack from? Server stairs, main stairs. Also, they got up without the hatch. I quite like this. Put a Rooney gate on the hatch in open area. It's going to force out one piece of explosive utility. Probably not the highest value thing to do, especially given that Hibana is open, who has both flashbangs and 2 Cairo pellets that can be used. But regardless, a neat little trick, if you will. Back in the earlier days of Siege, where people were a lot worse at the game, sometimes you'd see a bandit run upstairs and put a bandit battery on the hatch, and sometimes a Hibana would be careless, which is run to the hatch, pop the pellets, and then lose them to the bandit battery. Even I fell for that once in my time, way, way, way back. Pino now is gonna be in a hard place. He's gone. 30 seconds left. XSET, they get server control. They can now run down with those soft walls and start opening up them, and then start planting. Because they're soft, that's gonna buy them time. But those Goyo canisters, well, they're gonna have to plant with 4 seconds left or rotate to the hatch. That looks to be the case for Kino as he's running away.
Just wait out the fire before you drop on down. Flashes in to discombobulate. And then Kino will drop blind himself. Taking damage as he now goes shelter by the soft wall. Wizard shooting through. Diaz goes down to Kamikaze. Will he be able to pull this off? Yes, he does. Nip springing into action. They're losing out on all counts. It's now just Yaga to be finished off, and suddenly Nip comes ahead of the brawl that ensues. And they tighten things up. XSET, 4 rounds. Nip, 2 in a row. Some laughter on the faces of Nip. They're starting to get into this matchup.
Might just be a turning point for them, thinking, you know what, boys, let's get a final victory before going home, because you gotta make that decision. Are you just gonna play it out and be like, whatever outcome is whatever outcome? Or do you want to go like, guys, let's end on a good note and go home, not happy, but I guess at least with a victory as our last showcase.
Happier.
Happier, I guess you can call it.
Yes.
Happier.
They'll go home happier.
I truly don't think NP are happy with their performance, because they've made Invite Finals, 2nd place. They won the Invitationals before. LATAM as a region in general has had a phenomenal last 2 years, or year and a half. Of course, NIP has been one of the front runners for that region for a very long time, so I'm sure they wish they could be there to represent them, but they're in good hands. LATAM in general, I think, is still going to do well and surprise us in the playoffs. The big question really is North America right now, because there's been a lot of talk on social media about how EU is bad and LATAM's in the past. It's like NA is reigning supreme right now, baby. Saw Charlotte Major, like 3 NA teams in top 8, whatever. 3 of the last 4 teams were North American or whatever as well. NA won the Major. NA Grand Finals. But at this event, just 3 months later, NA is not really anywhere to be found, Parker. And as a current North American part-time citizen, it's a bit concerning, because I am putting a lot of faith in this region. I came here, I talked a lot of smack about it, then they showed up and say, Pinku, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Look at us right now. And I said, sure, whatever. I made a prediction 3 months ago that EU will come back on top and NA will fall back down. It's kind of happened now. Unless, of course, the few NA teams that are making it further are going to show up in big fashion, which we'll see about.
Oh boy, I mean, more can be said. We do go through these volatile periods, Nick. Oh, yes. Nice shooting by Kino on Kali to take down Muzi, but it's been more vulnerable, missing out. Almost getting Kamikaze this time, as Muzi's the one to fall. Now all the troops will be called into action to deal with the Kali, who's taking up space inside of Square. You'll go through events where of the final 4, 3 of them will be European, or 3 of them will be LATAM, or 3 of them will be North America, and it just tends to be the rhythm of the event. Plays to the meta, maybe, who knows. This was definitely not NA's event. It was certainly not APAC's event either. Both of the regions send an awful lot of people home. Yavla was very similar.
Yeah. You're right. You play in the same region domestically for an entire season, develop a meta game, and you can tell if like a region has like a good feel for the current meta and the best way to play the game. Kino having a great time right now, finding multiple kills with that sniper. I love seeing a good Kali player.
As do I. He's still got lances, too, if he wants to take it down.
Wow.
He hits Wizard. This is FaZe Kino. Could he try out for it? Psycho gets him, though, as he walks around. No more Kali. Psycho, nice play on Gomez as well. Yaga and Diaz to clutch out, and it'll be Diaz get the final kill. No comeback from Nip will be complete just yet, as XSET gives themselves yet another round and stretches their lead a bit more.
They do. Slowly closing in 5-3 now in favor of XSET. Kali's pick rate is surprisingly low given the amount of Thatcher bans. I know that Kino is probably not playing it in the most serious of ways right now, but I do like what he's doing with it. Proving the gun isn't that terrible, but with the, what do we call, like, mini EMPs, the secondary gadget that's coming to the game rather soon that Ubisoft announced at the Invitationals, I think it was. I feel like Kali's going to be just never really played again. But what is interesting, or might be interesting, is that Thatcher's ban rate might change significantly with that secondary EMP coming out, because, yeah, sure, you ban Thatcher, but the Kaid, which is like the biggest reason for why you want to ban the Thatcher, to then play the Kaid, make the hatches hard to open up, will be kind of nullified by the secondary EMP gadget. So I'm curious if Thatcher will go out of trend, and we'll see other attackers take his place in the ban phase because of it. We'll find out. In just a few weeks, perhaps. I believe it's next season, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to come out, but I could be wrong about that as well. Either way, I'm always open to a change in the Rainbow Six Siege meta game. Just like the LMG change. Or LMG meta change, rather. I'm also excited for that to happen.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Please free me from the shackles of this confine of watching the same LMG as Finka will lead the way every single time.
Yeah. I don't really mind Finka that much.
Less
but
Finka, please.
Yeah. You could even keep the LMG strong and just nerf the gadget and the nades, maybe. But either way, Finka can't have it all, because he really does have utility, healing, explosiveness, weapon, literally everything. It's too much.
Too much.
Too much.
Yana is also chalked to the gills with utility. Access to the Gon 6, access to nades, good gun, great gadget. So, it's, she's got a lot of utility, a lot of flexibility on her end. Finka and Yana becoming staples of this meta. I know people will be crying, just stop nerfing. I would like to see some buffs, actually. I'd like to see a recoil buff onto Zoph's AR again. What would the meta look like if Zoph just didn't have a place? Well, I mean, look no further than what XSET is doing right now. Pino is asleep up top on Banana. Diaz punishes him from outside of the lobby, and we hit the halfway point of the round. XSET looking for match points. Getting that early pick is a good start. Oh, down goes Kino. UMP, a wizard, outdueling the bolt-action sniper rifle of Kali is a bit of an odd stylistic choice, given the fact that usually that's not how it should work. But it did work that way.
Because it does. Sometimes it does.
I mean, at least expect it.
Yawk working the vertical angles, getting both the hatch and the floor, playing it safe in case of a C4, which there is one off in the pocket of Psycho down below, but Psycho is not quite in the right position, I think, to use it. Kamikaze used his earlier, so that's no longer in play. Of course, Pino and Kino. Now that is a tricky one.
Pino and Kino, baby.
Pino and Kino got traded out. With a minute left to go, XSET are slowing down on these rounds, not really hitting their shots right now from Yawk Dog. Gotta speed things up. Execute comes out rather shortly with 35 seconds left to go. Wizard has the angle hatch. Flashbang comes out. Good flashbang blinds the member. Grants the free kill onto Gomez. He's on the side. Finds one, finds two. Plant going down. Spirits find the third in the round. Bomb goes down successfully. Kamikaze in 1 versus 4 has to clutch out for his team here, or else it's going to be 6 rounds on the board for XSET, and it will. Match point is on the menu, baby. It's XSET in the lead.
Diaz the final kill as Nip gets boxed out of the bomb site. Pressure that was applied over from that staff area forced Nip back towards lobby and then through both the tellers and archives rooms on the map, and having to go into small office to deal with the nuisance of XSET firmly implanted in the midst of the bomb site. XSET moved to match point. They've guaranteed themselves at least a single point, so the 12 that they entered today with, it's not going to stay there. They will increase their tally. and look to add more to it. Not a surprising performance from NiP, all things considered, given the fact that they just had their hearts ripped out in the matchup against Rogue, Nicholas.
I think you're right. And I mean, it's really frustrating to play against a team that's already qualified, you can't qualify, and they're just kind of rubbing it in your face by like not really trying 100%. Like we're seeing like the meme operators early on, the double shotgun, the Kivera, Kino playing Kali, getting 3 kills around. It's really, really frustrating, I can imagine, to play against, because I've been in a similar shoe myself in the past. Kino opting for a more serious operator, goes back onto Thermite like previously, because we are in the basement right now. We need that Heartbreach capability. Big change here. Yogg on the buck is off the secondary Heartbreach gadget, and allowing himself some flashbangs, because last time he didn't have those, or not as many at least. Diaz is staying on the Hibana because those hatches gotta get opened up. There is, surprisingly enough, no Kaid on the board for NIP to deny those hatches. No real roam presence either, so XSET should be flying through this map. But of course, like Rogue, had an issue with the rat corners. XSET are checking everything. But I say everything, but there's a member, a silhouette upstairs, member of Cycle, hiding on the top floor of this map. And I don't think he's been droned out by XSET just yet.
Not discovered, it seems, as the armada of drones just flying on in.
Oh, yeah.
There goes Spirits. He's in. He's in. Oh, no, he's
They have
reloading.
no idea.
No.
That's such a peculiar spot to hide. Like, it's not even a hiding spot. Oh, he whiffed shots.
They were calling them rat angles. Psycho inside a conference room takes down Gomez. Undiscovered in his lane. Moisturized. Flourishing. Unbothered. Win whatever combination you want to go for. Now it's Spirits on the hunt. Not realizing that Psycho's sitting against the soft wall. Kino has a good pinch on it. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh, Kino, you just saw it. The Yokai is there to try to draw them in. Wizard, a double kill. NiP finding some renewed stamina, some vigor as they go toe-to-toe with XSET. And come out ahead, but Diaz picks off Wizard. You'll be no more. The Yokai very disorienting in this position, and Kino will now come to his senses as he drops back towards the basement. Yokai still there, being as much of a pest as ever.
Wizard still on the flank. Oh, sorry, Wizard dead, rather. No longer on the flank. Pino's got to fight the shotgun here in the staircase, but it isn't G11 instead. Now the shotgun comes up, and Pino finds the first as well as the second. Diaz and Kino both put in the grave. Good hold here from Pino. Nice aggression from NIP to get the round. They're going to have to go a little bit further if they want to get those points on the board. Remember, XSET, they are pressuring with those 6 rounds, a match point, which means NIP will have to go into overtime, and they can get 2 points at most if they go there.
On the other stream, by the way, just in case you're here as a fan of either of these teams or you're completely oblivious to the fact that there is another stream on twitch.tv/Rainbow6. Furia and Astralis are competing in a very significant match because Elevate decided to forget how to play Rainbow Six today. They seem to take it relatively easy in both of their matches after clinching the playoffs yesterday. The problem for them is that Furia have also made it into the playoffs, and because of this, if Furia wins their matchup today against Astralis, it is possible for Elevate to fall as the 2nd seed, which means that they could run across W7M or FaZe in the very first round, which would obviously not be good because both of those teams look very strong right now.
5 seconds to go.
It's a fair point, actually.
So that one is some high stakes on the line. If Astralis can keep Furia at bay, they could potentially deny Elevate's fall from grace from 1st to 2nd.
Not bad. Oh.
I think Furia might have just won at least a round.
Would have been a huge round at that. Probably
There was an explosion.
Yep. From silence to echoes down the hall in this open space that we are in. Said it before, said it again. Nice shot, Kino. But also, what I was going to say, I like the layout that we have here for group stage. We can basically see all 4 teams from where we are. We can hear them, feel them out, the atmosphere, the loudness of the open space. It's been quite enjoyable for group stage thus far. And Kino shooting the behind of Psycho almost takes him out, really finding a fair amount of value on Nikali. As memey as this pig is, as fun as it has been to watch, it's actually quite impactful for XSET. A lot of damage done.
And Psycho on very limited HP, no Thunderbird being brought, as we had seen by Rogue in the previous matchup. Nip will forego one of the healers on defense. XSET really enjoying this lineup and all that it brings. One of the beauties of the position that XSET is in is that because they have clinched their spot, they really don't need to give anything away. Are XSET a bank team? Are these real strats that XSET are running? Do they really play Kali on entry? Who knows? Because XSET have the benefits of finishing first in their group no matter what happens here. XSET could lose 0-7 and it would not change a damn thing. So you don't really need to go that hard.
Damn.
Nip is, though. After losing Wizard early on, 3 unanswered kills from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Can XSET clutch this out with Gomez and Diaz? Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. No, 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 Gomez,
Check your
Gomez,
corners.
Gomez. He doesn't check it. The frustration you can see as he leans back. Now it's Diaz. Top of the stairs. Flash in hand, trying to maybe bait them out. There you go. Get the lineup right. They're just waiting patiently inside of the bomb site. Ninjas in Pyjamas still showing very good patience as Diaz is caught in the midst of the toxic canister. And then through the wall, Pino will do the rest of the job. This thing might be going the distance, Nick.
Might just send us all the way to OT. It's possible. I said that I thought it was going to be a quick match. And in the first 3 rounds, I definitely still thought so. But as this side swap has come around, XSET are struggling on their attacks. And IP are holding on strong as they are defending the bomb sites to great success. Teller's Archives bomb site being hovered right now gives me some anxiety for an IP, but I feel like they'll just run around and keep swinging people because this bomb site itself is so incredibly weak. It is almost not played by any teams in any region. Normally the 4th bomb site on the map is somewhat reliable. I would argue that Teller's Archives is not reliable at all. Maybe with like a Sami and Mira open kind of vibe for holding top 4 could maybe give you like a slight edge. But generally speaking, this is one of the worst bomb sets in the game, at least in my opinion. It's tough.
That's correct. I'd be inclined to agree. Supernova coming in for Echo. That is something we don't see every day. Before the changes to the Bearing 9 came in, the Supernova was a little bit more viable because the Bearing 9 was easier to control. That's when we were in the era of the SMG-11 and the Bearing 9 and the SMG-12, all being better weapons than most of the real guns on both attack and defense.
It's true.
Pocket rockets, as they were all called. They were absolutely pocket rockets. Oh you will fondly remember the SMG-11 ACOG days. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, oh my god.
There used to be an ACOG in the SMG-11.
That was a long time ago, and I don't even have any like real memory from it, but I obviously I've seen videos and stuff that I played back then, but that is like 6 years ago.
You look at the videos and you just think to yourself, like, this is a whole different world to me.
Completely different game.
Completely different, yes.
Also, fun fact, you can see Lion still in the sky like Kamikaze right now. Back when Lion was always played before the banner phase came in, we actually went through every single map with Shaz, our G2 coach, and figured out in the prep phase that we could see if the Lion was being brought or not, because that's going to be in the sky. So, fun fact.
I mean, you also just banned Lion.
Well, this is before the ban was even a thing.
Yes, I know, but he was also your most banned operator.
Yeah, when banning came around, he was our most banned operator. Like, every match but 1 against Mucket on Clubhouse, and we lost that game.
Why?
Because we didn't ban the Lion.
See, did you learn?
Yes, we learned.
We learned.
Banned ever since.
We learned indeed. Took a while for bans to come to ranked, but when they did, I'm sure a lot of the same people would be banning him out as well. Psycho goes down as Yaga soft destruction upstairs in conference room. There's a major upside to it. And now Cycle through the drones as half of the round is still to go. Is it the Oryx and Muzi right now playing inside of Electrical?
Yep.
Sure looks like it.
It is indeed.
That looks like his silhouette.
Let's see the drone it. XSET. They've been missing a few drones so far in this matchup, and they should have known by now. And if you
Sorry, excuse me, as it pushes the drone away.
Yep.
Pino falls to Kino, another EE1D goes out. Prevents XSET from being able to refrag well. Now it's Kamikaze waiting through the Kona stations downstairs. A Nitro Cell will be tossed up indiscriminately, but no damage done. And Adrenal Surge comes in. XSET cleaning up shop. Kamikaze in a 1v5 that becomes a 1v4. He sees yet another, but loses the duel. XSET end the match in the 12th round. 3 full points for the North American team, the only North American team that will be seen on the stage on Friday. Congratulations to XSET. That'll be it for this group as XSET finish off NIP, Rogue, and DWG KIA. Were done earlier today. As well, in a match that doesn't really change much in the standings at all. But you know what? What if the real match was the friends we made along the way? We have a break ready for you. We'll toss to some ads for you to watch before we come back and wrap up that matchup. Well, it wasn't exactly the most pivotal match we've seen so far, but it was at least exciting, and we got to see some new things. We got an M870 kill on Jaeger. We got to see a bunch of Kino on Kali, and XSET and NIP on Bank. Actually needed all 12 rounds with XSET coming out on top. They're just stat padding at this point. No matter what would have happened, the standings wouldn't have changed. There would have been no difference whatsoever in regards to the 6 invitational point totals. There wouldn't have been any difference in terms of payment because you get winnings for placing higher in the standings. Nope. It was just a 7-5 victory for XSET, and that is about it.
Yeah. No change, really. Nothing at all. And as you saw, XSET, they came out on top.
Absolutely. Well, there's not a lot to talk about there because neither team really seemed to be stratting to the full extent. NIP was playing it very passively, wasn't particularly interested in being their usual selves. We saw some unorthodox plays from XSET as well. Again, when are you going to see Kino on Kali? Who knows? Maybe that's something that they'll bring out later on. Yeah, I don't know.
I like watching it. I would like for Kino to do it again in the quarterfinals, just for good old time's sake.
Well, depending on what happens in a matchup later today, whether Wolves or OXG go through, another North American team could make it onto the stage. I mean, only one team in Europe would go, or 2 teams in Europe would go through. Or it could be 3 European teams joining 3 LATAM teams, 1 APAC, 1 NA. Who knows? That's actually it for Nick and I as a duo here at this event. I fly home tomorrow due to personal circumstances, so that is it for my entire event, but you're going to be sticking around. You already leaked it. You're going to be going onto the analyst desk, working alongside Fresh in the playoffs.
That I will. It was a pleasure, Parker, as always.
As always.
Another time in the future.
A great time to be had. And I hope you enjoyed our casting the matches that we brought to you, the viewer, even if that last match in particular wasn't as competitive as some of the matches that we saw earlier today. We've still got 2 more matches here on this stream. I think it's Ace and Dez who will be taking over for us, so sit tight. While Nick and I are all done, the group stages certainly are not. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Enjoy.
That's the classic French celebration, I guess. I mean.
C'est beau, c'est beau, c'est beau, c'est magnifique. Monstrueux qu'il vient de faire.
And Vitality go down to Challenger League.
L'équipe commence à s'écrouler en fait. Je pense que l'équipe ne fonctionnait juste plus.
Vitality reclaim their rightful position amongst the top teams in Europe.
Let's go, Bastion!
Oh là 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 là, il est trop fort.
Bibu manages to get the final kill.
10 for Bibu. Bibu coming in so clutch for Wolves.
Bibu in the 1 versus 1.
Bibu peut-être, il va y arriver, le 1v1. Oh mon Dieu!
Trop facile pour Bibu.
To talk about names and stats, we answer as a wolf pack.
Well, welcome back to the Berlin Major. We're getting into the real back end of things now. 2 games still to go. And we've got a real screamer of a game here between Wolves and W7M coming up. I'm Des. This is Tim. And Tim, what you got something to say?
Decisions to be made, Des. Decisions to be made. These are a big couple of games. Sometimes you get towards the end of group stages and these games don't normally mean too much. But you better believe that they do for Wolves because they are not confirmed just yet. W7M are, but Wolves, they've got 2 games to go. They've got W7M, they've got OXG, and it could all yet fall apart for them. So, super important games coming up.
We want more EU teams in playoffs.
Yes, we do.
I'm not saying W7M going to gift it to us, but Wolves know what it is they're fighting for. Can I point out, by the way, you slandered me earlier on about cleaning my own glasses with the whole like special cloth thing. You were using your shirt.
Yeah.
Which one of us forgot our glasses coming here?
Don't worry about that. So our wonderful talent manager who looks after us has a list like that she keeps for people of like things that they might need or preferences, things like that. I think my entire list, she said this to me before, is Ace forgets his glasses.
Mine's probably is always last to the desk as well, because I take things at a very leisurely pace even. Let's take a look at Group C though, Tim, because we can see what the current standings are coming into this matchup. W7M, the most dominant team we have seen across every single group. 5-0 in regulation. No one has been able to stop them yet. Wolves are in second place on 7 points. Gaimin Gladiators third on 4, but they have played all their games. They can get no higher. Oxygen, though, in their last game of the group stage, play against Wolves. That is the game that comes after this one. So they are praying that W7M can stop Wolves in regulation. And given Wolves lost 7-3 on Chalet to W7M yesterday, there's a fairly good chance it can happen again.
Certainly is. I mean, basically for Wolves, just to really bring it down to simplicity, overtime, 6 rounds, will put them in the playoffs. They need 1 point. Yep. That's it. That then gets them far enough away. We can see the outcomes there. Number of rounds Wolves versus need versus OXG, depending on the score here. Yeah. So it's a nice little breakdown for us. And just exactly what they'll need. So we can see there basically anything other than a loss in this one, or a regulation loss, they don't need any rounds. They don't need anything against OXG. So 1 point is enough, they go through. However, if they do lose in regulation, which let's be honest, this W7M side, there's a reasonable chance that that happens. Wolves very good as well, but they're a tough team to play against. If that happens, then it's going to come down to that round difference.
Take a repeat scoreline of yesterday, for example. Let's say that Wolves lose 7-3 here. Yep. They need to get at least 3 rounds against Oxygen. So to put that in perspective, Wolves can lose both of their next 2 games, 7-3, and still make it through. We'll keep a count on this and give you guys an update after this game as well, exactly how many rounds they require. But that does require W7M beating them in regulation. Otherwise, it's a done and dusted deal, and the OXG game is all for a little bit of fun.
And I mean, basically what it means is we're going to be squeaking through for Wolves potentially on round difference. If it comes to that, lose both games, that's basically what they're fighting through on. So Wolves, for EU, you got to get something.
Time will tell. Let's take a look at our map veto and see where we're going to. It's a repeat, actually, of the first game, Tim. So I mentioned earlier it was 7-3 in the first game they played to W7M, and Wolves have gone back there.
And we saw Chalet earlier on with W7M against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah.
It was 7-5. Gaimin Gladiators run them close, but W7M looked good.
Outside of maybe 2 rounds, W7M just looked stupidly dominant. There were a couple of rounds, of course, in the first half they did lose. That will happen on the defensive side of Chalet, but they played Chalet like no other team I've seen. They play it hyper-mobile, hyper-aggressive, and that kept Gaimin Gladiators answering questions from start through to finish. One thing I will say, Came across Wolves earlier on. They just rocked up to the venue probably about 5 o'clock. And I spoke to one of the observers who saw them yesterday when he was having a little tipple. And he basically said they were out really late and asked him, why are you out late? You got games tomorrow. Their first game is now. It's like 7:30 today. Their whole thing was, we stay up late, we get tired, we sleep all the way through, wake up in the middle of the afternoon so we don't lose our energy by the time our games come around. They have taken this very, very seriously. They know what this means to them. They want a spot on that stage, which, by the way, is looking absolutely phenomenal.
Cannot wait for Friday to kick off. We're going to have 4 big quarterfinals coming your way. But before we can do that, Des, we need 8 quarterfinalists, and we don't quite have them yet. So here we go. Chalet, Wolves, W7M, and Wolves, you need something. You need anything. 1 point will confirm their place in the playoffs. Otherwise, we move on to the next game against OXG. Here on the B stream it will be. So if you want to know what happens with Wolves, you better stick with us for the next couple of hours.
And the thing is, coming into the competition, Wolves, W7M, both #1 rated from their regions, this would look like a semi-final game. If you said to me, without knowing what the group draw was, there's a game where Wolves and W7M play each other, I'd be like, okay, is that a quarter or a semi-final? Because it feels like a playoff level game. It is best of 1. A best of 3 between these two teams would be absolutely phenomenal. But regardless of what happens, you will not see the matchup in the quarterfinals based on how the draw system works. So maybe we have to wait for a semi to see that one, Tim. And I, for one, could not wait to see it. However, this is just a best of 1, first of all, on Chalet, Capital, and Nomad, the 2 bands that we've seen coming through. And you know what I'll do, Tim? I'll be a good little caster and go and look at what the bands were for yesterday as well.
Go and have a look. I mean, we've got slightly less regular bands there, not unheard of. Capito particularly, I mean, we know he brings an absolute ton of utility, 3-speed, all sorts of good things from Capito, but doesn't see the ban too often. It does leave Finka available. Wamai and Azami will be our final 2. Azami, no surprise. Wamai interesting because it will impact how the defenders are holding on to those sites. It's going to make Jaeger probably pretty much 100% pick now because they're going to need him in there to deal with those throwables. You could argue that Aruni's laser gates do a similar job dealing with some throwable utility, but they just don't do it anywhere near as efficiently as those Jaeger ADSs. So going to be plenty of Jaeger. Wamai out of the question, but it might mean that we just see a little bit more utility play from the attackers.
Some similar bands, but also some different ones in here as well. Both teams changing up one of their bands. Yesterday, Wolves banned away Valkyrie. That's been left open. They're playing with the Wamai taken off the board. It says to me they really want to lean into range utility like the Zofia that we've seen have a really good presence throughout the major. Lots of thrown nades, for example. On the other side, W7M, they banned away Sledge. That was taken off the board yesterday, and definitely what feels like a target ban against Rise, who started on his 0-12 game in Playday 1 of EUL Stage 2, and then from that point on became an absolute force playing things like that Sledge. So definitely a target ban. And the Capital for me, I won't lie, didn't see yesterday's game, was casting at the time. May well have been that Wolves did play some Capital in that matchup.
Round number 1 underway then, and it's time for Wolves to get themselves a good start. They're on the attack of Chalet, which should play into their favour somewhat. They're going to be attacking onto Dining and Kitchen to begin with, and I will no doubt expect a top floor clearance from them to start things off. We've got a couple stacking over, ready to go up onto that piano balcony. Mowgli just going to recover his drone there as well for later use. 7 still in play, plus Twitch drones, so things not looking too bad for Wolves in terms of the intel. We can have Bibu sending in those Twitch drones as well. Just going to spot out the Frostmat. That should give them all the information they need so that they're not going and getting the legs trapped. And as expected, up towards the top floor they go.
C4 went off then as well. I'm not quite sure what it was JV was hoping to find, but nothing is the answer. I'm seeing this lineup here where Shinka's ready. That juice comes through. That's going to the count for the rest of the team. You've seen the EE1D go off. You've seen the window get smashed out. Shinka's in for one swing as well. Elsewhere, there are still gunfights taking place. And W7M win out in 3 of those, shutting the Wolves down quite comfortably before P4 gives a little bit of balance. They're inside of sight at this point, Tim, but they don't really have any control.
No, none at all. It was a nice opener from Shinka. Just a swing on the rappel. Never an easy kill to find. KZ's going to find one. Does he get the second onto the window? He knows that he's there. He certainly does. Put in that frost gun to great use. KZ from the trophy stairs manages to close out the round. W7M, they will not be beaten by Shock and O.
And this was part of the worry for me when Wolves coming up against a team like W7M would be that you are coming up against a team that is very happy to play hyper-aggressive out and about around the map and make you challenge for every single spot of land that you want to walk into. And I think you saw it there very early on. We had Wolves pulling off this all-in-one execute. Shinka breaking out the window to cut off down towards Piano. You had the EE1D going off. 3 players of Wolves all pushing in. We've seen these coordinated attacks by these guys just run over so many teams in EUL. But you're not against one of the EUL teams in the lower half of the table anymore. You're against the best coming out of LATAM at the moment, given the last 2 stages and the records that they currently hold. So for W7M to shut that one down, absolutely not surprised. And this is where the depth of teams like Wolves will really get tested.
Right, so as we promised, we will keep you up to date with things, you know, how this game impacts the nets for Wolves. They've gone 1-0 down. Now, the reason that I bring this up...
You know, it sounds great in you saying that.
What sounds great when I say?
Wolves go 1-0 down. I just feel like I'm watching the football. I was thinking about it just a second ago.
Des is a big fan of Wolves as rival, basically, in the Premier League. So
based in the middle of the country in the UK, we have clubs like Wolverhampton Wanderers, West Bromwich Albion, Birmingham City, and Aston Villa.
Hurts you to say the names, doesn't it?
The thing is, all 3 of them are like obsessed with being rivals of Villa, and we just don't care.
It sounds a little bit like you care, Des. You've just brought it up a minute ago.
I just don't care, because they're all small teams. No one cares. But Wolves, we were having a big debate with the talent team about whether you say Wolves or the Wolves. Because it's a very common thing in America, like American football, to say the Eagles, the Panthers.
I kind of ended this on the basis that Wolves is a shortened version of Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah.
The Wolf has just been brought in as a mascot. Opening kill, going to go to W7M. That's 2. Herds and JV going to get themselves, but Bibu Rise managed to get the trades, and that is going to be 3 versus 3 inside the first minute. So we're seeing a lot of early round aggression coming out from Wolves here. They are quick moving. They're not messing about. GDN and KZ, they're left inside a sight. Volps underneath. We saw the damage that Volps can do on the flank previously, so they need to make sure that they're keeping a track on exactly where he is. 8 drones, so there's no reason for Wolves to be getting caught out here.
You're looking towards Captain Bibu really playing on the Blackbird here to do some damage as well. Those shields over the face prevents a headshot going through. Normally a couple of shots coming your way, to be honest, so you should have the massive advantage in a number of these gunfights. At the minute, no one looking to swing out onto him. W7M just happy to pause momentarily whilst Wolves refigure out exactly what it is they want to do. Sure, they found a couple of kills, but they also lost their 2 entries in the process. So now you're looking more towards those backline players to step up strong.
Selma charge going to be thrown in there. I'm assuming that it got burnt out by the electricity, given that that wall is electrified. But that's not anything new, so I'm not really sure why that was thrown across. Maybe there was, you know, a plan that that wasn't going to be electrified by the time it got there. I'm not 100% sure. But there we go. That's a Selma down. 1 remaining on the side of Shinka, so they need to be careful if they want to get that used somewhere. BB looking to push in behind the face shield of Blackbeard. He's thinking about getting onto office door here, which is going to be pressure for Volps. At the minute, he's playing in towards, he needs to recollect this diffuser, he's playing in towards the half wall at the minute, so potentially just going to be looking for a tight angle around that corner. He does tuck himself back. That's very clever from Volps there, just keeping himself out of danger, recognising where the pressure is likely to come from.
The real danger here is the team's so split from Wolves as well. They put all their resources into Solar Side, and Rise being chunked through by the looks of it by the smoke canisters down to half. KZ finds 1, and there's the last 2 coming through. An easy close out for W7M. But back to that last conversation, Tim. Wolverhampton Wanderers.
So my point about Wolverhampton Wanderers, it was named as a shortening of Wolverhampton down to Wolves, and then obviously the Wolf came along as the mascot. That makes perfect sense. But you wouldn't say the Wolverhampton, because obviously it's a shortening of that. So that's my argument where it comes in. But I know that the org don't mind. They're quite happy to be referred to as the Wolves or Wolves.
As long as people are talking about it.
As long as people are talking about it and supporting them, they are quite happy.
All I'm saying is their name is obviously having a full-on conversation about Wolves right now on this broadcast. So I'd say the conundrum of the Wolves or Wolves is actually
just in the esports world, I think we're a bit more used to it. It's a bit more familiar that teams are named after, you know, animals, or named after predators, or, you know, all those sorts of things. So it's not unusual, but I think, you know, they do refer to themselves as the Wolf Pack and these sorts of things. So, you know, maybe we've got a little bit of a transition.
Let's stop that right now. You are officially Wolf Pack, and that's it.
You're not like the. You can't have the.
It's like Tim, just drop the from everything you say, and it's fine.
So anyway, back to the very first point that I was making,
Tim,
which was...
You've got to drop the.
Back to very first point that I was making, which is that Wolves need to be getting rounds on the attack. This is Chalet.
You said the then as well.
Oh, I can't
rounds
do it.
on the attack.
I can't do it.
Get rounds on attack.
This is Chalet, where you are expecting attackers to get as many rounds as they can, because defense is difficult, as is dropping the word there. So Wolves are looking for the rounds here in the first half. They haven't got any yet in the first 2 days. You know, if they were to lose this 7-2, it means that they need 4 rounds against OXG, and that might not be an easy thing to do when the pressure's on. So this first half is doubly important for Wolves because it might be very tough for them to get rounds on defense against W7M.
And again, referencing the game yesterday, 5-1 W7M had in their defensive half against Wolves. They couldn't really win around for love nor money on the attacking side, which is weird to say, because Chalet especially is considered to be an attacker-leaning map. Getting a 3-3 split is pretty good for the attackers. Sometimes you're looking towards a 4-2, and teams hate defending on it. But W7M seem to break that rule and say, you know what, no issue on our side at all. They've got the scan onto the player in the back of Library here, so they know that there is someone dug in deep, but they've got to force him out. Normally nades from the south window are the way to go. There are several nades coming in here, and they've let JV get away. What an absolute steal.
That's it, JV burning nearly half of the round in the corner of Library, and the problem persists for Wolves because Herds is still on mezzanine, KZ is still out potentially by Library stairs. He's pushed up a little bit towards piano door, but still the point remains they've got 2 out of 3 pieces yet to deal with on this Library clearance before they can think about getting themselves inside. Herds is going to drop away after being full white flash. That leaves KZ to try and hold on to this top floor now. This should be easy for Wolves to deal with. They need to recognise that, push him, kill him, and then they can start working towards side.
I was going to say the damage that KZ can do here on the top floor, though, if he's left ignored and Wolves wrongly assume everyone has dropped down towards the site, he can cause a real headache. Looking to move his way forwards in towards Library here. There are drones going forwards, but I'm not convinced any have seen him yet. Now they know that he's there because he shot out the drone, and the question will be, how do Wolves react? Do they commit resources to chase him down, or do they go for the fight? He's in a spot to be able to drop away here. Sees one, but misses some critical shots. Charges away. I keep on speaking it like a jet dash, and it's not quite fast enough. Mowgli chases him down, and that's 1 kill coming back for Wolves, but they've only got 30 seconds left to play.
That's the big factor. 2.5 minutes wasted by KZ up there, and still not really a focus from Wolves on getting the kill onto him. Yes, the opportunity was there and they took it, but still, when they knew that he was up there, they were still going into Library looking the wrong way, just as Rise does there. JV shuts him down. 4 versus 3 now. Wolves looking comfortable. Sorry, W7M looking comfortable with 10 seconds left to go. 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1 as the kills start to come in with Simbibu do this through the stage. It's unlikely that he finishes this though, as a man has run away. He's going to have to plant this diffuser. The clock is ticking. That is that, and it's Volps to finish it off. Well played, W7M.
Very, very well played indeed. And I almost kind of feel for a second down the line that got dropped down. I think it was Rise when JV came down from dining side. I have zero doubt that Wolves knew there might be a player on that side of the map. I don't think I've ever seen a Barring game in defense where there isn't one roamer from the defensive side playing up towards kitchen and dining, normally opening up the lobby walls as well so they can see through into Fireplace itself. It was more just they had no time left. They had to hit the site, and he was relying on JV not being the man to come pushing him there in the dying seconds. Still, Wolves are down 3-0. W7M have finished that first quarter. They've done their first 3-site rotation. They will repeat the same thing again. Wolves having this conversation now after 3 rounds about how they're going to tackle these next 3 rounds where all the problems went against them is the right play, in my opinion.
Wolves taking the tactical timeout. We can see the coach in the background there just chatting to them on the headsets, trying to feed some information back in. I don't know if there's maybe a little bit of a technical issue at the same time that's going to get looked at. I could be wrong there. I'm just going off what I see on the cameras. But yes, Wolves, they need to start getting kills and they need to start clearing these roamers on the attack.
Why did you jump up and down as you said that?
Because it's EU and they need to do it, Des. We need Wolves to start getting rounds on the attack here, because if W7M go 6-0, 5-1 on this half and get themselves onto the attack, I don't know how many rounds there are going to be there for Wolves. You know, when we start looking at those sorts of figures, you're talking needing 4 or 5 against OXG, maybe needing that win, really. That's what you're looking at. And they don't need that sort of pressure when thinking about getting through to the major. They need to get some rounds here and make their life a little bit easier. Frustration up on that top floor. You know, it took them so long to deal with that Library problem. And even then, when KZ, there was, I think, maybe a little bit of presumption. The drone comes out, KZ shoots it, they know that he's there. He does the Oryx dash away, and it's like you say, it's that presumption that they've all dropped away. And really all he's done is stood on Library stairs. They were very lucky not to lose the Iana pushing in to Library.
And then he's still challenging, he's still dipping out of there, still causing problems. And that was 2 minutes 30 into the round. They can't allow W7M to be staying in power positions like that for so long.
No, I do completely agree. It was interesting seeing you bounce up and down, by the way. Sometimes I do think you are a teenager stuck in an old man's body.
I absolutely am. But do you want to know the big secret?
Go on then.
When you get to my grand old age, you'll realise that everybody is.
What do you mean?
You just stop growing up at a point.
Everyone's a teenager in an adult's body?
Yeah, you just stop growing.
They're slowed down by like achy knees and a bit of back pain.
You get slowed down by that sort of stuff.
You can't sleep as well.
But effectively, when something goes wrong, you still look round for an adult who's more adult than you.
Between me and you, there's a real good element of chaos in how things are done as well. Because you're like the super organised guy. Like, everything's been considered. You've got a plan. Whereas I'll just kind of live things on the edge and be like, I don't care enough to have to over-plan and over-stress on things.
Do you see, I think that we've developed over time as well in our little relationship. Once upon a time, like, you would ignore everything I said. I mean... Now you ignore most of it, but you're starting to come around occasionally. And it's funny how being 13 hours early for a flight will do that to you.
Yeah, it's weird, that,
when I
it?
say, Des, just check your flight. No, I'm not checking my flight time, Tim. I live for chaos. I'm just going to... Right, I'm spending 13 hours at the airport. It's funny how that sort of thing has sort of made you think, right, there's a process for you now. And I say something in my super organised way, and you go, do I need to listen to this? There's that question never used to be there.
No, there's two questions I have to ask. Do I need to listen to this? And do I want to listen to this? Do I want to give Tim the satisfaction of saying, yep, you know what, Tim, you're right, spot on.
This is the underlying problem with you, is that you will suffer personal discomfort just to not have me be right about something.
Just to be stubborn and
not give me that satisfaction.
It's like a playful stubbornness.
I don't know why, because I'm not a smug person. I'm not the sort of person...
Oh, but you are.
I'm not the sort of person that will rub it in. No. I'm just trying to help you.
No. I explained this to someone a couple of days ago. You are smug, but it's really like hidden, concealed. Like you are. It's that subtle.
This is slanderous.
It's the subtle like downwards nod of the kind of like wry smile on your face, and I'm like, no one else will see it as smug, but I know exactly what you mean.
I think the thing is, it's because I'm only smug with you now, because you've spent so long resisting me that I'm like, now I'm proving points.
Tim, you know what I'm going to do if I get my suitcase back tomorrow and I go to the airport?
What are you going to do?
I'm ordering an air tag to the hotel, and it's going in that bag before I get on that flight home.
Oh, I do hate that. I hate to say it. I did tell you so. What was that about not being smug?
See? Now the stream evidence of it. 8,000 people have just seen you basically admit to it. I'm going to go back and clip this later as well.
All I'm going to say is
I'm going to save it.
I've had my own clothes all week.
You want to know something really cute that I did before we came out here, actually? I went back through a bunch of our old intros, because we always do our stupid intros. And I got loads of clips of our casting.
This is the thing. Everybody listening at home doesn't realise this. Des says all this stuff on stream about me, and he goes on about how I'm hard work and how he puts up with me, and then he goes home and he does cute little things like make montages of us. And
for me, not for you.
Exactly. Really, Des loves it.
I love it. I do love it, mate. The thing is, like I said, it's playful stubbornness. I love it because it's a little bit of chaos.
And I hate this is it. It's playful smugness.
It is, yeah. That's what makes it fun, though. That's what the kind of banter's all about, right? It's not about being like a dick to each other. It's having a laugh. Like we're doing now.
Exactly
like, again, breaking the fourth wall. So we've got little chairs behind our little booth. I'm sat here in what feels like a director's high chair. I've got one foot up on a table, crossed my leg over my left knee. You're standing up and pacing around and sometimes jumping up and down like a child. It's great.
It is.
It's a real casual little chill environment. The lights are turned off. It's a little bit romantic. You're wearing your best red and almost black shirt. That's your Valentine's shirt, that is.
It was my Valentine's shirt.
We did the Valentine's intro on stream with it.
SI22 this year, was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was SI22, where the intros all began.
Yeah, wasn't it like, roses are red, defenders are blue, something is siege, but our true love is you.
Yeah. Maybe our passion is siege, but our true love is you.
Or something like that.
I can't remember the poem now.
There's the Crystal Ball one was great.
I
watched that back and laughed at that one.
Yeah, that was good.
You doing the whole Eminem one where you
Eminem
revealed the jersey.
I think that was the first ever one. Was that the first? I think that was the first one that we did.
Was it the first?
No, Siege Time.
No, Siege Time was the first.
Siege Time was kind of the first. We did that, and then we were like, right, we should follow it up with this.
Yeah,
and then it just once we'd done the second, that was it. We were
my favourite one still is the hammer.
Because
you know why I really like it? It's because you were being the kind of my kind of style of chaotic playfulness.
I'm often the straight man in our gags. It's like you'll make the joke and you sort of play off my reaction. Whereas that was completely the other way around. It was like I was being silly for once.
I think everyone missed it when we tried to imitate each other's accents. So Tim tried to do. Well, Tim did do like a Peaky Blinders Brummie accent.
Des just didn't expect the fire that I brought to that.
And I tried to do a Tim accent where I was like.
You'd already lost it by that point.
I was just laughing the whole way through.
You said that I was buzzing, and you were like, "That's not a word you never use."
I was like, "That's not a word
you just lost it."
No, and I crumbled under that. Right, that's it, Des. We're back into game now, and it's time to get underway with whatever it was. Yeah, I can only get through about half a sentence before I just crack up laughing.
You see, it's not easy talking like me.
So
imagine living your entire life like that.
Honestly, I feel so bad for your missus. She must absolutely hate it. Although saying that, she speaks like you as well.
Her accent's worse than mine.
Is it?
Her accent's worse than mine.
Oh, is she a real mank bird?
No, she's not.
She's not.
So I'm originally from a town called Burnley, and
Burnley.
Stop it. I'm from a town called Burnley. And Vicky, my wife, is from a town called Blackburn. But their accent is a little bit thicker than ours. It's a little bit stronger.
Is it like the Dudley version of my accent?
They're the ones who say, instead of bus, they'll say buzz.
Oh, buzz.
Yeah, that's where that comes from.
Right.
Catching the buzz.
That's horrible.
And stirs instead of stairs.
Stairs. You're going up the stairs.
I'm going up the stairs. Yeah, that's my wife's accent.
That is tragic.
Yeah.
I mean, my missus is posh near Cambridge. You can imagine what that's like, me taking the mick out of her all the time. The arguments over saying castle or castle and grass, they will never end until the day I die. Anyway, thank you for sticking with us through what seemed like a really strange 5 minutes of us just talking utter crap. We're now back into game. We can focus on the outcome. W7M, as a reminder, took those first 3 rounds. Wolves called a timeout. They had a tech pause. They've had to go through that as well. They need to get some rounds on the boards, because otherwise, if they end up 7-0 here, they have to get at least
minimum
5 rounds against NIP.
OXG.
OXG.
OXG. It's
all
all
initials.
initials. It's all initials, Des.
Honestly.
With too many initials in Siege. BDS, G2, NIP, OXG, XSET. There's too many.
I loved your W7R earlier.
Yeah. It's tough getting the right letters.
W7R.
It's tough getting the right letters.
Kind of piratey.
Right, W7M are indeed defending dining and kitchen. Wolves currently working towards a little bit of top floor control, but at the minute haven't been able to really dislodge or disrupt W7M up there, and that's something that Gaimin Gladiators did struggle with from time to time as well. So a lot of horizontal work coming in from Wolves at the minute, but obviously that's maybe going to be a little bit difficult come the later round when W7M are able to deny from above. So it's certainly something that they've got to have a plan for. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but Herds, I was just going to say, you can breach through main wall and you can get in and get the diffuser down so long as you've got Office. That's the key, and Herds right now is preventing any opportunity for them to do that.
I've never even thought about Herds' name, but there are so many puns you can make about him herding goats and things like that. I'll find the opportunity and I'll drop it, and it's going to be biblical, I promise. Volt's holding on the vertical angle, just daring someone to step forwards in the wrong angle here, and they'll be going down
It's
to
a beauty,
the end
is
of
that?
this carbine. What?
You can use that in your rank game. You open up on the top floor where the rug is, open the hatch up in trophy, it goes all the way down to garage door. But I tell you what, Vops is not looking down to garage door. He's going to rip Shinka off the rappel. KZ manages to get Mowgli. Rise does clear out GDM from inside of sight, but in a 4 versus 3 with 35 seconds left to go, this is going to be a big ask from Wolves, because don't forget, they still have men above here. We've still got Herds inside of Office looking for that vertical denial of any plant attempt.
The thing is, the Wolves here as well, it feels like for probably 2 minutes they haven't achieved an awful lot. They've got themselves set to say ready, set, go, and now they've said go, things have kind of crumbled, and they're trying to scramble for what they feel is the right play. The vertical angle's working against them. Herds and KZ holding the same angle together. They're herding them like sheep at this point, Tim, is what I want to say, because they look as scared of them as well. Bleating away, W7M shut them out and take it to 4-0.
Things are starting to run away from Wolves at the minute. It certainly seems like the pressure, the nerves might be playing a little bit of a factor here. They know how important it is, not necessarily to pick up a win, don't get me wrong. Even 1 point here, get yourself to overtime. 1 point puts you in the playoffs. But forget that. Even if you have to come away with 0 points, get in as many rounds as possible whilst doing it. We keep talking about how if they don't get any rounds, Des, it's going to be a problem. But on the flip side, if they get 5 rounds here, they only need 2 against OXG. They can pick up 1 defense, 1 attack, and they're done. They're in the playoffs. So 5 rounds here would be absolutely massive, even if they can't get the point that they need. We're going to head back in, W7M. 2 more defensive rounds to go. We've got Volps already setting up the the trophy stairs, which tells me before our wonderful observer pans down for us that we're going to be in Master and Office, which we indeed are.
Oh, yeah. Who's observing this game? Speak to me now, please. Please.
I'm not 100% sure.
Because I know Mandy...
I don't think it's Medics. I think it might be Easy.
We're about to find out. I heard noise, but I don't know. It's Mandy!
It is Mandy!
Yes!
Right!
Because I was going to say,
go.
Mandy was like, she was excited like a kid in a candy shop in the green room.
She was like, can I observe
She was
one?
like, yeah. She wanted to observe a game. For those who don't know, Mandy used to be an observer probably 6 to 9 months ago or so, and then moved to being a caster, and then now is at a major.
And I must say, has come into Major and done a fantastic job.
She is doing a wonderful job, and she
Along with
absolutely
Deadmar
loves
as well.
my Spy Family shirts.
a lot of fun
Therefore,
listening. There you go.
She's in the Weeb Club with me, mate. Sorry. She's one of my people.
And now doing a fantastic job on the observing as well.
Exactly.
We're going to have to get Mandy playing on stage, surely. It's the only thing left for her to do.
She can be an admin, she can produce, she can do the lot. She's just that kind of superwoman. Here we are.
Mowgli in the top floor, going to be working across from Library at this point. He's on the Finker, just looking to get that main floor control. I think they're picking up on the fact that W7M are playing so heavily around the map here. How does he not get the kill, Mowgli? With the sprint kill! Casey, he's just shooting through everybody!
That's unbelievable. I mean, when Mowgli can't get his job done, just enlist W7M to help you. A little bit of miscommunication there, I think. But when you've got bullets flying at you, okay, look, you're not going to be able to communicate perfectly in that moment. It's a team kill. They get the response, and it's the Finker that's gone in exchange for the Jaeger. You'll take a trade like that every day of the week, Tim.
You expect to lose your Jaeger early on. You know, we've discussed this already. His gadget's a place and forget. He's just a gun in the map. You're looking for those entries. That's why the Jaeger will often take on the spawn peak, will often be one racing towards barricades. It's not the end of the world. There is far more value in taking that Finker off the board. That much is for sure. 4 versus 4 though, and all is not lost for Wolves. It's a good job for them that Volks did get taken out by KZ in that little interaction. But Wolves are moving pretty good here. That's the one thing I would say. 1 minute 15 to go. They're already thinking about that breach. They've managed to get 2 Selma charges to do a single detonation, but the problem that leaves them with is that there is no walkable hard breach, Des. There is no more Selmas left. They go, oh no, they have. They've got the second one off. Very lucky then. Wolves able to get into sight.
Casey there getting a little bit aggressive, I think, as well. Was Crouch walking his way towards the breach itself. Forgetting there were a couple of players potentially off towards the right-hand side who did eventually bring him down. So Wolves find themselves with a numbers advantage. They haven't had that too often across many of these rounds. And then Herd shuts it down, brings things back to a 3v3. A shotgun pump from GDN. A kill coming in with a headshot from the Vector from JV. They're just decimating Wolves on their actual execute. And it's got to be so frustrating for the Wolves. Try as they might, they cannot find a round for love nor money.
This is going all wrong for the European side at the minute. W7M, they're just unstoppable right now. You know, I look towards the playoffs. I said, you know, we've got to have those questions answered about international best of threes yet. But do I honest? I'm clutching at straws at that point of what could be the weakness of this W7M side. I'll admit it myself. Do I expect them to struggle in best of threes? Absolutely not. I think they're going to go in there and show us 3 fantastic maps instead of 1 if necessary. So for me, W7M, they're just looking unstoppable at the minute. We need, you know, I feel like what we need to see is a real test for this W7M side. I want to see them lose a map. I want to see them lose a map, and I want to see how they react. You know, do we get a team that comes back even stronger? Or, as we've seen with other teams in the past, sometimes they take that loss and it just crumbles. You know, everything breaks down around them. I don't think that'll be the case, but we can't know until it's tested.
I'd imagine most teams probably want to swerve taking them to Chalet as well. They've seen them play it twice in this group stage against Wolves, and both times they've taken at least 5 defensive rounds. Could even be 6 here. They would be 11 out of 12 defensive rounds won against the Wolves.
My concern...
I said the Wolves. Oh, no.
See, they've got you.
Me up,
that's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
These American folk getting in my head, it's not good.
The thing here as well is that W7M have played a number of maps on Chalet, which means there's other maps that they haven't played yet, Des, that they're almost certainly keeping hold of. So if this is a map they're willing to keep showing us, what are they going to do on the ones that they're covering up?
That's the scary part, right?
Terrifying.
Just imagine. Plenty more to come from them, I'm sure, as we go. However, for now, at least, Wolves are putting their focus in Library. There is once again a player sat in this back corner. They've struggled to crack through here a couple of times. Just found themselves being constantly challenged out. JV last time managed to drop through this hatch as nades started to fly and gets himself alive. So, it's got to be quick and it's got to be pacey from the Wolves. I've done it again!
JV. JB just holding the tie. He's going to drop away. No surprise there. That's better from Wolves. It's taken them only a minute this time to clear that down. KZ's going to be taken out by Bibu, and could this be Wolves managing to find themselves another gear, managing to find themselves a path into the game? They need to start it with one round. Herds over the balcony, and that is the top floor clear, I think. I'm not sure if there's anybody on the top side on Master and Statuary. I don't think there is. Volps is going to take down Bibu from over that side of the map. JV just rotating underneath as well, so Wolves need to be careful here that they don't head back up and try to challenge that top floor again. It feels like something W7M would do to try and retake that vertical in the late round.
Wolves want it because they're still opening up verticals here with the Flores. Oh, if GDN had helped there, you'd see the second man coming in through the window, but no, going to miss out on that one. The thing is, Tim, look through the walls. There are 3 members of W7M holding up towards the north side here. That, to me, just screams a massive retake is on the cards. They want to flank Wolves as they start getting ready for the execute, and it feels like Wolves may have cottoned on. They've got drones going up, and not another team kill. 2 in 2 rounds is not good.
Great shot from Rise there, just taking the quick peek around the door, swinging into office, and managing to get himself another. But here comes GDM. We've seen a couple of big shotgun kills already, having to flip to the SMG as Rise takes down Volps. It leaves him in a 1v3. Surely this is the opener that Wolves need. They're going to have a spray down there. GDN managing to connect with P4, but doesn't manage to find the kill. You're always searching for the headshot with this SMG, because otherwise it can be a really tough fight to take just because of that increased recoil. Rise managed to shut him down at distance. GDN taken out. W7M beaten down in round 6, and Wolves managing to get a first round on the board.
A big cheer from Wolves at that as well, because they know, again, just how important every single round they can hold on for here is. If they get to that 7-3 scoreline, they've got to take 3 rounds against OXG, and they've done it. If things had stayed going 6-0 W7M and potentially 7-0, 5 rounds they'd require against OXG. That is just how valuable every round is they can get in this game here. Will be 1 less round they have to get in the next game generally. There's a couple of exceptions.
I was just going to say that round specifically is one of those like thresholds that changes things. So where they needed 5 rounds against OXG before, they now need 4. Unfortunately for Wolves, the next threshold is in 2 rounds time. So 1 more round is not enough to improve their situation. If they lose 7-2, they still need 4 rounds against OXG. So now Wolves, they are looking for a minimum of 3 rounds if they want to improve their situation. So they need 2 defences. W7M, though, we did see against Gaimin Gladiator, can be a tough nut to crack on the attack.
Just a little bit, because W7M were terrifying enough on the defensive side. You know, knocking 3 rounds out away from Gaimin, which was probably a surprise, given that, again, they've 5-1'd Wolves twice now on this map. But for Gaimin Gladiators, 3 rounds dropped to Gaimin when they were on the attack inside. So let's see how they fare on the attack inside here, whether or not they can wrap this up in 2 rounds and really make the Wolves sweat. Done it again, Tim. That's the 3rd time this game. Or if we can see the Wolves really biting their way back and getting some decent rounds on the board.
That was 4. KZ going to be taking the long shots down towards West Main Stairs there. I think he was just a little bit concerned. Maybe somebody took a peek at him. I'm not sure what happened there, but he was definitely very focused on that. He's still flicking towards it. So definitely a concern for him there. But W7M definitely stacking up towards the top floor clearance, which we would expect. Information coming in from the drones, just giving Herds the little heads up. And if he takes his shots now, he might just have a little bit of joy. Not on the further target. It's the one closer that I'm looking at. I think that's the one that's being pinged out and that Herds is watching for. If Rise tries to head into bathroom, he might find himself in trouble, but given the deployable shield that's in front of him, I think he's going to be playing his life for at least the next minute or so in there. We've got one inside of office as well, so right now Wolves are pretty stable on that top floor. The big thing is the gunfights are going to come and they have to win them.
I really need to see Wolves abusing that Nomad ban here as well. We spoke about the respect that W7M showed to Gaimin Gladiators on their attack in bringing along a Nomad. And we even said for the first half entirely, Gaimin Gladiators, you need to bring the Nomad. You've got to deal with these flanks coming out of W7M. But they didn't quite give them the respect they deserve, but we did see it coming back the other way. So for Wolves to ban that away is again a mark of respect towards W7M, but now you've got to abuse that lack of potential flank watch or anti-flank utility.
Office wall being opened up was enough to push Mowgli back out of there and further into the top floor in towards Master, along with Rise, who's dropped back now into bathroom. Herds needs to be careful on this window because Rise is stood looking at it, but somehow Herds is able to win the fight. Des on the reverse angle, great headshot. Herds is looking for more, and it might just come here as the Malusi Bibu is eager for a peek, and if he does, he might just lose it. He was going through the doorway there, so didn't expose himself to that angle, but needs to be careful. Mowgli takes his opportunity to catch one, though, and there's the spray down as Bibu had relocated. Well played from Wolves.
Here we go on the set through, making a third as well. Much stronger stuff coming out the French side. 2 remaining. GDN and KZ, 1 goes down. Mowgli starting to wake up, it feels like, as well. I say that, and he hits the deck. I do apologise, that's a cast of curse and a half. KZ now against 3, though. Bibu down to a slither of HP, and then he steps down, he goes, juices himself back up. Will get finished off there. Wolves get a critical second round.
It is important, as I said, 3 is going to be the break point for them. That's what's going to improve the requirements that they've got against OXG, so they don't want to get too carried away just yet. They need to be getting more defences in the bag, but the fact that they've been able to shut down W7M so well, I was impressed with how they dealt with that top floor. Bibu's rotation, particularly that movement through Master to replace Riser's spot just on that doorway into bathroom, baiting Herds in there, thinking that he was clear and could come in and take that fight, but Bibu wins it out, and also the aggression from Mowgli to push back onto the breach. It's not always easy to do that, to retake lost ground. They opened the wall, Mowgli dipped back to bedroom, but then thought, no, we need to stand tall here. We can't let them have the top floor, and he went in and got himself a freebie onto the Lion. Perfectly played from Wolves. Excellent round, second on the board, and let's see if they can build some momentum.
I was going to say, do they stick with the IQ here? For W7M to change away from that, thinking back to their execute earlier, Tim, the excellent Ossa plant attempt they had inside of Snowmobile, which then failed, and the remaining 2 players then rotated up towards Wine and got a plant down there and won the round instead. But one thing I was going to say about the IQ is you can choose not to bring it if you don't feel you want to do a full map clear. If you're going direct to site, do you feel like you need an IQ? Probably not. If you're running in through a breach, the last thing you want to do is turn your back to the enemy to shoot out a Valkyrie camera, but they're still going to show that respect once again. Bring along the IQ to deal with those Valk cams where they may be found.
Attacking then on to Wine this time. W7M still having to start top down. It has pretty much very quickly become the standard for a basement defence here on Chalet. Has been holding onto that top floor and just trying to burn as much time as possible. Very similar in essence to the sort of defence that you would see on Clubhouse, for example. Church and Arsenal, a site that you might be more familiar with. We had a period of time where teams tried to turtle up down in the basement here and just hold attackers at bay for as long as possible, but it just wasn't working. So we've seen this adaptation. Now then, you mentioned the W7M rush that we saw previously. They're going to be looking to get this wall open. It looks like it's going to be done for free, but they are paying due attention, due diligence. They're going to send the nade in as well to clear out the mute jammer, prevent anybody from playing in behind there as well and trying to impact trick or anything else. So that is the main breach open. It looks from GDN's movement like he's going to be heading over to the other side, maybe try and get the rear side as well. That's what you're looking for here on this site for my money. Often trying to get those defenders spinning in both directions, not knowing where the push is coming from.
He had no idea he was
Mowgli had no idea where that shot was coming from.
Casey had no idea where the shot was going to either. Not quite into the cranium of Mowgli. That wasn't on his agenda. But I was going to make a point and I've completely forgotten what the hell it was. It was something about the execute there. Oh, that's it. Just how clean and simple it was. Flashing through the hole, nothing there to be able to deal with it in terms of like an ADS or magnets, bit of a trade on top floor, back and forth as Rise hits a 2K. But the first nade went in, no response. Okay, cool. In comes the frag grenade, mute jammer gone, exothermic goes off, bish bash bosh, wall is open. No frills, no fancy, no complicated things about it. 2 players got that done between them. Absolutely beautiful.
Rise is really stepping up for his team here, just holding Herds at bay for another 10 seconds. Straight back up the stairs to challenge. I love this from Rise. He might just catch him on the wraparound if he's quick here. Might be able to just move in and find that kill onto Herds. He's waiting for his moment. I think he's just waiting for a bit of information, but Herds is equally alive and alert here. He's going to be sending the drone in. He's going to find Herds down there, as does a drone from Volps, and so they have got him pinpointed.
Has just chewed through a couple of drones for free there, really. Neither attempting to get away.
Only 3 left.
Which, yeah, does really whittle W7M down to just having 2 out on the field now. 1 will be dead in someone's back pocket, actually, now I think about it. So just 2 that are potentially out, and they can't be controlled because all the live players have got dead drones in their back pocket. So they were probably set up by KZ or by JV. They do, of course, have some of the sound cams to help out about around as well. but it's about making this play work. Another smoke coming through. I think that might have caught onto the bomb chassis. That is so unfortunate. Otherwise, it blocks off the single rotation they've got. But they've got to try and make this plan happen here. Wolves backing away at least for a couple of seconds. GDM finding one more, pushing in for the second, but it's going to be Wolves getting the closeout, Tim. That's the 7-3, and that sees them starting to now wrap things up a bit more and make that game against OXG less pressurized.
It certainly does. As we said, that's the next break point for them. That leaves them now only requiring 4 rounds against OXG. 3 rounds against OXG in the next match to get themselves into the playoffs. So it is a better step forward. Another 2 rounds required, though. They need to get themselves onto 5 if they want to improve that situation further. But right now, Des, you wouldn't bet against them. They've found a bit of mojo. They've found a bit of momentum. And they're really starting to lean in to these W7M attacks now. Rise particularly important in that last round too. Big kills up on the top floor. The trade onto KZ, gets himself a second and dips down into dining, wastes a lot of time, and it was really well played from him.
It was incredible stuff, and it's good for Wolves to have this bounce back on the defensive side. W7M slowed down a little bit here, really. Given the pace we've seen them be against Gaimin Gladiators, the pace they employ to win a number of the attacking rounds, I do want to see a little bit more coming out of them here. And I'm not quite sure exactly what the perfect answer is. They've gone off roaming around the map, constantly trying to deal with members of Wolves and being sucked into this 1-for-1 trading against members of Wolves that they don't really care to use. Things like the Jaeger, the Melusi, even the Valkyrie to some degree, once the C4 has been used, is exactly the same.
Here we go then, round number 9 underway. Into the action phase we go. W7M, they aren't too worried really about what's going on, I wouldn't have thought. They were looking, I would think, at this point to maintain that unbeaten run, but it would be a nice to have rather than a requirement. They're not going to be too worried if it doesn't happen, but they need to think about their attacks going forward. Obviously they're going to, have to rely on them in the best of 3s. They can't win everything on defense, and it's certainly been a bit of a struggle against Gaimin Gladiators. We're seeing it here again against Wolves, and so a better performance over the next couple of rounds could be big for them. Now that KZ going to be sending in that nade, but as you say, doesn't find it cleanly, and Mowgli, he can live to fight longer in this library box.
He's got ADSs inside of there as well, and he drops away there once the ADS has been burnt out, afraid of a second nade coming singing through that simply didn't exist. Volps starts off, Rise the first to fall here on the Jaeger. Is it the start of a comeback? Maybe not, says Shinka, as he brings down KZ.
Managing to find something and just break the momentum that was being built by W7M there. Mowgli, he's going to be holding on under this hatch. He's got a bit of information. Will the C4 connect? No, it's just going to be a little bit far away. I think he's waiting for Volps to move back. The call doesn't come though, and that's going to be Volps able to move away on the knock, and the push can potentially continue. JV finds P4, but there's an immediate trade from Mowgli. Bibu once again stepping up, just really leading from the front here for Wolves. Manages to shut down Volps. It's a 3 versus 2 at the halfway mark, Des. This has been a bloodbath in the early round.
It has, and you hope maybe now things will slow down a little bit as well. There's still 1 minute and 20 to play here, but nades come singing on down library stairs. Right idea from Wolves as they dip away. A drone's going to pursue him on down the stairs because, again, with this much time left in the round, you ain't got to panic. They've got 3 flashes they can burn their way through. They find one onto Shinka. Mowgli and Bibu left all the ones that stand between them. Bibu finds one. GDN coming in for the second as well, but he's got a 1v2 to win here. Sees a man at range and can't quite find him. Down to literally 1 bullet here. Mowgli and Bibu can hold this one off, but it's 1 shot coming through. Comes down to 2 low HP members on either side of the team to bring out this 1v1.
GDN definitely thinking about the potential of putting this diffuser down right now. Flashbang goes out. He thinks he can do it under the cover, but I don't think he can. Mowgli with the headshot gets another round for Wolves, and they've woken up, Des. The Wolves are starting to howl, and they are on the prowl.
Showing their fangs, Tim. You can tie a few of these together very, very easily. Donning the pelts, doing some work. That's 4 rounds. What does that now do for our score?
Nothing different. It leaves them needing 3 rounds against OXG. It's the next one. It's when they hit 5. That's then the big difference for them. Once they hit 5, they only need 2 rounds against OXG. So right now, I'm sure that OXG are watching this one. It's going to be
sweaty.
Nervous times for them, because the thing is, OXG could actually win in regulation. They could win 7-3, and it's still not be enough for them.
All Wolves have got to do is get us to overtime, or of course a regulation win is still on the cards, but 3 rounds in a row, not quite sure I believe that's going to be a thing just yet. Either way, let's see how round 10 goes. Kitchen and dining, where we set up for this defense, which which means, as always, you will see a lot of presence up on the top floor from the Wolves. We've spoken about, I've done it again, we keep on speaking about the teams.
We're going to have to get a counter.
I hate it so much. Please don't. We're going to see them holding up on that top floor, no doubt. You've got much more info being stacked up here as well, with the Maestro also coming along for the party. Lots of impacts on side, of course, not to deny anything away, but more for their rotates. Despite having, of course, a couple of potential rotate creators on the team, you've got the Bayless in the back pocket of the Alibi and of the Maestro.
Casey on the finger, straight up to the building line once again. W7M, for me, have been struggling a little bit to get inside of the building, as you know, to be established inside of there, to be happy to gain any real map control. They got control over Library last time and had to fight into sight, which was a struggle for them. But prior to that, Wolves have done a pretty good job in a number of these rounds, particularly the basement defence I'm thinking of how they kept hold of top floor. So they're going to be looking now to just build on that, keep that confidence rolling. You know, they're happy to try and take these fights at the building line. As you can see, bullets raining out of that window. Herds, they know that he's going to be there, and I feel like Wolves have figured W7 out a little bit over the last couple of rounds.
The last couple, probably the last 4, to be honest, given how far down they were. But yeah, really bouncing their way back into the game and racking up the points. Volts now looking out towards this balcony side to try and put some pressure inside of Office itself. A couple of players working out towards Library, so they know that there's a top floor take to be done first and foremost. And think about the kind of pace that we commended W7M for earlier in their game against Gaimin Gladiators. Within probably a minute and 15, they got control of the vast majority of the top floor. We've gone past that point, and some of them are still outside the building right now, Tim.
Mowgli playing that position in Office once again that we saw previously. Different operator this time. He was on the Aruni last time. Just going to have a little spray down, but likely to be forced back as this wall will be open. Sees his man, though. Gets the opener onto JV. That is big for the EU side. And you can just see there, Mowgli dipping away. He knows he doesn't need to overstay his welcome, but in comes Herds. Des, 1, 2, kiss, kiss, bang, bang, though, for P4 as he manages to find the trade onto the man and leave us in a 3v3. 1 minute 10 left to go, and still there is a contest over this top floor.
We always get to this 3v3 point and both teams sort of slow down. It's an initial flurry and then a slow piece coming through. Volks stepping across with the decoy. Now, of course, time's out, but it means they have information that someone was sat towards bathroom rotate. They've moved away at this point, all three of them stacked up towards Solar.
Going to be an aid coming out from Volks here. He's just trying to aid the push across the top floor, but with 45 seconds left to go, W7M might have just burnt too much time doing this. KZ knows that they're stuck in the corner of bathroom. He goes in, but he can't find the fight. Bibu manages to get the kill. GDN with the refrag, but it doesn't matter as P4 finds him. It's just trade for trade for trade, and this time W7M are not coming out on top of them as they have done previously. Volks is surely going to be closed down in the master bedroom here. It's just waiting for somebody to tuck him in, say goodnight, and put him to sleep with 17 seconds left to go. He's searching, he's seeking, he can't find anybody inside a site. He's going to go and collect that diffuser, so at least he has the option. But with 10 seconds, he's going to struggle to even make it in there, let alone find himself a fight. He's going to have to just try and throw this case down on the floor. He takes out the cam in behind the bomb chassis, and indeed he will try to stick this, but here come the Wolves circling. He knew it, and he came off, and that is Wolves finding their 5th round and taking themselves one step closer to Friday's quarterfinals.
Playing it with real discipline there at the end as well. Wolves, one player a mile away down towards Bar and Gaimin, the other down West Main, and there's just no way Volks can chase either one down in time. Just playing it with patience, waiting for when they know the diffuser will be going down and responding. But at 5 and 5, Tim, we might not be having conversations about the number of rounds that Wolves have got here. We could just see them through off the back of this game.
One more. That's the number of rounds that Wolves need. One more. If they get themselves onto 6, it guarantees them overtime. It guarantees them 1 point, which will put them 4 points ahead of OXG and out of reach. They will be the 3rd EU team safely into the playoffs.
It'll be a bit of a kicker for W7M as well. Not that it matters. I mean, they're qualified in first place and no one is taking that away from them. They'll have also had the best record in the group still. But to say you had the perfect group...
That little thing, isn't there?
That's 6 and 0. You want to be the team that says we had a flawless group stage. That's how dominant we are, and we're here to go on and win the whole thing. What I love is, we haven't heard Wolves like win around there. That's just Bibu shouting throughout the venue. I can hear it in my ears, even through all the microphone, the headset, all the rest of it. Just noise.
It's great.
The thing is, they ride in that at the minute as well. They ride in that energy and that passion. They know, they absolutely 100% know that 6 rounds does it for them. And they've just won the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, Des.
Yep.
They are absolutely flying right now. The question is, can they now do what nobody else has been able to do? What does this do to our opinions of Wolves if they're the team that can get the win against W7M?
Well, after yesterday's 7-3, it definitely starts to show the Wolves can wake up. For a time, though, it looked dire. It looked like W7M were going to landslide this game. They were up 5-0, Tim. And Wolves have bounced their way back step by step, admittedly being on the defensive side, helping out a little bit. And probably in part thanks to that Nomad ban that we spoke about. They're being given a lot of freedom to move around the map as they please, where W7M aren't fighting over a bit of map and then air jobbing it off so you can't easily rotate back through it. Instead, they can't commit to having a player there 24/7, so Wolves can retake lost ground if they so desire. And you're seeing that coming through in spades here. The early round aggression we keep on speaking about. The mid-round 2v2 trades that keep on coming out as well. It's just whittling down the attackers, and I keep on saying it, defenders are very happy to lose things like their Valkyrie and their Jaeger if it means you're removing, say, a Finker and a Sledge from the other side, because you're taking away those nades, the Gon 6, the bigger guns. It's absolutely worth it for the defenders.
It's all about that utility, and Wolves have taken W7M's game the way that they were making it difficult for them out in the map, and they've just basically reversed it and done exactly the same. Shinka's going to take a chunk of damage at the beginning of the round there, so needs to be cautious. I think he just deployed a smoke canister as well, maybe feeling that there was going to be a push coming. That's unfortunate timing for Volps there. Probably takes the head off the Jaeger of Bibu there if he stays for a second longer, but unable to find him on the second peak. Herds is working the angle from downstairs. We've seen this a few times. You can open both floors up straight into sight from the basement.
I want to say it just got zapped by an ADS, you know. I didn't hear it, but if I saw the kind of little like sign of it going off, and Bibu there taking a chunk from below. Don't know where it would have been soaked up by an ADS, but it was now a 1-for-1 trade, as I believe that was P4 looking to try and get out of a doorway, for example, and trading with KZ. Again, totally worth. The Alibi had already deployed the shield. She'd already done all she needed to and got a kill onto a Finker. Dream operator to take, because now those 2 frag grenades are also offline.
The way that Wolves have been able to consistently take the Finker out of the game has been fantastic for them. Volps manages to get Bibu GDN onto Mowgli, but Shinka comes in with one of his own onto Herds, 2 versus 3, and again one of these mad flurries in the mid-round. It just shows how quick and aggressive the game has been. 3 versus 1 as W7M are seeking that 6th round. They want the opportunity to close this game out and to stay unbeaten. Volps, he finds the kill from behind the defensive utility, and that is going to close things out. The Brazilians now with the opportunity to go unbeaten in our group stages. One more round.
Not just unbeaten, Tim, but in regulation in every single game as well. No overtime wins required. Just plain and simple, straight 18 points that you've won by beating everyone without the requirement of overtime. No matter what happens after this round, Tim, we're going to get some very loud cheers from that other end of the venue, because either W7M win 7-5 or Wolves take us through to overtime, and in doing so, punch their ticket to the playoffs on Friday.
That's it, one way or another. You know that one of those teams is going to go absolutely mad when this one finishes, but there is at least 3 minutes left to go yet. We're going to be heading downstairs. It's going to be wine and stock. Last time it took a big effort from Rise up on the top floor. He was pushed, he was prodded, he was poked, but he would not move. He managed to get himself 2 kills before dropping away, and it was a big play for Wolves. They're going to need the same sort of gargantuan effort here to keep W7M at bay, I think. We're going to have P4. He's been out in the map. He's been popping those goo mines about, and then he's going to get himself back into sight. But there's still plenty going on here. I think Bibu's going to position a mirror inside of Dining, I would guess. They've done this previously to try and hold on to that hatch a bit more. This is what I often talk about. If you're going to play the hatch open, I think it's the right thing to do. You can prevent the trench-sided plant, but you have to hold on to Dining if you're going to do that, and that's exactly what Bibu is looking to do.
Here we go then. Let's see if Wolves can hold on for just one more round and make this one really count, or if W7M take those 3 points. This time around, things are changing up a little bit. Volps is going across to playing on the Finker, where we've seen KZ almost exclusively playing that operator. Instead here, he's on the hard breach. So it screams to me, Tim, very execution heavy. 2 hard breaches on side. They've got the Thatcher on side. They've got the smokes of the gridlock. They want a little bit of flank lockdown as well, I think, because they haven't got that Nomad. But for me, the most important thing is most definitely those smokes.
KZ looking to get immediately aggressive in towards connector there. It's actually forced Shinka back deeper into sight as well, but still a number of W7M stacking up towards the rear, and this could be that dreaded split push where they just try to put pressure from both sides. It was Herds previously against Gaimin Gladiators, who was able to stroll on in and get himself a double and really open things up for them, but it looks like Wolves might just be ready for that. They've got the mirror on the rear side, and the EMP grenade goes out to try and deal with any utility protecting that, whilst KZ from the main breach manages to get Shinka. Herds takes down Bibu. W7M start rolling, but P4 with a very important kill there just to try and slow down the onslaught. But here comes KZ. He's just walking into sight. He's using the mirror window, and he knows that there's one inside of blue. It's going to be hard left as he goes in there, but it looks like they've just escaped. He finds Legion. It is too easy as he just walks through.
Mowgli found those 2 big kills that still keep the dream alive for Wolves, mind you. JV, Volps, opposite ends of the map right now, looking to push their way through. The mirror window now returned to possession of the defenders, should be helping them out a little bit. That sound cue should be enough to let them know that JV is circling around. You still got one playing on the upstairs by the looks of it as well for the side of Wolves here, just waiting to see what the next move from W7M is. Out comes one of those smokes from JV, as mentioned. Track's still in the back pocket, but is pushing through to connector. The two of them now rejoining up, connecting ironically, and starting to go in for the plant. But do they know about this one going down? I'm not sure they do. They've got to find a response. One coming down main stairs, one coming in through blue, and it's Mowgli who will take the first challenge.
It feels like they've got such a good handle on where these last players are coming from. Rise does try to get down the main stairs, but they push at the same time. It's Rise, it's Mowgli. He's got that final kill. Quad kill on the round. Mowgli goes huge and will be able to disable the deactive diffuser, and that is going to be the round for Wolves. We're going to overtime, Des.
You can see their reactions as well. That means so much to these boys. That moves all the pressure away from that Nets game against Oxygen, but there's still potentially 3 more rounds to go here, Tim. And what a sweetener that'll put on the end of the group stage for Wolves if they can be the only team to hand a defeat to W7M.
Well, it's massive, isn't it, in terms of, you know, just that mentality of going in, knowing that you're the ones. Let's not forget, you know, these teams could come back together later in the tournament, Des. Imagine a semi-final coming in against W7M, and it's teams that W7M have just rolled over versus coming in against Wolves, who've pushed them all the way and taken points away from them, who've beaten them, coming in against the only team to have got that W from you. It could have a big impact later in the tournament.
Oh, it absolutely could, because now it shows that gods can bleed. It's like at the end of the movie 300. They chuck the spear, it cuts the cheek of the god. Well, not god, but more the emperor. What were they at the time? You remember the end of the film, don't you?
I do, yeah.
What are they? There's something of Persia. What was it?
I think that's...
King?
Yeah, I think you'd reply to it as like a god emperor. Somebody
probably,
who's...
Yeah. We'll call it a king, because it sounds more easy to say. Okay. Relatable. Make the king bleed either way by chucking the spear. That's exactly what Wolves have just done to W7M. A small tarnish on what would have otherwise been a perfect record. Here in overtime, W7M on the attack once again. So the momentum continues here for Wolves, where they keep on doing the same thing they've done for the entirety of that second half.
W7M with it fresh in the mind, the fact that they've struggled to close it out as well. It's, you know, like you say, the wars continue really for them. And that was a tough round to take, I'm sure. 2v2 at the end with Diffuser down on the ground. You know, it's never an easy one to lose those, but how many times have Wolves this season been able to rely on Mowgli? And let's not forget, you know, you can't discount Rise in that situation as well. It was beautiful team play, the way they pushed and coordinated together to make Volps' life as difficult as possible. Now then, Mowgli, he's right up there at the point of ingress, but he's going to have to dip away as those flashbangs come in. Rise is going to be taken out by Volps, and W7M looks like they might be a bit angry here, Des.
Maybe just slightly. Somewhat scorned, but never punished. 2 nade kills coming through in the round, and Herds has got one more flying in towards Library there. Won't quite catch the man that is tucked in. The question is, do they know that he's still there? It looks like they do. That is a filthy shot, KC. No way can you land that. P4 goes down. 1 left standing. W7M come back with a vengeance in overtime here, and Shinka is all that stands between them and a flawless round.
Certainly looking like it might happen, but no, Shinka steps out, gets himself one onto JV, and that leaves him in a 1v4. You know he's going to fight to the very last here. He's trying to keep hold of top floor. It is an attack onto Dining here. There should be an opportunity for W7M to get this diffuser down. What a flick! 180. Shinka sits Herds down, 1v3. But W7M, they've got their eyes on the prize there. They're going to go in and get that diffuser down. He's just too late to have an impact on whether it is planted or not. And now he's working against the clock. He's working against bullets. KZ shuts him down. And that's going to be W7M taking the first overtime round. And I often wondered, Des, what happens if you whack a hornet's nest with a stick? And I think we might have just seen.
You also just found out exactly what Finka can do. Hold down left mouse button, just walk forwards, W, swing the mouse, find the Elder Holder. It's just ridiculous, but okay, fair enough. W7M get the round on the board. One more, and they take this 8-6. It's still going to be an undefeated win. It's a line, no doubt, that we'll use plenty, or undefeated streak, sorry. It's a line we will use a lot on Friday. But again, it's that small blemish on the record where Wolves were cheeky enough to take away at least 1 point for them. And let's not count Wolves out of this just yet. They can still bounce back here and make it go all the way to 15.
It's the crack, isn't it? It's the crack that starts to show that you think, right, this team has a weakness. This team can be beaten. It can have things taken away from it. And honestly, I think everybody else in the tournament probably needed that to a degree. You know, just to know that W7M are not completely invulnerable to being stretched, to being beaten, to having things taken from them. We're going to have W7M defending Bar and Gaimin. Could be our final round on Chalet. They did get the last round, so it leaves them 7-6. It is a best of 3 rounds in overtime, so they only need to win 2 of them. So this would, of course, be the second. It looks like they're going to be stacking up towards that Officer Master side. Last time around, we saw KZ playing in the library corridor, making a nuisance of himself. But look at this aggression. Herds is there. He's ready for that challenge as soon as they come up the stairs.
Spoke a lot about the Veroni lately as well in terms of, well, the difference in that versus playing with the Mark 14. Because of the extra juice that Finka gives these days, it makes it 3 or 4 shots often with the Mark 14 rather than the 2 or 3 that it used to be. So Veroni's really making a comeback, and to be fair, I kind of moved away from the Veroni when we saw the ammo in the clip go down as well, and I thought, yeah, no way am I playing that anymore. It's actually really nippy now. It feels arguably better than it did before. It's unbelievable. So for Herds to be on that, no surprises at all. We'll see what damage he can do with it. As P4 already straight on the move up, finds Volps, who's sat in West Main, twiddling his thumbs, and, well, you can see the outcome.
Great from that Ryzen Shinka on the drones, just ahead of P4, giving, and you can see it at his feet there. Look at the aggression coming in from Mowgli, because he knows that he can. That is an absolutely beautiful example of how droning should work on entry. Mowgli gets another. This is the Mowgli that we know from EUL. He's just finding kill after kill. Bibu leaves them now in a 4v1. We're not even at the halfway mark.
All the way to 15, Tim. It feels like that's exactly where we're headed. Shinka's in, getting the plant down, and Herds is left alone. I picked up this Roni, but I don't think he can do it all with one gun. Hits a nice headshot onto Mowgli. One more on the front door, but not going to find his man as a grenade comes tumbling round. He's got about 25 seconds to make this one work. Otherwise, it's far too late, and he will not be able to stick that diffuser.
Herds, as you say, needs to be very careful about how he takes these fights, given that he's got such a small mag capacity. He can't go through 2 or 3 gunfights without a reload. That much is for sure. He's got 10 in the chamber at the minute. Needs to be aware of that and take these one at a time. That's the first, and there's the reload. That leaves him now in a 1v2, but he's got about 6 seconds to make it happen. Dashes into Bibu, who is just waiting, arms open, ready to take him down. Wolves, they level things up, and Des, we're going all the way to 15.
Been waiting all week to hear you say that one, Tim. I know you've been trying to hide it away, but this game more than deserves it. W7M flicking onto that attack for the last time, and Wolves, they're the ones on the defense. Kitchen and dining going to be where the final showdown takes place. And I said it before we got started in the game. These are the top 2 teams from their respective region. Rank 1 from EU, rank 1 from the Brasileiro, from LATAM, coming out of, well, not really quite out of LATAM, because arguably FaZe took that title in the Copper Elite 6. But you look at the stage play, in a best-of-1 format, it stacks up and the story sounds cool, so bear with me and go for it. This should be the kind of matchup that, in my opinion, would make a fantastic semi-final, arguably even a grand, because for me, it was W7M versus Astralis. Astralis have gone home. I want to know, and I'm still looking for who's going to be that challenger to the W7M name.
Well, this is, you know, we've got to remember, obviously there's been such a focus on Wolves and getting through to the playoffs and everything else that you almost overlook how exciting and entertaining this game has been. We've saved one of the very best matchups to the very end of the group stages. This has been phenomenal. And like you say, going through to those knockout stages now, I would love to see these two go up against each other later on in the tournament. What an amazing matchup. If they could maintain this sort of pace, this sort of level throughout. Bibu, look at him. It's round 15 and he's looking for peaks.
That feels like a real classic ranked spawn peak as well. Someone comes running up the slow ramp on the outside. You get a wonderful headshot angle, and it's pew pew pew. Down goes a player or two, hopefully. Call coming in from JV92, phoning home here and hoping to find a way to get through to the end of this round with the 2 points in his team's back pocket. Starting to hope here that someone's also going to swing him on the south side. Coming out the bottom of Piano, there are two players lurking around here. It's Mowgli, and I believe it was Rise next to him as well on the Thorn. Two of them for now just holding firm, not forgetting again, we are on Kitchen and Dining, but this hole on the top floor needs to be cracked by W7M first.
It certainly does. Mowgli has been very difficult for them to move from office. They haven't had too much joy. He's got kills every time he's been in there so far, so that for me, keep an eye on it at home. That's one of the key areas of this fight, is how do they deal with Mowgli in office. They'll quite often go and open the wall up and consider that enough, hope that that's enough to force him back out, but it rarely is. He's got Rise supporting him as well. P4 up there. Mowgli out of the window, I just called it. So important in and around that area. Taking down KZ. Big entry for Wolves. Advantage EU.
Calm down, Tim. It's just the entry.
In this game.
Whew. That's a bit of a throat there, Tim. I was just getting choked up, a bit emotional. EU getting the entry in such a critical round.
Are you doing something good?
Oh, they've got the second one, Tim. I can't hold it together anymore. No, we'll see how they do, seriously. I'm not actually that bad. I just had something in my throat. Here we go on JV stepping through. Sees the backside, shoot the booty, but can't quite find the man. Rise lives for at least another day. What?
I give up. Right. I give up. 5 versus 3. We stand with 1 minute left to go. JV's working across this top floor. He's trying to find kills, trying to find anything at this point in time, but there's just nothing to be gained. Rise, he is low health, but still hanging on to this top floor. Him and Mowgli are not giving it up. Mowgli runs face to face into JV, but able to take down the Dokkaebi, and Mowgli is just absolutely phenomenal this game. GD shuts him down. Leaves us now in a 4v2. 40 seconds left to go. GDN needs to push himself into Piano here. Needs to take the ground that he's just gained by getting that kill. But Rise, he could spoil this party. He knows they're still pushing. He's going nowhere until GDN shuts him down.
I thought for a second there he'd die out to the Razor Bloom at the end, but no, holds on for now. I was going to say, Tim, the problem is they're in this 2v4, but they haven't got top floor control. They've got to work their way across the top and then down from there as we get to this last 15 seconds. You've got Bibu ratting it out at the bottom of these solar stairs. They find one, swings for the second, can't quite find the man, but Volts has got 7 seconds to go. It looks to be like Wolves will be the first team to hand W7M their first defeat here at the Berlin Major as they hit the closing shot. They take the 2 points and guarantee that spot at playoffs.
The cheers go up from Wolves as they celebrate not just a win against W7M, but their confirmation in the playoffs on Friday and maybe beyond. Who knows? This is a team that has the ability to go for a good run into this. Mowgli's becoming a textbook celebration coming out there.
Isn't he just? He's absolutely loving it. There's plenty more to talk about this game and, of course, the upcoming one against OXG. We'll cut out to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break it down some more for you.
to the B stream. If you're only just tuning in, where the hell have you been? We just had an absolute screamer of a game, Tim. Wolves handing W7M their first loss here at the Berlin Major in what was an incredible game. Start to finish entertainment. 5-0 up for W7M. The battle back from Wolves, the last second overtime. It was beautiful.
We've got Wolves just walking behind us here as behind the camera, and I can tell you they're happy. I'll put it that way. A lot of celebrations going on. No wonder. I mean, they've just been part of one of the best games of the group stage as well. We saved the best for last, and that really did deliver all the way to 15 between those two teams. What an absolute pleasure it was to watch. They both had big moments within the game. You know, they were both on top of each other at different points in different ways, clearing out roams, just really dominating, and it was a pleasure.
Got a couple of graphics we can throw up on the screen here and have a conversation through as well. Of course, first and foremost is the ranking of the group. This is how things finish in Group C. You could see how Oxygen, if Wolves took nothing from that last game, would have a chance, as they would potentially pull up to be on 7 points. But with Wolves pulling ahead to where they are now, there is no stopping them, Tim.
Well, finishes in terms of order, maybe, but Oxygen could still jump over Gaimin Gladiators, which is SI points. Wolves could finish only 2 points behind W7M. You know, they could finish on 13, yeah, so we've got one more to go. But as you say, largely in terms of the playoffs, that is exactly how it's going to finish, and we're going to have our top two going through, W7M and Wolves.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the match summary as well, in case you guys want to see who were the hot shots in that game. There were a good three of them. KZ continuing to impress on the side of W7M. But for the side of the winners, Tim, I did think there's a couple of times throughout the game, so well distributed across every single member. Arguably, Shinka a little bit quiet, but he's the hard support player anyway. Still getting himself involved on the 6 and 9 scoreline. Just all in all, one of those big team efforts that are so fun to watch.
This is it. You know, you pick up Shinka and, yep, hard support, few less kills, but look at round 12, look at round 14, look at how they're winning them out. You know, those supporting roles are doing the job. They're getting in there, getting the diffuser down, playing the objective, and that's getting them over the line just as much as the kills.
You're right. I do keep on seeing players walking
like
past.
It was P4 just went past and like
a big smile on his face.
Smile, thumbs up at us, and yeah, there's a lot of excitement in the Wolves camp at the minute. Understandably,
awful lot of happy faces. But Tim, like we said, that isn't even our last game of the day. There is still one more to come. It's like when you win a race, it's a victory lap, right? You get one more go around there to show everyone, yeah, we're absolutely amazing. It is Wolves against OXG. Now, it is more for pride than anything else at this point. A chance for, as you say, OXG to get a critical at least 1 point to get those points. I mean, I think Laxton said earlier, they're still like 95+% guaranteed to be there. But it just really helps lock things in because, like you said earlier, you don't know what happens at the next major or in future stages. Teams could steal that spot away from you.
They could, and that's the, you know, you've got to focus on that. So yeah, for OXG, getting that third place is very, very important. So don't expect to be loading into this next match and it be some sort of exhibition or, you know, Wolves just trying to cover everything. You know, that's not going to happen because OXG are coming in to win this because they want those extra 50 SI points.
And Wolves will be on a high as well. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful game to watch, I'm sure. So how about you join us back here after a short break before we have Wolves versus OXG. It's EU versus NA. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
the classic French celebration, I guess. I mean.
C'est beau, c'est beau, c'est beau, c'est magnifique. Monstrueux qu'il vient de faire.
And Vitality go down to Challenger League.
L'équipe commence à s'écrouler en fait. Je pense que l'équipe ne fonctionnait juste plus ensemble.
Vitality reclaim their rightful position amongst the top teams in Europe.
Let's go, Bastion!
Oh là 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 là, il est trop fort.
Bibu manages to get the final kill.
10 for Bibu. Bibu coming in so clutch for Wolves.
Bibu in the 1 versus 1.
Bibu peut-être, il va y arriver, le 1v1. Oh mon Dieu!
Trop facile pour Bibu.
To talk about names and stats, we answer as a Wolfpack. See you in Berlin.
Fox getting that one shot onto easy peasy, dropping him through the smoke grenade. And a wall bang, another one from Fox.
Fox
He is
ain't
just on
knows.
fire today. He's gonna go for it. He gets the headshot onto Zilch. He moves on forward. Gets a wall bang.
Beautiful play from Fox there.
Fox saw him clearly just miss the shots.
There you have it. They'll repeat back to the TSM send Oxygen home. They proceed to the next round.
Oh, and the laxing, but no, I got it all. Set it all down. Let's throw it further and closer to the storm.
Stuck away from him as Foxy will take away at least the cause for an ace, and it'll be a double kill for him. A flawless round for Ox. And Fox,
Oh my God! Let's go!
The damage has already been done.
3 huge points as OXG get back on top.
Welcome back to the final game of the Berlin Major here on the B stream. It's me, Des, joined by Tim for Wolves versus OXG. A last final hoo-ha of EU versus NA. Wolves have already made it. Oxygen now cannot catch them. But this could be a real nice, fun game to enjoy, Tim.
I love these pictures. I don't know if I've said this. I love these pictures that have been used on
hard,
the
right?
They really do. It's like we've got a bunch of albums ready to drop for all the teams. I'm all about it.
What would you call Wolves' album?
The Wolfpack.
Brilliant. What about OXG? Easy breathing?
Breathe. Just breathe.
Just breathe. With a full stop at the end.
Breathe. Full stop.
For extra edge points. That's absolutely it.
Well, we've got a sea shame to play as. Our dreaming about these pop stars in the making aside.
You like to sing?
We're going to get into this. I like to. It doesn't mean I can.
They could have a third track and call it Feet DJ Tim. Ace of Wide Right. DJ Wide Right. That's it. DJ Wide Right. I love that.
I'm not sure anybody else would. We are, as we say, having a last game here between
vetoes.
Wolves
Let's take a look at the
and
vetoes.
OXG. Let's have a look at those map vetoes, Des, and we'll see that we're going to be going to Oregon.
I really enjoy talking like this, Tim.
I'm not sure anybody
We
else
are
does.
going to Oregon, Tim.
Why do I work with you? So,
ask yourself that every day.
What does this matter? What does it mean, you might ask, given that Wolves have just qualified in the last game to go through to the playoffs? Well, it means that Oxygen are still fighting over 50 SI points. That's the difference between 4 and 3, maybe 50, 55.
I think it's like 105 for third,
the thing
50
is,
for fourth.
I tell you what, you miss out on SI by 30, 40 points, you're going to wish you won this game. Simple as that. So, it is a big one. It does matter. We're going to Oregon. For me, it's Oregon. I love a bit of Oregon, and we're going to see these two. I just feel like, as well, these two are really going to go at each other now. Knowing it's the last game, there's still a little bit of something there to play for. Wolves are dead happy they've just won, and I can see them really going at each other, and Oregon is just a perfect map for that.
I mean, I hope so.
Previously, I'd have said coastline. Now I'd say get them onto Oregon and just let them go wild with the gunfights.
What is that map? That's probably chalet these days.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be coastline. Not particularly strat heavy. Just get on there and just absolutely, go wild at each other with the guns. But yeah, we don't have coastline in the pool anymore. But I think Oregon, like I say, is not too
in
far
the
away.
pool.
In the pool.
The pool. You say it like it's spelled P-E-W-L.
Pool.
The rest of us say P-O-O-L. Pool.
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 You say pool.
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 I'm not saying pull, I'm saying pool.
It's the oo sound. I'm putting the oo sound in there.
Pool.
Pool.
No, because you do like an ew
sound.
Pool.
Don't worry, your stream hasn't stuck. It's not just repeating the word pool. It's just Des and I. So we have got the bands training in.
Hang on. There's someone else here with us.
Des, people will go mad if we don't go over the bands. We've got Easy with us as well on the observing as well.
The OG's back. Oh, there he is, screaming down my earlobes. That was such a beautiful sound, Easy. Hello, beautiful.
It's very loud. That's probably more at my end than his.
No, it was pretty loud at mine as well.
Because Easy's generally very quiet. The bans that came in, Ying, interestingly, just protecting against that double window push into dorms. We've got Thatcher as well, Mirakaid. Don't really need to discuss them too much. Fairly straightforward at the end in terms of the defenders. But the Ying is an interesting one. We've seen Ying use a couple of times. There's a lot of shouting going on that other stream. We've seen Ying used a couple of times on Oregon. Like I've said before, it's used on the double window into dorms to try and cover that, but also we've seen a lot of Ying use to get into electrical, to get into pillars, either from rear stage stairs, down through electrical hatch. We've had the Candelas being used quite heavily in those areas as well, so no surprise to see the Ying going this time.
It's a good point, actually, because we were casting our game, we didn't see what happened over on the other stream, because it was FaZe against, I forget who they played, but that was the third game, and this last one, I believe, is FaZe versus G2. Now, based on how that last game went, and I will find out in just a second what it was, G2 could be in position to take away the top spot in that group. I'm looking now. That is actually really interesting. So, oh no, FaZe are playing against Sonics. How did that finish? I swear it finished. Maybe it hasn't been updated yet. But based on the outcome of that game, G2 would be within striking distance of taking first place away from FaZe, assuming Sonics had lost that game, won that game, sorry.
Imagine a world. Right, imagine G2 after... we've got an opening kill there. Bibu going to go straight in and get a headshot onto Laxing. Look at this. Wolves not messing about, getting straight into meeting there, taking that early challenge. They've got control of the hatch. Oxygen were trying to play with the hatch open by the looks of things and just defend meeting. Sorry, no, Wolves have played with the hatch open more to the point, and they've tried to get in there quickly. Laxing trying to just get control of that area to be able to lock it down before they could move away, and Bibu gets the kill and protects it. Second one comes in, and this is looking good for Wolves.
I think what you're going to find in this game is because OXG have been generally quite slow, and lethargic is a word that I really like using lately. They've been quite lethargic, they've been a bit behind the pace, they've lacked a bit of energy at times. They will get run out of Oregon by Wolves here, who, as we saw back on Chalet, are very comfortable going hyper-aggressive on roams, getting busy around the map and making the enemy team fight for every single step of land that they want to be able to take here inside of Oregon. It's becoming a thing across a lot of teams, and Mowgli's already finding himself hitting some nasty shots. He had a slow start to the last game, but did warm up as it went on, and here is starting out strong. His counterpart in Nuas was a matchup I was really excited to see here. When we saw the group, so I was like, Nuas versus Mowgli. Oh, two of the best gunners we've got in the world right now. It'll be an absolute screamer. But Nuas hasn't really hit the highs that he did regionally.
No, he's not really, as you say, you know, giving us exactly what we might have seen in his NAL playdays. But we've got Wolves pretty much back on site now. They're 4 versus 2. They're happy to just try and hold this one down from inside the site. Nothing wrong with that. Nuas is going to open up the bottom of Laundry Stairs, maybe just attract a little bit of attention from Wolves. But I don't think he's going to overly push that at the minute. He's just going down there with the drone for the time being, see what's going on. Dream does manage to get himself established down in Freezer. We know the value of multi-angle pushes down here into the basement. Dream gets aggressive though, pushing right up to the lockers, and it's Rise that steps out, manages to get the kill. They've got a good idea that the last man is going to be coming in. It's Nuas down at the bottom of the Laundry Stairs now. He tries to take the challenge, shut down by Bibu, and that's going to be round 1 going to Wolves.
I saw the timing on that as well. It was so natural, but 2 players swinging at once, one from either side, a third there to take in case someone did go down. Just no way Nuas walks away with all 3 kills there, and even if he had, Wolves had done absolutely everything right. So in the first round, bullying OXG around the map, getting rid of 2 or 3 players before the site even became a thing, down in the diffuser inside of Freeze with no one able to pick it up. Really good round by Wolves, and this is what I'm worried about for OXG. They've got to get razor sharp at playing for trades and pushing as a team, because like I remember seeing in their last game at the stage against, it was XSET, against XSET on Villa, they were pushing a little bit independently at points, taking a lot of 1v1s and just losing out to the superior gun skill, at least on the day, from members of XSET. And this round really reminded me of that.
Up we go to the top floor for round number 2 then. Wolves going to be holding onto dorms this time around. Banshee placed just to prevent any push coming in through attic, at least unknown. Are they going to reinforce both sides of that trophy wall? Yes, they are. Sometimes we see one side left open to allow the player in pit to be able to challenge through to top armory corridor, to be able to challenge through to trophy, but this time no, they're going to lock that one down, suggesting that they are expecting a bit of action coming in through attic. Now interestingly, Shinka's opened up the wall into closet, opened it as a rotate as well. well, so they're definitely going to have to play that area because, of course, attackers quite often like to breach there and look to push into games. So if you're going to open it for them, you better be ready to hold on to it.
Absolutely. Well, here, making use of that as armor that has been banned away in so many games today. I think of the 4 games we've cast, it was banned away in all of the first 3. So it's one of our first experiences getting it on the board here today. Also heard that apparently G2 have just won 7-0. Ouch. That was against FaZe as well.
G2.
Now, Easy, it was Easy who spoke down my earlugs then. Easy, do you know what the score was of the game was against Sonics, between FaZe and Sonics? It was a 7-5. We don't know which team, though.
Sonics won.
Sonics won. Oh, so that means G2 would take first place then. If G2 have just 7-0, they've just jumped to first place in their group.
Just think of G2 play day 1, play day 2 in a UL, and if I said to you G2 are going to top their group at the Berlin Major, A, you'd have laughed at me because you'd have said there was no way they were going to qualify for the Berlin Major, and B, because there was certainly no way they were therefore going to be topping the group, but they have got it job done, and they're going to head into the playoffs in style. Foxy manages to take down Mowgli. That's always a big start when you can take the Malusi off the board, start to clear that game that's being played underneath by Wolves. Just about at the halfway mark, they still need to take P4 out, Nitro in hand, so he's definitely a threat. He's going to try to keep himself in position underneath here, just rotating from kitchen through to security. This is a really common position that we see the defenders playing in lately, and basically the reason that he's there is to try and deny any access coming in through double window, any plant going down inside of there. The idea is, if anybody hops in, he uses the Nitro and he shuts down that push.
Whew. Well, that was fun revelation, yeah. So Sonics won against FaZe and G2 won 7-0. So here we are, Tim. We're in a world where G2 have just taken first spot of the group. I never thought I'd see that, and I know 100% what's going to happen. I want to get buried by the G2 social media manager because I predicted that they would finish 4th in their group. Cannot wait for that. Anyway, let's focus more on our game here. We've had a little bit of time scrolling through Wikipedia and seeing what's going on and getting some information back and forth. 4v3 for Wolves in this round. Again, playing the disruptive start, bringing down 2 of the hot entries on the side of OXG. Nuas and Vertical had a wonderful game at the start of the day. To be fair, not just because I've seen this shot as well, I do want to commend Dream. He's played Ace an awful lot over the games they've played so far, and he has had some really good rounds where he's hit some nasty shots whilst doing his supportive job as well. So although he's not shining on the kill feed all the time and getting himself up there to be double-digit kills consistently, I do really feel his impact as a support player.
He just got himself away from almost certain death there as well as the Toxic Babe canister come out. He's on very low health at the minute. One lungful would have almost certainly seen him down and dead. Foxy going up to the top of White Stairs, but Rise is there, peeking at just the right time. Manages to find his man. 3 versus 2, 13 seconds left to go. Laxing almost shut down inside of Attic, but they're going to need 2 more kills to come out of him here as Shinka finds Dream elsewhere in the map. Laxing pushing through. 5 seconds left to go. Wolves just aren't going to take the fight here. They know where it is. Rise manages to see his man through the door, and that's going to be Wolves 2-0.
Comfortable is generally how I describe it so far. A couple of scary moments for sure, but Wolves looking largely undisturbed by Oxygen. I mentioned it earlier on that Oxygen felt a bit lethargic, a little bit slow at points as well. Not really played for trades all that much. And Wolves so far feeling very comfortable playing against that kind of play style. Meeting and Kitchen we jump into next. It is the off-site. So if we're going to see Oxygen succeed, this is the kind of site where they should be shining. Always curious to see if on the attacking side we have the attackers re-pick into bringing along an Ossa. Those of you who have watched a lot of the national leagues, regional leagues, such as APAC North, EUL, often what we see is teams attacking through the stage wall, which Easy is very expertly showing now. Thank you very much. You'll have shields placed up on the ground floor, also on the upstairs floor to control inside of Attic. And it just gives you a really commanding position as the attackers to get a smoke plant down, for example. The only fear that you need to have is a flank coming in from the basement. And the number of times that teams have fluffed it up and not had a flank drone downstairs, or simply haven't been aware or conscious of the idea that someone could come from below, has cost more rounds than it should have. But either way, normally a very strong attack. OXG, I don't think, are going for that, given there is no Ossa on side. Instead, moving over to bring in the Ace and the Nomad as their extra picks.
What a utility expended upstairs. We can see a majority of the reinforcements heading in that direction, so that tells us that Wolves really are expecting some top floor pressure to come in from OXG. Newers is looking for that initial engagement straight away, but instead he's going to take about 60 damage there, and he's going to be looking to use one of those nanobot boosts right at the beginning of the round, even to keep himself competitive here. P4 challenging onto Small Tower. They're really pressuring from multiple sides here. This is going to be easy, surely, for P4. There you go. Takes down vertical. Drone comes in. It's too little too late from OXG.
White window. Rise looking to double swing it with him here as well. Two of them looking out for it, and they get the down as well. Another fantastic bit of team play, but this time Dream is there to provide the cover needed. Nuas gets himself back up with another pull of those nanobots, and it was a great response from OXG.
Foxy onto Bibu, just starting to really clear things out now. We've got Mowgli left above, but otherwise it is all site-based. However, Shinka, he knows there's somebody in there. Takes down Foxy. Mowgli deleted by Nuas though. Dream and managing to get one as well. And all of a sudden, OXG seem to have found their feet here.
We're only 60 seconds in.
I know, this is wild. It feels like I've been casting this round for about 4 minutes with how many kills there's been.
I was going to say, that's exactly how I feel as well. And all in such different locations as well, all kinds of events going on across the map. It's unbelievable. But there are 3 left alive for OXG here, and Shinka will be hard-pressed to try and get a recovery off. I said this was the offsite. I didn't necessarily expect Wolves to win it. Oxygen have really shown that true here in getting themselves a 3 versus 1 with the diffuser down. A man holding close. Shinka's got no chance as Nuas collects the close.
The thing is, it is the offsite, but OXG have won that in resounding fashion, and that's what's important there. You know, it's not about just crawling over the line and just managing to squeak that win and get that first round on the board. They've really sent a message that actually, Wolves, we've woken up a little bit here, and maybe we're going to be coming for one of your primary or secondary sites as well, and maybe we might just be able to take it. They're going to at least have that bit of belief in them. So as we head into round 4, it's going to be back down to the basement for Wolves, Laundry and Supply. This time around, OXG really need to not lose as many people out in the map. It was Laxing who went down immediately after trying to rush into meeting. Bibu was playing there to try and hold on to the hatch. He had it open so that he had his route back to site as well, and it was a nice little setup from Wolves, just trying to hold above, have that vertical extension. I'm not sure whether they'll do the same again this time, but OXG just need to be a little bit more careful that they're not losing bodies so early.
They're coming prepped here at least with some good utility on side, looking towards things like the Flores to deal with what will otherwise be a 90 hold. Shinka has got the shield in back pocket that inevitably will sit inside of 90. And P4, maybe not in the kind of location that you'd normally see a Warden playing, has got himself locked up inside a small tower. To be fair, it would normally be a Jaeger or something like a Warden, someone who can either ignore thrown utility, at least the flashbangs, or deal with things like nades coming in, which is what Rise could do with the ADSs. So if he's not droned out, there could be a good late round flank coming out of the Warden.
Mowgli is going to be inside a meeting this time. Hatch not open though, as we saw last time around, so it might just not attract as much attention from OXG as well. It just a little bit of honey sometimes to attract them, to draw them in, to give them something there to fight for. P4 does an awful lot of damage to Dream there. I don't think they're aware, but here we go. Nuas is straight in. He's got the sledge of vertical along with him, who manages to find that opening kill to Bibu. What a shot from Nuas. Manages to get himself a second as well. Vertical's putting the diffuser down, and all of a sudden it's a 5v1. It's all up to Mowgli, shut down, and that is a flawless round from OXG. 2-2, game on.
Great call again. We've seen this a few times today, Tim, where teams identify 2, 3 players are off site, and you know what we can do? We can hit the site in a 4vx here. We can catch them by surprise, and that's without clearing away all the utility, like the Banshees, like those keeper barriers that were in front of them. They still get through, they find the kills, they close things out nice and comfortably, and a really small note off screen that you guys wouldn't have seen was Dream holding the angle onto P4 playing in small tower. I spoke about the flank potential of that Warden pick. So what does Dream do? They nearly lose one man there, and then he sets himself up in a spot where he has a wonderful shot onto it. So P4 cannot leave small tower, cannot help with the retake at all. It's just smart, composed play where Dream has that reliance and trust in his team to get the job done on site, whilst he makes sure there'll be no nasty upsets from behind later on.
On we go then. Round number 5. 2 more defensive rounds for Wolves. They're going to go back down to Laundry. They got picked up by the rush of Nuas and Vertical last time around. Straight down Laundry stairs and in they went. And Wolves were just, in honesty, completely unprepared for it. I'm sure that that won't be the case this time. They are happy that it's probably not going to happen. I don't think that they'll expect OXG to repeat that. And should they, I'm sure that Wolves will be more prepared for it this time around. Bibu on the Azami has opened up the hatch. Is going to play inside of meeting again, likely deploy a keeper barricade or 2 just to try and help him, keep him safe, create that safe space, and at this time just again trying to attract OXG into meeting, but I don't think they'll fall for the same trick twice.
You'd hope not, but there has been quite a lean towards the KB to give that call coming through, so there's some indication of where players are. It was what P4 was caught out by in small tower last time around. May prove to be the same here if he doesn't get out of dodge fast. And I tell you what, that's like turning around and seeing a monster at the doorway just for a flash of a second. Gets away, realizing that he's lucky to have his life here. I believe that was the sledge of vertical that didn't quite fire the shots off in time to bring him down. But the pressure is increasing all around Small Tower as the phone call comes through. And then comes Foxy.
It's going to be using the Inox scanner of the Jackal just to track down. He switches over to the yellow footprint. They will get more tracking pings. That's how that works. Nua's manages to find on kill onto Rise there. And just to finish what I was saying about the Inox scanner, the heat of the footprints, if you will, it ranges from red down to green, as you would expect. Newer is red, older is green. And the newer the footprint is, then the more pings it will gain you from that scanner. If it's one of the really light greens, you might just get a single ping onto the defender where they are in the map. So Foxy just choosing to switch off his initial selection of footprint onto the yellow, but at the minute hasn't helped them track down anybody just yet.
Not just yet, but they have all backed away straight towards side. So I like this from Wolves, where they're actually playing quite aggressively. Think about like Tier 3 of Tower, for example, playing around meeting, but by the 90-second mark, they have all now dropped back down to site. Whereas before, what I think you'd normally see from Wolves is actually they'd stick 2 or 3 players out on the roam and just say, right, hold hard and die trying. That's what we saw on Chalet. It's a bit of a different story here, mind you. So Oxygen have now got the full run of things. They've got a good 60 seconds to get themselves set up here, to agree on a plan as a group, and then execute on it. This is the best chance they'll get to look sharp.
Pushing down into Laundry once again, but B4, he's ready on the long angle. Newers, however, in there for the trade. Can't keep Dream alive, but can keep the magic going as he manages to find and keep that man advantage. 4 versus 3 as Oxygen continue to try and get aggressive towards site. Foxy still just out in Big Tower there. Has the potential to push down rear stage stairs and have a little bit of an impact onto pillars. Mowgli, I think he knows that the diffuse is down at the bottom of Laundry stairs, and that's why he's playing it here, because he knows they're going to have to come in that direction. Takes a bit of damage from a nade. There's another coming in. That's him done for. 4 versus 2. Beautiful pick up by Vertical, but Bibu, he manages to find Foxy on the rear side and come in. Shinka gets the kill. 2 versus 1. 1 versus 1 as Shinka keeps on going inside of sight.
But it's against the juggernaut that is Nuers, having a wonderful game at 8 and 2. Deadly as they come, chasing each other around. The thing is, Nuers needs to recover the diffuser here and go for a plan. So Shinka has played it perfectly, ran away from sight. Nuers has no time. Wolves find round 5.
However it gets done, you just got to get yourself over the line using the clock that time to get there, and that's going to be 3-2 for Wolves now. We will see their final defence coming up. I likely expect it will be up on the top floor. Indeed it will. They're going to go to dorms this time around. We saw it back in round number 2. They were able to get the win there then. They're going to be hoping for more of the same, and they were pretty solid up there. They didn't really allow any access massively into sight for a lot of the round, from what I remember.
Alrighty, round 6, last one of the half. Wolves, their last chance here to pull ahead up to 4 and 2. It's kind of what we're expecting. We spoke about the offsite being the dicey point for them, but at least here they're going up to a relatively safe site up on the top floor in kids' dorms. Looking on the defensive actual lineup they brought along here as well, you've seen that as Army stepping into the 4 once again. I mentioned earlier on, banned away an awful lot across the day and throughout the week, to be honest, and when she has been available, picked up by a large number of teams. I like seeing this, by the way, Tim, when teams open up this double wall into walk-in and look to play through it with the shotgun on the smoke. I think it was BDS that first did it, at least in Europe. We may have seen it around the world prior to that. But what you had Brede doing was playing super close onto the opening itself with the shotgun. And when he felt it was getting a little bit hot, you drop a smoke through in towards master bedroom, pop out the canister, and then reinforce the wall, knowing it's very unlikely that anyone's going to be able to challenge you or charge through and come for the kill.
But we have seen increasing amounts of that in recent time. Players thinking, yep, I'll just take the damage penalty and I'll get straight through that smoke and get aggressive. So it's always something that you've got to be careful of. Vertical straight into rear stage there. You can see the drone at his feet again, just racing ahead, making sure that he's safe, not going to suffer a push from underneath. We've got a repel moving into Arsenal, and I like this from OXG. We're getting multiple angles of attack here, which is always something that I favour. Doesn't quite see the backpack of the Jaeger there, so I'm not going to be able to get any action going. Bibu looking to just support there as well on the armory stairs.
Feels like Nuers has really got a point to prove today, at least in his own mind as well.
Prove that.
He knows it's a nice shot, and it was. Rise just finding the man far too easily. I was going to say 8 and 2, you know, almost averaging a couple of kills around so far. He really has been on one in compared to what some of the games Oxygen have had, where he's been pretty quiet throughout the competition, this will like to be a game where he's really seeking to make redemption, but at least in this round, that's not going to be a possibility.
Nope, Dream now the one at the bottom of Armory Stairs. Just put the diffuser there for the second. P4 creeping up. I'm not sure he's aware. Absolute freebie for P4. They just haven't searched and sought underneath to make sure they were aware of exactly what was going on. Vertical taking the quick peek on towards Pit, but in a 3 versus 5 needs to be careful. The last thing that OXG need here is to be losing another man. They're at the halfway mark and they are very much behind, and there's somebody inside of Arsenal. It is the Azami of Bibu, and if that,
I think he knows.
I think he knows that he's there in Armory, and they can't get him with the nade. Maybe they're going to have to be careful to make sure they drone that out. Foxy, there you go, gets the kills. That was exactly what they needed. That just gives OXG a little bit more hope in this round.
I've had that twice today, and I've never really seen it before. But when an observer flicks onto a player just as they die, you get that kind of, well, what do I look at now? And it's normally a default spot somewhere in the map. So unlucky time in there, I guess, easy. But we still find out, still things moving forwards. One down on the side of Wolves here, still in control of the round. Nua's being off the board so early. I mentioned back in the last map for these guys as well, you lose a couple of those nades that will go down with him. It's really valuable to find a Finker early in the round because you also remove that nanobot stim.
Just trying to get something going out of Trophy here. Vertical moving in from the attic side, but the problem that they've got is that Wolves are aware of where these pushes are coming from. Vertical just burning a nade there that would have been much better spent taking out the bulletproof camera that's currently watching his every move, and that is exactly what Bibu is sat on, just watching, waiting, looking to guide his teammates into the fight, but Laxing manages to take down Mowgli, manages to take down P4. What a performance he's putting in here on Dorms, and that's an opportunity for OXG. They need to think about getting this plant down. It's all up to Foxy. He's going to start the process. Rise, Shinka, you got to move now. You got to do something. Foxy's going to stick this. Does indeed. Shinka goes for the shotgun. Gets one, but not two. Laxing third in the round. 1v2 now. It's all up to Rise. He's back deep in Dorms. He needs to start moving through. He's got the rotations. He's got the mobility that he needs, but he needs to be quick. Time is the real problem here. 22 seconds if he wants to be able to disable the diffuser. Manages to find Vertical. 1v1 shut down by Laxing. 4K at least on the round. Not sure that he picked up the first of the kills. I apologise, Laxing, if it was an ace, but what a round it was from him. And that is going to be OXG levelling things up.
I love how the penultimate kill that he got there as well was, again, that trade-based play that I said Oxygen had been missing. They get the push out from Shinka with the shotgun immediately there. Laxing is ready to swing from inside of games. Looking nice and sharp today. We commended him a lot in the game earlier on. Seeing some more of it coming out here once again. Now we switch sides with Oxygen going onto the defense. They're going to start down in the basement. But Tim getting 3 attacking rounds on Oregon, not a bad outcome at all.
Not bad at all, as you say. Oxygen now, let's look at, the potential timeline from here. They've got the 2 primary sites to go at, so they've got basement, they've got dorms. If they can lock down and win both of those, which the defenders do have a lot of joy with normally, that could leave them at 5-3 on the scoreboard, and that's not going to be easy for Wolves to climb back from. Basically, OXG don't need to worry about the offsite at this point. They can just lock down basement dorms, and that is the job done. It'll be 7-5 overall.
10 seconds left.
It'd be nice to get towards that kind of point, but we'll see if that's the case, because immediately, Tim, I'm looking at the pain train that Wolves are bringing along here. We've got the blitz on side, and we normally know what a blitz means. It means there is a filthy rush coming down through 90. So sure enough, you're going to have 3 or 4 players spawn down here. 1 or 2 maybe look for the backstab. You've got Shinka on the Yana, who normally plays the operator more supportively and uses the Gemini clones to help find information for the team. You've got P4 on the Nook. Expect them to come in for a backstab, but the other 3, they're all going to try and beeline their way down 90 here. And I get a feeling the Dream is kind of aware it's coming.
Raz is going to just rush in with the blitz here. He tries to use the Toxic Babe canister, but that is elbow cleared. We see the shield operator used in that way so often to do that. The smoke canister is going to go out and just provide a little bit of safety for Rise in there as he gets himself reload and reset. But P4, he's looking to move around Laundry as well. So multiple angles coming in here from Wolves. They've just stalled out a little bit after managing to clear elbow there. Need to keep the momentum, keep themselves going.
And here, looking at how things are shaping up, I mean, he's got Kiba barriers to play behind. Everyone's attention is focusing off on the other way. By the way, I hear we've now got the A-Stream joining us. Welcome to the game. I hope you're enjoying what's no doubt going to be a spectacle here in the second half. P4 on 1 backstab. Traded out by Vert as P4 finds another onto Foxy. Trying to shoot at the feet, but you got a full white screen. Vert, run, Forrest, run! Tries to get out, but Mowgli finds the close. And there we go into a 4-3 to Wolves.
I think we've got G2 to thank for the stream joining us with the rapid result that they've just put down, 7-0. What a performance. What a way to send themselves through not only into the playoffs, but I believe we'll do the maths later. We'll double check. I think it will put them top of the group as well. So 4-3 we stand now to Wolves as they get a successful first attack. And coming in here, we thought that OXG might just start to have a little bit of a run of things, seeing as they got themselves onto the defence. But Rise dealing with elbow fantastically on the blitz. Really did rocket Wolves through the round, and it gives them a great start to the second half.
Fluke shared a little bit of intel as well. She told me that Doki went 12-2.
Oof.
He's been unleashed in a few games, and the thing is, Doki, if you're watching this, buddy, I love you. But Doki's one of the players that can run ahead of the rest of the team, ahead of drones, he can look the wrong way, he can lose his life in really silly situations several times over. But when he's on his day, especially alongside Citizen, they can be one of the most formidable entry pairings that we have got in the world. It's like the throwback to the old days on Na'Vi as well, but now, of course, we're seeing it under the G2 banner. They take first spot in their group, which means now they get seeded against a second-place team from one of the other 3 groups. Of course, we'll find out what the information is around the bracket draw and let you guys know when that should be released. For now, we'll keep on following through in this game and see if Wolves can close out what has been a very successful day for them.
I can't wait to see those matchups. See who's going to face who, region versus region, and what we're going to enjoy over the weekend. Now then, Newers, he's looking for the jump out, but absolutely not, says P4. Completely shuts him down there and just destroys him at the bottom of White Stairs. Wolves fly in here as they get themselves a quick entry and start pushing in across the map. There might just be a man getting caught out in kitchen here. Mowgli's going for him. He's not going to stop, but he does take an absolute ton of damage as he comes around the corner. He's going to have to back off and use the nanobots there. He can't continue that challenge, and that is going to slow Mowgli down for at least the next 30 seconds whilst he waits for another boost.
Alrighty, Snewers again going down early in the round as well. He's had a torrid couple of rounds. Let's not forget, he was 8-2 just 3 rounds ago, but since then has been the entry death repeatedly. Really looking for his early kills, but simply not finding them against a very dominant Wolves side here in the second half. Shinka's going in, Plant going down, and it's Laxing and Foxay, the old school duo, to try and save this round.
Shinka successful in that plant, and things just went from bad to worse for OXG. Shut down underneath from Bibu. Beautiful headshot onto Laxing, and it's all up to Foxay. Half health he has got, and he's going to just have a little look at the poster for us.
Look at the poster, Tim, and also doing a bit of drawing. It's not quite the same as what we saw coming out of, I want to say it was it FaZe earlier? They were spelling easy into the cabinet on Bank's basement when trying to go for a disable. It was beautiful. Okay, not a bad shot, I'll give you that, Foxay, but there's still 4 more to find, mate. Show us what you got.
So he's going to have to, they're stacking up a little bit here. 2 will challenge at the same time. Rise manages to get it, and there's a little bit of shouting going on there, Des.
That's a bit aggressive. I think they're a bit passionate about winning, Tim.
You can tell that Bibu doesn't have to use his voice too much for his job.
No, he reminds me of you, just excessively loud compared to everyone else in the room. The thing is, in the green room, for example, you're actually a pretty quiet inside voice.
I have to, because I need to save my throat for the casting that I do.
It's kind of aggressive.
So I've got to be very quiet in between games, usually.
Yeah, you and Parker are both 2 very loud voices in the room. And for such a small man as well, it's quite a booming voice coming from your chest.
Well, you know. I've done all right with it.
Okie dokie. Round number 9 coming up. I remember us joking about that once, actually, as well. We were talking about Wolves versus the Wolves, but also saying round number 9 versus just round 9.
Either is fine.
The thing is, in like boxing, for example, they never say round number 9. They just go round 9, ding ding, and then off you go. So surely we should follow suit and just say round 9.
Maybe.
Round number 9 is like a nice close because you get the round number 9. It's
I
almost
know
musical.
That no matter what I agree to,
I'll disagree with it.
I'm going to come in and go round number 9.
Yeah,
so it's pointless.
It's very true. It's very true. Remember one of the old phrases that we always used to say, like every caster used to do it. Post-plant situation.
Post-plant situation?
On our hands.
Love a good post-plant situation.
Post-plant situation on our hands. Yeah, all the time. Every single time.
Raz is going to head into the back of rear stage here. Takes down the default camera, but it's P4 that I'm interested in on the knock. He's creeping away underneath. Is he going to find his man inside of security, or is he going to shut down? There he is. Easy for Laxing. 1 pump onto the drone, 1 pump onto P4. And that's going to be the entry kill. Rise goes as well as Newers manages to find him. And that leaves us very quickly in a 5v3. This game's going to be over in rapid fashion here, Des, because neither of these teams are slowing down.
He's had a bit of a kill drought, Newers. It's good for him to get back on the scoreboard once again. And for Wolves, it might feel like finally their attacks are being ground to a halt. But I think, like you said yourself, 2 rounds, then for 1, then 2 for 1 is not going to be a bad outcome. It will be enough for Wolves to close things out at 7 and 5, assuming, of course, they can win in the next 2 rounds. Oxygen, though, you've got Nuas holding nice and close to you in this walk-in wardrobe. I wonder if they know about the player being here as well, because with how it's currently set up, you can see him rotating back through. There he goes, opening up the opposite side of walk-in wardrobe compared to what Wolves had open on their defenses, for example. Again, just small regional differences.
Mowgli being challenged from multiple angles here, and OXG have got the freedom to do that, given the first 2 kills that they've picked up, and now that they're in a 5v3 vertical. He's got everything he needs to stay well in position here, and he's putting more utility down because he knows it's a Finker that he's fighting with, and he doesn't want to find himself susceptible to those nades, doesn't want them reaching as far as that deployable shield, and they're not going to be able to whilst the magnets are still in position. And it looks like Wolves, they're just struggling to make any sort of inroads here. They've got Shinka on double window. Mowgli is trying to work in from Trophy. Bibu's just relocating back round to Attic. But right now, they've just got all the answers of OXG.
They have. When you found 2 kills as well, P4 and Rise in the early round, 1, they go down with 4 nades in their back pocket. And outside of that, you're also losing the information game. There's very few drones actually left active out in the field. Mowgli finds one and sees another great shot inside a pit to bring down Foxay. Brings it down to a 3v2. Still a lot of work to do. Finds the one man, but dreams just better. Swings onto Mowgli and brings him down, leaving Shinka all alone to hold off a 1 versus 3. And only 30 seconds on the clock. He does have the diffuser. Finds Laxin for 1. Has got to find the second man here inside of Dorms. And that may well give him a chance of getting a plant down.
He might just do this, Des. I think he has an idea that he's just gone through into pit. I don't know if he caught a pixel of movement there, but he manages to get the spray down. Surely not. Shinka 1v3. He's got the 2 that he needs. He's got 1 fight and 16 seconds left to take it. He knows roughly where the man is. Is he going to stick this? Pros don't fake, Des. He's not. He's going to try and bait him out. Nuas is on low health. This is here for Shinka to win. Surely he does. Through the soft wall. 1v3, Des. What a play from Shinka. Look at the faces of Wolves. They can't believe it either. Great work from him, and that is going to be another round that really shouldn't have been theirs.
The thing is, I know what that does for players as well, Tim. We all ran over to Rogue when they won their game earlier against NIP, and you could just see Spoy absolutely glowing after that 1v3 that he won against NIP inside a trophy. So going throughout this game, if nothing else, that'll be a massive boost, because Shinka will hold on to that, knowing that he is that capable and can pull off those kind of plays in the playoffs too. It only gets better for Wolves at this point. Shinka's sat on 8 and 3 as one of their supportive players. Currently second only to Rise on kills. Wonderful performance so far.
Oh, it's big. There's no 2 ways about it. You know, this is a confidence game, and the more confidence you play with, the more shots just seem to land, the more it's a headshot rather than a chest shot. These things just seem to snowball, so that's perfect for Wolves there. But what an individual player. 1v3, absolutely beautiful. OXG just sort of giving him those 1v1 opportunities, unfortunately for them, challenging one at a time, and just not really timing it that fantastically well. OXG then, they lead us into round number 10. It's going to be a defense of Laundry once again. Wolves have already been able to win down there. Back in round number 8, back in round number 7. They've got 3 rounds in a row now, and it's going to be difficult, I think, for OXG to derail them.
Whew. It's a lot of work. Just one more round as an opportunity for OXG to keep themselves going. I guarantee they won't want to be going home on a 7-3 defeat to Wolves. It has been a rough tournament, not just for OXG, but for all of NA at this point. I think with how things are going, we have, what, 3 LATAM, 3 EU, 1 APAC, and 1 NA team going through, which is a massive stone's throw away from the 4 teams making it through that we have back in Charlotte from NA.
Going to have Rise already inside of the building, but it's Foxay who manages to open things up with a headshot onto Mowgli, taking down the Finker. We know how big a blow that can be to attacking sides. A lot of respect between the 2 teams, despite the bit of shouting that we've had back and forward. That's all in good fun, good spirits, I would imagine. And a nice shot gets thrown into the chat there from Mowgli, recognising the ability of Foxay. Now Rise, he takes the fight down into Freezer, not going to find his man, but Foxay needs to be careful here. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's going to find himself cut off, but the one way to deal with that is just to keep killing through it, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Can Bibu find the kill here? No, he can't. He's going to get sprayed down as well. And Fox here, he just refuses to move, Des. He's going nowhere.
Out come 2 on the swing, though. Together you can make magic happen.
He was on the deagle.
I love it. He knew it was too hard to go over to the MPX and go for the reload, but for two of them there to have to push him to clear out security is a big deal. The only thing I'm nervous about, Tim, is it Shinka still left alive. Dreams on a slither of HP. There's a minute and 15 to play. 75 seconds with which to work another big comeback. And that kind of high would be unbelievable.
Oh, it really would. You know, you've got to imagine that OXG should be closing this out. They're down in the basement. It's a preferential site. They've got double the manpower. It should definitely be doable for them. Bibu on low health as well. He's going to be spearheading this attack down in. And given that the Roteros have been coming from that direction, OXG should have a good idea that that may well be where the attack is going to push from as well. But Bibu's going to rotate himself around back into Freezer. We had a little bit of early attention towards it, but finally the Rotero now makes it into the position that they've been trying, and Shinka able to use that Flores gadget to maximum effect, clearing out barbed wire, clearing out Kiba barricades, and just giving access through in towards Laundry.
They are now completely out of smoke canisters as well. Dream chewing through his last one there. So it gives Bibu a cleaner angle just to push straight on through here. The 4 left alive, surely they can hold on. Down goes Dream. Last 15 seconds. It's a literal dream here for Wolves to be able to win this round with such little time remaining, but the push forward is going to begin. Shinka steps through, sees one man, can't find the head, gets swung by Ver. A good little team play there coming out from OXG, and Bibu's left all by himself, finds one but can't find Nuas. OXG find their first defensive win.
OXG need to keep fighting for 2 more rounds here. They need, let's not forget, 1 point will put them up into 3rd place, gain them some additional SI points, which could be, you know, particularly important when we get towards the end of the year. So really important that they keep fighting for these last 2 rounds. Wolves, they've got themselves onto match point. They are already qualified, so they're not too worried here. But OXG, no more mistakes available, and they need to keep this momentum that they've just got in the last round. It's going to be a defense this time of Dorms once again. Again, another site that Wolves have already won, but let's not forget it was on the back of a 1v3 from Shinka, and I'm sure that OXG are going to be confident that they can do better this time.
Yeah, surely lightning can't strike twice as well in Shinka's case. It's not that I'm saying the player isn't capable, it's just on the math and probability of it. It's not something that should be happening again. Oxygen should be able to hold on firm here, again reinforcing up basically everything inside of security and even jamming it down. They really don't want Wolves getting inside of their kitchen and opening it up from above them, and why would you? Because Foxa so far has done a wonderful job of holding it. Yeah, I've always said Foxa, but I know it's Foxa, but I still say Foxa.
I mean, I say Foxa, but when I'm saying it quickly, again, we're back onto the accent, it sort of does become more like a Foxa, because I'm just cutting the A short to it.
I see.
When I'm saying it quickly when I'm casting.
Inside the mind of Timothy
There you go.
Lever.
Inside the workings. Inside the workings.
Of Ace of Wide Right.
True behind the scenes.
Vert's holding here inside a shower. A very smart call, I think, as well, because often attacking teams for this site will start out towards shower. They'll work their way through incredibly quickly and then start looking to challenge 1 in towards security room and 2 up white stairs. So by standing here, we've already seen P4 pull off a mega wrap play back in the first half and get himself a freebie onto Vert as he stepped through that location. So understandably, Vert wants to be the one to stand there and challenge as they come pushing forward. But Wolves have completely changed tack here. They've gone out towards the east side of the map instead. One's inside of Armory, Mowgli up on top floor, and a couple more playing on the below. So for now, at least, ignoring that shower side of the map.
Keeper barricade going out onto Armory door, but Mowgli, he's going to be getting aggressive towards Trophy here. Takes down the Valkyrie cam, but he's well aware that there could be a Nitro lined up and ready to fly over the top of that dividing wall between Pit and Trophy. So it's just preventing him pushing in at the minute. Nade is going to go out. I think that's likely to clear off any utility that's on the wall they may want to breach. Nade is going to go in, bounced off the door frame, not going to do any damage to the Azami. Mowgli needs to be careful there, looking for utility, and nearly finds himself in an unexpected fight with Foxy.
Is that a run up there from the Valkyrie? I think she was out in construction, maybe. Wasn't the Valkyrie? I'm not quite sure. Either way, C4's ready to come singing over the top of Trophy here, so these boys have got to be careful. There's 2 of them lined up. Nuas lets rip, but I think it sticks to the wall. Man, a couple of times today he's missed out on impact tricks, C4s, you name it. Not great.
No, you've got to be hitting that shot. If you know, it's got to be well practiced. Essentially, we're going to have another Kiba barricade put up, and these barricades just keep causing problems. Foxy very low on health now as the problem continues. He keeps taking shots, chips of damage, and here comes another assault from Mowgli. Manages to find Nuas. Does he manage to get Foxy as well? Yes, he does. 5 versus 3. This could be the end.
Just standing in the open there a little bit, gave a couple of freebies over to Mowgli, who's more than happy to collect them like the Grim Reaper. But here comes Vert. A big flank coming
up. They have no idea. He sees his man, he sees one, sees two, turns against the second, but can't see the third. P4 gets the shutdown, and somehow Wolves still held on. Laxi came up behind him as well. It's a little bit of panic in the Wolves camp, but they still hold on for a 2v2.
What a duo flank coming in from Vertical and Laxing. I mean, why not at this point? You might as well roll the dice. Absolutely fantastic from them. Bibu now aware that Laxing is still inside a trophy, but it means that the pause button has been hit for Wolves. They've had to back off. 20 seconds left to go, and they need to get aggressive. The time is running out. Rise, he looks to make a challenge into closet. Out goes the nade. It might have dropped through to the lower floor. There's the first kill. Laxing onto Bibu. It's Rise. It's shut down. Laxing 3k to close out the round, and OXG, they keep fighting.
Lax's movement there as well, dancing between Breach across the trophy and back to Breach again, getting kills in the latter two movements. Really sharp stuff coming out of Oxygen, and they may well have done enough to hold on here, Tim. They're one round away from taking us through to overtime. Wolves really slipped off for the last couple of rounds, and Oxygen's confidence has only increased. We haven't seen things like those flanks coming out before, and they've done them so well.
Would it be you and I casting the last game of the groups if it didn't go to overtime? That's got to be the question. In what world, in what timeline do we cast the last game of the groups that's as hotly contested as this, and we don't see it go all the way? Surely this is going to be an OXG win. Imagine. That'd be 30 rounds in the last two games for